Chapter 1. Traversing the Hive, Awakening the Laser Eyes. In the passageway of the hive, before the security room, that a blinding flash of lightning suddenly materialized, striking the corridor and causing the very fabric of space to tear apart, through which a figure plummeted. What the hell? I merely ran a red light. Is this how I meet my end? Chu Xian surveyed his surroundings, on the verge of tears as he found himself in a dim and oppressive corridor. He distinctly recalled that in his haste to reach work, he had recklessly crossed the street while the yellow light was flashing, resulting in a tragic incident. He had been struck by an oncoming vehicle, sent spiraling through the air in a dizzying 360-degree spin. And now, he was here. Transitioning from a bright road to such a dark abyss left his eyes struggling to adjust. He genuinely believed he had entered hell after death. At that moment, a clattering noise echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Chu Xian immediately lifted his gaze and could see the far end, where a cage riddled with holes stood. A shadow slowly emerged, its head seemingly adorned with two horns. Great, it's definitely the bullhead come to claim souls. Chu Xian lamented helplessly. He braced himself to confront the figure, hoping to meet his fate directly, to avoid suffering through resistance. However, upon seeing the bullhead emerge from the passage, he froze in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hound?" At the sound of Chu Xian's voice, the wandering hound abruptly turned its head, revealing the other half of its grotesque, bloodied visage, a horrifying sight reminiscent of a monster mutated by radiation, hideously deformed. Something's not right. Chu Xian locked eyes with the hound. Its ferocious gaze and primal thirst for blood sent chills down his spine, instilling a primal instinct to retreat. Woof, woof, woof. Upon noticing Chu Xian's retreat, the hound bared its sharp fangs and lunged towards him with its gaping maw. Oh crap. Seeing this, Chu Xian cursed vehemently and turned to run. The hound, whether born with such speed or enhanced by mutation, was astonishingly quick, catching up to Chu Xian in an instant and leaping towards him. Fortunately, he spotted a security room behind him, the door unlocked. He darted inside and slammed it shut behind him. Bang! The hound crashed into the door, causing the iron barrier to shudder violently. Damn it! After being a good person for so many years, I break one traffic rule, and now I'm being chased by a dog right after I die. Is this really necessary? Chu Xian gasped for breath, peering through the barred window of the door as he cursed at the frenzied hound outside. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have been brought down by that mutated beast. Boom! Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the other end of the corridor. The hound outside the security room glanced towards the source of the sound, then back at Chu Xian, hesitating for a moment before ultimately turning away, vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Phew, it's finally gone. That was terrifying. Wait, the cage, the zombie-like hound, the security room. Why does this all feel so familiar? Could it be? Once the hound departed, Chu Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. But he quickly sensed something amiss. Firstly, this world felt far too real, unlike the legendary underworld. Secondly, both the hound and the corridor bore an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. After pondering for a while, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to turn around. Roar! Indeed, in that instant, a security guard zombie lunged at him. Damn it, this is truly the hive. As the sight of the approaching zombie guard dawned upon him, Chu Xian comprehended that he had not perished. Rather, he had been transported to a horrifying world reminiscent of a biohazard nightmare. More specifically, to the most perilous location within the hive. Even the world's most elite special forces would falter here, let alone an ordinary office worker like him. Roar! The zombie guard opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite into Chu Xian's neck. Acting quickly, Chu Xian used his arm to block the zombie's throat, pushing with all his might. Yet, the zombie possessed immense strength, resisting all his efforts, drawing him ever closer to its ravenous jaws. That it was evident that he would soon meet his demise if he did not find a way to escape. Damn it, they say a system activates upon traversing. Where's mine? Activate already. With death looming near, Chu Xian's heart surged with a fierce unwillingness as he roared in desperation. Even if he knew that surviving this encounter wouldn't guarantee his escape from the hive, he refused to accept death. He yearned for life. Ding. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have activated the multiverse sign-in and lottery system. By signing in at designated locations, you can obtain lottery opportunities for items from myriad worlds, mutant abilities, weaponry, cultivation methods, supplies that all can be acquired through the lottery. Current task: sign in at the hive. Completing this task will grant one random lottery draw. What? A sign-in system? The one where I can earn rewards just by checking in? This is too good to be true. Listening to the system's announcement, Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. This sign-in system was indeed a treasure. As long as he checked in at the specified time and place, he could reap generous rewards. He never imagined those foolish authors were not lying. Such a system truly existed. Ding. Detected host's current location. Hive. Requirements for sign-in met. Would you like to sign in? Yes/no? Yes. With his hands occupied in restraining the zombie guard, Chu Xian struggled to lift his chin and tap the screen of the system interface. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Reward. 1 random lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Yes/no? Seeing this, Chu Xian again exerted effort to lift his chin and confirmed. Beep beep beep. As he confirmed, a virtual lottery machine materialized, its pointer spinning wildly. After a brief moment, the pointer came to a halt. The designated area began to enlarge, ultimately revealing a line of text. Laser-eyed gene. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a vial of laser-eyed gene serum. Consuming it will allow you to merge with mutant genes and acquire the abilities of the mutant laser eyes. As the system's notification echoed, a vial of serum gradually coalesced before him, initially translucent, but becoming increasingly clear until it fully materialized. Chu Xian hastily opened his mouth to receive it. With a flick of his tongue, the stopper was dislodged, and the serum swiftly flowed into his mouth. Glug, glug, glug. The serum was not abundant. Within just a couple of swallows, he had consumed it all. In the next moment, a warm current surged from his chest, quickly radiating throughout his body. His genes began to mutate rapidly, and the cells in his pupils contracted, causing his eyes to gradually heat up. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie guard seemed to sense the impending danger, intensifying its efforts to bite, as though it aimed to devour him before he could fully awaken his abilities. Get the hell away from me, die. Just as the gaping maw of the zombie drew nearer, ready to sink its teeth into him, Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! 2 beams of laser erupted from his eyes, striking the zombie guard squarely in the head. Boom! Though the security guard had transformed into a zombie, he remained a mere mortal, unable to withstand such terrifying heat. In an instant, he was pierced through, and the forceful impact sent his entire body hurtling, crashing violently against the shelves within the room. The sound of shattering glass echoed as numerous glassware fell to the ground, leaving the security room in disarray. Chapter 2. A fortuitous encounter with Alice and the return of the zombie dogs. Damn it. Is he dead? Chu Xian felt the weight pressing down on him dissipate and quickly rose to glance in the direction from which the guard had been flung. Whoosh. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, the cells in his pupils changed color dramatically, and 2 beams of laser light shot forth directly at the shelves across from him. The poor shelves could hardly withstand such extreme temperatures, resulting in 2 large holes melting through them. Rumble. With their support gone, the entire shelf collapsed, crushing the zombie's body beneath it and nearly smashing Chu Xian as well. Startled, he quickly shut his eyes. Damn, this thing is too powerful. I really shouldn't use it recklessly without seeing. Having narrowly avoided the falling shelves, Chu Xian felt a lingering sense of dread. He was aware that the laser from his eyes was potent, but in films, characters often wore sunglasses, allowing them to control the size of the beams, making it appear manageable. Now, having just awakened to this ability, he found it completely uncontrollable that it would be rather embarrassing to perish not from a zombie bite, but rather for being crushed by a shelf he set ablaze himself. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian hurriedly asked in his mind, System, how can I turn off the laser eyes? Close your eyes. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. That's obvious. If I close my eyes, I won't be able to see, will I? Chu Xian was at a loss for words. Did he not already know that closing his eyes would deactivate the laser? The issue was that he needed to see to navigate. This hive was fraught with danger, and encountering zombies at any moment was a distinct possibility. Keeping his eyes shut while walking would surely be an invitation to death. The system fell silent. After a lengthy pause, the system's voice resumed. The laser does not originate from your body. It activates through the light sensitivity of your pupils, unlocking the laser gene and establishing a special spatial channel, connecting to the laser energy element space. The system did not provide a solution, but merely explained the principle behind the ability. Clearly, this mechanical system operated according to a set program without any capacity for independent thought. Weight, light sensitivity of the pupils. From this explanation, Chu Xian seemed to grasp something significant. According to the system, The laser was not generated by his body, but instead connected to a space with laser energy through a special channel. In simpler terms, he was merely the client, not the source of energy. This also explained why such powerful lasers did not destroy his eyelids. Whenever he closed his eyes, the spatial channel on his eyelids would close, and it would only activate again when he opened his eyes, thus triggering the sensitivity of his pupils. And oh wonder that Mutant Scott wore sunglasses all the time. It was to prevent his eyes from activating the channel due to light sensitivity. With this understanding, controlling the ability seemed less daunting. Chu Xian swiftly tore a piece of fabric from his black shirt and covered his eyes, then took a deep breath, cautiously opening them. Through the black cloth, he could just make out the blurred surroundings, and fortunately, the laser eyes remained dormant. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Wu Zhu, from celebrating more than years, always wore an eye patch. This temporarily resolved the issue of controlling the laser eyes. He could always procure sunglasses later for better control without disrupting his daily life. He realized that to become powerful, certain sacrifices were necessary, and wearing sunglasses was one such small price he could accept. With this in mind, Chu Xian reached for the security guard's waist and soon found a handgun, then made his way back to the door. Uncertain of when his zombie dogs would return, he knew he could not remain there indefinitely. Peeking out cautiously, he ensured no dogs were in sight before opening the door and stepping outside. It must be said, the experience of seeing through the black cloth was quite poor. The corridor was already dark, and with the cloth on, visibility was even more compromised. This made Chu Xian exceedingly anxious. If only someone could help guide me, he thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he moved a few meters forward, overwhelmed by tension. Suddenly, a figure emerged from around the corner. Without hesitation, Chu Xian raised his gun toward the shadow. Don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. The newcomer seemed equally surprised to find someone at the corner, quickly raising their hands to signal their peaceful intentions. A woman? Upon hearing the voice, Chu Xian was taken aback, astonished. Through the black cloth, he could see a silhouette but could not discern the features. However, the melodious, magnetic tone of the voice suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty. Blind, the other party finally recognized Chu Xian's appearance and was equally astonished. Who are you calling blind? Chu Xian's expression darkened as he retorted. You're the blind one. Your whole family is blind. He merely had overly powerful eyes, making it difficult for him to see. Ahem, my name is... The woman stammered as she was about to introduce herself, but paused upon noticing the corpse of the security guard in the room, seemingly recalling her name. Alice. Ah, I see. Chu Xian understood, suddenly realizing the explosions caused it must have been special forces entering the hive that disabled the Red Queen, resulting in the locks malfunctioning and releasing the zombies trapped inside. The earlier explosion was likely a byproduct of their battle with the zombies, which explained Alice's presence here. What's the matter? Alice asked, noticing Chu Xian's look of realization and confusion. Nothing. I'm Chu Xian. The zombie dogs are coming back. We should leave this place first. Chu Xian briefly introduced himself before urging Alice to lead him away. He had been moving slowly before due to his inability to see clearly, but now that Alice was here, she was an excellent guide. Zombie dogs? Alice was puzzled, not understanding what Chu Xian meant by zombie dogs. While she had encountered zombies, she was unfamiliar with the concept of zombie dogs that don't ask. They were drawn away by the explosion and will be back soon. My eyesight isn't great, so please guide me quickly out of here. Chu Xian offered no further explanation and continued to urge her to move. All right. Alice did not ponder further and turned to leave. However, the next moment, she froze in her tracks, paralyzed with fear. For unbeknownst to them, 8 rotting figures had appeared in the corridor. None other than the zombie dogs drawn away by the explosion. They bared their teeth and glared viciously at the two of them. What's wrong? Chu Xian sensed a shift in atmosphere and inquired, They're hunting dogs, rotting hunting dogs, Alice whispered. How many? Chu Xian pressed further. Many, so many. The entire corridor is filled with them, Alice replied, her voice trembling like tea that moment. She had yet to be infected by the virus and transform into a Valkyrie. Facing so many zombie dogs left her feeling utterly terrified. Such a monstrous encounter is perilous even with a single beast, let alone 8. It seems that death is imminent today. That simplifies matters. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian did not exhibit fear, but rather displayed excitement. He had been troubled by the difficulty of aiming, but now, with so many in the corridor, aiming became unnecessary. Chapter 3. Staring death into the eyes of the zombie hounds. Alice stunned by the canines. Hand me the gun. Alice understood that with the speed of the zombie hounds, Escape was impossible, especially while escorting a blind M and T this moment. The only salvation lay in the handgun held by Chu Xian. I will handle it. Rather than relinquishing the handgun to Alice, Chu Xian pulled her behind him. You'll handle it? Alice, taken aback by being pulled behind, stared at Chu Xian in disbelief, thinking she must have misheard. Those were zombie hounds. 8 of them, to be precise. Even she, a security guard at this emergency entrance, would not dare to claim she could handle them. Yet Chu Xian believed he could take on so many? Was he jesting? My gaze is too potent. Do not stand before me when I open my eyes. Chu Xian removed his blindfold, issuing a warning. Alice felt tears welling up at his audacity. She had encountered many assertive men, but never one so brazen, insisting on demonstrating strength despite his blindness. And now, he claimed his gaze was so powerful that she should not stand before him. Please, brother, if your eyes were indeed formidable, you wouldn't be blind, would you? With your condition, it is uncertain whether you can even see. Do you expect the zombie hounds to shy away from your gaze? Insanity. Woof, woof, woof. The zombie hounds, seemingly provoked by Chu Xian's arrogance, charged at the two with gaping maws. This is bad. Give me the gun. Alice thought quickly, preparing to forcefully seize the handgun from Chu Xian. However, just as she moved to grab the gun, Chu Xian finally opened his eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, his eyes adjusted to the light, activating his laser vision, and a terrifying beam shot forth from his gaze, striking one of the leaping zombie hounds. Bang! The unfortunate hound, caught unawares, was penetrated and incinerated into charred remains. Whimper, whimper! The other zombie hounds were startled, instinctively trying to evade. Yet Chu Xian showed no restraint, shaking his head as the laser transformed into a zigzag pattern, sweeping across the corridor. Anything in its path was obliterated. The zombie hound stood no chance, instantly pierced, and even the corridor walls were burned through by the intense heat. Is this something a human eye can achieve? Alice's hand, poised to snatch the handgun, froze in midair, her courage failing her. She gazed at Chu Xian, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Heavens! Those were zombie hounds. One would be enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. And now there were 8. Yet before they could reach Chu Xian, they were all annihilated. If he had demonstrated remarkable marksmanship, she might not have been so astounded, but he had not even fired a shot. He merely glanced, and they were all vanquished. Could such a feat truly belong to a human? Insanity. This world is mad. Or perhaps it is she who has lost her mind. How could anyone possess such a terrifying gaze? In that moment, she finally understood why Chu Xian had cautioned her not to stand before him when he opened his eyes. With such terrifying power, even a laser corridor would tremble before him. As for her, a carbon-based life form, she could not hope to withstand even a second under such a beam. Well, is it resolved? Chu Xian asked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Although he had glimpsed the zombie hounds upon removing the blindfold, they were quickly engulfed by the laser, leaving him uncertain of the damage inflicted. Alice surveyed the surroundings. Ashes of zombie hounds filled the air, alongside the scorched remnants of their limbs scattered across the ground, and even the corridor. Boom! The walls collapsed, a cascade of bricks falling to the floor. The entire corridor trembled precariously. They're all dealt with. Please, do not open your eyes again. Alice swallowed hard, her voice trembling. She genuinely feared that should Chu Xian glance at the corridor once more, it might be utterly destroyed, leaving them without an escape route. Then, let us proceed. Upon receiving her confirmation, Chu Xian exhaled in relief and once again covered his eyes. Where to? Alice, still reeling from the terror of Chu Xian's laser vision, instinctively inquired. To leave the hive, of course. What? Do you intend to celebrate the new year here? Chu Xian responded, bemused. Due to his blindness, he could not perceive the world as a normal person would. He could only place his hand on Alice's shoulder to guide her. Though Alice instinctively resisted, she dared not voice her objections, given the threat of Chu Xian's laser vision. She occasionally stole glances at him, revealing her inner turmoil. She had no idea who Chu Xian truly was or why he was present here. However, their unfamiliarity prevented her from asking too many questions, so she chose to keep her curiosity to herself for the moment. As they continued on, silence enveloped them, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Whether it was their good fortune or the zombies' luck, they encountered no further undead on their path. Before long, they arrived at the work area. Along the way, Chu Xian did not behave excessively, allowing Alice's anxious heart to gradually settle. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist breaking the silence. Mr. Chu Xian, Speak freely, he replied. Are you a robot? Alice inquired, her curiosity piqued. Huh. Chu Xian chuckled. Unable to contain himself, he had not anticipated that this Valkyrie from Future World would possess such a sense of humor, mistaking him for a robot. Is my question that amusing? Alice frowned, perplexed by what was so funny about her inquiry. The only source of such devastating laser power she had ever seen was the hive's laser corridors. Surely no human could accomplish such feats without being a machine. No, cough, cough. Well, I am human. Chu Xian composed himself, affirming his identity. Humans can emit lasers too? How is that possible? Alice was even more astonished. If Chu Xian were a robot capable of emitting laser beams, she could comprehend that, but a human doing so was absurd. What's wrong? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Chu Xian grinned mischievously. I can also emit lasers? Alice was momentarily taken aback, her eyes lighting up with excitement. In this perilous hive, possessing abilities akin to Chu Xian would mean she need not fear monster attacks. Of course not, Chu Xian asserted confidently. Then why did you suggest I learn? Alice fell silent, exasperated. How could she learn something she couldn't even do? Was this merely a jest at her expense? However, I believe you could manage telekinesis. Chu Xian recalled Alice's unique constitution, which allowed her to merge perfectly with the T-virus, and added this insight. What? Telekinesis? How is that even possible? How would one go about achieving such a feat? Alice's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired. Although Chu Xian's laser vision possessed formidable power, its side effects were rather severe, and she had no desire to keep her eyes shut indefinitely. However, if she could indeed manipulate objects with her mind, it would be a different story. Controlling objects would equate to controlling zombies, and with such an ability, she could effortlessly escape from the hive. Let a zombie take a bite. Chu Xian stated candidly. He recalled that the T-virus serum had been brought onto the train by Spence, and the quickest way to obtain the T-virus was indeed to allow a zombie to bite. Upon hearing this, the smile on Alice's face froze as vivid images flooded her mind. Zombies prying open her skull and sinking their teeth into her delicate neck, transforming her into a half-rotting zombie that swayed while controlling the horde with her thoughts. She shuddered and quickly shook her head, declaring, perhaps not. Compared to becoming a super-powered zombie, she would much rather remain human. Roar, roar, roar. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a man's startled voice echoed from the office ahead, accompanied by the chilling growls of zombies. It seemed someone had encountered trouble. Chapter 1. Through the hive, awakening the laser eyes. In the passageway of the hive, before the security room, that a sudden flash of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking the corridor and tearing the space apart, causing a figure to tumble through the rift. What the hell? I merely ran a red light. Is this how I meet my end? Chu Xian surveyed his surroundings, nearly in tears as he found himself in a dimly lit and oppressive passageway. He recalled that in his haste to get to work, he had recklessly crossed the street while the yellow light was flashing, resulting in a catastrophic accident. He had been struck by an oncoming vehicle, spinning 360 degrees in the air before arriving here. The abrupt transition from the brightly lit road to this dark realm left his eyes struggling to adjust, leading him to momentarily believe he had descended into hell after death. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Something had been knocked over. Chu Xian quickly lifted his gaze to the far end of the passage, filled with battered iron cages. A shadow slowly materialized, and it seemed to have two horns atop its head. Great! It's definitely the bull-headed creature come to claim my soul. Chu Xian lamented helplessly. He contemplated confronting the figure, hoping for a swift rebirth to avoid the torment of resistance. Yet upon seeing the bull-headed creature emerge from the corridor, he froze in astonishment and exclaimed, "Hound?" As soon as the words left his lips, the hound, previously aimlessly wandering, abruptly turned its gaze toward him, revealing the other half of its grotesque, blood-soaked visage. Resembling a monster grotesquely mutated by radiation, something's not right. Chu Xian locked eyes with the hound, feeling a chill run down his spine as its fierce gaze and bloodthirsty instincts instilled a primal fear that compelled him to retreat. Arg! Woof, woof, woof! Upon seeing Chu Xian back away, the hound bared its sharp fangs and lunged at him with its gaping maw. Damn it! Chu Xian cursed loudly and turned to flee. The hound, whether born with such speed or enhanced by mutation, pursued him with astonishing swiftness, closing the distance in a heartbeat and leaping towards him. Fortunately, there was a security room behind him, the door unlocked. Chu Xian darted inside and slammed the door shut behind him. Bang! The hound crashed against the door, causing it to shudder violently. Holy crap! After being a good person all these years, I break one traffic rule, and now I'm being chased by a dog right after I die? Is this really happening? As Chu Xian gasped for breath, he peered through the window and the door, cursing at the frenzied hound outside. Just moments ago, he had been in grave danger, and he was relieved that his quick reflexes had spared him from being tackled to the ground by the mutated hound. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the other end of the corridor. The hound, distracted, glanced towards the source of the noise before looking back at Chu Xian in the security room. After a moment of hesitation, it turned and vanished into the depths of the corridor. Phew, it's finally gone. That was terrifying. Wait a minute, iron cages, zombie-like hounds, a security room. This all feels strangely familiar. Could it be? With the hound gone, Chu Xian released a long breath. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. The world around him felt too real, not at all like the legendary underworld. Moreover, both the hound and the corridor evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. After pondering for a while, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to turn around. Roar! Indeed, as he turned, a security guard, now a zombie, lunged at him. Damn it, this is really the hive. Upon seeing the zombie guard charge at him, Chu Xian understood that he had not perished. Instead, he had traversed into a terrifying world of biohazard, specifically into the most perilous hive that in this realm. Even the world's most elite special forces would falter, let alone an ordinary office worker like him. Roar! The zombie guard opened its gaping maw, lunging for Chu Xian's neck. In desperation, Chu Xian quickly used his arm to block the zombie's throat, trying to push it away with all his might. However, the zombie possessed immense strength, and no matter how hard he pushed, he was unable to escape its grip. Instead, the distance between his neck and the zombie's mouth closed ominously, signaling that he would soon be devoured. Damn it. They say there's a system when you traverse worlds. Where's my system? Activate already. As he faced imminent death at the jaws of the zombie, Chu Xian felt a surge of unwillingness and roared in frustration. Even knowing that escaping this ordeal wouldn't guarantee his survival in the hive, he refused to accept death. He wanted to live. Beep. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have activated the multiverse sign-in and lottery system. By signing in at designated locations, you can obtain lottery opportunities with prizes sourced from various realms, including mutated abilities, weaponry, cultivation techniques, and essential supplies that everything can be won through the lottery. Current task, sign in at the hive. Completing this task will grant one random lottery draw. What? A sign-in system, just like the one that rewards you for checking in? This is too good to be true. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chu Xian felt a rush of excitement. This sign-in system was indeed a marvelous tool. As long as he checked in at the specified time and place, he would receive substantial rewards that he never imagined that those foolish authors were not lying. Such a system truly existed. Beep. Current host location detected. Hive. Requirements for sign-in met. Would you like to sign in? Yes/no. Yes. With his hands occupied in restraining the zombie guard's throat, Chu Xian could only lift his chin to tap the screen on the system interface. Beep. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward. One random lottery draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Yes/no. Seeing this, Chu Xian once again struggled to lift his chin and selected yes. Beep. 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 As Chu Xian confirmed, a virtual lottery machine materialized before him, its pointer spinning wildly. Before long, the pointer gradually slowed and stopped. The area indicated by the pointer began to expand rapidly, ultimately revealing a clear line of text. Laser Hygiene. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a vial of Laser Hygiene Serum. Consuming it will allow you to merge with the mutant gene and acquire the mutant ability of Laser Eyes. As the system's reminder echoed, a vial of serum slowly formed before him. Initially transparent, but gradually becoming more distinct until it fully materialized. Chu Xian quickly opened his mouth to catch it, flicking the stopper off with his tongue, allowing the serum to flow swiftly into him. Gulp, gulp. The serum was not abundant. With just 2 swallows, Chu Xian had consumed it all. In the next moment, a warm current surged from his chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body. His genes began to mutate swiftly, and the cells in his pupils contracted, causing his eyes to gradually heat up. Roar! The zombie guard seemed to sense impending danger, intensifying its frenzied bites, as if it aimed to devour him before he could fully awaken his abilities. Damn it! Get away from me! Die already! Just as the zombie's maw inched closer, about to sink its teeth into him, Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! Two beams of laser pierced forth from his eyes, striking the zombie guard squarely in the head. Bang! Although the security guard had transformed into a zombie, he was still a being of flesh and blood, unable to withstand such terrifying heat. He was instantly pierced through, and the sheer force of the impact sent his body flying, crashing violently against the shelves within the room. The sound of shattering glass echoed as numerous glass vessels fell to the ground, leaving the security room in disarray. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with Alice and the return of the zombie dogs. Damn it. Is he dead? Chu Xian felt the weight pressing down on him vanish and quickly rose to gaze in the direction from which the guard had been thrown. Whoosh. However, just as he opened his eyes, the cells in his pupils abruptly changed color and two beams of laser shot forth from his eyes, striking the shelves opposite him. The unfortunate shelves could not withstand such intense heat, and two large holes were instantly melted through them. Rumble. Without support, the entire shelf collapsed, crushing the zombie's body beneath it and nearly crushing Chu Xian as well. Startled, Chu Xian hurriedly shut his eyes. Wow. This thing has too much power. I really can't use it recklessly without knowing what it can do. Having narrowly avoided the falling shelves, Chu Xian felt a lingering fear. He was aware that the laser from his eyes was powerful, but in the movies, characters wore sunglasses and could control the size of the beams, making it appear easy to manage. Now, having just awakened to this ability, he found it completely uncontrollable that if he didn't perish at the hands of the zombies, he might very well be crushed to death by his own ignited shelves, which would be quite embarrassing. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian hastily asked in his mind, "System, how can I deactivate the laser eyes? Close your eyes." The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Xian's mind. That's obvious. If I close my eyes, I won't be able to see. Chu Xian was at a loss for words. Did he really need to be told that closing his eyes would deactivate the laser? The issue was that he needed to see where he was going. The hive was fraught with danger, and he could encounter zombies at any moment. Surely, walking around with his eyes closed would be tantamount to courting death. The system fell silent. After a long pause, the system's voice finally rang out again. The laser is not generated from your body. Rather, it is activated through the photoreception of your pupils, connecting to a special spatial channel that links to the laser. Energy element space. The system did not provide a solution, but merely explained the principle behind this ability. Evidently, this mechanical system operated according to a preset program and lacked independent thought. Wait, photoreception of the pupils. From the principle of the laser eyes, Chu Xian seemed to grasp something. According to the system, the laser was not produced by his body, but rather connected through a special spatial channel to a realm that possessed laser energy. In simpler terms, he was merely a client, not the source of the energy. This also explained why such potent lasers did not destroy his eyelids. Whenever he closed his eyes, the spatial channel above them would close, and only upon opening his eyes would the pupils activate the channel due to photoreception. No wonder the mutant Scott always wore sunglasses. It was to prevent his eyes from activating the channel through light exposure. Understanding this principle made it much easier to control. Chu Xian swiftly tore a piece of fabric from his black shirt and covered his eyes with it. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened his eyes. Through the black cloth, he could barely make out the blurred surroundings, and thankfully, his laser eyes remained deactivated. In that moment, he finally understood why Uncle Wu from Joy of Life always wore an eye patch. This temporarily resolved the issue of controlling his laser eyes. He could always obtain sunglasses later to manage this without affecting his daily life. After all, to attain strength, one must pay certain prices, and wearing sunglasses was one of them, a price he was willing to accept. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian reached for the security guard's waist and soon found a handgun, which he took with him as he returned to the door. Unsure of when the zombie dogs would return, he knew he could not remain here indefinitely if he wished to survive. Peeking out, Chu Xian made sure there were no dogs before cautiously opening the door and venturing outside. He had to admit, seeing through the black cloth was exceedingly difficult. The corridor was already dark, and with the cloth, it became even harder to discern his surroundings. This heightened his anxiety that if only someone could guide me. After walking a few meters, sweat began to bead on Chu Xian's forehead due to his heightened tension, prompting an internal lament. Thud. Just as Chu Xian was on high alert, a figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. Swish. Without hesitation, Chu Xian raised his gun, aiming at the shadow. Don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. The newcomer seemed equally surprised to encounter someone around the corner and quickly raised their hands to indicate their benign intentions. A woman? Chu Xian was taken aback upon hearing the voice. Through the black cloth, he could see the silhouette but could not discern any features, Yet the melodious and magnetic voice suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty. Blind man. The other party finally recognized Chu Xian's appearance and was equally astonished. Who are you calling blind? Chu Xian's expression darkened as he retorted. You're the blind one. Your whole family is blind. I simply have enhanced vision that makes it difficult to see. Ahem. My name is... The woman hesitated momentarily when stating her name. Upon noticing the zombie guard's corpse in the security room, she seemed to recall her name and said, Alice. I see. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly understood what had transpired during the earlier explosion. IT must have been the special forces entering the hive who disabled the Red Queen, resulting in the entire hive's locking mechanism malfunctioning and releasing the zombies trapped. Inside, the earlier explosion was likely caused by their accidental destruction of the cultivation vessels during their battle with the zombies, so encountering Alice here was not. Surprising what? Alice asked, puzzled by Chu Xian's epiphany. Nothing. My name is Chu Xian. The zombie dogs are returning. We should leave here and talk later. Chu Xian briefly introduced himself before urging Alice to lead him away. The reason for his earlier sluggishness was due to his inability to see the path clearly, but now that Alice had appeared, she was the perfect navigator. Zombie dogs? Alice looked at him, her expression filled with confusion, not understanding what he meant by zombie dogs. After all, she had seen zombies, but she was entirely unaware of what zombie dogs were. Don't ask. They were drawn away by the explosion and will be back soon. My vision is compromised. Please guide me, and let's leave quickly. Chu Xian offered no further explanation and continued to urge her on. Okay. Alice, not overthinking it, turned to leave. However, the next moment, she halted in her tracks, frozen in place. For unbeknownst to her, 8 decaying figures had appeared in the corridor. None other than the zombie dogs drawn away by the explosion. They all bared their teeth and glared menacingly at the two of them. Thought, what's wrong? Chu Xian sensed the shift in atmosphere and inquired. They're hunting dogs. Completely rotted hunting dogs, Alice whispered. Are there many? Chu Xian asked again. Yes, a lot. The entire corridor is filled with them, Alice replied, her voice tense at that moment. She had yet to be infected by the virus and transform into a Valkyrie, and facing so many zombie dogs' menacing gazes was terrifying. Such a monstrous encounter is perilous, let alone facing 8 of them. IT seems today is destined for demise. That makes things simpler. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian displayed not fear, but rather excitement. He had been troubled by the lack of clarity, making it difficult to aim. Now, with all the creatures in the corridor, aiming was rendered unnecessary. Chapter 3. A glare that annihilates zombie hounds. Alice stares in shock. Hand me the gun. Alice understood that with the speed of the zombie hounds, escape was impossible, especially while escorting a blind man. At this moment, the only hope for their salvation lay in the handgun held by Chu Xian. That I will handle this. Rather than relinquishing the firearm, Chu Xian pulled her behind him. You'll handle it? Alice was taken aback, staring at Chu Xian in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. Those were zombie hounds. 8 of them, no less. Even she, the security guard at this emergency exit, wouldn't dare claim she could handle such a threat. Chu Xian, however, believed he could confront that many zombie hounds. Was he jesting? My gaze is too potent. When I open my eyes, do not stand before me. Chu Xian removed his blindfold, issuing a warning. Alice felt tears welling up. She had encountered strong men before, but had never seen someone so stubborn, insisting on being strong even when blind. And to top it off, he claimed his gaze was too formidable to stand in front of. Please, brother, if your eyes were truly powerful, you wouldn't be blind, would you? With your condition, whether you could see or not was uncertain. Did you expect the zombie hounds to shy away from you out of embarrassment? Insanity. Woof woof. The zombie hounds seemed incensed by Chu Xian's audacity, their jaws gaping wide as they charged at the two. This is bad. Hand me the gun. Alice sensed impending doom and prepared to forcibly seize Chu Xian's handgun. However, just as she was about to snatch it, Chu Xian finally opened his eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, his eyes detected light, activating his laser vision, a terrifying beam erupting from his eyes and striking one of the leaping zombie hounds. Crack! The unfortunate hound barely had time to comprehend what was happening before being pierced through, reduced to charred remains. Yip yip yip! The other hounds were startled by this spectacle, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet Chu Xian held nothing back, shaking his head. The laser transformed into a zigzag pattern, sweeping across the entire corridor. Whatever lay in its path, no zombie hound could withstand a single shot. They were instantly obliterated, even the corridor walls succumbing to the searing heat. Is this something a human eye is capable of? Alice's hand, poised to snatch the gun, froze mid-air, her mind grappling with disbelief. Looking at Chu Xian, her eyes widened in shock and incredulity. Heavens! Those were zombie hounds. One could pose a formidable challenge for an average person. And now, there were 8 yet before they could reach Chu Xian, they were entirely annihilated. If Chu Xian had demonstrated some remarkable shooting technique, she might not have been so astounded. The truth was, he hadn't even used the gun. He merely glanced, and they were all wiped out. Was this truly humanly possible? Insanity. This world was mad. Either the world was mad, or she was losing her mind. How could human gaze be so terrifying? In that moment, she comprehended why Chu Xian had cautioned her not to stand in front of him when he opened his eyes. With the power of such a fearsome laser vision, even a laser corridor would bow to him, let alone a carbon-based organism like her. There was no way she could endure even a second. Under that ray, well, is it resolved? Chu Xian asked nervously, for while he could see the zombie hound upon removing the blindfold, they were soon engulfed by the laser, leaving him uncertain of the extent of the destruction. Alice glanced around. The air was thick with the ashes of zombie hounds, and the ground was littered with charred remnants of those that hadn't been incinerated. Even the corridor. Boom! The walls crumbled, debris raining down. The entire corridor trembled. All dealt with. Please, do not open your eyes again. Alice swallowed hard, her voice trembling. She genuinely feared that should Chu Xian gaze upon the corridor once more, it might collapse entirely, leaving them without an escape route. Then let us proceed. Upon receiving confirmation, Chu Xian sighed in relief, reapplying the black cloth over his eyes. Where to? Alice, still reeling from the terror of Chu Xian's laser vision, instinctively inquired. Out of the hive. What? Do you wish to celebrate the new year here? Chu Xian responded, somewhat amused. Due to his eyesight, Chu Xian could not perceive the world as a normal person would. He could only place his hand on Alice's shoulder to navigate. Though Alice instinctively resisted, she dared not voice her objections in the face of Chu Xian's laser vision. She occasionally stole glances, revealing her inner turmoil. She was uncertain of Chu Xian's true identity or why he was present in this perilous place. However, given their lack of familiarity, she hesitated to pry, choosing instead to keep her queries to herself. As they continued onward, neither spoke, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Whether by luck or fate, they encountered no further zombies during their journey. Before long, they arrived at the work area. Throughout the journey, Chu Xian had refrained from any excessive actions, allowing Alice's anxious heart to gradually calm. After a moment's hesitation, she finally broke the silence, asking, Mr. Chu Xian, speak your mind. Chu Xian replied, Are you a robot? Alice inquired curiously. Chu Xian couldn't help but laugh at this. He had not anticipated that a Valkyrie from a future era would possess such a humorous side, mistaking him for a robot. Is my question that amusing? Alice frowned, perplexed by what was so funny about her inquiry. Having witnessed such devastating laser power, aside from the hive's laser corridors, she had never seen anything like it. How could a mere human achieve what only machines could? No cough cough, I am human. Chu Xian stifled his laughter, affirming. Humans can emit lasers? How is that possible? Alice was further astonished. If Chu Xian were a robot capable of emitting laser beams, she could understand. A human doing so was absurd. Why? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Chu Xian flashed a mischievous smile. That I can also emit lasers. Alice was momentarily stunned, her eyes lighting up with excitement. In this perilous hive, possessing abilities like Chu Xian's would eliminate the worry of monster attacks. Of course not. Chu Xian replied firmly. Then why would you suggest I learn? Alice was rendered speechless. If she couldn't emit lasers, what was there to learn? Was he toying with her? However, you should be able to manipulate objects with your mind. Chu Xian recalled Alice's unique constitution, which allowed her to merge perfectly with the T-virus, and added this clarification. What? Telekinesis? How is that even possible? How would one accomplish such a feat? Alice's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired. Though the power of Chu Xian's laser eyes was formidable, the side effects were far too great. She certainly did not wish to remain with her eyes shut indefinitely. However, if she could manipulate objects with her mind, it would be an entirely different matter. She could control the zombies, and with such an ability, escaping the hive would be a mere formality. Let a zombie take a bite. Chu Xian replied candidly that he recalled that the T-virus serum had been brought aboard the train by Spence, and the quickest way to obtain the T-virus was indeed to allow a zombie to bite him. Upon hearing this, a smile instantly froze on Alice's face. Visions of a zombie prying open her skull and sinking its teeth in her delicate neck flooded her mind, and she imagined herself transformed into a half-decayed zombie, swaying as she commanded a horde of the undead with her thoughts. A shiver ran down her spine, and she quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I'd rather not." In comparison to becoming a superpowered zombie, she firmly preferred to remain human. Ah! Roar, roar, roar. Just as they were engaged in their conversation, a man's startled voice echoed from the office ahead, intertwined with the growls of zombies. Clearly, someone was encountering trouble. Chapter 4. Stare, and you shall die. Even zombies must die again upon encounter. I shall take a look. Upon hearing the commotion, Alice hastened toward the source. She soon arrived at the threshold of an office, where a beautiful zombie was pinning Matt down, incessantly attempting to sink her teeth into him. In a moment of peril, Alice acted without hesitation, seizing a glass object nearby and striking the zombie on the back of her head. The once ferocious creature slumped to the ground, incapacitated. Matt, however, paid no heed to Alice, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body of the zombie, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The instant Alice beheld the visage of the zombie, her pupils dilated in shock, memories of conspiring with the woman to steal a virus flooding her mind, prompting her to inquire with curiosity, "Who is she?" "My sister Lisa." Umbrella Corporation, in its arrogance, believes itself above the law, oblivious to the thousands of like-minded individuals outside. Some provide support, while others take direct action. Matt, having witnessed his sister's transformation into a zombie intent on attacking him, felt desolation wash over him, and thus he revealed the truth, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Just like you?" Alice queried. "Indeed. Should your friends delve further, they will uncover that I am not a genuine officer of the law. Rather, I am a man with a checkered past, and someone like me could never infiltrate the hive," Matt replied. "So, you had your sister infiltrate?" It seemed Alice was beginning to grasp the situation. "We require evidence to prove that Umbrella Corporation is conducting illicit research here," Matt stated. "Illicit research?" Alice pressed for clarification. "In the realm of genetics, my sister was preparing to extract a viral sample," Matt explained. "How was she to extract it?" Alice asked. "She had an informant within the hive. They were privy to the security codes, surveillance systems, and everything necessary, though I have never met this informant." Matt wiped away his tears. Upon hearing this, Alice felt a pang of anxiety. From her partially restored memories, it was highly likely that she was the informant Matt spoke of. Yet, she remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding her past. Tentatively, she inquired, "Why did she not succeed?" "I do not know. Perhaps she misplaced her trust. This virus is exceedingly valuable on the black market. They may have claimed it for themselves and betrayed her," Matt speculated. Alice lapsed into silence, her thoughts tumultuous. If she had indeed betrayed Lisa and seized the virus for herself, what then? "Are we ready to leave?" Chu Xian's voice broke the silence as he peered in from the doorway. As a traveler between worlds, he was intimately acquainted with the unfolding events, understanding their dialogue without needing to enter. While he empathized with the bond between Matt and his sister, this was not the time for lingering. He had already begun to hear the distant growls of approaching zombies, foretelling their imminent arrival. "Who is he?" Seeing Chu Xian, Matt inquired with a hint of confusion. After entering the hive, they had not encountered any living souls, and there was no one in their group resembling a blind man like Chu Xian, leaving him perplexed about his sudden appearance. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is Chu Xian, a survivor I encountered on the way." Alice finally remembered and spoke up. "A survivor? How fortunate." Upon hearing the word survivor, Matt felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He could hardly believe that amidst the Red Queen's ruthless extermination, someone had managed to survive, yet regrettably, his sister was not among the fortunate ones. He gently placed his sister's lifeless body down for one last look before reluctantly departing the office. The three exited the office and continued onward, soon arriving at the stairway leading to the upper levels. However, just after turning the corner, Alice immediately recoiled, her face etched with tension. "Zombies?" Chu Xian asked. "Yes." Alice nodded. "How many?" Chu Xian inquired. "Numerous. They have completely blocked the hallway," Matt responded after glancing outside. "Very well. Leave it to me," Chu Xian affirmed, stepping forward in preparation to venture out. Hey, what are you doing? With your condition, can you even hit anything?" Matt was startled by Chu Xian's intention to go alone and quickly pulled him back, bewildered. "Those are zombies. A whole corridor filled with them. Even with a handgun, you wouldn't stand a chance against so many. Moreover, can you aim accurately being blind?" "Don't worry, I won't be using a gun," Chu Xian reassured, patting Matt's shoulder. "No, come back. Where did you find this survivor?" "You're going to get us killed," Matt protested, but Chu Xian had already stepped out. Fearing that the zombies would notice him, Matt could only retreat helplessly, casting an annoyed glance at Alice. This Chu Xian is utterly insane. Thinking he can take on an entire corridor of zombies without a handgun. What madness is this? If he gets caught by them, I want to be coming to his rescue. It's all right. Just a dozen zombies can't harm him, Alice replied calmly in response to Matt's complaints. 8 zombie dogs couldn't even handle Chu Xian. And the zombies, slower than those dogs, posed no threat to him. So she was not worried about Chu Xian at all. Instead, she was concerned whether the corridor could withstand his assault. My goodness, madness is contagious, Matt thought, his lips twitching in despair. He lamented internally about the sins of his past life that had led him to team up with Chu Xian. Now, even Alice, who was once perfectly sane, had become erratic. Chu Xian reached the center of the corridor, using his blindfold to gauge the positions of the zombies. After mapping out the trajectory in his mind, he pulled down the blindfold and called out, "Zombies, dinner time. This is it. He has done for." Matt was contemplating whether he could quietly call Chu Xian back before the zombies discovered them. However, it soon became evident that such an endeavor was futile. With Chu Xian's booming voice, concealment was no longer an option. Indeed, a horde of over a dozen zombies aimlessly wandered about, their heads snapping in unison toward the sound, rushing in their direction. Faced with the terrifying sight of the approaching mass of undead, Matt instinctively prepared to flee. Yet, in stark contrast to his panic, Chu Xian remained remarkably composed, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, his pupils adjusted to the light, and his laser vision activated. A terrifying crimson beam shot forth from his eyes, striking the throng of zombies directly. In a split second, an entire line of zombies, taken by surprise, was pierced by the searing rays. With a swift motion of his neck, the laser beams operated like twin blades, mercilessly slicing through the zombies at the stairwell. No matter how formidable the undead may seem, they were ultimately carbon-based life forms, incapable of withstanding such intense heat. They fell apart like marionettes, severed into countless pieces. Although this sequence of events could be elaborated upon, it transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Chu Xian closed his eyes once more, the entire stairwell was awash in crimson. The sound of countless dismembered zombie limbs collapsing was deafening, scattering debris across the ground. How is this possible? Matt thought, his feet frozen mid-escape, as he beheld the horrific scene at the stairwell. His throat felt parched, his heart raced, and his eyes bulged in shock and disbelief. My heavens! Those were zombies. Over a dozen of them. If Chu Xian had merely fired a gun, I wouldn't have been so astonished. But now, he has annihilated the horde with a mere glance. This is utterly terrifying. At that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Chu Xian's assertion that firearms were unnecessary. With his gaze alone, he could eliminate anyone, making even the dead perish anew. Surely his eyes bore greater lethality than any cannon. Chapter 5. Redirecting to the control room. Zombies are coming. Trust brings warmth to the heart. Indeed, Chu Xian was as formidable as ever. Alice regarded him with admiration. So, is it resolved? Should I send another signal? At this point, Chu Xian had again closed his eyes, unable to discern the extent of the destruction he had wrought with his previous gaze. Feeling somewhat anxious, he remained vigilant. Should any stragglers appear, he would not hesitate to unleash another laser. The corridor, ravaged beyond recognition by the lasers, suddenly collapsed, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Enough. The zombies have been dealt with, Matt and Alice exclaimed, glancing at the severed remains scattered about in the crumbling corridor. Observing Chu Xian's cautious demeanor, they worried that he might unleash another laser, prompting them to wave their hands in a panic. One blast has already obliterated the entire stairwell. If you fire again, you might even sever the load-bearing columns. At that point, we would truly be trapped. Cough, cough. The zombie has been dealt with. However, the staircase has collapsed due to your actions. Unless someone above throws down a rope, we are unlikely to ascend. As the dust settled, Matt hastily stepped onto the ruins and attempted to leap upwards several times, yet he was unable to reach the top and could only turn back with a resigned expression. At that moment, the chilling howls of zombies echoed from the opposite side of the office area. The group hurriedly glanced over, observing shadows of staggering zombies advancing toward them from the darkness, obscured by the malfunctioning lights in the building. Clearly, these zombies had been drawn by the recent commotion. This is not good. The zombies are coming, Alice cautioned. Not to worry, my beams can be fired indefinitely. I can take out as many as come, Chu Xian replied, elated by the prospect. The sensation of unleashing destructive lasers from his eyes was exhilarating, and he found himself craving more zombies to annihilate in one go. Stop. We're underground. If the load-bearing walls are compromised, we could all perish. Alice shuddered at the thought and quickly intervened. Your attack has already obliterated our means of escape. If you keep firing recklessly, the entire office area might collapse. I don't know if the zombies will reach us, but we would certainly be entombed alive. What should we do now? Matt asked, panic rising as he watched the zombies draw closer, the staircase to safety now obliterated. We must leave this place, Alice suggested. Leave? There's only one exit. Even if we escape, it would be futile. Matt replied despondently, casting a conflicted glance at Chu Xian, unsure whether to thank him for eliminating the zombie at the staircase or to blame him for provoking the attack. Now, while the zombie threat had been neutralized, they found themselves trapped underground. Even if they attempted to flee now, it would merely prolong their suffering under the pursuit of the undead. They were truly in a dire predicament. There must be another way up. It cannot be the only route, Chu Xian pondered, lost in thought. Though he had seen the Resident Evil series, it had been many years since he last revisited it. After graduating from university, he had settled into a 9-to-5 routine and had not revisited the material for quite some time, so he needed to recall the details. You can't possibly be suggesting the elevator. We checked it when we came down. It was completely inoperable, Matt dismissed, assuming Chu Xian was referring to the elevator. No, I mean the maintenance passage, Chu Xian clarified, remembering that in the original storyline, those trapped in the hive ultimately found their way up through a backup route identified by the Red Queen. Given that the staircase and elevator were both impassable, the maintenance passage seemed a plausible alternative. The maintenance passage. Of course, in such a vast underground facility, they must have considered emergency situations. Alice's eyes brightened at the thought. Even if there is a maintenance passage, how do we know where the entrance is? Matt brandished a chair, anxiously warding off an advancing horde of zombies. In the Red Queen's control room, Chu Xian stated. Are you certain? Matt inquired. Let's give it a try, Chu Xian replied. Come on, to the control room. Alice decisively took the lead, with Chu Xian closely following. Observing their retreat towards the control room, Matt felt a twinge of doubt regarding the maintenance corridor's viability. Yet, with no alternative, he relinquished the chair and trailed behind. The zombies, now unimpeded by the chair, pursued them furiously. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the control room, only to find several zombies battering the door. Zombies? Chu Xian, peering through his blindfold, could not clearly discern the creatures, but the shuddering, rigid shadows offered a rough idea. He reached to remove the blindfold. Wait, your gaze is too powerful. If you inadvertently breach the control room door, it would be disastrous, Alice quickly interjected. Fine, then you take it, Chu Xian conceded, recognizing the validity of her point. From this angle, it was nearly impossible to avoid collateral damage to the door. Without hesitation, he handed the pistol to Alice. Aren't you concerned that my aim might be poor and waste bullets? Alice asked, surprised, declining the pistol at first. I have faith in your marksmanship, Chu Xian assured her, nodding confidently. To others, Alice might appear merely ornamental, but as a time traveler, Chu Xian understood her true nature as a double agent. Even with amnesia, her years of training would undoubtedly surpass his own skills by a wide margin. He harbored no fears of her wasting ammunition. Alice glanced at Chu Xian, touched by his unwavering trust, which warmed her heart inexplicably despite their brief acquaintance. No longer hesitating, she accepted the pistol, chambered a round, and prepared to fire. Wait. Just as Alice was about to pull the trigger, Chu Xian halted her. Confused, she looked at him, wondering if he had second thoughts about his faith in her. Remember to aim for the head. Only a shot to the head can eliminate a zombie. I understand, Alice nodded, raising her gun to aim at the door. Why did you give her the gun? I'm far more capable, Matt, catching up, exclaimed upon seeing Chu Xian hand the pistol to Alice. As a member of the resistance against the Umbrella Corporation, he prided himself on his shooting skills. Why entrust the weapon to her, especially when headshots were necessary? Wasn't that a waste of ammunition? Given Alice's delicate appearance, how could she possibly hit anything? However, before Matt could voice his objections, Alice had already taken aim and fired at the zombies at the door. With a resounding crack, a bullet erupted from the muzzle, hurtling at high speed towards the skull of a zombie that was persistently banging on the door. The poor creature had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos before it collapsed lifelessly. Ha ha ha. The other zombies, drawn by the sound of gunfire, turned in unison, only to be met with an onslaught of bullets. With a series of sharp reports, bullets pierced through the heads of the undead. In a fleeting moment, 4 or 5 zombies lay slain by Alice, each shot a precise headshot. Chapter 6. Hand in hand to the control room. Spence's jealousy goodness. Her marksmanship is extraordinary. Matt stood transfixed, watching Alice fire relentlessly as the zombies fell one by one, their heads exploding upon impact. Even as a member of the resistance, trained for combat, he doubted his ability to hit zombies repeatedly in the dimly lit corridor, let alone land such pinpoint shots. Yet, here was Alice, a mere girl, accomplishing the seemingly impossible. His gaze shifted to Chu Xian, filled with confusion, questioning who exactly he was and how he knew the weaknesses of the zombies. It seems to be resolved, Chu Xian remarked, observing the zombies that had been pounding on the door tumble down. Indeed, it is resolved. Here is your handgun back. Alice nodded, returning the pistol to Chu Xian. However, he pressed her hand back down and said, your skills with this handgun will yield greater advantages in your possession. Alice felt a swell of gratitude at Chu Xian's trust. Acknowledging the gravity of their situation, she recognized that the pistol would indeed serve her better. So she accepted it without further protest. Let us go? Alice grasped Chu Xian's hand and dashed towards the door of the control room. Since Chu Xian placed such confidence in her, she felt compelled to reciprocate. Did you hear that? Inside the control room, the assault technician Chad suddenly jolted, glancing at the others. It sounded like gunfire. Could it be that Jedi is still alive? Rain also paused in her bandaging, her eyes lighting up with hope as she prepared to open the door. The entire assault team, whether alive or deceased, was present. The only one unaccounted for was Jedi, who had been dragged into the elevator by zombies. Wait, that is impossible. We all witnessed his demise in the elevator. Spence quickly intervened, shaking his head. At the moment Jedi opened the elevator door, he was overwhelmed by the throng of zombies that surged forth. In such circumstances, how could he possibly have survived? Rain fell silent. Everyone in the hive had turned into zombies, and the only assault team member outside, Jedi, was dead. Who, then, had just fired the gun? Just then, as the group pondered this mystery, the doorknob was suddenly twisted open. Rain instinctively raised her handgun towards the door. Don't shoot, it's us. Alice, taken aback by the presence of others in the control room, quickly raised her hands in surrender. Hurry, come in. Rain exhaled in relief upon seeing Alice. Initially mistaking the commotion for a haunting, it soon became evident that it was merely Alice, though the source of her firearm remained a mystery. Regardless, as long as she was alive, there was no cause for concern. Promptly, she cleared a path. Alice swiftly ushered Chu Xian into the control room, with Matt closely following. Just as the trio entered, a horde of zombies surged in behind them, frantically attempting to breach the room. Quick assist! Matt exclaimed as he entered the control room and hastily shut the door. However, the force of the zombies outside was overwhelming. He could not manage it alone and sought help from his companions. Seizing the moment, Spence rushed to lend his aid but was injured by a zombie in the process. Nevertheless, with their combined strength, they managed to secure the door, allowing the group to exhale in relief. As Spence turned to check on Alice, he was taken aback to find her hand intertwined with Chu Xian's. A fiery anger ignited within him. He had been guarding the door for Alice, sustaining injuries, only to discover his partner holding another man's hand. Although their marriage was a facade, his feelings for her were genuine, and this unexpected betrayal left him seething. Step aside, he commanded, forcefully pushing between Alice and Chu Xian. Alice, bewildered, could not fathom Spence's sudden outburst. Are you all right? Rain inquired, approaching them. We're fine. Matt replied tersely. Who is he? Rain asked, glancing at the puzzled Chu Xian. A survivor we encountered on the way. Chu Xian, Alice replied candidly. A survivor? In a place that has descended into chaos? Spence scoffed, rolling his eyes. Clearly, the presence of an additional survivor did not lift his spirits, especially considering that had it not been for Chu Xian's timely arrival, he would not have been injured. Your inability to survive outside does not imply that others cannot, Chu Xian stated calmly. We couldn't, yet you managed to sneak in here, Spence retorted with a scoff. Enough. Our priority now is to survive, Rain interjected impatiently, sensing the tension between the two. What is the situation outside? Chad inquired. It's dire, Matt lamented, recalling the collapsed staircase with a shake of his head. Success or failure hinges on Chu Xian. Sometimes, having a competent teammate is not necessarily a boon. We have no choice but to await rescue. If we lose contact, they will send help, correct? Spence directed his question towards Chad. A sudden silence enveloped the room. Neither Rain nor Chad offered a response. What's wrong? What's the matter? Spence sensed something amiss and pressed for answers. Our time is running out, Chad replied solemnly. The airlock will automatically seal within an hour. If we cannot escape before then, we may never leave. Rain explained, her voice heavy with urgency. What nonsense is this? Are we to be buried alive here? Spence exclaimed in frustration. They had exerted great effort to investigate, only to find themselves in need of assistance with no rescue in sight, destined to be sealed within these confines. Is there any justice in that? To prevent any contamination from escaping, sealing off this area was their only recourse. Lane despondently sank to the ground and spoke calmly, clearly having lost all hope of leaving this place. As an operative, she was well aware that those above had already clarified the situation here. Thus, there was no prospect of reinforcements. Everything was prioritized for the safety of those outside. Damn it. We are trapped half a mile underground. And you only now tell us this? Spence was on the brink of a breakdown. He was nearly out of the hive when these individuals insisted on bringing him along. Now that escape was impossible, they revealed there would be no support. And they were all to perish here. What a farce. In that moment, not just him, but everyone except Chu Xian and Alice felt utterly disheartened. Clearly, no one believed they could leave this place safely. Chu Xian knew there were alternative exits, and Alice chose to trust him, addressing the group. We can escape through the maintenance passage. The maintenance passage? Lane, Spence, and Chad turned to Alice in unison. Chu Xian mentioned there is a maintenance passage in the control room. If we can locate the entrance, we will surely find a way out, Alice continued. How could a blind man possibly know of any exit? Spence, already envious of Alice holding Chu Xian's hand, was further incensed at her trust in someone who was blind and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chapter 7. Do you believe me when I say I am just a worker? Noticing Spence's animosity towards Chu Xian, Alice furrowed her brow, her regard for him diminishing significantly, before resolutely stating, I believe him. With that, she began searching for the entrance to the maintenance passage within the control room. Humph, Spence scoffed, leaning against the wall, simmering with frustration. I will assist. Matt, though skeptical of Chu Xian, recognized his abilities and reasoned that he wouldn't joke with his own life, thus choosing to temporarily trust him. As for Lane and Chad, they remained unmoved. Having arrived here first, if there were indeed any entrances, they would have discovered them long ago and thus held no belief in the existence of a maintenance passage. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, Matt soon despaired, shaking his head at the group. I knew it. This blind man is merely spouting nonsense. How could you believe him? Spence remarked, wearing a knowing expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. There's no need to search. We already looked after we came in, and there is nothing. Lane turned to Alice, urging her to reconsider. She had intended to say this earlier, but seeing everyone in despair, she couldn't bear to shatter the last glimmer of hope they held. It shouldn't be. How could there be nothing? Alice furrowed her brows, a look of perplexity adorning her face. Perhaps the entrance had been obscured. She could inquire with the Red Queen, who should possess the knowledge. Chu Xian had merely watched the film and was familiar with the storyline, yet he remained ignorant of the exact location of that entrance, only aware that it lay within the control room. Initially, he had hoped to resolve the issue without activating the Red Queen, but it now appeared that such an approach was futile. Upon hearing this, Alice's eyes lit up. She seized Chad's package and strode towards the laser corridor. It contained the motherboard, and once inserted into the computer, it would allow for the reboot of the Red Queen. Wait, what are you doing? Spence exclaimed, hastily restraining her. Perplexed. Of course, I am rebooting the Red Queen, Alice replied, shaking off Spence's grip and continuing her advance. This is madness, Spence muttered, witnessing Alice's determination to restart the Red Queen. He could hardly believe that she would embark on such a perilous endeavor simply due to Chu Xian's words, especially given the terrifying power of the Red Queen that he had witnessed firsthand. 4 elite soldiers, including their captain, James, had been reduced to mere fragments by the laser corridor. Could it truly be rebooted? Was she willing to gamble with her life? Turning to Leanne and Chad, he questioned, aren't you going to intervene? We have no other options. Can it possibly get any worse? Leanne remained unimpressed. Waiting here means certain death. Activating it brings the same fate. It makes no difference. If she wishes to try, let her. Since we are trying, I shall assist. Chad, feeling rather idle, resembled a drowning man. Even though he recognized the dangers of rebooting the Red Queen, he was nonetheless prepared to take the risk. It was not that he had faith in Chu Xian, but rather a belief that the Red Queen, as the central hub of the hive, might possess knowledge of alternative paths. When the Red Queen was initially powered down, Alice had been present, thus she was familiar with the operation and swiftly inserted the motherboard into the mainframe. Chad also installed the circuit breaker to prevent the Red Queen from recklessly activating the laser. This is sheer insanity, Spence lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, he could not halt their actions and could only watch as the Red Queen was rebooted, casting a malevolent glance towards Chu Xian. Although hope seemed illusory, the group still clung to it. Once the Red Queen was rebooted and it became evident that no other paths remained, he would be free to unleash his wrath upon Chu Xian without any opposition. Unfazed by Spence's threatening gaze, Chu Xian appeared indifferent. In truth, he could hardly perceive it, nor could he claim to care. Indeed, even if he had seen it, it would matter little. With his laser eyes, none here could withstand a single glance from him. Buzz. At that moment, a crimson light flickered, signifying the successful reboot of the Red Queen. Ah, we meet again. I surmise the situation has spiraled out of control. The mocking voice of the Red Queen resonated through the speakers. She had warned them not to shut her down, yet they had persisted in their obstinacy. Without her control, all the sealed doors of the hive have swung open, and the undead roam freely, prompting a desperate search for her. Hand over the switch. I shall incinerate this wretch. Facing the Red Queen's taunts, Rain charged at Chad, intent on seizing the controller. Do not underestimate her just because she is a woman. Any female who has passed the selection of special forces is not to be trifled with. Her temper is as fiery as her resolve, and she is ready to obliterate this computer at a moment's notice. The others rushed to restrain her, for their only hope of survival now rested with the Red Queen. Should she be destroyed, their chances of escape would vanish entirely. I warned you, echoed the Red Queen's voice from the speakers. What transpired here? Rain inquired, striving for calm. There was a flaw in the research, came the reply. And what exactly is the T-virus? Matt interjected, having come to investigate the T-virus. The T-virus represents a significant medical breakthrough, possessing immense military value, the Red Queen elaborated. What relevance does this have to our current catastrophe? Chad questioned. Infected individuals retain minuscule electrical charges in their brains. Simultaneously, the T-virus generates substantial shockwaves to facilitate cellular growth. In simpler terms, it can revive the dead, albeit merely for mechanical movements driven by basic needs. The Red Queen continued her explanation. What does that imply? Chad asked, bewildered. They require sustenance, the Red Queen stated plainly. How can we eliminate them? Rain posed the most pressing question on her mind. The zombies exhibit sluggish movements. If they could be dispatched, perhaps escape was feasible. However, were she aware that the exit had already been obliterated by Chu Xian, her enthusiasm might wane. Sever the spine or deal a critical blow to the brain. The Red Queen instructed. Indeed, as Chu Xian had said, Alice realized with clarity. Chu Xian had spoken the truth. Thus, the matter of repairing the passage remained a certainty. What did he say? Rain queried Alice with confusion. He informed me that one must shoot the zombies in the head to kill them, Alice divulged without reservation. Is that so? Rain narrowed her eyes, suddenly aiming her gun at Chu Xian. What are you doing? Alice exclaimed, taken aback by Rain's abrupt shift in target. Quickly positioning herself in front of Chu Xian. Chu Xian revealed to us how to eliminate the zombies. He deserves credit. How could she treat him so? We have only just learned of these creatures' origins, yet he, a blind man, knew from the outset. Do you not find that peculiar? Moreover, the entire hive's personnel are deceased, leaving him as the sole survivor. Does that not strike you as scientifically implausible? Rain unleashed a barrage of inquiries at Alice, then turned her intense gaze upon Chu Xian, demanding, speak. Who are you truly? In the next moment, all eyes converged upon Chu Xian. Initially, it had not seemed overly suspicious, but upon further reflection, his presence appeared decidedly irrational. Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Chu Xian felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that his well-intentioned disclosure would instead arouse suspicion. With a resigned gesture, he spread his hands and said, Do you truly believe that I am merely an ordinary worker who inadvertently stumbled into this place? Chapter 8. The Valkyrie seeks comfort, and Spence is driven to frustration. What do you think? Upon hearing Chu Xian's response, Ryan rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly indicating that she thought him insincere. Unwilling to even craft a plausible excuse, she did not trust him in the slightest. Well, there's nothing more to be done. Don't say I didn't warn you. Anyone bitten by a zombie is infected with the T-virus. Would you prefer to spend your remaining time seeking an escape or waste it delving into the details? Chu Xian stated calmly, not wishing to squander any more time. Phew. Thankfully, I was only scratched, Spence exhaled in relief. A scratch can still lead to infection. Chu Xian replied evenly. Impossible. How could there be such a formidable virus in this world? Spence exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. You must want him to perish and join Alice in the afterlife. He could hardly believe that one could be infected after merely a few scratches. Are you trying to frighten us? Ryan echoed his disbelief. Am I indeed frightening you? Chu Xian looked up at the Red Queen and inquired. Swiftly, the crowd redirected their gaze toward the Red Queen. A human can lie, but a computer cannot. Thus, they all hoped that Chu Xian was fabricating his claims, wishing to avoid the fate of becoming zombies. What he says is indeed accurate. The T-virus mutates at an alarming rate, from its initial spread through the air conditioning, contaminating the entire base, to now, in less than 24 hours, it has exhibited uncontrollable rapid mutations, evolving from liquid to gas and now to blood transmission. It is capable of corresponding evolution based on its environment, rendering it nearly indestructible. I cannot allow the contamination to escape the hive. With the Red Queen's elucidation, the gathered individuals finally comprehended why she had sealed off the area, exterminating all remaining survivors. Simultaneously, their understanding of the T-virus deepened their fear of it. If it could spread through the air and via blood, was it not likely that they had all been infected? At this juncture, the crowd lost all interest in investigating Chu Xian's identity. I have detected that my system's mainboard circuit breaker has been compromised. Was it you who did this? The Red Queen swiftly identified the issue and posed her query. Tell us where the maintenance passage is, Alice asked. There is indeed an entrance to the maintenance passage, but why should I divulge that information to you? The Red Queen's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. On that basis, if you refuse to cooperate, we shall promptly incinerate your mainboard. Chad's eyes lit up upon hearing the Red Queen's words. Realizing that there indeed existed a maintenance passage, he raised his controller in a threatening manner. The Red Queen fell silent. After a prolonged pause, the steel floor trembled, revealing a hatch. The group expressed their astonishment, not expecting a way out to truly exist. They looked toward Chu Xian, feeling a sense of mystery and profound depth surrounding him. This individual seemed to possess an understanding of the entire hive that surpassed their imagination. They wondered about his true identity. Chu Xian, however, was unfazed. He had already revealed his true self, and if they chose not to believe him, what could he do? The group descended the steel ladder and soon found themselves in the maintenance passage. It was pitch dark around them, with numerous pathways diverging in all directions, rendering it impossible to discern which way to go. According to the map provided by the Red Queen, they should. Chad raised his arm, activating the screen, preparing to follow the navigation from the Red Queen. Do you see the pipe above? Chu Xian inquired of Alice. Yes, I see it, Alice replied, quickly locating the pipe. Let us follow the pipe, Chu Xian instructed. All right, she affirmed. Having successfully deduced multiple times, Alice had come to trust Chu Xian's words implicitly. Without hesitation, she led him toward the direction in which the pipe extended. Hey, what are you two doing? Chad exclaimed, noticing their departure from the group. The map provided by the Red Queen leads this way. He quickly cautioned them. If you trust the Red Queen, then just follow her map. I have no objections. Chu Xian replied dismissively, not even glancing back. In the original narrative, the Red Queen had indeed provided a false route, leading them to become ensnared by zombies. As a time traveler, he was not one to fall for such tricks. Matt hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to follow Chu Xian. This individual possessed extraordinary abilities and had an intricate understanding of the hive's information. Though following him might be hazardous, the likelihood of success seemed the highest. What should we do? Chad queried, observing the three moving ahead, glancing at Rain. What else can we do? Rain retorted, moving toward Chu Xian's direction. With no other choice, Chad followed suit. Hey, you can't possibly trust that blind man. He can't even see the map. Are you all insane? Spence voiced his dissatisfaction from behind, attempting to steer the two back onto the correct path. We may not trust him, but we trust the computer even less, Rain's voice echoed from ahead. Damn it. Although Spence felt disgruntled toward Chu Xian and doubted that a blind man could indicate the correct route, everyone else was running ahead. If he chose not to follow them, he would be left to fend for himself. Without a weapon, he would surely meet his demise if confronted by zombies. Reluctantly, he cursed under his breath and followed along. As Chu Xian navigated through the dimly lit passage, he stumbled unexpectedly, tripping over something, and fell forward. Alice instinctively turned at the sound behind her, only to find Chu Xian plunging into her embrace. Originally bracing for a fall, Chu Xian was momentarily entranced by the softness and fragrance before him, his thoughts wandering. Are you all right? Alice inquired with genuine concern. No, I'm fine. Chu Xian, even in his blindness, understood precisely where his face had landed, quickly straightening himself. Hold on to me, don't stray too far. Aware of the dim lighting, Alice recognized that even she struggled to see, let alone Chu Xian with his blindfold. Thus, she grasped his hand and placed it on her waist as they continued onward. Feeling Alice's firm waist and its supple texture stirred a wave of excitement within Chu Xian. He couldn't help but relish the moment. After all, a Valkyrie was a Valkyrie, her form alluring even before any transformation. However, while Chu Xian savored the encounter, Spencer was far from pleased. Witnessing Chu Xian tumble into Alice's arms, and her not only refraining from reprimanding him, but also encouraging him to hold her waist, ignited a fire in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, internally seething. You blind fool, just wait. Daring to embrace my woman, you're finished. There's no way forward, Alice suddenly announced. Halting in her tracks, the group looked up to find the passage ahead sealed, inadvertently leading them to a dead end. A dead end indeed. See, I told you this blind man's words were unreliable. Now you see it. Spencer, reveling in Chu Xian's misstep, was elated. Serves you right for embracing my woman. Now let us see how you handle this mistake. All right, perhaps the Red Queen might be more trustworthy, Rena sighed in resignation. She had followed not out of faith in Chu Xian, but rather a lack of trust in the Red Queen. With no path remaining, she mused that sometimes even reverse reasoning might not be reliable. Yet, having held little hope to begin with, she couldn't claim to be too disappointed. I said we ought to follow the map, Chad remarked as he fiddled with the map, seeking an alternative route. This shouldn't be. Matt looked at Chu Xian, bewildered. You've been accurate countless times before. Why is it different this time? Mr. Chu Xian, Alice turned her gaze to him. Are there any ventilation shafts in the pipeline? Chu Xian, unfazed, posed the question back to Alice. There is indeed a ventilation shaft. If we ascend through it, won't that lead us to an exit? Upon hearing this, Alice was momentarily taken aback before her eyes brightened with excitement. Previously, Chu Xian had mentioned a maintenance passage within the Red Queen's control room, prompting her instinctively to think of following that route to escape. However, she hadn't considered that the maintenance passage was below while the ventilation duct was above. They needed to ascend, ultimately leading them to the ventilation shaft. With this realization, Alice hastily climbed up the adjacent duct. Soon, it was confirmed that the ventilation shaft was a viable passage. Shouting downwards, he called out, Mr. Chu, the ventilation shaft is accessible. I will pull you up. There really is an exit. How wonderful, exclaimed Lane, her eyes sparkling with delight. I told you, the Red Queen cannot be trusted. Chu Xian is reliable, Matt remarked. Indeed. Following Chu Xian is certainly the right choice, Chad added, setting down the map in agreement. A gaggle of opportunists. Spencer, witnessing yet another opportunity to chastise Chu Xian slip away, shook his head in resignation. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, figures of zombies began to emerge from the surrounding corridors, each one howling as they rushed to escape. Zombies. Quick, up we go, Chad shouted, alerting everyone. The group understood the dire fate that awaited those caught by the undead, and they scrambled up the shaft. With a thunderous crash, as soon as they ascended, the rusted iron door at the base of the corridor collapsed under the weight of the encroaching zombies. A horde surged forth, yet they could not reach the group, only gazing up pitifully as the others entered the ventilation shaft. Phew, that was close. I knew the Red Queen would never let us leave. She was just biding her time, Lane sighed in relief. Had we followed the map, we would have likely found ourselves surrounded down below, Chad expressed, shaken by the near miss. Fortuitously, they had opted to follow Chu Xian. Otherwise, they would have been trapped while he and his companions had already escaped into the ventilation shaft. This man was indeed formidable. It appeared that to find a way out, they must cling closely to him. Matt gazed at Chu Xian with newfound admiration, his trust elevated to a higher echelon from that moment on. He had resolved to firmly attach himself to Chu Xian's side. This fellow had likely seen through the Red Queen's ulterior motives from the very beginning. He was a formidable presence that needed to be dealt with expediently, Spencer contemplated as he observed Chu Xian's back. Truly, Chu Xian seemed capable of resolving any predicament in this world. Alice's gaze towards Chu Xian grew ever more intense, her curiosity about his true identity intensifying. From the moment she had encountered him, he had exuded an air of enigma. Not only did he possess terrifying supernatural abilities, but he also displayed an intimate understanding of the hive. Everything he said resonated with truth. What forces lay behind him? At that moment, Chu Xian remained oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. Having narrowly escaped the zombie trap, he recalled the Red Queen's other contingency and urged Alice. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should make our departure swiftly. Agreed. Alice nodded, leading the way further into the depths of the ventilation shaft. Chu Xian followed closely, and the others, unwilling to linger, hurriedly trailed behind. As the group crawled onward, they soon arrived at an upper level. Lifting the metal barrier, they finally emerged into the upper floor. Exiting the ventilation shaft and entering the spacious laboratory, Lane finally exhaled in relief and jested. Once we get out of here, I believe I will indulge in some pleasures. Indeed. I suppose I should take a shower first, Matt remarked. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Although it was a maintenance passage, it also served as a conduit for water, electricity, and gas, and had not been cleaned for years. Emerging from it felt akin to exiting a restroom, reeking of unpleasant odors. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of having escaped from danger brought them immense joy. However, amidst the merriment, Alice fell into silence, gazing at the familiar surroundings. As a torrent of memories from the laboratory flooded her mind, she hastily called out to her companions. What is it? They turned to Alice, puzzled, unable to comprehend why she hesitated when they were so close to freedom. Alice did not respond. Instead, she slowly approached a laboratory door, her gaze lost in the past. A vivid memory overlapped with the present. Numerous busy researchers conducting experiments on rabbits. They first injected a blue serum, followed by a green one. And soon the infected rabbits returned to normal. At this moment, Alice turned to Rain with a spark of excitement. It can be cured. What? The group stared at Alice, bewildered. There is an antidote here. You will be fine. You are saved. As Alice spoke, she moved toward the laboratory. Upon hearing there was a cure, the others were elated and quickly followed suit. Chu Xian realized that the actual antidote had already been taken away. He intended to warn them, but hesitated. Recalling how he had previously been threatened by Rain for his good intentions, he ultimately chose silence. Unable to explain how he knew Spencer had stolen it or where it was hidden on the train, he could not possibly reveal that he was a time traveler. Soon, they all entered the laboratory. Wait, how do you know the antidote is here? Matt had begun to harbor doubts about Alice when she had shot a zombie with precision. Now, seeing her assert knowledge of the T-virus antidote only deepened his suspicion, prompting him to ask urgently. I was about to steal the virus. I am your sister's contact. Alice admitted hesitantly. You betrayed her. Matt's expression darkened instantly as he questioned her. I don't know. I can't remember, Alice replied, reaching for the antidote. I want the truth. Matt seized Alice's arm firmly. I truly do not remember, Alice insisted, shaking off his grip and dashing inside. Watching Alice's retreating figure, Matt's gaze was conflicted. Without Alice, he would likely have perished at the hands of his zombified sister, let alone reach this place. However, as Alice was Lisa's contact, her involvement raised significant doubts. Yet, with the urgency of saving lives at hand, he could not continually impede Alice with inquiries. He would have to wait until she found the antidote to address the matter further. The laboratory had been inundated with water. Despite the unlocked door allowing much of it to flow away, the remaining water still reached Alice's knees. As she approached the entrance, she set her handgun aside and began to forcefully turn the door handle. In no time, the massive blast door was twisted open. However, to her dismay, the interior was utterly desolate. Behind her, Spence entered, gazing at the familiar surroundings as memories surged forth. Soon, he regained his recollection. Initially, Matt's sister Lisa had indeed rendezvoused with Alice to exchange codes with the intent of stealing the virus. Yet, this scheme was overheard by Alice's partner, Spence. Realizing the black market value of the T-virus, he exploited the eavesdropped codes to infiltrate and purloin it. During Alice's meeting with Lisa, she had articulated her purpose of annihilating Umbrella, prompting Spence to toss a vial of the virus onto the ground before his departure, intending to eliminate everyone in the laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, the Red Queen had a contingency plan at the hive's perimeter, resulting in him being incapacitated by gas on the train and subsequently discovered and taken back to the hive by an incoming assault team. It can be said that Spence truly harbored feelings for Alice, desiring her happiness, which led him to commit a grievous error, ultimately ensnaring himself. Spence. Alice turned, noticing his troubled expression, and inquired with confusion. However, Spence ignored her, his gaze fixated on the handgun she had left at the door. Chapter 10, Alice's Confession. Spence goes mad realizing the precariousness of the situation. Alice lunged toward the handgun. Yet, she was a moment too late. Just as she was about to reach it, Spence had already seized the weapon, aiming it at her. Resigned, Alice could only retreat. What is going on? Chad sensed the tension and hurried to draw his weapon. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Chad cried out in agony as he was struck in the arm, the handgun falling into the water. This brief moment afforded Rain the opportunity to raise her gun towards Spence. Damn it, that bastard shot my arm. Rain, shoot him, Chad urged. I can't, Rain stammered, blinking rapidly in an effort to focus on Spence's location. However, infected by the T-virus, her pupils had clouded, her vision impaired, rendering her unable to see clearly. More alarmingly, her fingers began to stiffen, losing control. After several futile attempts to fire, the handgun slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. It seems luck is not on your side, Spence smirked, taunting them. After regaining his memory, he had acquired a handgun, while Chad and Rain each possessed one as well. Assessing the threat level of the two, he chose to fire at Chad first. Had Rain not been bitten by a zombie, she would have been able to seize the opportunity to control him. Regrettably, she had been infected with the T-virus for far too long, resulting in the loss of her vision and stiffness in her limbs, leaving her powerless as he seized control of the situation. However, Spence's moment of triumph was short-lived. A female researcher, now a zombie, slowly rose behind him and lunged at his shoulder, attempting to bite him. In pain, Spence swiftly turned around and shot the zombie in the head. Matt, seizing this opportunity, rushed toward the handgun that Lane had dropped. Unfortunately, just as he grasped the weapon, Spence had already redirected his gun at Matt's head. This bullet may serve a greater purpose, and I refuse to waste it on you. So, drop the handgun and step back, Spence commanded. With no other choice, Matt complied, placing the handgun down and raising his hands in surrender. As Spence aimed his gun at everyone present, he bent down to retrieve the handgun from the ground. Finally armed with dual weapons, Spence regained complete control over the situation. His demeanor triumphant as he gazed at Alice with a seductive allure, saying, "Come with me. Together we can acquire anything we desire. Wealth awaits us beyond these walls." an abundance beyond your wildest imagination. Although he had been bitten, it mattered little to him. He had brought both the T-virus and the antidote, which were stowed in the rear of the vehicle discovered by the assault team. As long as he could escape, a vial of the antidote would ensure his safety. Furthermore, the T-virus could fetch a fortune on the underground market. A life of luxury and endless wealth awaited him outside. As long as Alice agreed to accompany him, he was willing to share this vast fortune. However, in the face of his temptation, Alice seemed to see through him, calmly responding, "Do you believe that is my dream?" "Whatever your dreams may be, with money we can make them a reality," Spence persisted. "I will not go with you." Alice firmly rejected him. "Is it because of him?" Spence, enraged by Alice's clear refusal, turned his gun toward Chu Xian, demanding an explanation. "What does this have to do with me?" Chu Xian replied, somewhat perplexed. As everyone present might have offended Spence, yet he had done nothing and could not fathom why he was implicated. "This is not my concern," Alice quickly clarified, seeing that Chu Xian was being dragged into the conflict because of her. "Look, I told you it has nothing to do with me," Chu Xian added. "Be silent. You two have been all over each other along the way. Do you think I am blind?" Spence finally unleashed the frustration he had accumulated throughout their journey. Roaring in fury, "Yes, I do like him. Is that enough for you?" Alice, sensing that Spence would not be swayed by explanations, chose to admit her feelings directly, hoping to resolve the matter between them and encourage Spence to leave without any further incidents. Great, now it's all a mess, Chu Xian thought, realizing Alice had used him as a shield in this predicament, shaking his head in resignation. Originally, whether it was Alice holding his hand or allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist, it was merely an act of consideration for his impaired vision. There was nothing more between them. However, with Alice's acknowledgement, he found himself irrevocably ensnared. The moment Alice confessed, Spence felt an overwhelming hum in his mind, a searing pain in his chest, and an unbearable discomfort as he furiously questioned, "He's just a blind man. What makes him superior to me? At least he wouldn't deceive me." Alice responded calmly, "Oh really? Do you genuinely believe him when he claims to be an ordinary worker?" Spence was incensed to the point of laughter as he retorted, "I am indeed a worker," Chu Xian reiterated, a statement he hadn't fabricated. "Enough. A worker stumbling upon the most secure biochemical research facility in the world? Do you truly think we are all fools?" Spence scoffed. "I believe him. Forget about being a worker. I would believe him even if he claimed to have traveled through time," Alice asserted confidently. Although Chu Xian's every utterance seemed incredulous, there was no denying the truth in his words. Compared to the absurdity of a one-eyed man confronting a horde of zombie dogs, the notion of Chu Xian being merely a worker seemed far more plausible. "Is that even possible?" Chu Xian blushed, realizing the truth in the Valkyrie's words. "Ha. So you actually fancy a blind man, do you? Then go perish with him." Spence was utterly enraged, aiming his dual guns at both Chu Xian and Alice. If he could not have her, he would rather see them both destroyed. After all, as long as he lived and could bring the T-virus out, untold riches awaited him. And he could attain something far better. "Heh, you truly fall short of even a fraction of him," Alice said, utterly disillusioned by Spence's demeanor. She could not fathom why she had once engaged in a charade with him. "I am inferior to him. That blind man." Though she had already harbored murderous intent, Spence's final taunt ignited his fury. "Is there any truth in your words? A wretch like you? I could easily end you with a single glare." Chu Xian understood that their conflict was irreconcilable and no longer held back, sneering. "What nonsense? You could end me with a glare? Ha ha. Oh, Alice, how could a hive agent like you take a liking to a fool? I truly pity you." Spence could not contain himself, bursting into laughter. The fact that he, a blind man, was already subject to his disdain and now revealed to be a fool was an unbearable irony. It was a grand joke that Alice had such poor taste to fancy someone so foolish. "Hey, brother, I've tolerated you long enough. Constantly calling him a blind man and a fool. You think I'm a sickly cat because I haven't retaliated? Speak another word, and I swear I'll end you." Chu Xian, continuously berated, felt a surge of anger as he ripped off the blindfold, coldly warning, "Very well. You blind fool, I stand here today for you to glare at me. Let us see how you intend to kill me with your gaze." Seeing that Chu Xian was genuinely intent on using his eyes as a lethal weapon, Spence prepared to strike at his heart, hoping to make Alice fully recognize the foolishness of Chu Xian, perhaps swaying her to return to him. "Calm down, Spence is doomed." Observing the arrogant Spence, Matt let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that Spence might shoot Chu Xian on impulse. Unexpectedly, this man had lost his senses, daring to withstand Chu Xian's gaze, the same man who had once caused a horde of zombies and even the staircase to collapse with a mere look. At that moment, Matt viewed Spence as already dead. What had he just said? Spence was doomed? Rain tilted her head, bewildered, thinking perhaps her hearing was failing her along with her vision. It was unbelievable that they had been let out by a fool. Chad also found it hard to believe that Chu Xian could kill Spence with a single glare and shook his head in resignation. Alice, exasperated, looked at Spence as if he were the biggest fool. She had seen reckless behavior before, but nothing compared to Spence's audacity. No one understood the power of Chu Xian's gaze better than she did. With that laser-like focus, if fully unleashed, it could likely cause the entire hive to crumble. Yet he was voluntarily stepping into this confrontation. It was rather evident who the real fool was. What's the matter? Can't your blind eyes open? I'll give you 5 seconds. If they remain shut, I'll send you on your way. 5, 4, 3. Spence had been bitten by a zombie and needed an antidote, so he had no time to waste on Chu Xian and began his countdown. Very well. If you desire death so ardently, I shall oblige. As Chu Xian saw Spence's eagerness for demise, he had no further reservations. Just as Spence was nearing the end of his countdown, Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 11. A single gaze to annihilate Spence, leaving everyone stunned. With the instant Chu Xian opened his eyes, his pupils adjusted to the light, activating his laser vision. A terrifying red beam shot forth from his eyes, targeting the laughing Spence. Chu Xian was true to his word, delivering a lethal glance without a second to spare. After casting a quick look, he turned away with grace, nonchalantly donning his blindfold. Not even checking Spence's fate, his movements were fluid and elegant. Spence's smile froze, his head slowly lowering. He was horrified to discover a large hole in his chest. Through this gaping wound, he could even see the shimmering surface of the water behind him, rendering him completely dumbfounded. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose as he gazed incredulously at Chu Xian. Impossible. What kind of monster are you? Before he could finish his words, he collapsed backward, unable to support himself any longer. As the body made contact with the water's surface, an abundance of white steam erupted, seemingly due to the excessive heat, resembling a duck being cooked. His eyes widened in disbelief, refusing to close. He possessed 2 handguns, and if Chu Xian remained unable to open his eyes, he would still reign supreme over the scene. Yet, tragically, love clouded his judgment. His overwhelming desire to turn the tide and to be with Alice ultimately cost him his life. What transpired? Had I just glimpsed a red light? What was happening? Rain, afflicted by the T-virus, found her vision blurred and unfocused, catching only a fleeting glimpse of red before hearing something fall into the water. Her expression one of bewilderment as she inquired further. It was Chu Xian, Chad stammered, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Chu Xian was killed? But wait, how could there be no gunfire? What about that red light? Rain pressed on. A blind Chu Xian, confronting Spence, being killed was hardly surprising. Yet, what puzzled her was that if Chu Xian had indeed been slain, gunshots should have echoed, not mere flashes of red. No, it wasn't Chu Xian who was killed. It was Spence, Chad clarified. What? Spence is dead? Killed by Chu Xian? How is that possible? Isn't he blind? Don't tell me he actually killed him with a glare, Rain exclaimed, her mind reeling, momentarily doubting her own hearing. Spence, the puppet master, wielding dual pistols, orchestrating the chaos. And Chu Xian, a blind man, struggling to navigate, reliant on Alice for guidance. In their confrontation, the armed man fell, while the unarmed blind man survived. Such a ludicrous turn of events left her incredulous, almost suspecting Chad was merely trying to comfort her. Despite the disbelief, it was indeed true. Chu Xian had, with a single glance, caused Spence's demise. Chad felt parched as he spoke. As a member of the Special Forces, he had witnessed countless trials. Yet encountering someone like Chu Xian, who could kill merely with his gaze, was unprecedented. It was beyond comprehension. He had never even heard of such a phenomenon. To kill with a mere look? Madness. Either I am insane, or this world is deranged. How could anyone possess the ability to slay with a glance? Upon receiving Chad's affirmation, Rain was left utterly astounded. I knew it. A dozen zombies wouldn't be enough for him to even glance at, and yet they allowed Mr. Chu Xian to see him. How foolish. Matt lamented. Having witnessed Chu Xuan's lethal gaze firsthand, capable of obliterating over a dozen zombies with a single look, even demolishing the staircase in the process, he found it absurd that Spence would invite such peril upon himself. Having encountered foolishness before, he had never encountered someone as foolish as Spence. What? He killed over a dozen zombies with just one look? Rain was even more shocked by Matt's words. She finally grasped Chu Xuan's prowess, astonished by the extent of his abilities. A dozen or so zombies fell lifeless at a mere glance. Is this still human? Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had us all worried. Chad complained to Matt, genuinely believing they were doomed moments ago. You didn't ask either. Matt replied candidly. Rain and Chad's lips twitched. Did such a crucial matter truly require inquiry? Indeed, Chu Xian was as formidable as ever. Alice gazed at the effortlessly departing Chu Xian, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Indeed, as long as he was present, there was no problem insurmountable. That dog, Spence, was in no way comparable to even a fraction of Chu Xian's prowess. Contemplating this, Alice swiftly removed her leather jacket and tossed it onto Spence's lifeless body. Her voice icy as she remarked, "Consider this returned." It signified a definitive severance from Spence, and she then reached for the 2 handguns he had, which were gifts from Chu Xian, tokens of his trust that she could not allow to accompany him in death. Beep, beep, beep. The red light on the camera flickered, seemingly unsettling even the Red Queen monitoring them from the shadows. Click, click, click. The laboratory door slid shut automatically. Damn it. Matt, closest to the entrance, rushed over to reopen it, but was met with the sound of the lock engaging. What is happening? Alice had just reclaimed her handgun and looked up in confusion upon hearing the noise. I don't know. The door just locked itself, Matt replied, equally perplexed. Let me check. Chad, the tech specialist of the squad, rushed over, disregarding the incomplete bandaging on his wound, and after fiddling for a while, lamented, "It's locked. Can't you unlock it?" Matt inquired. "The computer is damaged." Chad raised his arm helplessly. Matt then noticed that Spence's bullet had struck Chad's arm, damaging the very computer he relied upon to unlock the door. Damn, I knew I couldn't trust that witch. Rain, not one to be outdone, quickly deduced that the Red Queen was behind the mischief. Struggling to the fire cabinet, she elbowed through the glass and retrieved the fire axe within, preparing to cleave the door open. Stop struggling, you cannot break free. The Red Queen's voice reverberated through the laboratory's speakers. Why are you confining us? Alice questioned the camera, bewildered. She couldn't comprehend why the Red Queen, having shown them a path to survival, would now seal their fate. One of you is infected. I cannot allow the virus to escape the hive. I will exchange her life for the password. The Red Queen's frigid voice echoed once more from the speaker. Her voice, though childlike, resonated to the others as that of a devil, devoid of any emotion. The antidote is outside. Alice roared. I cannot allow any risk. The infected must perish. The Red Queen's voice remained as cold as ever. For her, safeguarding the hive and preventing any viral outbreak was of utmost importance. Thus, she could not entertain any potential risks. Had the neurotoxin not already been released, she would have unhesitatingly deployed it once more to ensure the complete isolation of the group. At this juncture, executing the infected individual, thereby permitting the uninfected yet potentially exposed to escape, was her greatest concession. There was no room for negotiation. Rain had to die. She spoke the truth. This was the only solution. Kill me. Rain remained silent for a long while, a grim smile gracing her lips before she relinquished the axe to Alice. She could not allow herself to be the sole reason for everyone's demise. No, that was unacceptable. Alice shook her head and stepped back. After enduring half a day of shared tribulation, she had come to regard Rain as a friend. She could not bear the thought of sacrificing her teammate to save herself. The others, witnessing Rain's willingness to sacrifice for them, felt a profound sorrow, yet they could not conceive a way to escape, their faces etched with pain. Act now, or we shall all perish here, Rain urged. Let me handle it. Chu Xian waved his hand, signaling the others to step aside. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Chu Xian's gaze is formidable. He can surely breach it. Matt's eyes brightened at the suggestion, quickly clearing a path. Are you certain you can do it? If you damage the lock and cannot break through, we will be utterly trapped here, Chad said, reaching out to stop Chu Xian as he passed. This steel door is no human. Your laser that can cut through flesh may not breach this door. If the high temperature damages the lock and it cannot be reopened, even if the Red Queen provides the code, we would remain locked out. It was indeed a perilous endeavor. It is worth a try, Chu Xian replied calmly. True. His laser had penetrated zombies and walls, yet he had never tested it against such a robust steel blast door. However, he believed that the laser capable of piercing even adamantium would not be thwarted by a mere bank vault door. Chad hesitated but ultimately chose to step back. When weighed against the lives of his comrades, he preferred to let Chu Xian take the risk. Everyone, step back, Chu Xian announced as he approached the door, removing his eye cover. The others retreated, taking refuge in the water behind him, their eyes fixed anxiously upon him. Although I am unaware of how your eyes can emit laser beams, it will be futile. This is a bank vault-level blast door, impervious even to high explosives. You cannot breach it, the Red Queen's icy voice echoed through the speaker. While Chu Xian's earlier feat of piercing Spencer had astonished her, it was merely a fleeting impression. Her laser channel possessed equivalent capabilities. Yet, against a vault-level blast door, even if Chu Xian could emit laser-level beams, breaching it was beyond possibility. Is that so? We shall see. Chu Xian took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 12. The laser blasted the door, shocking the Red Queen with garbled codes. As Chu Xian opened his eyes, his pupils became sensitive to light, activating his laser vision. A terrifying ruby-red laser shot forth from his eyes, aimed at the blast-proof door. Unlike before, when it pierced through human flesh, this laser did not immediately penetrate the door. Instead, it was halted, casting a crimson glow upon the surface, yet failing to breach it. Seems like it won't work at all. It simply cannot penetrate, Chad remarked, disappointment evident on his face. Truly, this is a vault-level security door, constructed from materials that can withstand extreme temperatures, Matt added, unable to suppress his exclamation. This is not good. Rain, unable to see, felt an unsettling anxiety at their words. Come on, you can do it, Alice silently encouraged Chu Xian. Don't waste your efforts. The door is made of special steel that is blast-proof and high-temperature resistant. There is no way you can melt it, the Red Queen's voice echoed from the speaker, seemingly having anticipated the situation. Oh, indeed, it is highly heat-resistant. In that case, I can shoot with confidence. Chu Xian, undeterred by the Red Queen's taunts, instead displayed excitement on his face. All this time, he had released lasers in a measured manner, never fully able to unleash his power. Now, with such a heat-resistant blast-proof door, he felt compelled to shoot to his heart's content. With the terrifying laser beams raging, the metal door began to glow a deep red at the point of contact. The temperature surged rapidly, and the once incredibly sturdy door began to soften. Coupled with the laser's formidable impact, the door started to cave in and deform. There's movement. The door is starting to soften, Chad exclaimed in delight. As expected of Chu Xian, this laser can heat the blast-proof door to such high temperatures. We are saved. A smile spread across Matt's face. What is happening? I truly want to see. Rain rubbed her eyes vigorously, longing to witness this spectacle of shooting through a door with mere sight. But alas, the T-virus clouded her vision, filling her with regret. I knew Chu Xian would succeed. Alice, witnessing this, clenched her small fists, filled with excitement. It's impossible. How could you emit rays hotter than special steel? The Red Queen's astonished voice resonated through the speaker, seemingly taken aback by the sheer intensity of Chu Xian's laser. Ignoring the inquiries of his companions and the Red Queen, Chu Xian widened his eyes and bellowed, "Open up for me." As his eyes flared with intensity, more areas became sensitive to light, and the output surged, unleashing an even more formidable laser beam. The blast-proof door, already on the verge of collapse under the assault of Chu Xian's laser, could no longer withstand the force and was ultimately pierced. A tremendous impact sent the entire metallic door and molten metal flying outward, crashing directly against the corridor walls. With a resounding roar, the walls succumbed to the force, shattering into fragments. Debris of bricks and cement cascaded to the ground. Only then did Chu Xian slowly close his eyes. As the laser beams dissipated, a scene of utter devastation was left behind. Goodness, the blast door has been breached. Chad's jaw dropped in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and incredulity. That was a blast door, a barrier impervious even to explosives, yet it had been forcefully pried open. Could one truly believe such a thing? This isn't merely a breach. It's completely melted. Matt swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Chu Xian. He was aware of Chu Xian's laser vision, having seen it in action before, but he had not anticipated that the formidable laser beams were not even the full extent of his power. Now, unleashed to its maximum, even specialized blast-resistant steel was reduced to molten metal. What terrifying temperature must that be? Was this the true might of the laser eyes? How terrifying, how awe-inspiring, how delightful. Observing the potency of the laser beams, Alice regarded Chu Xian with the adoration of a devoted fan spotting their idol. Has it truly been activated? Curse that T-virus. Could it not have inflicted some other side effects? Why the eyes? Her longing to witness the spectacle was palpable, amidst the terrifying clamor. Feeling the heat wave against her face, and listening to the discussions of those around her, Rain felt as though she might lose her mind. Here was a chance to witness a miracle, yet she remained blind to it. How could one not feel distressed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The human eye cannot emit such high-temperature rays, nor can it endure their generation. What are you? Even the typically cold and mechanical Red Queen exhibited a semblance of human astonishment, posing an inquiry. As a supercomputer, she simulated based on human DNA, yet found no conceivable scenario in which human eyes could produce such lasers. Even if they could, they would be incapable of withstanding the resulting heat. She could not comprehend how Chu Xian, a mere human, was capable of such feats, unless he was not human at all. But if Chu Xian was not human, then what exactly was he? I'm just an ordinary worker, Chu Xian replied calmly, securing his eye mask as he spoke. Indeed, the human eye could not withstand such extreme temperatures, but that did not imply his eyes needed to endure them. His eyes could open a special spatial portal connecting to the realm of laser elements. Thus, while it appeared as if the rays emanated from his eyes, they actually originated from the laser element space, sparing his eyes from the burden of the ray's impact. He remained, at heart, an ordinary worker. Me, Chu Xian's audacious declaration caused the Red Queen to glitch, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it all. I truly wish to express my disdain for his ancestors. What does it mean to be an ordinary worker? Have you ever encountered an ordinary worker capable of emitting beams from their eyes? If you have nothing to say, then refrain from speaking. Why concoct such absurd tales to deceive her? Do you think it is acceptable to bully her because she is a mere computer? This is excessive. What are you still dawdling for? Let us proceed. Chu Xian, having waited for a considerable time, reminded them upon noticing the lack of action. Yes. Alice, regaining her composure, quickly stepped forward to guide Chu Xian. Be cautious of the molten metal on the ground. The others assisted Ren and followed suit. Just as they departed, a colossal foot crushed the doorway they had just traversed, and a monstrous figure slipped into the laboratory. This creature, entirely muscular, devoid of skin and eyes, resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The monster scoured the laboratory but found no living humans. Ultimately, its attention fell upon the corpse of Spence, and it bit down, commencing its gruesome feast. As Spence was devoured, the newly acquired DNA triggered mutations within the creature's genes, resulting in bulging muscles and an augmented physique, rendering it even more ferocious. Beep, beep, beep. The speakers in the corridor they had vacated began to emit sounds. The mutated creature suddenly lifted its head, straining to listen, and soon sprinted out of the laboratory. It leapt onto the ceiling, pursuing the direction indicated by the Red Queen's voice, swiftly disappearing at the end of the corridor. You cannot escape. You will all perish here. The chilling voice of the Red Queen echoed through the air. Chapter 13. The Terrifying Crawling Machine. Laser reopens the gates of despair without the hindrance of zombies. Chu Xian and his companions soon arrived at the platform. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any noise. As Alice advanced, she surveyed the area, and upon confirming the absence of zombies, she declared, "Let us proceed." Wait a moment. Pay attention to the ceiling. Chu Xian suddenly halted everyone, offering a warning. The ceiling? Alice responded, her face a picture of confusion. Although she did not comprehend Chu Xian's intent, Alice looked up to inspect the ceiling carefully. The others instinctively followed suit, their minds questioning whether zombies could even traverse the ceiling. The ceiling, however, bore no upside-down zombies. After a thorough inspection, Alice stated earnestly, "Uft." Chu Xian could not suppress his laughter upon hearing this. He mused that even a warrior such as Alice had her humorous moments. Her search for upside-down zombies made him both amused and bemused. Is there a problem? I examined meticulously. There are indeed no zombies. Seeing Chu Xian struggle to contain his laughter, Alice widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at him in perplexity, seemingly unaware of what was so amusing about her serious observation. Cough, cough. It's nothing, as long as there's no issue. Let us hasten to activate the train and depart. Noticing that there was no cause for alarm, Chu Xian chose not to elaborate further, urging everyone to start the train and leave. Regardless of whether Alice is searching for inverted zombies or crawlers, it is certain that the surroundings are devoid of any threats. I will proceed to activate the train. Chad steps aboard first, followed closely by Matt, who supports Rain as they hastily climb aboard. The T-virus and the antidote are at the rear of the train. Could you retrieve them? Chu Xian, recalling Spence's legacy, would not let the opportunity slip by and instructed Alice accordingly. Not a problem, Alice replied, swiftly locating the box filled with T-virus and antidote from the back of the train. Meanwhile, Chu Xian vaulted into the carriage but remained at the doorway, listening intently to the ambient sounds. This makes no sense. Has the Red Queen been rehabilitated? Chu Xian pondered aloud, a look of perplexity on his face. Logically, upon their arrival, they should have encountered crawlers, yet their absence puzzled him. Of course, his concerns were not unfounded. However, compared to the original plot, their presence had expedited many events, thus the crawlers had yet to arrive, making an ambush impossible. What do you mean the Red Queen has changed? Alice returned with a box in hand, her expression one of curiosity. Nothing. Just administer the antidote to Rain first, Chu Xian replied, motioning for her to proceed. Although Alice was intrigued, she refrained from questioning further, instead entering the carriage to inject Rain with the antidote. With a thunderous roar, the train gradually set in motion, accelerating along the tracks in an upward trajectory. Yet, Chu Xian remained uneasy and said to Matt, "Open the door at the back of the train." With a click, Matt, though puzzled, complied with Chu Xian's request and asked, "What now?" Stay vigilant regarding the situation at the rear, Chu Xian instructed before moving to check on Rain. Ah! Matt exclaimed, utterly bewildered, having no clue what Chu Xian intended. Earlier, they were told to look at the ceiling, and now, even after the train had started, he was instructed to keep an eye on the back. Did he expect the zombies to not only scale walls, but also sprint? Reluctantly, Matt obeyed and stood at the back door, peering outside. Any developments? Chu Xian inquired as he approached Alice. I cannot say. She appears to be in dire condition. Alice responded, withdrawing the syringe and shaking her head. Then administer another dose, Chu Xian insisted, recalling that in the original narrative, Rain had transformed into a zombie despite receiving the antidote. Although time had not dragged on as long this time, one vial would likely prove insufficient. Doubling the dosage might yield better results. Are you certain? Alice questioned. She has been infected for too long. One dose will undoubtedly be inadequate, Chu Xian affirmed. Upon hearing this, Alice's heart sank. Do not worry. Life and death are fated. We shall proceed as he suggests, Rain reassured, patting Alice's hand. Very well. It must be done, Alice conceded. Alice had no choice but to administer another injection to Rain. Here, take this. As 2 vials of the serum coursed through his veins, Rain felt an immense heaviness in his eyelids. Seizing the last vestiges of consciousness, he removed his watch and handed it to Alice. The timepiece was counting down, clearly set before their entrance. Once the timer reached 0, the hive's gates would automatically seal, locking them inside. Alice recognized the significance of the watch and reached out to accept it. Only then did Rain finally allow his eyes to close in peace. Hey, it seems there's something behind the car. At that moment, Matt caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Something was racing along the tunnel walls. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned to shout at Chu Xian, although he was unsure of what exactly was pursuing them. The train was moving at such a high speed that whatever it was could keep up, indicating it was certainly no benign entity. They were indeed in for a fight. Upon hearing Matt's voice, Chu Xian immediately understood that the crawler was hot on their heels. As expected, while the main antagonist might be late, it would never be absent. Their troubles had arrived. Fight! Alice responded with confusion, as they were aboard a speeding train. What could possibly require their combat? Just then, a long, barbed tongue suddenly shot out. Damn it! Matt quickly dodged, but the tongue was too swift, emerging from the dark corridor, and he could not evade it in time. It ensnared his arm with tremendous force, nearly yanking him out of the train. Help me! Matt clung desperately to the train, refusing to let go, while frantically calling for assistance. He had thought Chu Xian wanted him to keep an eye on the rear for any upside-down zombies, but instead of the undead, a monstrous crawler had come. Had he known, he would never have guarded that back door. Alice reacted swiftly, grabbing her pistol and aiming towards the rear. With a resounding bang, a bullet whirled back at the long tongue, striking it with precision and causing a small spray of blood. A howl erupted from behind the train as the creature recoiled in pain, releasing Matt. What in the world is that monster? Matt asked, clutching his injured arm, still shaken. A crawler, a product of the hive experiment, Chu Xian explained. Good grief, how many more unseen monsters are lurking in this cursed place? Matt cursed under his breath. It's coming. Alice, illuminated by the corridor's dim lights, caught sight of another creature charging toward them. She quickly took aim and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew toward the creature, but it was extraordinarily agile, darting back and forth within the corridor, evading Alice's shots. Finally, it leaped and landed atop the train. The creature, with a terrifying swiftness, weaved around the train carriage, relentlessly tearing at the sturdy metal, which seemed as fragile as paper under its assault, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Chu Xian sensed the dire situation but was unable to ascertain the monster's precise location. Firing aimlessly could put them in even greater peril. So he resolved to wait for the right moment. What is happening back there? Chad, the driver, inquired loudly upon hearing the commotion behind. The crawler, upon detecting Chad's voice, immediately turned and charged toward the front of the train. Be careful of the door. Chu Xian, having covered his eyes, found his hearing heightened. His awareness, however, was impaired, prompting him to shout urgently at Chad. Confused, Chad did not grasp the meaning of Chu Xian's warning. With a menacing sound, the creature's sharp claws tore through the door. Chad instinctively attempted to flee but was yanked outside, his screams abruptly silenced. The crawler returned, seeking entry through the front. Good heavens! Matt exclaimed, rushing forward to secure the front door. Bang! The crawler collided forcefully with the iron door. The driver's seat was too cramped, preventing it from breaking through. It retreated to the roof to search for another entrance. Observing the gaping door behind him, Matt quickly realized the gravity of the situation and dashed to lock the rear door. Bang! As the back door clicked shut, two enormous claw prints appeared on its surface. The horrific impact causing Matt to stumble backwards. Bang, 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 bang. The crawler seemed to find its footing, viciously battering the rear door, which began to warp and bend. Recognizing that his moment had arrived, Chu Xian swiftly removed his blindfold. In an instant, his eyes glowed crimson, and a terrifying laser beam shot forth from them, racing past the fallen Matt and the poised Alice, hurtling towards the crawler. Roar! The enhanced crawler, quick to react. Sensed the imminent danger the moment Chu Xian's eyes blazed with red light and attempted to evade. However, its very enhancements, which allowed it to catch up with the train, also sealed its fate. The creature, having merged with Spence's genes and undergone a second mutation, had grown in both size and speed. Yet, as it surged into the carriage, its bulk matched the doorway, leaving no room for escape. With a resounding thud, it collided with the car door, leaving a dent, yet it could not evade its fate. Instead, it could only watch helplessly as the laser beam intensified, ultimately striking its head. The piercing sound of the laser reverberated as it impacted the creature's skull, unleashing a plume of ominous black smoke. The flesh of the crawler could not withstand the searing heat, igniting and filling the air with a pungent, acrid odor. The crawler howled in agony, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape, causing the entire compartment to tremble violently. However, all was in vain. Regardless of whether this crawler was a product of enhanced human genes or the T-virus, it remained a carbon-based organism, incapable of enduring the onslaught of laser fire. After a brief struggle, it was pierced through by the terrifying beam. The laser, undeterred, continued its path, striking the passage behind, leading to its collapse. Chu Xian sensed the impending danger and swiftly closed his eyes, narrowly averting disaster. The crawler's contorted body fell still, crashing to the ground. Has it been dealt with? Chu Xian inquired, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Although this opportunity to strike had arisen from his understanding of the narrative and timing, once the attack was unleashed, he would be unable to witness the outcome, relying solely on Alice for confirmation. It should be thoroughly eliminated, Alice asserted, gazing at the crawler's lifeless form, now bereft of half its skull and billowing smoke. Unless this monster possesses regenerative abilities, such extensive damage would surely be fatal. That's a relief, Chu Xian exhaled, reapplying his blindfold. Huh. You were so formidable just moments ago. If you have the prowess, stand up again. Matt spat, struggling to his feet while clutching his injured arm, delivering a kick to the crawler's corpse, cursing under his breath. This creature had inflicted considerable suffering upon them, dragging Chad away to his demise and nearly toppling their train. Fortunately, Chu Xian had seized the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, they would have met their end here. Chad is dead, and the train's speed is somewhat erratic, Chu Xian remarked. Good grief, Alice exclaimed, turning back to the control room to regain control of the train. Yet, at that moment, she froze. To her astonishment, the once prone Leanne had risen, stiffly twisting her neck in a manner unbecoming of any normal human, sending Alice's earlier joy plummeting into despair. It's Leanne. She has turned into a zombie, Matt observed, alarmed by Leanne's unnatural movements, his heart sinking. Had it all been too late? Alice sighed inwardly, slowly raising her firearm. Although she loathed the idea of firing upon a comrade, should she refrain, it would mean death for them all. Just as she prepared to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist, seizing her handgun. Alice was taken aback. I'm not dead yet. Rain opened her eyes, expressing her discontent. Damn it. If you're not dead, why are you twisting your neck like that? Matt observed, somewhat speechless. Her rigid neck movements indeed resembled that of a zombie. Of course. After lying down for so long, my neck is stiff. Rain shot Matt an exasperated glance. You fool. I truly wish to kiss you. Alice, shifting from worry to joy, felt an overwhelming urge to slap her on the face. This person certainly knew how to play with emotions. Even at this moment, she still had the audacity to frighten her. However, it was a relief that she was alive. Alice genuinely did not want to shoot her companion. You should return that gun to me for safekeeping, Rain declared, reclaiming her handgun and tucking it into her waistband. It was reckless of her companion to almost shoot her while wielding her weapon. It certainly needed to be returned. Are you really all right? Alice inquired, still feeling uncertain. After all, the previous state of Rain was quite alarming. I feel splendid. I've never felt better, but wait. What on earth is that? Whereas Chad? Rain flexed her arms, feeling invigorated, and in the midst of speaking, she noticed the corpse of a crawler wedged in the car door, its expression one of confusion. Seemingly unaware of what had transpired during her unconsciousness, surrounded by the wreckage and an additional monster's body. Concerned for Chad, Rain opened the driver's door but found no one. Merely splatters of blood. After administering the antidote, the crawler attacked, but fortunately, Chu Xian was there to handle it. Chad was dragged out of the vehicle. It's likely. Alice did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. In that situation, he could not have survived. That damn bastard. Dying so easily is too good for him. Rain seethed, delivering a kick to the crawler at the door. Thud. The The crawler's massive half-body could not withstand her strength and was sent flying. "Rain, your strength!" Alice exclaimed in astonishment. Matt, standing nearby, was equally astonished. That was a crawler. Even if a portion of its body had been obliterated by Chu Xian's laser, it must have weighed at least 100 pounds, making it difficult to move. Yet, Rain had kicked it out of the vehicle with ease. Such power was not typical of an ordinary person. Realizing her own strength, Rain pulled out a hollow steel pipe from the cabin and twisted it. Crack! The unfortunate pipe was contorted into a helix. How did I not realize I possessed such strength? Rain stared at the twisted steel pipe, utterly stunned. Congratulations on your mutation. Chu Xian mused momentarily before comprehending, extending his congratulations. According to the original storyline, Rain's clone could integrate with parasites, indicating that her genetic makeup was commendable. It was merely unfortunate that her original body had succumbed to the T-virus. The recent emergence of Chu Xian prompted her to receive an early injection of the antidote. And remarkably, a double dose enabled her to endure and successfully merge with the T-virus, acquiring astonishing mutant abilities. How rude, she thought, feeling as though Chu Xian was insulting her, casting him a dissatisfied glance. Yet, considering his assistance, she hesitated before softening her tone. I must express my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have survived. Ah, so that is how superpowers are obtained. I too have been infected. Could I also have a chance? Matt, astonished by the prospect of gaining superhuman abilities from surviving the virus, glanced at the wound on his arm and looked to Chu Xian for clarification. If you forego the antidote, you will gain extraordinary defensive and regenerative capabilities, Chu Xian revealed candidly. In the original narrative, Matt was taken by Umbrella researchers without receiving the antidote, ultimately acquiring remarkable recovery abilities, rendering him nearly immortal, even posing a significant threat to Alice, who perfectly merged with the T-virus. That sounds incredible, Matt mused, recalling Chu Xian's laser vision and Lian's super strength, his face lighting up with anticipation as he reconsidered the need for the antidote. However, you are infected with the genes of a crawler, which means your body will mutate toward that of a crawler, Chu Xian added. Goodness, then I should opt for the antidote. Upon hearing that his appearance might transform into that of a monster, he nervously touched his somewhat handsome face, shuddering at the thought of the crawler's grotesque form, and ultimately decided to take the antidote. Although superpowers were enviable, the idea of becoming a monster was simply unacceptable. Just then, the red light on the train illuminated, and alarms blared. Oh no, the train is approaching the station, Alice exclaimed, suddenly realizing her earlier intention to slow down the train had been interrupted by Lian. Nearly forgetting the matter at hand, she hurried toward the driver's cabin, grasped the brake, and pulled back with all her might. With a screech, the train braked, creating a shower of sparks as it ground against the tracks, gliding toward the platform. Chapter 15. The hive is fully secured. Conflict escalates as both sides engage in battle as the sharp sound of steel grinding gradually diminished. The high-speed train finally came to a halt at the platform. Once the train was secure, everyone exhaled in relief. Exiting the platform, they proceeded forward and swiftly passed through the gates. Thanks to Chu Xian's presence, the doors would remain open for a while longer. However, concerned that monsters might take the opportunity to escape, Lian immediately removed the card after passing through the gates. With a resounding crash, the emergency entrance to the hive descended ahead of schedule, sealing shut. Watching the descending gates, Chu Xian felt a tumult of emotions. After enduring numerous deadly trials, he had finally emerged alive, leaving him deeply contemplative. What's wrong? Alice inquired as she approached Chu Xian. Nothing, let us move on. Chu Xian said little and turned to leave. The others followed suit, quickly making their way back into the villa through the staircase. It was likely that Umbrella Corporation personnel were stationed outside, so everyone should exercise caution. As they approached the villa, Chu Xian suddenly recalled something and hastily spoke up. Don't worry, with me around, everything will be fine, assured Rain, confidently patting her chest. Being a member of the assault team, she believed her identity would shield her from harm. Suddenly, Matt cried out and collapsed. What happened? Rain halted and turned back to check on him. My arm. Ah. Matt clutched his arm, wailing in apparent agony. The group's gaze fell upon his wounded arm, where flesh was writhing grotesquely, resembling large worms, a horrifying sight. It's a wound left by a crawler, Alice gasped. In their haste to leave, they had neglected to administer an injection to Matt, and now the injury had deteriorated. Don't you have the antidote? Hurry and inject him, Rain urged Alice, recalling the antidote. I'm on it, Alice replied, quickly placing the box down, opening it, and retrieving the antidote to prepare for Matt's injection. However, at that moment, the villa's front door was violently thrust open. Instead of the outside courtyard, a tightly sealed corridor was revealed. A group of individuals in protective suits rushed in, blocking Alice from administering the injection. Damn it, what are you doing? Save him, hurry. Alice struggled desperately, but the masked figures paid no heed to her cries, isolating her from the situation. I'm an assault team member, Rain, she asserted, sensing a conflict was about to erupt and stepping forward to clarify her identity. You've done well. You may leave, the lead figure remarked, his attention fixated on Matt. He waved dismissively, indicating that Rain could depart while he approached Matt to assess his condition. Upon noticing the mutation in Matt's arm, his eyes lit up. He.S. mutating. Just right for the Vengeance Goddess experiment, he declared, signaling for several others to step forward and prepare to transport Matt on a stretcher. Damn it, what are you doing? Help me, save me. Matt, realizing the severity of his situation, pleaded with Chu Xian and Rain. He was on the brink of mutation. Yet these men not only refused to let him receive the antidote, but intended to use him for experiments. If taken away, he feared he wouldn't know how he would meet his demise. Experiment? No. Yes, my friend, you can't do this. Rain finally grasped the gravity of the situation, her anger igniting. She charged at the white-clad figures. Underestimating her, they attempted to obstruct her progress, believing a group of men could easily subdue a single woman. Yet, they severely underestimated Rain. As a member of the elite squad, Rain exhibited remarkable agility and fierce combat skills, swiftly incapacitating the figures clad in white. Matt was hurled back to the ground, grimacing in pain. Subdue her. With the situation spiraling out of control, the remaining white-clad individuals gestured, releasing their hold on Alice and charging towards Rain. Yet, regrettably for them, Rain's prowess was formidable. After her mutation, she had become even more terrifying, leaving afterimages in her wake as she moved. With the cacophony of battle echoing, bangs and crashes, the group of white-clad figures found themselves utterly defeated before they could even close the distance, resembling shrimps writhing and wailing, none able to rise. How is this possible? What speed and strength? Those hiding behind were rendered speechless, and one hastily retrieved an alarm. Bang! Rain dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of one of the white figures. The man crumpled to his knees, yet managed to press the alarm button. Damn it! Rain seized the collar of the white figure, her urge to strike him to death palpable. Beep! Beep! The resounding alarm reverberated throughout the villa. Thud! 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 A rapid succession of footsteps approached, as a battalion of fully armed mercenaries entered through the corridor, aiming their weapons at everyone. The arrival of the white-clad security personnel to subdue the survivors was merely the initial step. Should they fail to establish control, they would resort to lethal measures. With the scene now uncontrollable, it was their moment to take charge. Damn it! Rain, witnessing this, cast aside the white figure and dove to the side. Get down. Alice sensed the impending danger and pulled Chu Xian to safety. Bang, bang, bang. As they narrowly escaped, a barrage of bullets screamed through the corridor, striking the villa. Clatter, clatter. Various bottles and containers within the villa were riddled with bullets, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Oh, Matt, overwhelmed by the cacophony of gunfire and whizzing bullets, could do nothing but curl up on the ground, clutching his head. Rain drew her handgun, intent on returning fire, but the mercenaries' firepower was overwhelming. She was forced back without having exposed herself. Do not harm the infected. The researchers in white protective suits, witnessing Matt's peril, hastily cautioned. They cared little for the lives within, but the experimental subjects were to be preserved. This is troublesome. Eliminate all irrelevant individuals inside, the mercenary leader said impatiently, signaling for his men to cease fire and advance into the villa. What now? Alice inquired of Chu Xian. It appears they intend for us to perish. Let them not blame me, Chu Xian replied, angered by these intruders, initially believing they were merely a group of researchers and that Rain would swiftly handle them. He was shocked to discover that behind them lay a battalion of mercenaries. However, upon reflection, it is only logical that the exploration of the hive would have dispatched an assault team. Such a significant operation as securing the hive could hardly proceed without armed protection. It now appears that the adversary intends to leave no survivors, save for Matt, the individual afflicted by the mutation. Under such circumstances, one cannot fault him for his ruthless disposition. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian promptly removed his blindfold. Chapter 16, A Synergistic Assault. The Umbrella Overlord lurks in shadows. Advance, 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 commanded the mercenary captain with a sweeping gesture. Several mercenaries, upon receiving the order, displayed sinister smiles as they brandished their rifles and charged into the villa, ready to unleash carnage. After all, they were merely up against a few ordinary individuals. What could even one member of the assault team do? Armed with nothing more than a small handgun, they believed their victory was assured. They were confident that once they stormed in, Chu Xian and his companions would be swiftly eradicated. However, as they burst through the villa's entrance, A beam of crimson laser light shot forth to meet them. The foremost mercenaries, caught unawares, were instantly pierced and severed. What transpired? The mercenary captain exclaimed in alarm. Captain, it seems that the blind man can emit lasers. Our men were gunned down the moment they entered, reported a mercenary who had narrowly escaped with his life. His voice trembling with fear. He could not fathom why such a terrifying laser would emanate from a human eye. What madness is this? Eyes emitting lasers? Never mind that. Can one person truly possess such power? He thought. Let us charge together and eliminate him. The mercenary captain, though taken aback, reasoned that their adversary was but one individual capable of emitting lasers and, moreover, was blind. Surely, if they all rushed him, how many could he possibly kill? As Chu Xian prepared to inquire about the effectiveness of his attack with Alice, she was about to respond when she noticed a swarm of mercenaries rushing in with their guns drawn. She quickly pulled Chu Xian behind a statue. The bullets ricocheted off the statue, sending shards flying. Fire, fire, fire. They cannot hold out much longer. As the statue continued to shatter and diminish in size, the mercenary captain's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of slaying a creature that emitted lasers from its eyes. A barrage of bullets erupted from their rifles, causing the statue to fracture further. Now, they found themselves in a dilemma. If they remained hidden behind the statue, its destruction would undoubtedly spell their doom. Yet if they ventured out, they would be mercilessly gunned down. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Chu Xian thought, gritting his teeth as he reopened his eyes toward the statue. You wish to destroy this statue? Then I shall relinquish it. With that, as Chu Xian's eyes opened wide, the statue could not withstand the intense heat and was obliterated in an explosive blast. Immediately, the horrific laser beam pierced through the remnants of the statue and struck the mercenaries among them. Good heavens! The once self-satisfied mercenary captain could only curse in disbelief at the sight before him. Uncertain of the nature of this wretched Chu Xian, the laser was terrifyingly potent, capable of melting through stone statues, catching them completely off guard, prompting a hasty roll to evade. Naturally, some were unable to react in time, falling victim to a direct shot. Alice, serving as a double agent, possessed keen insight. She understood instantly that they could not allow their adversaries to regroup, for without the protection of the statues, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xian was blind to his surroundings while emitting the laser. Clenching her teeth, disregarding gender distinctions, she embraced Chu Xian, declaring, "You attack with all your might. I will aim." As Alice's delicate form pressed against Chu Xuan's back, it stirred a tumult of emotions within him. However, in this moment of peril, he had no time for such distractions and quickly steeled himself, responding, "Understood." A mercenary, having evaded the laser, swiftly raised his weapon to deliver a fatal blow to Chu Xian. But before he could fully elevate his firearm, Alice had already guided Chu Xian's head to aim. In an instant, Chu Xian opened his eyes, and two beams of laser erupted forth, obliterating the mercenary into mere fragments. Dust scattering into the air. Damn it, run. The remaining mercenaries, grasping the gravity of the situation, turned to flee. Yet it was too late. With Alice's precise control, the lasers seemed to possess a tracking capability, sweeping back and forth relentlessly, leaving no room for escape. The villa became a cacophony of chaos as lasers sliced through the air, shrieks of terror echoing throughout. With the last mercenary's fall, an eerie silence enveloped the villa, the ground strewn with severed limbs, resembling a hellish scene. Is it done? Chu Xian inquired. Yes, Alice replied, her sorrow evident as she descended from his back. If she had a choice, she would prefer not to take lives, yet the circumstances had made it clear that they were at a disadvantage. Without retaliation, they would surely perish. And what about these individuals? Rain asked, glancing at the researchers clad in protective gear, trembling in fear. Please don't kill us. We were merely ordered to check on the survivors. We've done nothing wrong. Indeed, I have dependents relying on me. What will happen to them if I perish? They pleaded, hands raised in surrender, tears streaming down their faces. Spare them. Today has seen enough death. Alice, moved by their plight, refrained from delivering the fatal blow. The mercenaries were different. Few among them bore clean hands. All had come seeking their lives, and thus mercy was not an option. However, these researchers, despite their attempts to subdue, were unarmed. To take their lives was a burden she could not bear. Then let us depart. Chu Xian said nothing further and turned to leave. Alice closed the box and followed suit. Exiting the building, they traversed the corridor and soon emerged into the open air. Outside, there was not a soul in sight, save for a few military vehicles parked nearby. With a roar, the group chose a jeep and drove off. Rian took the wheel while Chu Xian occupied the passenger seat. And behind them, Alice opened a kit to administer an antidote to Matt. They hoped it was not too late. As Alice injected the serum, she whispered a prayer. Meanwhile, As Chu Xian departed, he remained oblivious to the two figures watching them intently from the entrance. It was only after the jeep vanished at the end of the road that the two individuals in white suits removed their protective hoods, revealing a young officer clad in a jacket and a middle-aged doctor in white attire. "Did you see that?" The two T-virus mutants exhibited unprecedented superpowers, the middle-aged doctor inquired. "Indeed. Initially, I was intrigued by the survivor with the mutated arm, but the other two are even more astonishing," the young officer replied with a nod. "While that soldier named Rian possesses formidable strength, I find myself far more captivated by the one called Chu Xian," the doctor remarked. "Undoubtedly. A single individual capable of taking on an entire squad of mercenaries, such extraordinary combat prowess, if harnessed on a larger scale, would render them invincible." The young officer's excitement was palpable as he instructed his subordinates, "Prepare another assault team. I intend to reactivate the hive and uncover what transpired within." "What about your plan for the vengeful goddess?" the doctor asked, puzzled. "Both can proceed concurrently. There's no conflict in that," the young officer laughed heartily. Chapter 17. The signing before departure in Alice's hotel room in Raccoon City with a vial of antidote administered, Matt swiftly regained his mobility. It seemed the delay had not been too protracted, and the remedy proved effective, alleviating everyone's anxiety. As they ventured beyond the confines of the hive, a sudden system notification echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Ding. Host detected leaving the hive perimeter. New signing location activated. Ravensgate Church. Signing in successfully will grant one lottery opportunity, with rewards sourced from myriad realms. Enjoy your signing. Ravensgate Church? Wasn't it that the very place where various protagonists converged following the outbreak of the bioweapon crisis in Raccoon City? That location was crawling with lickers, posing considerable danger. Yet, disregarding the peril, Chu Xian mused that fortune favored the bold. Seizing the opportunity to sign in and claim rewards was paramount. Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Just as he was lost in thought, Alice's voice broke through his reverie. "Huh, what is it?" He snapped back to reality, realizing the jeep had come to rest on a hillside, prompting his inquiry. "This vehicle belongs to the Umbrella Corporation. Driving it draws too much attention and makes tracking us easy," Rian explained. "All right." Chu Xian nodded and opened the door to exit. Once everyone had disembarked, Rian jammed a stick under the accelerator and leaped out of the vehicle. The jeep continued to drive straight ahead until it plunged into a river. "What are your plans from here?" Chu Xian turned to Matt and Rian, seeking their thoughts. "I intend to return to the organization with both the virus and the antidote to expose the Umbrella Corporation's illicit experiments," Matt declared with unwavering determination. "I no longer wish to serve the Umbrella Corporation. I have been away for too long. I wish to return home first." Lane understood the sentiment. Although she had not been responsible for the mercenaries' demise, she planned to ensure her family's safety nonetheless. "What about you?" Chu Xian inquired, directing his gaze towards Alice. "Don't just ask us. What are your plans?" Alice, instead of answering directly, turned to Chu Xian and asked, "What about you?" "I might need to remain in Raccoon City for a while," Chu Xian replied candidly. His system required him to check in to receive rewards, making an immediate departure from Raccoon City impossible. Moreover, it seemed that this world was no longer the one he once knew. He was uncertain of what might occur if he were to return home. Additionally, having been transported by the system, he possessed no relevant documentation, making the prospect of returning home rather unrealistic. The only feasible course of action was to continue completing his sign-in tasks and grow stronger. That is exceedingly perilous. I am well aware of the Umbrella Corporation's modus operandi. Given that you have eliminated so many of their mercenaries, they are unlikely to let you go. Why not return with me? We will protect you with all our might." Upon hearing that Chu Xian intended to stay in Raccoon City, Matt quickly urged him to leave with them. They needed someone with Chu Xian's extraordinary abilities, and given his visual impairment, they could assist in his care. "I have my own obligations to fulfill." Chu Xian firmly declined Matt's invitation. "As it happens, I also intend to stay in Raccoon City. We can go together," Alice said with a smile, her eyes glinting with determination. "Together with me?" Chu Xian was taken aback. Despite having faced life-and-death situations, their acquaintance had been brief, and he was astonished that Alice would propose accompanying him. "What? Is that unacceptable?" Alice pouted at Chu Xian's apparent reluctance. "A stunning beauty like me draws attention wherever she goes. Many aspire to pursue me but fail. Yet, you seem disinclined to accompany me? That is not the issue. As Matt pointed out, I have killed numerous individuals associated with the Umbrella Corporation. They will not spare me. It is far too dangerous for you to follow me," Chu Xian cautioned, not wishing for Alice to be embroiled in peril. Although they had sealed the hive, it would not be difficult for the Umbrella Corporation to reactivate it, potentially resulting in a zombie outbreak that would engulf all of Raccoon City. Furthermore, they could exploit this situation to experiment with biological weapons. making it exceedingly hazardous for her to accompany him. Humph. That only makes it more imperative for us to travel together. With your eyesight, how would you manage without me? Alice retorted with a huff. Very well. If you are unafraid of danger, then come along. Chu Xian relented, recognizing that his current visual condition indeed required someone to guide him. With Alice willing to assist, he could circumvent many complications. Thus, the group parted ways. Before departing, Chu Xian did not allow Matt to take all the T-virus and antidote, instead reserving 1 vial of T-virus and 2 antidotes as a precaution. After all, he intended to remain in Raccoon City. In case of infection, these could be a lifesaver. As for the T-virus, it was meant for Alice. It was too perilous for her to accompany him. It would be best if she could awaken her latent abilities. Evening arrived swiftly. With a rumble of hunger that had been masked by tension, Chu Xian, having searched his pockets in vain, turned to Alice and inquired, "Do you have any money?" Money? Alice glanced down at her split red dress, realizing that, in her current state, she had neither cash nor even a pocket. Very well. It appears we shall be spending the night with empty stomachs on the streets, Chu Xian thought, resignedly acknowledging her silence, which confirmed his suspicions. Just as he resigned himself to the prospect of a night outdoors, a woman passing through an alley was suddenly seized and dragged inside. Alice's eyes lit up at the sight. Wait for me. I'll go get some money. Get money? Chu Xian, still blinded by darkness and unaware of the unfolding scene, was filled with confusion. Don't move. If you dare to scream, I'll stab you to death. A thug pressed a woman against the wall, a knife held menacingly to her throat as he threatened her. Hand over everything valuable. Another thug impatiently urged from the side. All right, don't hurt me. I'll give you everything, just please don't harm me. The woman, terrified, quickly surrendered all her valuables to the thugs. The thugs, satisfied with her compliance, nodded in approval. Now can I go? The woman asked, anxious to escape. Go. Huh. You beautiful thing. Let me enjoy you first, the thug leered, his gaze raking over her. Yes, enjoy first, the other thug chimed in, eagerly advancing. Help, help, the woman cried out. But her pleas were muffled as the thug covered her mouth, leaving only faint whimpers to escape. You want to call for help? I'd rather let my brothers enjoy. The thug sneered, preparing to tear at the woman's clothing. Just then, a striking figure in red appeared at the alley's entrance. It was Alice returning. Boss. Weevee got an even more explosive catch. The thugs, startled by her arrival, turned to find a more alluring beauty before them, and their excitement surged. Brothers, we're in for a treat. Seize her. The ruffian leader gestured, and several thugs sneered as they charged towards Alice. The alley soon echoed with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Before long, Alice emerged from the alley, clutching a few items. Why did you take so long? Chu Xian inquired with a puzzled expression upon her return. The ATM got jammed. Let us go. Alice replied, pulling Chu Xian away as they swiftly vanished, leaving behind a group of pitiful thugs piled up in the alley. Chu Xian and Alice grabbed a quick bite on the street before searching for a nearby inn. After wandering for quite some time, they finally spotted one. 2 rooms, please, Chu Xian stated as they approached the front desk. Oh, it seems we're out of rooms. The front desk attendant began, but then hesitated upon noticing Alice behind Chu Xian, who was shaking her head vehemently. Don't you know if there are any rooms available? Chu Xian asked, looking bewildered. Alice quickly raised a finger and gestured towards the front desk. The attendant understood and affirmed. Yes, there is 1 room left, the very last one. Alice, what do you think? Chu Xian asked, feeling somewhat troubled as he turned to her. Alice promptly lowered her hand, her expression tense. There's nothing we can do. The owner's business is thriving. So it must be this way, hee. The attendant rolled her eyes in response, muttering, what nonsense. There is hardly anyone around. Fine, just 1 room then. Chu Xian conceded helplessly. I'll help you, Alice said, having paid and taken the room key, quickly supporting Chu Xian as they ascended the stairs, leaving a tip on the counter. Chapter 18. You tease me, and I am unresisting before long. Chu Xian and Alice found their room. As soon as the door closed with a thud, Alice began to disrobe. Chu Xian, witnessing this scene, nearly had a nosebleed. Although he wore a blindfold, it merely consisted of strips of fabric torn from his clothing to shield against light and prevent his laser vision from activating. However, it did not completely block out vision, and he could still make out her silhouette. Alice, blessed with an alluring figure, appeared even more enticing in the half-light, making it difficult for Chu Xian to maintain composure. He quickly reached out to stop her. What are you doing? Of course, I'm taking a shower. After a day of crawling and fighting, I'm filthy, Alice retorted with conviction. They had endured a harrowing day within the hive, battling zombie dogs and fleeing from the undead, and had crawled through filthy maintenance tunnels, leaving them thoroughly soiled. She even felt that the sweat on her skin was sticky. If she didn't tea-wash soon, she would surely go mad. Must you do it here? Chu Xian asked, bemused, sensing that Alice was teasing him, yet lacking the evidence to substantiate his suspicion. What does it matter? You can't see anyway. Alice shrugged nonchalantly. Chu Xian found himself momentarily speechless, torn between admitting that he could indeed see and interrupting her dangerous behavior, or yielding to his primal instincts and enjoying the moment. A delightful, yet troubling dilemma. Alice, without further ado, stepped directly into the bathroom. Shortly after, the sound of water could be heard. It was perplexing how the hotel owner had chosen to design the bathroom with transparent glass, and Alice seemed quite assured that she was unseen, as she did not even draw the curtain. This left Chu Xian in a tormenting predicament. Sitting on the edge of the bed, unable to look or not look, a true test of endurance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of suffering, Alice emerged. The door clicking open, releasing a delightful fragrance. Wrapped in a towel and donning slippers, she hummed an unknown tune as she stepped out, noticing Chu Xian's rigid posture. She remarked, "I'm done, it's your turn." "Ah, yes. Chu Xian snapped back to reality, hastily feeling his way towards the bathroom. "Can't you see? Do you need my assistance?" Alice inquired, noticing his clumsiness. "I'm fine. I can manage." Chu Xian was startled by her presence and quickly entered the bathroom, pulling the curtain closed, panting heavily. "Goodness, this woman is trying to kill me," he thought, wiping the sweat from his forehead. A woman's beauty can be a formidable weapon against men. If she is both beautiful and capable, she possesses no weaknesses. Any man would find it unbearable. He turned on the cold water and splashed his face vigorously, regaining a semblance of composure. "All right, I'll take a cold shower today." Chu Xian had an ominous premonition that the night ahead would be challenging, so he opted for a cold shower to maintain his sanity. After a long hiatus from cold showers, Chu Xian couldn't help but let out a yelp. "What's wrong? Is the water too hot?" Alice's concerned voice came from outside. Not hot at all, not even a bit." Chu Xian retorted bravely. Cold water showers were hardly a source of heat. Before long, under the invigorating spray of cold water, Chu Xian finally regained his senses and stepped out, towel wrapped around him. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, his nose could no longer withstand the pressure and started to bleed. "Why are you bleeding?" Alice approached innocently, ready to tend to his nosebleed, puzzled. "What do you think?" Chu Xian replied darkly. "Oh, it's because I didn't have any spare clothes. I couldn't help it." Alice expressed her distress. "Stop pretending. You know I can see." At this point, even Chu Xian, no matter how naive, understood that Alice had been aware of his sight from the very beginning. Everything that transpired upon her entering the room was intentional. "And what if I do? What can you do about it?" Alice taunted, yet before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xian kissed her. The provocative look faded from Alice's face, replaced by a smile. As the night faded into morning, Chu Xian sat at the foot of the bed, adjusting his eye mask. "Get up. I know you're awake," he said, regaining his calm demeanor. "Rising so early yet not assisting me in preparing breakfast," Alice complained with a teasing glance. "Well, given my current predicament, even if I were to make breakfast, you likely wouldn't have the appetite for it," Chu Xian replied, shaking his head. "How can you be certain without giving it a try?" Alice countered. "Now tell me, what is the urgency?" Chu Xian inquired directly. Although he sensed that Alice harbored some affection for him, it had not yet reached the level of intimacy. Her overt flirtation was a deviation from the norm, suggesting deeper complexities. You are utterly oblivious to the horrors of the Umbrella Corporation. It stands as the most formidable enterprise in this world, boasting the most advanced biological scientists globally, with influence sprawling across continents, even possessing its own private military. Its terrors are beyond your imagination. Although we have escaped, to my knowledge, no defector has ever survived. You are the most extraordinary person I have encountered, and I wish to avoid any lingering regrets," Alice confessed, recognizing the futility of concealment. Despite their escape from the hive, the entirety of Raccoon City was, in fact, under the umbrella of the corporation's influence. Here, they were akin to deities, and it was only a matter of time before they were recaptured. Rather than harbor future regrets, it would be better for her to seize the moment with Chu Xian, leaving no room for remorse. "Rest assured, with me around, I will not allow them to harm you," Chu Xian comforted as he gently patted Alice on the shoulder. "I am aware of your formidable abilities, yet your vulnerabilities are equally pronounced." Alice remained apprehensive. It was not that she doubted the power of his laser vision, but rather that the price of possessing such an ability was exceedingly high. It required him to keep his eyes covered, rendering him unable to see clearly beyond a few feet, making navigation arduous, particularly against the cunning Umbrella Corporation. "Do not concern yourself with my vulnerabilities. I will address them. Instead, do you wish to acquire superpowers?" Chu Xian gestured for Alice to dismiss her worries about his weaknesses. Previously, He had to cover his eyes within the hive, impairing his vision, but that did not indicate he was incapable of seeing under normal circumstances. With merely a pair of sunglasses, that limitation would vanish, requiring little concern. Conversely, the impending biochemical catastrophe in Raccoon City rendered the acquisition of superpowers the focal point for Alice. I do not wish to transform into a hideous monster. Alice immediately shook her head in response. While she desired immense power, the notion of becoming a monster was utterly unacceptable to her. Did I ever suggest that you would become a monster upon merging with the T-virus? Chu Xian retorted. Are you implying? Alice's eyes brightened with curiosity. Fear not. Your genes are unique. They can harmoniously integrate with the T-virus. After its injection, you will gain superpowers without any adverse effects, Chu Xian assured, thumping his chest. While others may remain uncertain, he, as a time traveler, understood Alice's exceptional nature. She would unequivocally not transform into a monster. That is splendid. I want it. Alice exclaimed with delight upon hearing that acquiring superpowers would entail no side effects and would enable her to protect Chu Xian, leaving her with no reason to hesitate. Time is of the essence. Let us commence. Chu Xian understood that they had little time left. He promptly extracted the T-virus left by Matt and began injecting it into Alice. Chapter 19. The virus merges, the city falls. Laser beams and the zombie horde. As the injection concluded, a copious amount of the virus coursed through Alice's bloodstream, feverishly binding with her genes and incessantly altering her DNA. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called out from outside. Room service. Do you require cleaning? No need. Chu Xian declined, knowing that this was a critical moment for Alice's viral integration and refusing to allow any interruptions. Alice, gazing down at her arm, could see her muscles convulsing as if countless insects were burrowing beneath her skin. The agony was unbearable, and she could not suppress a muffled groan. Who is that? Working at night and still at it during the day. The housekeeper, hearing Alice's stifled sounds, realized her chance for a tip had evaporated and shook her head in disappointment as she pushed her cart to the next room. Meanwhile, within the Umbrella Corporation, they were not idle. At the entrance of the hive, beep, beep, beep. Authorization granted. A group of technicians clad in protective gear diligently worked on their computers to crack the security codes. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the massive metal door shuttered and began to swing open slowly. Advance, reconnaissance team, commanded the leading officer with a wave of his hand. A squad of mercenaries, donned in protective suits and armed with rifles, filed in. Unbeknownst to them, the hive had transformed overnight into a breeding ground for horrors. Numerous lickers had escaped their containment and roamed within the hive, rushing toward the entrance as the door creaked open. Sir, something is approaching. What in the world is that? Open fire. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The reconnaissance team unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the darkened hive. However, while their rifles were somewhat effective against the zombies, they proved utterly useless against the lickers, who swiftly overwhelmed them. Seeing this, the soldiers at the entrance turned to flee, but the lickers, with their barbed tongues, ensnared them and dragged them back inside. Soon, the screams ceased, and shadows began to emerge from the hive, culminating in a throng of staggering figures shambling out. On the streets of Raccoon City, Chu Xian emerged from an eyewear store, removing the eye patch and tossing his bangs aside before donning sunglasses. This action immediately drew the attention of passers-by. What a handsome man. A girl passing by marveled at Chu Xian as he put on his sunglasses. However, upon noticing the eye patch in his hand, she couldn't help but shake her head, lamenting, what a pity, he's blind. Unaware of the attention he had inadvertently garnered and the judgment that followed, Chu Xian continued on his way. He took a deep breath and cautiously opened his eyes. At the moment his eyelids parted, his golden pupils gradually illuminated, shining brighter and brighter, as if on the verge of activating his laser vision. However, just as it was about to reach its pinnacle, it halted, ultimately remaining dormant. Indeed, the sunglasses could suppress the activation of the laser vision. After a prolonged absence from the light, he could finally see once more. Chu Xian gazed at the clearly visible streets around him, elated, and spread his arms wide to embrace the light. He no longer had to walk blindfolded like a sightless wanderer. Suddenly, a helicopter roared overhead as he stood with outstretched arms, followed closely by a convoy of over 10 black vehicles speeding away in the opposite direction. Special vehicles and aircraft? It seemed they had once again taken a turn for the chaotic. Observing the rushing helicopter and the multitude of black cars, Chu Xian realized that the hive had undoubtedly spiraled out of control. These vehicles were likely sent to escort important personnel away amidst the chaos. Clearly, time was of the essence. With this thought in mind, Chu Xian did not linger on the street, but hurried back to his hotel room. Upon entering, he found Alice still peacefully asleep on the bed. He let out a sigh of relief, placing the food he had purchased on the table before switching on the television. In Raccoon City, the sun shone brightly, a west wind blowing, and the good news reported a dust value of only 0.7, marking a historic low. Allergy sufferers could breathe easy. It appeared that today would be a splendid day. As the television flickered to life, a smiling news anchor delivered the report. A splendid day? Chu Xian shook his head in resignation. By noon, while eating instant noodles, he turned on the television once more. The cause remains unknown. Unfathomable violence continues to sweep through the city, with criminal acts proliferating. Bang, bang, bang. What had begun as a report of good news had transformed into one of rampant slaughter. The scene depicted frenzied individuals chasing after crowds. Those who ran quickly might temporarily evade danger, while the slower ones were mercilessly tackled and devoured. Police officers incessantly fired at the assailants, and before long, they managed to bring one down. However, as they approached to inspect, they too were overrun. The chaos escalated to an extreme, culminating in the news reporter being dragged off screen. With a decisive motion, Chu Xian switched off the television and moved to the window, drawing back the curtains to witness the panicked throngs fleeing outside. Cars careening out of control in every direction. Clearly, the zombie virus had spread to this area. Yet, as he turned back, he found Alice still lost in slumber. It seemed he would have to wait a little longer. With a sense of resignation, he closed the curtains once more. Time passed swiftly, and soon darkness enveloped the city. The once bustling streets fell into silence, devoid of life save for the occasional wandering zombie. It was evident that Raccoon City had succumbed entirely to the reign of the undead. Chu Xian glanced back at the sleeping Alice with a tinge of helplessness. Her slumber was longer than he had anticipated. Help! Help me! Bang! 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 Open the door. Please, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to perish. Even saving the child would suffice. Just then, cries for help echoed through the corridor, accompanied by frantic knocks on the door. Clearly, someone was being pursued by zombies and sought refuge. Yet, despite the incessant banging, no one dared to open the door to assist. Roars reverberated in the hallway as a throng of zombies began to converge towards the sound. The woman could only continue her desperate flight. However, in her panic, she stumbled over a bottle and fell to the ground. A horde of zombies was relentlessly closing in behind her. The infant she cradled seemed to sense the imminent danger and began to wail uncontrollably. What a predicament! Chu Xian, feeling a pang of sympathy, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not ignore the plight of the helpless child. He swung open the door and said, "Come in." Thank you, thank you." The woman, overjoyed at the sight of an open door, struggled to rise with her baby and rushed towards him. The zombies, undeterred, pursued her closely. Chu Xian quickly extended his body, pulling the woman and child behind him with one hand while removing his sunglasses with the other. At that moment, the zombies were less than half a meter away, close enough to pounce in a breath. Suddenly, a searing laser beam erupted from Chu Xian's eyes, striking the zombie directly. The terrifying beam pierced through the zombie's body, sending it hurtling backward with immense force. The laser continued unabated, penetrating several more zombies before striking the wall at the far end of the corridor. Chapter 20. The surge of telekinesis and the encounter with Jill at the church entrance. The zombies in the corridor momentarily froze, then resumed their blood-curdling roars as they charged at Chu Xian. However, with a mere flicker of his eyes, the laser transformed into a horizontal slash. By the time Chu Xian closed his eyes once more, the zombies in the corridor had been cleaved into several segments, collapsing in a cacophony of dismembered limbs. The sight left the woman utterly astounded. Gazing at the scattered remains of the zombies, she was filled with disbelief. These were the very monsters that had relentlessly pursued her. Creatures that even the police could not bring down with gunfire. And yet, before Chu Xian, they had been effortlessly obliterated. Was this truly a human being? "You are safe now," Chu Xian reassured her with a smile, having resolved the menace. A monster, a monster." In response to his smile, the woman's legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Realizing her situation, she screamed while clutching her baby, stumbling as she fled outside, appearing even more terrified than when facing the zombies. Chu Xian watched in silence as the woman fled in panic. His act of saving her had resulted in being perceived as a monster. The irony was not lost on him. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass emanated from within the room. This was dire. Upon hearing a sound, Chu Xian immediately sensed trouble and swiftly turned back to his room. Indeed, a creature known as a crawler crashed through the window, landing atop the vanity. Although the crawler lacked eyes, its auditory perception was remarkably acute. With a slight tilt of its head, it discerned Alice's location from the rhythm of her heartbeat and then leapt towards her with ferocity. "Damn!" Chu Xian cursed inwardly, preparing to remove his sunglasses and unleash a deadly strike. However, at that moment, a psychic force surged forth, and the advancing crawler seemed to defy gravity, suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Chu Xian felt as though his feet were mired in a swamp. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he retreated abruptly. He was outside the room, and this sudden withdrawal allowed him to escape the psychic field's influence. Unfortunately, the crawler was not as fortunate. The psychic field intensified, violently tearing at the crawler's form. With a thunderous explosion, the creature could no longer withstand the strain, and its body erupted, showering the room with blood. Good heavens! Chu Xian gasped in astonishment. He was aware that Alice, having merged with the T-virus, could wield psychic powers, and he knew that her abilities could spiral out of control during sleep. But he had not anticipated such formidable strength upon her awakening. Thankfully, he was not in the room, or he might have been torn to shreds. It seemed that sometimes intervening to save another could yield unexpected benefits. After all, his timely action had spared his own life. Alice's beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and with a soft murmur, she slowly opened her eyes. As the psychic field dissipated, the crawler's corpse fell heavily to the ground. What happened? Did you kill this? Alice exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature's remains. Chu Xian shook his head. Don't tell me this was my doing, Alice said, her gaze scrutinizing Chu Xian, pointing tentatively at herself. Chu Xian nodded affirmatively. I feel as though the world has changed, Alice remarked, seemingly sensing something amiss, and abruptly turned her attention to a chair in the room. With a surge of psychic energy, the chair trembled and began to levitate slowly. Is this what you call psychic power? This sensation is incredible, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight at her newfound ability to manipulate the chair from a distance. However, before long, blood began to trickle from her nostrils. Ah, it hurts, Alice cried out, clutching her head and groaning softly. With a sudden crash, the chair lost control and shattered upon impact. Alice appeared to grow weak, clearly affected by the immense strain her psychic powers exerted on her mind. You've just awakened and are already exerting yourself to such a high degree. This is not beneficial for you. Perhaps it would be wise to don some clothing first, Chu Xian advised, recognizing that not all supernatural abilities were as low in consumption as his laser vision. He retrieved a shirt from the air conditioner where it had been hanging to dry and handed it to Alice. For him, as long as he was untroubled by dry eyes, he could keep his gaze fixed for 3 days and nights without issue. However, Alice was different. Utilizing her telekinesis required a significant expenditure of mental energy, a genuine drain on her physical capabilities that could not be employed recklessly. Should she render herself faint again, he would truly be obliged to carry her out. Upon noticing the gown that Chu Xian offered, Alice suddenly became aware of her own state of undress, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily donned the attire. Oh, why has it turned so dark? How long have I slept? After adorning herself, she was taken aback by the pitch blackness outside and inquired with confusion. A whole day, Chu Xian replied candidly. That long? What on earth has happened outside? Alice gasped, bewildered by the chaotic scene unfolding beyond the window, with flames flickering ominously. If I am not mistaken, the hive was breached this morning. Now, the entire Raccoon City has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Fortunately, you have awakened. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss as to how to extricate you. Chu Xian stated matter-of-factly. What? The entire city has fallen? Alice trembled at his words, astonished. What did you expect? Chu Xian retorted, somewhat exasperated. By the way, are you hungry? I saved some food for you. He began, only to reconsider, upon glancing at the bread smeared with the blood of the crawlers. He thought better of it. Even if it had not been contaminated, no ordinary person could stomach such a meal. Where are we headed now? Alice inquired, fully dressed. To Ravensgate Church, Chu Xian revealed without reservation, disclosing their destination. Ravensgate Church? Shouldn't we be leaving the city? Alice expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend Chu Xian's intentions. The entire Raccoon City is under lockdown. It is impossible for us to exit. Chu Xian shook his head, then added with unwavering resolve. I have certain matters to attend to at the church. Although Chu Xian had acquired his laser vision, it was still insufficient. He needed to continue gathering resources to survive in this apocalyptic landscape. The two prepared themselves and descended the stairs. Perhaps it was the commotion caused by the earlier woman that attracted the zombies to the corridor, as they encountered none on their way down. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a scene ablaze, and aside from the staggering zombies, not a single living soul was in sight. In this apocalypse, everything might be lacking, but automobiles were abundant, with vehicles abandoned haphazardly everywhere. Chu Xian and Alice selected a car at random, started it up, and set off towards Ravensgate Church. Though the church was not far from their lodging, it was not particularly close either. After driving for half an hour, they finally caught sight of the immense edifice perched upon the hillside. As a few zombies spotted the approaching vehicle, They let out guttural howls and lunged forward, only to be sent flying by Alice's swift acceleration. This was hardly the first zombie they had dispatched in such a manner. The car emitted a series of protest-like clattering sounds, soon belching black smoke and coming to a halt. It seemed the vehicle was beyond repair, and we would have to proceed on foot. Alice attempted several times to restart the engine, but as the surrounding zombies began to draw closer, she resignedly stated, "Let us move. It's not far." Chu Xian glanced at the church and promptly exited the vehicle. The two hastened towards the church. Before long, they arrived at its entrance. Just then, 3 swaying shadows emerged from the smoke. Instinctively, Alice drew her gun in defense. Yet, to their astonishment, the figures before them also aimed firearms in their direction. "Don't shoot. We are human," a woman holding a camcorder shouted urgently upon realizing the situation. With a sigh of relief, Alice recognized that they could speak, indicating they were not zombies, and holstered her weapon. The other 2 also lowered their guns. As a striking female officer assisted a male officer in stepping forward. "Jill?" Chu Xian exclaimed, taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. He had anticipated Jill would take refuge in the church, yet he never expected to encounter her right at the entrance. Her blue vest, form-fitting skirt, and sharp hairstyle were unmistakable. "Do you know her?" Alice inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. The fact that Chu Xian instinctively called out Jill's name suggested a familiarity that was hardly reassuring. "I don't know her at all." Chu Xian quickly corrected himself, realizing the implication of his words. Although he had played the Resident Evil series during his university days and often used Jill as a character, this was indeed their first encounter in this world. "Then how do you know her name?" Alice pressed, narrowing her eyes as she shifted her gaze between Chu Xian and Jill, her suspicion palpable. "Isn't she somewhat of a celebrity? You've heard of the mansion incident, right? It's only natural to know her name," Chu Xian explained, attempting to deflect Alice's scrutiny as he noticed her dubious expression. "Ah, I see," Alice replied, her understanding dawning. As a security personnel at the Umbrella Corporation's hive entrance, she was well acquainted with the company. The mansion incident had been Umbrella's first biohazard leak, causing quite a stir, but due to the corporation's immense power, it was swiftly suppressed. This was also one of the reasons she agreed to act as Lisa's contact. "Humph. Don't think that just because you know my name, I will treat you differently," Jill scoffed disdainfully. As a police officer, she had encountered too many people attempting to ingratiate themselves with her. She was not one to be swayed by such tactics and found it irksome when strangers sought to befriend her. As the crowd lingered, the surrounding zombies began to close in on them. "Enough chatter. We should take refuge inside," urged Taylor Morales, the radio host with a tremor in her voice, as the growls of the undead echoed around them. "Let us go," Jill nodded in agreement, preparing to enter the church. "Wait," Chu Xian called out. "Is there something else?" Jill frowned and turned back. "I must warn you, there are creatures within this church that are far more terrifying than zombies. If you're seeking refuge, I advise against entering," Chu Xian cautioned, recalling how in the original narrative, this group had been cornered by crawlers, nearly meeting their demise inside. If they were merely hiding, it would be safer to remain amidst the horde of zombies than to venture inside. "More terrifying creatures than zombies?" Jill narrowed her eyes, questioning. "Indeed, and not just one, but many, extremely ferocious," Chu Xian replied candidly. "Is that so? If there are monsters, why would you go in?" Jill pressed further. "It's different for me. I'll be in and out swiftly," Chu Xian answered. "So you imply that there will be monsters inside for us, yet none for you? Do you take me for a fool?" Jill shot him a scornful glance, laughing coldly. She had encountered boys trying to assert their presence before, but never had she seen such a pathetic attempt as Chu Xian's. "What a wretched charm," she mused. "Also, stop trying to flirt. Aren't you tired of wearing sunglasses at night?" As she passed by Chu Xian, she paused momentarily, smiling playfully. Sunglasses might appear cool, but they were meant for daytime use. Wearing them at night to appear suave only struck her as amusing. With that, Jill disregarded Chu Xian further and guided the black police officer, Peyton, towards the church. "Huh, am I flirting?" Chu Xian was taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had meant to offer a warning, yet was mistaken for a suitor. He turned to Alice, asking, "Do I seem like I'm flirting?" "Not at all," Alice replied. "You really know me." Chu Xian felt a warm glow of gratitude. Alice truly understood him. "Indeed," Alice added, following him into the church, her protective instincts flaring as she noticed Chu Xian's interest in Jill. Chu Xian, am at a loss for words." The group soon traversed the collapsed iron gate and entered the church. "Get out. This is my place. I'm hiding here." Upon entering, a panic-stricken man brandishing a handgun threatened them. "This place is spacious. We can all take refuge together," Taylor Morales quickly interjected. "Less talking, just leave," the man shouted, visibly agitated. "Calm down. Put the gun down," Peyton, the black officer, commanded firmly. The man was startled by Peyton's stern voice, and upon seeing his police uniform, his demeanor instantly diminished, leaving him hesitant to speak further, tacitly allowing everyone to take refuge here as he hurriedly locked the door. At that moment, the others finally exhaled, each finding a moment to rest. Jill, ever the bold one, nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Nearby, the radio host Terry Morales, aware of the dangers lurking within Raccoon City, stepped forward to engage her in conversation, knowing that someone of her ilk was most vulnerable without protection. However, the outcome was not significantly better than with Su Chuan. Regardless of whether they were male or female, she treated all prospective acquaintances with the same indifference. As for Su Chuan, upon entering, he remained acutely vigilant, scanning the ceiling for any sign of the creepers. This was a known gathering place for them, and he had to tread cautiously. After a thorough search, he found no trace of the creepers. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Host's current location detected, Ravensgate Church. Requirements for check-in met. Would you like to check in? Yes, what's wrong? Alice inquired, noticing Su Chuan's alert expression. Watch the dome. There could be creepers, he cautioned. Understood. Alice responded, instantly alert at the mention of creepers, taking over Su Chuan's vigilance of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Chuan focused his attention on the system interface, directly selecting, yes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You are awarded a random lottery draw. Would you like to draw immediately? With the system's prompt, a dazzling lottery machine appeared on Su Chuan's interface. Without hesitation, he selected yes again. The pointer on the virtual lottery machine began to spin. Soon, it came to a halt, and the screen zoomed in, revealing a line of text indicating red quartz laser goggles. This was a special pair of goggles designed specifically by Professor X for laser eyes, a perfect match for him. Su Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight at the check-in reward. He never expected such fortuitous luck, as if he were possessed by the spirit of a lucky charm, drawing the most suitable item for combat. It seemed that this random draw was not entirely aimless. Perhaps the probability of receiving items related to one's abilities was indeed higher. However, since this was only his second check-in, he could not ascertain the underlying principle. Nevertheless, receiving something perfectly tailored to his needs was exhilarating. With these laser goggles, he could not only adjust the aperture to emit varying intensities of beams, but could also toggle the laser eyes on and off at will, eliminating the need to time his shots or wait for Alice to confirm the results of each battle. With this device, he could shoot whenever he wished and observe with a mere button press, ensuring that combat would be an absolute thrill. Chapter 22. The Priest of the Church and the Crawling Terror. As Chu Xian reveled in the excitement of the lottery results, the call of Alice brought him back to reality. Following her gaze, he spotted an elderly priest clutching a Bible, appearing at the far side of the church. Nearby, a radio host, having just faced embarrassment with Jill, quickly redirected the camera towards the priest. This is the judgment of God, the priest proclaimed with solemnity. For they have disregarded my teachings and defied my laws. The undead shall roam among the living, bringing forth their curse. His face was a mask of sanctity as he approached, reciting his truths in a manner akin to a chant. This spectacle truly captivated the audience. In the face of this unforeseen biological catastrophe, the spread of the undead incited a sense of desperation, leading many to seek solace in faith. Particularly among those who had initially taken refuge in the church, there were individuals nearly kneeling in supplication, yearning for salvation from the priest. However, not everyone succumbed to such superstitions. Chu Xian and Alice, understanding the underlying truths, remained skeptical. The old man's fervent proclamations, cloaked in mysticism, essentially commanded their obedience, an utterly laughable notion. An impressive oration, remarked Jill, whose bold demeanor offered no deference to the priest. Although she was unaware of the origins of the bioweapon crisis in Raccoon City, her experiences with the mansion incident had imparted wisdom. She recognized this as merely a calamity born of viral spread, entirely divorced from any supernatural elements. Indeed, quite remarkable. The radio host chimed in, offering a thumbs up in appreciation. Whether or not Terry Morales believed, capturing such a passionate speech would undoubtedly serve as excellent news material. Meanwhile, the African-American officer, Peyton, scrutinized the priest, seemingly curious about his true intentions. As the priest noticed the lack of impact from his rhetoric, he prepared to speak again. However, a sudden roar emanated from the depths of the church. The audience, already on edge from their harrowing escape from the undead, immediately heightened their vigilance upon hearing the sound. What was that? Peyton, with his keen instincts as a police officer, turned to the priest for answers. Could it be that monster? Alice inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. The crawlers were no easy adversary. They had managed to defeat one in the hive only because it had been trapped at the entrance. In the vast expanse of the church, Encountering one now would make such a tactic nearly impossible. Moreover, her psychic abilities had yet to recover since their awakening, rendering her ill-equipped to confront a crawler. There's no need for alarm. It's merely a single zombie, Chu Xian reassured, waving his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? This place is secure. How could there possibly be a zombie? The priest retorted, his anger palpable. Indeed, do not speak recklessly. The entrance here is securely locked and is further protected by divine benevolence. Those monsters cannot possibly breach it, the man concurred. Telemerize seemed to sense the brewing news and hurriedly redirected the camera towards Chu Xian. Just because they cannot enter does not mean they are absent. Chu Xian replied calmly. What do you mean? Jill furrowed her brow. He can raise them. Chu Xian recalled the plot and spoke candidly. He remembered that in the original storyline, the old man's purpose for luring people was not merely for preaching, but to use them to feed his zombie sister. As Chu Xian's words left his lips, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stared wide-eyed at him, momentarily convinced they had misheard. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? Only I know about my sister. How could he possibly be aware? The priest trembled at the words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, inwardly lamenting his plight. Uft! Jill could not contain herself and erupted into laughter. She had thought the old man's ramblings were absurd, yet Chu Xuan's claim about the priest raising zombies was even more outrageous. Wow, how thrilling! Truly captivating. This tale is far more enthralling than the previous speech, Telemerize applauded Chu Xian, believing he possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling. It was a pity he wasn't writing novels, as he could conjure a terrifying narrative about a priest raising zombies with just a few words from the old man. There must be a limit to such nonsense. He is a priest, God's representative, the embodiment of mercy and compassion. How could he possibly nurture zombies? Speak such blasphemies again. And do not blame me for shattering your head. The man glared at Chu Xian, seething with anger. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of a zombie and found refuge in the church. Believing in God was his means of survival. Yet Chu Xian was trampling on his hope by alleging that the benevolent priest raised zombies, with merely the sudden sound of a voice. You can discern whether it is a zombie or a human that has been raised. You even claim to know who the caretaker is. What do you think you are? A deity? Peyton also felt Chu Xuan's words were excessively absurd, suspecting ulterior motives aimed at causing chaos, and coldly questioned him. Chu Xian, do not slander the innocent. Alice also felt that his remarks were out of line and cautioned him. Believe it or not, Chu Xian shrugged, remaining silent. He merely spoke the truth and did not expect these individuals to accept his words. Peyton subtly gestured towards Jill, understanding the cue. Jill took out her handgun and proceeded towards the source of the strange sounds from earlier, although she did not believe Chu Xuan's tale of the priest raising zombies. The bizarre noises from within warranted caution. She had to investigate to ensure the safety of the group. The priest's eyes reflected anxiety, but with Jill armed, he could not intervene and could only watch her depart. Let us proceed. Chu Xian had successfully signed in and, aware of the lurking crawlers, was eager to depart. He beckoned Alice to prepare for their exit. Ah, leaving already? Alice exclaimed, her mind clouded with confusion, struggling to comprehend Chu Xian's intentions. He explained that he had compelling reasons for being there, yet after their arduous journey, he intended to leave without accomplishing anything, leaving her utterly bewildered. Surely, if the task is complete, you wouldn't want to linger here, would you? With that, Chu Xian strode directly towards the door. Is it truly finished? Alice pondered. Her curiosity piqued. She had accompanied Chu Xian, yet aside from a moment of contemplation, he appeared to have done little. How could everything be concluded so swiftly? Despite her reservations, she chose not to voice her questions and followed him. Wait, what are you doing? A man, startled by their approach to the exit, abruptly reached out to halt Chu Xian. Leaving? Is there a problem with that? Chu Xian frowned. Leaving? The outside is swarming with zombies. If you open that door, they will flood in. The man's face was a mask of terror as he recalled the relentless pounding of the undead against the church doors. He had barely found refuge here. Had it not been for the presence of a police officer among them, he would have expelled them moments ago. Now, as he consented to shelter with them, Chu Xian's desire to leave was alarming. With so many zombies outside, should he open the door, they would all perish. Merely a handful of zombies. If you are fearful, we can eliminate them as we exit, ensuring no disturbance to you. Chu Xian reassured, thumping his chest confidently. With the power of his laser vision, a few zombies posed no challenge at all. Haha, what nonsense. Listen to him. With that noise, there must be at least a dozen or 20 zombies outside, and he dares to say just a few? The man laughed derisively, glancing around at the others. He clearly seeks to lead us to our doom. We cannot allow them to go out. Indeed, it was your choice to enter, but if you wish to leave, do not drag us down with you, echoed radio host Haley Morris. Chu Xian, is it? If you wish to perish, by all means, do so, But do not jeopardize others in the process, lest I become unkind, warned Officer Peyton, a black policeman. He had faced those horrors firsthand, even bearing the scars of a zombie bite on his leg. These creatures were impossible to vanquish, and even a few could spell trouble. If Chu Xian were to unleash the horde outside, no amount of skill could save them. Therefore, that door must not be opened by Chu Xian. And what if I insist on opening it? Chu Xian retorted, his temper flaring as he turned back, his voice icy. These individuals were utterly unaware of the dangers lurking in this place. A number of crawlers were poised around the church. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril. And becoming a target would spell trouble for him. In an instant, Peyton and the man almost simultaneously raised their guns, aiming at Chu Xian. Alice swiftly drew 2 handguns, directing them at both Peyton and the man. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an impending sense of violence, ready to erupt at any moment. Just then, a red shadow suddenly leapt through the window from outside the church, swiftly disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Chapter 23. Alice's dual guns and Chu Xian's laser scope. Jill searched diligently and soon located the source of the sound. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on her handgun and entered the room, prepared to fire at the first sign of danger. However, upon stepping inside, she froze in astonishment. The anticipated threat had not materialized. There was only an elderly woman sitting silently with her back to the door. As Jill crossed the threshold, she observed the woman seated in silence, exhaling a sigh of relief. What was wrong with her? How could she become so anxious over the boy's wild tales? Jill lowered her gun, shaking her head in disbelief. Here she was, a battle-hardened police officer, feeling tense because of Chu Xian's assertion that the priest was raising zombies. The thought alone was almost laughable. What are you doing? Just as Jill began to relax, a voice called out from behind her. Startled, she instinctively raised her gun, only to find that the priest had somehow followed her in, now sweating profusely as he regarded her with concern. Who is she? Jill inquired. This is my sister. She is ill, the priest quickly interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Jill's path, shielding his sister behind him. In that moment, even Jill could sense something amiss. Her eyes narrowed as she remarked, perhaps I could assist her. No, there's no need, the priest insisted, growing increasingly anxious as he attempted to dismiss Jill. Step aside. Jill forcefully pushed the priest aside and moved toward the seated woman. Yet, the moment she beheld the woman's visage, her eyes widened in disbelief. For this was no ordinary woman. It was a zombie, bound to the chair by iron wires. In shock, Jill instinctively recoiled, only to find her foot upon something else. Looking down, she discovered a dismembered corpse, blood still dripping from the woman's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Chu Xian's words echoed in her mind. He was telling the truth. You actually fed the zombies with living humans. You are truly deranged. Trembling, Jill raised her gaze, directing a look of revulsion toward the priest. What she had assumed was merely a fabricated tale about the priest raising corpses had turned out to be disturbingly prophetic. This man actually fed the living to the undead. It seemed the doctrines he had previously espoused were merely a ruse to lure them into feeding the zombies. As a police officer, Jill had encountered numerous cases. Yet this was the first time she had encountered someone with such a vile and grotesque appetite. Fortunately, Chu Xian's reminder came just in time. Otherwise, who knows how many more lives would have been lost to his deceit. Leave us be, the priest implored, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. To others, she appeared as a mere zombie, yet in his eyes, she remained his beloved sister. He believed that with sufficient devotion, he could restore her to her former self. However, confronted with the priest's desperate pleas, Jill felt an unprecedented wave of revulsion wash over him, raising his firearm, ready to eliminate this monstrosity. Do not, the priest cried, positioning himself protectively in front of the woman. The woman had long succumbed to her zombie state. Having consumed flesh, her strength amplified. Her eyes glowed a fierce red as she descended into a frenzied state upon spotting her prey. With a resounding crack, the chair could no longer withstand her force and splintered as she lunged at the priest, sinking her teeth towards his neck. A chilling scream escaped the priest's lips. He could scarcely believe that his own sister would turn against him in such a manner. In agony, he struggled fiercely, but the zombie's strength was overwhelming. Once ensnared, even a grown man could not escape, left to endure her relentless gnawing. Jill quickly took aim at the old woman and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, and the zombie collapsed, her head shattered. Yet the priest, having been bitten into the carotid artery, succumbed, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes wide in disbelief. Unable to fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of the sister he had fought so hard to protect. While Jill grappled with the zombie, Chu Xian and his companions faced their own dire situation. What in the world is that? A man exclaimed, witnessing something leap into the room and vanish. momentarily disregarding Chu Xian in his panic. The zombies were still outside, yet that strange entity had already infiltrated their midst. Clicking on his flashlight, Peyton began to investigate the ceiling. As the beam illuminated the area, a red shadow darted across the walls with astonishing speed, eluding identification. "There!" Haley Morris exclaimed, her camera equipped with night vision mode, unimpeded by the flashlight's glare. Soon, she spotted a skinless creature crawling on the ceiling, gasping in alarm. The others quickly turned their gaze in the direction she indicated, and indeed, they beheld a massive quadrupedal monster, swallowing hard, their faces etched with terror. Good heavens! There truly is a monster. Peyton glanced at Chu Xian, his heart racing in fear. He had not anticipated that Chu Xian's words would ring true. There was something far more terrifying than zombies lurking here. Observing the creature's agility on the walls, he realized it would likely present a greater challenge than the zombies. "Do not be afraid. We must stick together," he urged, yet before he could finish, the man, now consumed by fear, fled, muttering, "Monster, monster, what are you doing? Come back, damn it." Peyton cursed under his breath, desperately calling for the man to return. However, the man paid no heed, swiftly vanishing from sight on the other side of the church. With a swift motion, the figure of the crawler vanished as the man departed. Peyton, apprehensive of a possible ambush from the creature, quickly silenced himself, shaking the flashlight in a futile attempt to locate the monster. Yet, all was in vain. The crawler's speed was astonishing, and the church's dimness rendered it nearly impossible to catch even a fleeting glimpse before it disappeared again. Realizing he could not confront such a beast alone, and with the man having fled, he turned to Chu Xian and exclaimed, "This creature is far too swift. To avert a surprise attack from behind, we must collaborate, back to back." Chu Xian, however, flatly refused, asserting that the crawler was not a foe that could be dealt with by an ordinary person, and that cooperating with him would be a waste of precious time. "You must be mad. If this continues, we shall perish," Peyton retorted, nearly exasperated to the point of fury by Chu Xuan's obstinacy. How could he still hold a grudge at such a critical moment? It was utterly nonsensical. "Alice, protect me," Chu Xian instructed Alice, then immersed his mind into the system. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pair of red quartz laser goggles. Would you like to retrieve them now?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Chu Xian confirmed his choice. As he did so, a pair of stylish sunglasses began to materialize. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the direction the man had fled, followed by the sound of his anguished cries, which abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. Good heavens, there is more than one of these monsters. Peyton, listening to the distant gunfire and screams, felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the fleeting silhouettes above. The presence of such a terrifying creature was already perilous enough, yet there were now two of them. He deeply regretted not heeding Chu Xuan's warnings at the entrance. He should never have entered. Roar. Seizing the moment when Peyton was momentarily paralyzed by the screams, the crawler lunged at him. In a panic, Peyton raised his handgun and fired. However, the creature's leap was merely a feint. As he squeezed the trigger, it grasped a light fixture on the ceiling, swaying gracefully before leaping to evade his shot. Peyton continued firing, yet the creature's speed made it impossible to aim accurately. After several futile attempts, he realized he had not hit a single shot. Click! The sound of an empty chamber echoed as Peyton swiftly replaced the magazine. Roar! The crawler, seizing the opportunity, lunged again. Damn it, Peyton thought, astonished by the creature's cunning. It was as if it were actively seeking an opening. There was no time to shoot again. He could only watch helplessly as it lunged toward him. Bang! Just as Peyton found himself in a perilous predicament, a gunshot rang out, striking the lunging crawler, which fell to the ground. It was Alice who had taken the shot, hitting the crawler squarely in the head. Yet, to his dismay, even after being struck in the head, the crawler did not succumb instantly. It struggled to rise once more. Bang! 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 Alice continued to fire relentlessly, her bullets striking the crawling creature with astonishing precision. She managed to pursue the rapidly moving monster, leaving Peyton and Telemarize utterly astonished. Well done. Peyton couldn't help but express his admiration. Given the creature's speed, even he, as a police officer, would struggle to hit it. Yet Alice could chase it down with remarkable reflexes. We are saved. Telemarize beamed with delight. Just as joy filled the air, another crawler lunged at them from behind. Oh no, there's another one. How many of these monsters are there? Peyton felt despair creeping in. He initially thought there were two, one that had followed the man and another left behind. Now, with two in front of them and the one pursuing the man, there could be three in the church. That was far too many. Crouch down, Alice called out without looking back, swiftly firing in another direction. Bang, bang, bang. With dual pistols in hand, Alice managed to fend off the assault from both crawlers. What kind of marksmanship is this? Peyton was left in awe, watching Alice single-handedly confront two foes. As a grown man, he struggled to deal with just one, while Alice dominated two with seemingly effortless skill. Who was she? Impressive. We are indeed saved, Telemarize exclaimed joyfully. Just then, the crawler that had pursued the man suddenly reversed course along the ceiling, taking advantage of the moment when Alice was occupied, and charged at her with alarming speed. Bang! Peyton quickly raised his weapon, but the crawler moved too swiftly. Just as he aimed, it propelled itself off the wall and lunged at Alice. With the crawler's ferocity, if it knocked Alice down, her demise would be certain. At that moment, Chu Xian's red quartz laser sight finally solidified and fell into place. He swiftly removed his sunglasses and donned the laser sight. Roar! The crawler was now upon them. Click! Just as Chu Xian fitted the laser sight, he opened his eyes wide. Zing! Two beams of crimson laser erupted from his eyes, converging through the sight into a powerful, linear blast directed at the third crawler. Chapter 24. The laser blades swept across the battlefield, leaving the companions utterly astonished. Roar! In that instant, as the light surged forth, the crawler sensed the imminent threat and attempted to evade. However, suspended in midair, it had no means to maneuver and could only watch helplessly as the formidable laser struck it. The laser's power was already formidable, but combined with the sight, its strength was magnified beyond imagination. The previously encountered crawler was struck and resisted for a moment. However, this new laser was twice as powerful as before, leaving the crawler no chance to defend itself and piercing it instantly. The terrifying force propelled the crawler backward, crashing violently onto the pulpit of the church, which was utterly shattered. As for the unfortunate crawler, it suffered even worse, with a massive hole burned through its body. After struggling briefly, its head drooped, and it became still. The other two crawlers trembled at this sight, and without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their assault on Alice and turned to flee. But escape was futile. As Chu Xian dispatched the third crawler, he had already released his grip, allowing the scope to automatically switch back to visual mode. He had been observing the movements of the two remaining crawlers, and upon seeing their intent to flee, he pressed the button once more. In an instant, the scope opened, transforming back into laser mode. Chu Xian turned his head, merging two beams of laser into a singular, straight line of light, resembling a blade of radiance that swept across the scene. No matter how swiftly the crawlers moved, they could not outrun the speed of light, and were instantaneously severed in two. Chu Xian released the mechanism, the scope reverted to visual mode, and the laser vanished. The dismembered crawlers fell to the ground like butchered meat, while the chandelier of the church suffered collateral damage. The chains were severed, causing it to crash down, and the glass bulbs shattered upon impact, scattering debris everywhere. Though this all seems drawn out, the events from the moment Chu Xian sent the crawler flying to the swift decapitation of the remaining two unfolded in the blink of an eye. Until everything concluded, the onlookers remained in stunned silence. Peyton and Talia Morales were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could he have killed three monsters? Peyton swallowed hard, feeling parched and shaken, incredulously exclaiming, "That was a crawler. I fired my shots with all my might, yet none found their mark. Even Alice, with her dual pistols, could only injure them, never inflicting fatal damage. Yet Chu Xian, with a mere glance, pierced one crawler and, with a sweep of his gaze, cleaved the other two. Such terrifying lethality was beyond anything I had ever witnessed. How powerful! This little visor can unleash such lasers. It is simply inconceivable. If this scene were to be broadcasted on the news, I would." Talia Morales shared a similar expression of shock and exhilaration. She could hardly believe that such a laser weapon existed in the world, so compact that it could be worn on the head. Laser beams, such phenomena, typically confined to the realm of science fiction, had materialized in reality. With the footage captured just now, who would dare send her to report on the weather? If she could share this footage, her career prospects would be limitless. Wow, when did you acquire the tactical goggles? They have remarkably compensated for your greatest vulnerability. Even Alice was taken aback, unable to fathom how Chu Xian managed to obtain a pair of laser goggles during her slumber. From the recent consecutive attacks, it was evident that Chu Xian did not close his eyes after the first strike, yet the laser vanished until he pressed the button again. Such advanced laser goggles completely rectify Chu Xian's fatal weakness of being invincible with his eyes open while disregarded with them closed. Henceforth, there will be no concern about enemies exploiting this gap for a counterattack. He can relentlessly press the assault until his opponent is utterly vanquished. "I'll help. Wait. Where are the zombies?" Just as everyone was in shock, Jill finally returned. From the dense gunfire she had just heard, she surmised that the hall must have been besieged by zombies, and the situation was dire. However, upon her arrival in the hall, She found no trace of a single zombie, leaving her utterly perplexed and unaware of what had transpired. What zombies? Peyton echoed her confusion, not grasping the meaning behind Jill's words. If there are no zombies, then why were you firing? Jill was left speechless. If there were no zombies, what on earth were they shooting at? Was there an abundance of bullets? It was a creature, but they had dealt with it. Realizing Jill had misunderstood, Peyton pointed to the corpse of a crawler on the ground and explained, "This is a crawler. I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so exceptional, having killed 3 of them." Upon seeing the bodies on the ground, Jill gasped in astonishment, her gaze falling on Alice, who wielded dual pistols with smoke still rising from the barrels, and she expressed her admiration. While others may not recognize the crawler, Jill, having endured the mansion incident, understood the terror they posed. Even seasoned special forces would find encountering them extremely perilous. Yet here was Alice, single-handedly eliminating 3 crawlers with 2 handguns. Her combat prowess was truly formidable. More importantly, she was a woman, which instantly amplified Jill's admiration for her. However, Peyton clarified that it was not Alice alone who had slain the monsters. Sensing another misunderstanding from Jill, he quickly interjected, "It wasn't just her. You all worked together to kill them, and you did well." Jill paused in surprise, but soon noticed the smoke rising from Peyton's handgun, leading her to a realization. And she praised him. Peyton covered his face, feeling utterly ashamed. His shooting skills were quite commendable within the police force, but he hadn't even grazed a crawler. How could he possibly claim to have participated in the extermination alongside Alice? Jill overestimated him far too much. It was him. He was the one who killed them, interjected the radio host, Terry Morales, pointing at Chu Xian. "He did it? You must be joking. He doesn't even have a weapon. Could he possibly have stared the monsters to death?" Jill responded, her face a mask of skepticism and disbelief. While she could accept that others had slain the crawlers. Chu Xian? Huh. Regarding Chu Xian, that pretentious fellow, it is one thing to don sunglasses at night in a bid to flirt. But now he has donned even more extravagant goggles. With his hands conspicuously empty, how could he possibly slay a monster? It seems utterly ludicrous. Indeed, he merely cast a glance, and with a swift whoosh, a beam of laser erupted, creating a gaping hole in the creature. Then, with a mere turn of his head, 2 monsters were cleaved in half. Taylor Morris, brimming with excitement, elaborated with animated gestures, thoroughly engrossed in her recounting. Did he truly accomplish such a feat? Gil inquired, directing a questioning gaze at Peyton. How could a mere glance result in the demise of one beast, and a mere twist of the head lead to the beheading of 2 monstrous crawlers? This sounds excessively exaggerated, akin to a tale spun by a bard. Is he truly so formidable merely because he wears those goggles? Such a compact size hardly suggests the capacity for a laser device, let alone one that would necessitate a tremendous amount of energy. I am the host of the Raccoon 7 program. How can you doubt my word? If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate, Taylor Morris retorted, her expression shifting upon realizing that Gil questioned her honesty. Immediately, she activated the recording device, replaying the recent events for Gil to behold. Is this what you assert, that he single-handedly vanquished 3 crawlers? The red light flashed twice. But where is he? Gil remarked, his lips twitching in disbelief as he scrutinized the recording. He had anticipated Taylor Morris would showcase some thrilling combat footage. Yet all that appeared on the screen was the ceiling. There were indeed flashes of red light, but they appeared to be nothing more than the recording device's red indicator light, entirely unrelated to any laser. The ceiling? That cannot be. I distinctly remember. I was lost in thought and failed to record it. Oh dear. My opportunity for advancement. Taylor Morris exclaimed, her expression morphing into one of confusion as she turned the device back towards herself, only to discover that the recorded perspective was indeed the ceiling, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. It suddenly dawned on her that when the crawler lunged at her, she had been so startled that she had collapsed to the ground. The unexpected nature of Chu Xian's action had rendered her momentarily paralyzed, causing her to forget to adjust the camera's angle. Consequently, the recording captured nothing but 2 brief flashes of red light against the ceiling, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. The thought of losing her golden opportunity for promotion brought Taylor Morris to tears. After years of labor, still relegated to reporting mundane weather forecasts, her singular chance at elevation had slipped away, leaving her despondent. Let us depart. Chu Xian disregarded the crowd, turning towards the door. The attendance had been duly noted, rendering further lingering unnecessary. Outside, the zombies stirred. Alice glanced at the recently emptied magazine, feeling resigned. It's all right. I shall handle it. Chu Xian reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, facing the entrance. Enough of the charade. You performed convincingly. Yet you ought to pursue acting instead of settling for weather reports. That so-called laser cannot possibly possess such immense power without several tons of energy behind it. If his diminutive goggles could indeed emit such formidable lasers, then Gil observed Taylor Morris, her eyes brimming with tears, but felt no sympathy, delivering a cold, mocking retort. However, before she could finish her words, Chu Xian had already pressed the switch on the eyepiece. In an instant, the visual mode transformed into laser mode. With a whoosh, a beam of laser shot forth, and the heavy wooden door, unable to withstand the intensity, was instantly obliterated. Chapter 25. Sweeping through the zombies, Jill was astonished. Her new ability activating at the graveyard. My heavens! It's true, the eyepiece can indeed emit lasers. Jill exclaimed in shock, startled by the explosion. She had initially thought that Taylor Morris was merely spouting nonsense, but to her surprise, Chu Xian's eyepiece truly possessed the capability to unleash lasers, and judging by its power, it was formidable indeed. Wow, how impressive. One strike, and the door is blown apart. Taylor Morris marveled, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Impressive, my foot. The zombies are coming in. Peyton retorted angrily. Originally, after Chu Xian and his companions had dealt with the crawlers, the church was deemed safe. Who could have predicted that this fellow would go mad and attack the door? Now, without the protection of the door, the zombies would surely invade. They were about to face trouble. Hurry, raise your guns and prepare for defense. Roar, roar, roar. Indeed, without the barrier of the door, hordes of zombies were surging into the church, shrieking. Click. Jill loaded her bullets, also preparing for defense. However, in the next moment, another laser shot forth, sweeping back and forth at the entrance like a blade of light. Zzz. The zombies, moving sluggishly, could not evade the onslaught, getting sliced apart by the laser. Chu Xian released his finger, the red quartz lens of the laser eyepiece retracting, and the laser dissipated. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies that had been charging in came to an abrupt halt, standing still for a moment before collapsing into several pieces, crashing down. The sight of dozens of zombies simultaneously crumbling to the ground left everyone present in stunned silence. Was this the power of his eyepiece? How astonishing! Jill's eyes widened, sparkling with admiration as she regarded Chu Xian with newfound respect. She had initially perceived him as merely a show-off joker. However, it was evident that he was not at all what she assumed. On the contrary, he truly possessed the capital to impress. The ability to release lasers from that eyepiece was something even the military lacked. What kind of background does this fellow have to possess such a terrifying weapon? Of course, if she were to learn that the eyepiece was merely a supplementary tool and that Chu Xian's eyes were the true source of the laser, she would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Wow, this laser is incredibly useful. With this advanced technology, we could stride through Raccoon City with ease. Peyton exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with envy as he gazed at Chu Xian. How cool. Who knew that killing zombies could be so stylish? Taylor Morris looked at Chu Xian with a hint of admiration, but soon she realized and cried out in despair. Oh no, I forgot to record. Unaware that his casual annihilation of zombies had left such an impact, Chu Xian stepped forward and exited the church. Before long, he found himself outside. The system's notification resonated in Chu Xian's mind. Ding! The host has been detected leaving the sign-in location. A new sign-in point has been activated. Sign-in location, cemetery. Sign-in successful. A chance for a lottery draw has been granted. A cemetery? Isn't that just behind the church? Chu Xian felt a surge of joy at the system's announcement. He hadn't anticipated that the next sign-in location would be so close, akin to a gift of a lottery opportunity, one he intended to seize. He turned and, accompanied by Alice, made his way towards the cemetery. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. Taylor Morris, noticing Chu Xian's departure, hurriedly followed him. What should we do? Peyton glanced at Jill. Well, there's south no better place to go. Let us follow and see, Jill replied, surveying the damaged church and the zombies that were regrouping around them. Reluctantly, she continued, though we know little of Chu Xian's identity. With zombies lurking everywhere and the potential for crawlers to appear, it's perilous to venture alone. Given his advanced laser goggles, it's clear he has an impressive background. Perhaps he possesses insights into this bioweapon crisis. Before long, the group entered the cemetery. Shortly after their arrival, Taylor Morris felt something was amiss. She approached a gravestone, took a look, and jumped back in fright, exclaiming, "What the hell are we doing here?" Yet, her complaints fell on deaf ears. With no other choice, Taylor continued onward. The further they walked, the more gravestones appeared, and finally, she could no longer contain herself. Hey. Am I the only one to notice that we're in a graveyard? And what of it? Jill shot back, rolling her eyes. She wasn't blind and was well aware that they were in a cemetery, but since she wasn't leading the group, there was little she could do about it. With no other options, Taylor Morris caught up with the ahead Chu Xian, inquiring about their destination. However, Chu Xian was adjusting his position, trying to ascertain the sign-in point, and had no time to respond. Frustrated, Tali turned to the seemingly more approachable Alice, asking, Alice, right? Where are we actually headed? I have no idea, Alice replied, shrugging her shoulders. Chu Xian was the one leading. Wherever he went, she would follow. What? After wandering all this way, we end up in a cemetery. And now you tell me you don't know where we're headed? Tali Morris felt on the verge of tears. She had assumed that Alice would lead them to a safe place, but instead, she was met with uncertainty. Behind them, Jill and Peyton exchanged glances, unsure if they should continue following. Just then, Chu Xian, who had been wandering through the cemetery, finally came to a halt. The system's notification echoed once more in his mind. Ding dong. The current location of the host has been detected. Cemetery. Sign-in requirements met. Would you like to sign in now? Finally, it has arrived. The system's location detection is indeed precise. As soon as I stepped into the center of the graveyard, it was immediately activated. Chu Xian rejoiced upon hearing the system prompt and turned to Alice, instructing her to remain vigilant of their surroundings as he prepared to engage in his task. Rest assured, I've got this, Alice replied, nodding as she began to survey the area for any potential threats. Meanwhile, Chu Xian immersed himself in the system interface, clicking to sign in. What is he doing? Why has he stopped? Tali Morris wondered aloud as she observed Chu Xian suddenly halt, gesturing aimlessly in the air, utterly perplexed. A chilling breeze swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She turned to Alice and suggested, there might be more monsters lurking here. If there were, we would have encountered them by now. Alice replied calmly. So you know what they are? Tali Morris, true to her role as a radio host, quickly picked up on Alice's implication and pressed for more information. Bioweapons from Umbrella's underground experiments, Alice revealed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Tali Morris realized she had found someone knowledgeable about the inner workings and promptly switched her camera back on, asking, how do you know so much about Umbrella? Her question piqued the interest of Jill and Peyton, who leaned in to listen, equally curious about Alice's understanding of the creatures. I once worked for them, Alice admitted candidly. While Alice conversed, Chu Xian had already begun his own preparations. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. You are entitled to a random lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? The virtual lottery machine materialized with the system's prompt. Chu Xian clicked to begin. Beep, beep, beep. As Chu Xian clicked, the lottery machine's pointer began to spin wildly. From his first sign-in draw, he received a laser eye. From the second, a laser eyepiece. What would he receive from this third draw? As he watched the pointer gradually slow down, anticipation bubbled within him, and his heart raced. Before long, the pointer came to a halt. The area it indicated began to enlarge dramatically, revealing a line of text. Wolverine Gene. Chapter 26. The goddess joins forces to battle the undead horde. Wolverine clears the path. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a vial of Wolverine Gene Serum. Using it will grant you the abilities of the mutant Wolverine. As the system notification echoed, the Wolverine Gene Serum slowly materialized before him. Wow, is it really that exhilarating? Chu Xian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the reward for his third sign-in. He hadn't anticipated such a fortuitous stroke of luck, another mutant ability, and this time, it was Wolverine's gene. This gene is remarkable. Its exceptionally strong healing factor endows the body with extraordinary regenerative capabilities, providing not only formidable resistance to viruses, but also the ability to combat aging. Theoretically, as long as he is not utterly disassembled, he could survive even a gunshot to the head. Though he currently possesses formidable laser eyes, his corporeal form remains exceedingly fragile. He must exercise utmost caution in every battle, for even a single bullet could claim his life. However, with the extraordinary ability of super regeneration, he can recover even from being reduced to a mere mass of flesh, rendering him a veritable deity in this apocalyptic world. With such prowess, he need not fear the multitude of mercenaries employed by the Umbrella Corporation. Soon, the Wolverine genetic serum coalesced and fell into Chu Xian's hand. Sitting cross-legged, he promptly uncorked the vial and poured its contents into his mouth. In one swift motion, he swallowed the entire serum, leaving none behind. In the next instant, a warm current surged from his chest, rapidly radiating throughout his body. Were someone to observe Chu Xian through a microscope, they would witness his genes fracturing and reassembling as the warmth coursed through him. The cells, now reformed, began to vibrate with increasing intensity, their vitality swelling to unprecedented levels. At that moment, as Chu Xian integrated the Wolverine genes, the earth of the graveyard erupted, and a decayed hand thrust forth, seizing Talamos Laze's feet and yanking her down. Help! Help! Talamos Laze had been engrossed in an inquiry with Alice regarding the Umbrella Corporation, oblivious to the peril beneath her, and was yanked down to the ground in a tangle of limbs, crying out in panic. Observing this, Jill rushed forward to grasp Talamos Laze's hand, attempting to prevent her from being dragged into the earth. Yet, the zombie's grip was astonishingly strong. Once ensnared, there was no escaping. No matter how Jill pulled, she could not extricate her from the pit. Seeing this, Alice leapt forward and delivered a kick to the zombie's head. Having already integrated the T-virus, her strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and her kick caused the zombie's head to twist 360 degrees, rendering its body limp. Seizing the opportunity, Jill exerted all her strength to pull Talamo's lays back to safety. Jill exhaled deeply, yet scarcely had she begun to relax when the ground trembled again, and more zombies clawed their way out of the graves, reaching for the group. Get to safety. Jill swiftly set Talamo's lays aside. With a growl, a fully emerged zombie lunged at Jill, its maw agape with hunger. With the distance too close for her to draw her firearm, Jill, a seasoned member of the elite Special Defense Unit, demonstrated her prowess despite her demotion. She swiftly seized the zombie by the neck and twisted forcefully. The crack of bone echoed as the zombie's neck snapped, and it collapsed lifelessly. Yet more zombies surged forth. While the average person would be in utter disarray, Jill remained composed, delivering a powerful kick to one zombie and deftly sidestepping another's attack. With precision, she grasped the neck of the third zombie, slamming it against a nearby gravestone. The unfortunate zombie had yet to register what was happening before its brain was violently shattered. The second zombie, attempting to bite her arm, was swiftly met with the force of her hands, which she deftly twisted, resulting in a sickening crack as its neck broke. The first zombie, which had been kicked aside, attempted to rise but was promptly pinned down by her foot. With a swift squeeze, its neck was similarly crushed. In a matter of moments, she had dispatched 4 zombies with her bare hands, earning the moniker of a true zombie slayer. After eliminating the fourth foe, Jill finally found a moment to retrieve her handgun. With a satisfying click, she chambered around and turned her attention toward Alice, ready to assist. However, as she raised her weapon, she was momentarily taken aback. Alice, too, was unarmed but exhibited a fiercer prowess. The horde of zombies that had intended to attack Chu Xian had already been neutralized by her. Jill couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive skills." Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, Alice's expression darkened as she cautioned, "Don't celebrate too early. We might be in for trouble." Suddenly, with Alice's warning, the graveyard erupted into chaos as numerous zombies clawed their way out of the earth, staggering and howling as they advanced toward the group. "Chu Xian, the zombies are coming," Alice shouted, alerting him. Chu Xian had initially presumed he had arrived at the graveyard before the plot unfolded, thinking the zombies wouldn't emerge so swiftly. Little did he know, they had long been infected by the T-virus, merely waiting for the right moment to trigger their emergence, which was now set off by their presence. At that moment, Chu Xian was engaged in merging with Wolverine's genes and could not afford to halt his progress. He instructed, "Hold them off for a moment. I will be ready shortly." Alice nodded in agreement, clenched her fists, and prepared for battle. The surrounding zombies soon lunged toward the group. Jill raised her handgun, firing continuously. Having survived the mansion incident, she was well versed in the weaknesses of zombies. Each shot aimed at their heads, and while not every bullet found its mark, many zombies fell as a result. However, Alice found herself at a disadvantage. Her ammunition had been exhausted during her encounters with the crawlers, and she could not withstand the onslaught of so many zombies with mere hand-to-hand combat. Observing Alice's predicament, Jill swiftly produced another handgun from her waist and tossed it to her. It was the weapon of the man they had encountered at the church, who had, in a moment of panic, abandoned it while fleeing from the crawlers, only to meet his demise at their hands. When the crawlers returned to assault Chu Xian, Jill had retraced her steps, drawn by the sound of gunfire, and fortuitously picked up the discarded handgun. Now, surrounded by the horde, it was the perfect weapon for Alice, who was in dire need of ammunition. The sound of relentless pounding echoed through the air, as 2 formidable goddesses united their powers, doubling their might. Countless zombies surged forth, yet none could breach their defenses, an impressive display of strength. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not withstand the seemingly infinite horde of the undead emerging from the graveyard. Although many zombies lay defeated around them, an unending stream continued to crawl from the tombs, staggering toward their position. "This is untenable. There are simply too many zombies. We must depart from this place swiftly," Jill exclaimed, recognizing the perilous situation and calling out to Alice. "Indeed, my ammunition is nearly depleted. If we do not leave soon, we will be trapped here," Peyton added, firing her weapon to fell an approaching zombie, then anxiously urging the others to act. "No, Chu Xian has yet to complete his task. We cannot leave him behind." Alice firmly rejected the suggestion, resolute in her decision not to abandon him. "What task? He has been sitting there in a daze, accomplishing nothing," Terry Morales remarked, her face a mask of confusion. While Jill focused on combating the zombies, Terry had been observing Chu Xian, who appeared lost in thought. What could possibly be so important? I have faith in him. Even if he seems oblivious, I must shield him from the zombies. I cannot allow them to disrupt his concentration, Alice declared. Though she too was puzzled by Chu Xian's actions, nevertheless, she had vowed to protect him, and she would uphold that promise, even if he appeared to be merely daydreaming. You must be jesting, Alice. Terry Morales nearly exploded in frustration. If he is incapacitated, surely we can utilize his laser goggles. Realizing Alice was unmoved, Peyton shifted her focus to Chu Xian's laser goggles. Yes, we could use his goggles to fend off the zombies. Jill's eyes sparkled at the prospect. They had witnessed the formidable power of those goggles in the church. Employing them would undoubtedly ease their struggle against the surrounding horde. Goggles? You are mistaken. Those are merely for shielding against light. They do not emit lasers, Alice interjected, clarifying the misunderstanding. What? They don't emit lasers? You must be joking, Peyton exclaimed, incredulous. Didn't he use them to release a laser in the church? Indeed. We all witnessed it. How could they be ordinary goggles? Jill, Peyton, and Terry were left speechless, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. They had followed Alice and the others because of the goggles' immense power, only to be told now that they were nothing more than common eyewear. This was absurd. Stop joking. This is a matter of life and death. His eyes are unique. Without the goggles, they will unleash lasers, hence the need for him to wear sunglasses or goggles, Alice explained earnestly. Then it's hopeless, Jill, Peyton. And Terry's heart sank as they absorbed the grim reality. Who could have imagined that such a formidable laser would emanate from Chu Xian's eyes? It is utterly life-threatening. The horde of zombies staggered towards them, intent on devouring everyone in their path. At last, it was accomplished. Just as the group was running out of ammunition and their hearts were filled with anxiety and despair, the previously meditative Chu Xian finally opened his eyes and stood up, shouting to everyone, "Follow me and fight your way out." Excellent. Alice nodded in agreement. How wonderful. He has finally risen. Peyton exhaled in relief upon witnessing Chu Xian's emergence. Ha! With his laser, we are saved, exclaimed Tammy Moray with delight. Once he clears a path with his laser, we will follow closely behind. Jill smiled at the thought of Chu Xian's power. However, when everyone expected him to unleash his laser to carve a way through, Chu Xian instead clenched his fists, and 3 bone claws pierced through the skin of his arms, slowly emerging. Kill! He roared like a beast and charged directly into the throng of zombies. Chapter 27. The Wolf Among the Sheep. What on earth is happening? Why is he charging straight in? Peyton gazed in disbelief at Chu Xian rushing into the horde. Utterly bewildered. Doesn't he possess laser vision? Why isn't he using it? Tammy Moray exclaimed anxiously. This man has gone mad. He is charging into the zombies. If he falls among them, we are doomed. Jill's face mirrored the worry. What on earth is he planning? Alice too was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Chu Xian refrained from unleashing his laser to obliterate the zombies. Yet, out of trust in him, she did not intervene immediately. The zombies, taken aback, never anticipated that their prey would not flee but instead charge at them. Ecstatic, they opened their gaping jaws and shrieked as they lunged towards Chu Xian. Come at me. Chu Xian bellowed, leaping into the mass of zombies. Having just fused with Wolverine's genes, his muscles were enhanced, and his cells vibrated with unprecedented vitality. He felt an overwhelming primal strength coursing through him, yearning for release. The poor zombies, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were swiftly brought down as Chu Xian tackled one and delivered a devastating punch to its head. With a sickening crunch, his fist, adorned with sharp bone spikes, pierced through the zombie's skull. Another zombie rushed forward, but with a swift motion, Chu Xian swung his arm. A glint of cold light flashing as the would-be assailant was halted, its body severed and collapsing to the ground. What? He can take down a zombie with a single punch? How is that even possible? Peyton's eyes widened in shock. He knew Chu Xian's laser was formidable and acknowledged his inferiority, yet the sheer power of his punches was astonishing. Even as a muscular black police officer, he would not dare claim he could obliterate a zombie with a single blow. Chu Xian is simply extraordinary. It is a fist, yet not entirely so. Upon closer inspection, it appears that bony claws have emerged from it. Jill's eyes widened in astonishment. If it were merely the strength of the fist, she would not have lost her composure. The truly astonishing aspect is that Chu Xian's fist has inexplicably sprouted bone spurs. Bone claws. How could a human hand possibly develop such features? Is this still a human? Taylor Morius, equally shocked and exhilarated, quickly turned the camera towards the battlefield. If the emergence of bone claws in a human were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly make headlines. As the one capturing this moment, she would surely rise in prominence. This was a clear path to promotion. Such sharp claws, capable of decapitating a zombie with a single swipe. How could this fellow have concealed such power during the hive encounter? How cleverly he has hidden it from me. Alice's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her psychic energy almost spilling forth, but she reined it in and coldly remarked, "Once I find a safe place, just wait and see how I will deal with you." She had initially thought Chu Xian's ability was limited to laser beams, only to discover he possessed two abilities simultaneously. While astonished, she felt a flicker of annoyance. Chu Xian was clearly both offensive and defensive, yet had withheld his full potential, causing her unnecessary worry. How infuriating. Roar. Chu Xian's bone claws were formidable, yet they merely intimidated. Faced with zombies that lacked pain, thought, and fear, their effectiveness diminished. For every zombie he felled, two more would lunge at him. And for every two he dispatched, a horde would descend. Soon, Chu Xian found himself overwhelmed. Oh no. Jill realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly raised her weapon to assist. However, upon pulling the trigger, she was horrified to discover it was out of ammunition. Quickly. Peyton. Chu Xian is surrounded. Help him. Click, click, click. I'm out of bullets too. Talamorius exclaimed in dismay, never expecting that just as she witnessed the emergence of a superhuman, she would soon witness his downfall. What carelessness. Alice gasped in shock. With such a multitude of zombies, even with her T-virus enhancement, she would perish without a weapon, let alone Chu Xian. Though he possessed bone claws, being swarmed by so many zombies would surely lead to his demise. Casting aside her anger, she dashed toward Chu Xian, determined to use her psychic abilities to extract him from the pile of corpses. Boom. Just as everyone feared for Chu Xian, he roared with an authoritative command, impaling one zombie and lifting a mass of them into the air. Huh. Chu Xian's forehead pulsed with veins as he gripped a zombie, his entire physique swelling with power. The fabric of his t-shirt could not withstand his burgeoning muscle and burst apart, revealing a physique akin to a magnificent beast. The power of the beast erupted, forcefully clearing away the horde of zombies that pressed upon him, even wielding two of the undead as weapons to sweep through the throngs. The sound of thuds echoed as a group of zombies was sent flying by Chu Xian's terrifying strength, crashing violently against the surrounding tombstones, shattering them into pieces. What? He single-handedly cleared a mass of zombies. How could this be possible? Peyton's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping in shock, rendered speechless by the sheer incredibility of the scene. As a muscular man who regularly engaged in fitness, he could lift 3 zombies with ease. Yet an entire swarm was beyond his capacity. After all, zombies, though transformed, retained their human weight. Each one weighed at least 60 kilograms. And the multitude of zombies assailing Chu Xian must have totaled over 1,000 pounds. Any person would be crushed under such weight, let alone break free from it. Such formidable strength. The heavy zombies were swept aside as if they were mere toys. This man was nothing short of a beast. Jill's eyes widened, sparkling with astonishment as she realized for the first time just how wild Chu Xian truly was, drawing her gaze irresistibly toward him. Such power, so terrifying, how captivating. Talia Morales watched Chu Xian's muscular physique, unable to suppress a gulp, nearly salivating at the sight. Just as men admire beautiful women, women too find themselves entranced by physical strength. She, being a woman, felt her heart race at the sight of his well-defined muscles. What is happening? Why does he seem even more powerful? At night. Wait, what am I thinking? Is this really the time for such thoughts? Alice wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. She had believed she understood Chu Xian thoroughly after their deep discussions the previous night. Yet it seemed that she had barely scratched the surface. Clearly, they would need to continue their intimate exchanges. As the image of the ferocious Chu Xian pinning her down flashed in her mind, Alice's face flushed crimson. Realizing her thoughts, she vigorously shook her head to dispel those strange notions. Why are you still standing there? We must hurry. As Chu Xian cleared the zombies, he noticed his companions staring at him in a daze, prompting him to remind them, somewhat exasperated. Right, we need to leave this place. Alice snapped back to reality and quickly followed suit, with the others trailing behind her. What a thrill. It truly was exhilarating. Chu Xian continued to swipe at the zombies, beheading them one after another. Even when confronted by multiple foes, he dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. It was sheer delight. With Chu Xian, this human beast, clearing the path, the zombies scarcely approached the group before being felled and sent flying. The palpable sense of raw power, each punch delivering a terrifying explosion of force, embodied a brutal aesthetic that left those behind him in awe. Just as Chu Xian reveled in his slaughter, suddenly, a claw swiped through the air, breaking through the zombie horde and emerging onto the road. Is that it? I haven't finished yet. Chu Xian gazed at the desolate road, his expression one of astonishment, as he had not anticipated the graveyard to be so diminutive. After a brief period of hacking away, he had traversed through it entirely. Despite his efforts, he felt as though he had yet to satiate his desire for destruction. Compared to the undead, he appeared more akin to a monstrous entity. It seemed he was the first to express concern over the zombies, while simultaneously finding them lacking. Alice, Jill, Peyton, and Talia Morales exchanged bemused glances. They had witnessed many who attempted to flaunt their prowess, yet none could rival Chu Xian's audacious display of bravado. Slicing through the horde of zombies only to still feel unfulfilled, a truly absurd situation. In contrast, the zombies seemed inadequate as monsters beside him. As Chu Xian departed the cemetery, a timely notification from the system echoed. Ding. Host has left the cemetery. New sign-in location activated. Sign-in location, Raccoon City High School. Sign-in successful. 1 lottery opportunity awarded. Chapter 28. The Goddess of Revenge rises again, with Jill in tow. Outside the city, within the command tent of Raccoon City, a group of Umbrella Corporation employees busied themselves. Commander Kane, the T-virus infection has reached a critical level, one of the surveillance personnel cautioned. Kane turned at the remark. Recognizing the youthful and handsome visage of the commander who had ordered the reopening of the hive after Chu Xian and his companions had escaped. At that time, he had been clad in protective gear, leading them to mistakenly regard him as a mere researcher. Now, witnessing the complete downfall of Raccoon City, he understood this was the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Without hesitation, he commanded, "This is an exceptional chance for experimentation. Ensure all data is meticulously recorded. Moreover, it is time to initiate the Goddess of Revenge project." Understood, his subordinates replied, swiftly executing commands on their keyboards. Within Raccoon City Hospital, the previously darkened ward gradually illuminated, revealing a colossal and grotesque figure lying upon the examination table. Nearby, the computer screens were taken over remotely, activating the Goddess of Revenge. The computer-controlled sedatives and muscle relaxants ceased their injection, and in an instant, the creature that had been motionless on the examination table suddenly opened its ferocious eyes. As Umbrella activated the Goddess of Revenge project, Chu Xian also exited the cemetery. After leaving, Jill's gaze frequently fell upon Chu Xian. "Why are you looking at me?" Chu Xian, sensing her scrutiny, inquired with curiosity. "I'm not quite sure," Jill responded, shaking her head, before asking with intrigue, "Who exactly are you? How is it that you can manifest that bone claw?" The laser-like, beastly claw rendered Chu Xian an enigma, akin to a deep abyss that captivated her attention. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Let us discuss you instead. Why have you been following me?" Chu Xian chose to divert the conversation, curious about their persistence. They should have parted ways upon exiting the church, yet these individuals continued to trail him, which baffled him. "It's safer to follow you." Jill did not shy away from the truth, openly admitting her sentiments. "Are you certain?" Chu Xian responded, bemused. He needed to sign in, inevitably venturing into perilous territories. Yet Jill claimed that following him was safe. How could he have been unaware of this? Had they truly been safe while accompanying him into the church, or while entering the cemetery? His next destination promised even greater danger, yet Jill insisted that her safety lay in his company. "I cannot be held accountable, nonetheless. I am resolute in sticking by you," she declared. Reflecting on her encounters with Chu Xian, Jill realized that safety had been elusive. Had she not entered the church, she would not have faced the onslaught of the creepers. Had she abstained from the cemetery, she would not have been besieged by the undead. In retrospect, it appeared that accompanying Chu Xian was indeed fraught with peril, as he seemed perpetually drawn to danger. This left her in a quandary, yet she ultimately steeled herself, deciding to remain by his side. "It is perilous to be with me. Should you seek safety, you must depart Raccoon City post-haste," Chu Xian cautioned. "Why?" Jill inquired, puzzled. Peyton and Talia Morales turned to him as well. Even Alice displayed a look of confusion, struggling to comprehend his words. The Umbrella Corporation is aware that Raccoon City is utterly beyond control. They are now fervently conducting biochemical experiments and will unleash a nuclear strike at dawn. Chu Xian disclosed candidly, sharing the information he possessed. Jill was taken aback, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. She asked, "What is the magnitude of the devastation?" "I cannot say for certain, but obliterating the entire city is undoubtedly within their capabilities." While Chu Xian was aware of the narrative, he could not recall the precise yield of the weapon. However, it was certain that Raccoon City would ultimately be annihilated. How absurd. Jill exhaled a ring of smoke, expressing her skepticism with a dismissive curl of her lips. Such a weapon could not possibly be deployed domestically. It is preposterous. It is impossible. They could never execute such an act without facing overwhelming public outcry, Peyton interjected, incredulous. "Indeed, they cannot possibly contain everyone. Some will undoubtedly escape to unveil the truth," Talia Morales added, incensed. "Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your concern. It bears no relevance to me. Chu Xian shrugged nonchalantly. At this juncture, Jill, Peyton, and Talia Morales fell silent. If Chu Xian continued to elucidate, they would likely persist in their doubts. Yet, his silence sowed seeds of uncertainty within them. Could it be that Chu Xian's claims held a kernel of truth, that Raccoon City was indeed destined for nuclear obliteration at dawn? As the group grappled with the shocking revelations, the public telephone on the street suddenly rang, startling them and prompting exchanged glances of bewilderment regarding who might be calling. After a moment's hesitation, Jill ultimately decided to answer the phone. Gazing at the surveillance camera on the street, Jill listened in astonishment to the voice on the other end of the phone, her expression turning to one of disbelief as she finally looked at Chu Xian. "What is it? Who's calling?" Peyton inquired, noticing Jill's troubled demeanor. "It was a researcher named Ashford from Umbrella Corporation," Jill sighed. "Just as Chu Xian said, before dawn, the entire Raccoon City will be obliterated." She wished fervently that Chu Xuan's words were mere fabrications, yet the corroboration from both parties confirmed the grim reality of his assertions. Raccoon City was doomed. "What shall we do?" Peyton asked anxiously. "He mentioned that his daughter had an accident during the evacuation and is currently hiding in a school. If we assist in locating her, he will arrange a helicopter for our escape." Jill disclosed the contents of the call without reservation. "That's splendid news," exclaimed Terry Morales, her spirits lifted, realizing there might be hope for their survival. "Chu Xian, what's your take on this?" Jill turned to him, eager for his insight. "As for me, I may need to go to the school, but I won't be involved in the rescue. Ultimately, the decision rests with you all," Chu Xian replied, shaking his head. He was determined to go to the school, but his priority was survival over heroism. "Let us prepare and set off," Jill declared, encouraged by Chu Xuan's willingness to accompany them, even if not for the sake of saving others. His presence significantly increased their chances of survival, and with no better alternatives at hand, she resolved to proceed. After a brief respite on the street, Jill and Peyton took the opportunity to gather more ammunition before they resumed their journey towards Raccoon City High School. Before long, they arrived at an overpass. "Wait a moment." Alice suddenly halted, calling the group to a stop. "What is it?" Chu Xian asked, noticing Alice's unusual expression with curiosity. "There seems to be something beneath the bridge," Alice replied, tilting her head as she sensed the surroundings. "Something?" Chu Xian paused, perplexed. According to the original narrative, they were supposed to encounter Matt, transformed into a monster by Umbrella, at this location. However, since he had already escaped, what could possibly await them beneath the bridge? "There's nothing there. I see nothing. We should hurry on. Dawn won't wait for us," Peyton said impatiently, attempting to move forward. "Not seeing something doesn't equate to its absence." "There is definitely something there," Alice insisted, blocking Peyton's path once more. "Very well, I trust your instincts. You all stay hidden while I investigate," Chu Xian decided, intrigued to discover what else Umbrella might have prepared for them in light of Matt's departure. "Enough of this nonsense. I'm fed up with your paranoia. There's nothing there." Peyton observed in disbelief as Chu Xian halted due to a mere sentiment expressed by Alice. Unable to contain his impatience, he brusquely pushed past Alice and continued onward. However, at that very moment, the terrifying sound of machine gun fire erupted, with countless bullets raining down upon the bridge, transforming Peyton into a veritable pincushion. Chapter 29. Alice's fury against the experiment subject. Super recovery shocks everyone. Jill, a longtime friend of Peyton from the police department, was consumed with rage upon witnessing her dear friend being gunned down. She swiftly drew her handgun and charged out. A glance confirmed her fears. Beneath the bridge stood a grotesque creature wielding a Gatling gun, its cold gaze fixed above. "Die, you bastard!" Jill cried out, driven by vengeance, as she raised her weapon and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the abomination. With remarkable precision, every shot struck the creature, causing small geysers of blood to erupt. Inside the Raccoon City command tent, the officer remarked, "Sir, he has located the other two STARS members." The control personnel, upon viewing the footage, realized that this bioweapon experiment had ensnared official personnel, resulting in one fatality. "Eliminate them all," Kane ordered nonchalantly. Given that the biological crisis in Raccoon City was spiraling out of control and would culminate in destruction at dawn, these individuals had become expendable pawns, destined to perish. Thus, it was preferable to utilize them to assess the capabilities of the bioweapon. Enhancing their experimental data would be a privilege. Understood, the control personnel nodded, swiftly typing commands. Restriction lifted, eliminate STARS members. As the command was executed, the creature seized Jill's handgun and redirected its machine gun. "It's his fault. Get away," Chu Xian exclaimed in alarm, urgently warning Jill. The creature's form was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the tyrant, a fusion of the crawler gene. A mere handgun was nothing more than an itch to it. Jill was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Su Xian's words. The creature had already endured multiple bullets from her. It should have been incapacitated. Why retreat? However, as she witnessed the creature raising its machine gun once more, the realization struck her. Click. The creature pulled the trigger. In an instant, the Gatling gun whirled furiously, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Jill. It's over. Jill's heart plummeted as she realized there was no time to evade. She could only watch as the bullets hurtled towards her. Just then, a figure darted past, enveloping her in an embrace, twisting their body to shield her. The oncoming bullets struck the newcomer's back, erupting in a spray of blood. Su Xian. Gale gazed at the man who had recklessly thrown himself upon her, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, her heart trembling with emotion. She never anticipated that in her moment of peril, it would be Chu Xian who saved her life. The sight of Chu Xian, battered and resembling a beehive, left no hope for survival, igniting a fierce rage within Alice. In an impulsive leap from the bridge, she shouted a command, drawing her twin pistols and charging towards Matt. Any man who dared to harm her, regardless of the monstrosity he embodied, deserved death. As Alice sprinted forward, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bullets striking the creature and bursting forth in splatters of crimson. Some bullets found their mark on the monster's head, causing it to stagger back. Its grip on the trigger faltering, the machine gun falling silent. As it regained its stance, traces of blood seeped from its forehead, dripping down to the ground, further enhancing its ferocity. Is it her? Kane mused, momentarily taken aback by the image of Alice. Recalling the moment at the hive's entrance when she had assisted Chu Xian in eliminating a multitude of mercenaries. Commander, another woman has appeared, seemingly a security personnel from the hive, firing upon the test subject. What should we do? Shall we eliminate her? The control room staff frowned as they observed the footage relayed back. This round of test subjects had indeed been fraught with surprises. Not only encountering STARS members, but also the hive's security. It was as if the experiment had turned upon its own home. She has already betrayed Umbrella. We should eliminate her as well, Kane replied coldly. Understood, security protocols lifted. Terminate her, the control personnel nodded, swiftly typing commands into the keyboard. At that moment, Alice had surged to the forefront of the monster, her feet pounding the ground. With a thunderous impact, she left a deep imprint, propelling herself into the air to deliver a fatal strike. However, despite its brutish appearance, the creature possessed astonishing speed, evading her strike with a swift turn and retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Alice crashing against a nearby concrete pillar. The pillar buckled under the immense force. The creature raised its machine gun once more, unleashing a relentless stream of fire towards Alice. Damn it, Alice cursed, left with no choice but to roll away to evade the onslaught. The monster continued its pursuit, firing at her as she fled across the bridge. Gale, oh no. It's all my fault. If I hadn't rushed out, you wouldn't be in this danger. You mustn't die, she lamented, her heart heavy with regret as she beheld Chu Xian lying in a pool of blood, riddled with bullet holes. Had she not acted impulsively in seeking vengeance for Peyton, neither she nor Chu Xian would be in such peril. This scoundrel, I will fight him. Gale's anger intensified, guilt gnawing at her as she watched Alice battling the monster below. With a resolute bite of her lip, she prepared to leap down to avenge Chu Xian. Just when Gale believed Chu Xian to be lifeless, he let out a muffled groan, struggling to sit up. Chu Xian, you are alive. What a relief. Do not move. I shall attend to your wounds immediately. Upon seeing that Chu Xian had survived, Jill's sorrow transformed into joy, and she hastily retrieved a tourniquet from Peyton's pocket to staunch the bleeding. Though Peyton lay lifeless, there remained a flicker of breath in Chu Xian, a glimmer of hope for survival. Despite the severity of his injuries and the grim realization that even applying pressure might be futile, she was unwilling to abandon him. However, the multitude of bullet wounds covering his back made it impossible for her to apply sufficient pressure. She called out urgently to the still-dazed Tali Moray. What are you waiting for? Come and help. Ah, all right. Tali Moray responded, rushing over to assist. Yet, as she extended her hand to apply pressure to Chu Xian's wounds, she froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the grotesque sight of his back. The bullet wounds appeared to writhe. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish for him to perish? Jill chastised Tali Moray, who remained rooted in place, speechless. There are bullets. Tali Moray stammered, trembling as she pointed at Chu Xian's back. One by one, the bullets were being expelled by his convulsing muscles, clattering to the ground with a sharp metallic sound. Of course there are bullets. Now apply pressure. Jill scolded, exasperated by Tali Moray's indecisiveness. But those wounds seem to be healing rapidly, Tali Moray exclaimed, gesturing frantically at Chu Xian's back. The wounds from which the bullets had been expelled began to close at a visibly rapid pace. You foolish weather broadcaster, what nonsense are you spouting? Wounds cannot heal before your very eyes. Speak again, and I shall shoot you. Jill, incensed by Tali Moray's repeated attempts to evade responsibility, drew her pistol and aimed it menacingly at her. No, truly, the wounds are healing. No, they are gone. Tali Moray, on the verge of tears, protested under the threat of Jill's firearm. She was not lying. Chu Xian's wounds were indeed mending, completely restored. Without any wounds left to apply pressure to, how could she be expected to assist? There are no wounds, no wounds. What nonsense are you uttering? So many wounds, and yet you claim there are none. Jill was near the brink of exasperation, incredulous at Tali Moray's blindness to the situation. She had witnessed Chu Xian being riddled with bullets, dozens of holes adorning his back. And now Tali Moray insisted the wounds were non-existent? Utter nonsense, Jill thought, her frustration mounting to the point where she longed to strike Tali Moray. However, when she finally turned to examine Chu Xian's back, she was rendered speechless. His musculature remained robust, yet all traces of the bullet wounds had vanished. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Just moments ago, there were so many injuries. How could they have disappeared? Jill, undeterred by superstition, extended her delicate hand to rub and press against Chu Xian's back, attempting to cleanse the bloodstains and reveal the underlying wound. However, no matter how fervently she scrubbed, his back remained pristine, devoid of even a single bullet hole. Indeed, there were no scars left behind. Had she not witnessed Chu Xian being raked by machine gun fire, she might have thought it all an illusion. Chapter 30. Laser-cutting rockets. The boss showdown. Hey, Officer Jill, if you're craving my body, just say so. There's no need to take advantage of me while I'm unconscious. As Jill pondered, Chu Xian's voice broke through her thoughts. She looked up to find him smiling at her. Jill's hand, which had been caressing his back, froze in place. She glanced from Chu Xian to her own hand resting on him, quickly retracting it and scoffing. Puff, who's craving your body? I was merely checking to see if you were dead or not. Is that what you wished for? Chu Xian rose, stretching his limbs, and inquired. Not at all. And thank you for earlier. Jill hesitated before expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for Chu Xian, she would likely have been gunned down by now. This kindness was something she would remember. Oh, by the way, what's wrong with your body? You were just shot like that. How are you unscathed? Jill asked, recalling the earlier events with curiosity. It's nothing. My recovery ability is just a bit stronger than that of an average person, Chu Xian replied, inspecting his body and exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing no lingering dangers. Huh, you call that recovery only slightly better than average? Jill's lips twitched in disbelief. That was a Gatling gun. You were just mowed down like that, and yet you're perfectly fine? Such regenerative ability could easily be described as 100 or even 1,000 times stronger. Are you even human? Beside them, Tali Moray cautiously inquired. It was no wonder she was astonished. Chu Xian's recuperative powers were astonishingly extraordinary, seemingly beyond human capability. Sort of. Where's Alice? Chu Xian nodded, and then realized Alice was missing, asking out of curiosity. She thought you were dead and rushed down to confront that monster. Jill recalled and quickly warned him. That's bad. Hearing this, Chu Xian hurriedly sprang to his feet and raced back toward the bridge's edge, where he spotted two figures. One large and one small, engaged in a fierce battle below. Without hesitation, he leaped down into the fray. What about us? Tali Moray gazed apprehensively at the dazzling height of the overpass, at least 6 or 7 meters above, and feared jumping down. Let us find a way around. Jill decided without hesitation, guiding them down a different path. Below the overpass, the monster raised its Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Alice. Although Alice's body has been enhanced by the T-virus, she remains a mere mortal, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of bullets. In the original narrative, she would have easily escaped. Yet, driven by the desire for vengeance for Chu Xian, she cannot flee. Instead, she is forced to cower, clutching her head, ultimately hiding beneath a bridge pillar. Fearful of exposing herself. Is this truly her limit? It appears rather unimpressive. What a pity that Chu Xian is dead. Had he survived, this confrontation would undoubtedly have been far more compelling. Within the command tent of Raccoon City, Kane shook his head in dissatisfaction as he observed Alice's beleaguered state. Unlike Alice, who merely possessed enhanced speed, he found himself more intrigued by Chu Xian, who had been born with superhuman abilities. We too wished to eliminate that woman. Who could have anticipated that he would rush to protect her? The control personnel quickly sought to deflect blame. This matter cannot be attributed to them. They had indeed ordered the test subject to shoot down Jill, but it was Chu Xian who recklessly jumped in front of the bullets, leaving them powerless. Enter. Kane understood that his subordinates were not to blame, and with a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled that he was weary of the spectacle and deemed it time to conclude Alice's fate. Yes, The subordinates promptly relayed the command to the laboratory. The creature relinquished the Gatling gun, reaching behind its back to retrieve a rocket launcher, aiming it at the column where Alice was concealed. Seeing the assault cease, Alice peered cautiously back. Click! The creature squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket propelled forward, trailing a fiery tail as it hurtled towards Alice's hiding spot. Damn it! Alice's heart cried out in despair upon witnessing the rocket's swift approach. This creature was formidable beyond measure. Her pistol proved ineffective, and in close combat, she was overmatched. Now, there was nowhere left to hide. Was this truly to be her day of reckoning? Well, if death was inevitable, she might as well embrace it, for it would allow her to reunite with him. Resigned to her fate, Alice cast aside her empty pistol and prepared to confront the rocket's assault. After all, with Chu Xian gone, her existence held little meaning. Joining him in death might not be so bad. Just as Alice braced herself to perish beneath the rocket's wrath, a crimson laser suddenly sliced through the air. Boom! The rocket was cleaved in two mid-flight, exploding with a thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave surged outward. In the control room of Umbrella, personnel stared in astonishment at the images on their screens, initially stunned into silence, followed by an uproar. What was that crimson light? A laser? Where did it come from? Was it from the individual who had just been riddled with bullets? Wasn't he dead? How could he possibly reappear? Indeed, I distinctly witnessed him being shot to pieces. How could he be unscathed? Could he have been wearing body armor? Yet, body armor cannot withstand machine gun fire. So how is it that he remains unharmed? Ridiculous. If you ask me, who should I ask? Each person wore an expression of bewilderment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Previously, they had witnessed Chu Xian's demise with their own eyes. It was incomprehensible how he could reappear. The crimson laser was unmistakably his. Could it be that this fellow possessed other extraordinary abilities? Kane fixated on the image of Chu Xian, his brow furrowed in suspicion. While one might bear a striking resemblance, their capabilities could not be identical. Without a doubt, it was indeed Chu Xian. Yet he could not fathom how Chu Xian had managed to recover so swiftly after being struck by such a barrage of bullets. The scorching wave from the explosion swept in all directions, and Alice closed her eyes amidst the chaos. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without feeling any pain, she opened her eyes in confusion, only to discover that the rocket had detonated between her and the monstrous foe. Moreover, a long, charred streak marred the ground beneath her. Upon seeing the scorched mark, Alice's body trembled, and she abruptly turned her gaze towards the overpass. What met her eyes was the smiling face of Chu Xian. Thinking she had misperceived the sight, she rubbed her eyes vigorously to confirm she was not hallucinating, and then exclaimed in delight, "Chu Xian, you're alive?" Alice could hardly believe that the man who had been shot could return, and even more astonishingly, had used a laser to save her. "You must have faith in me. How could a mere Gatling gun possibly slay me?" Chu Xian reassured her with a smile. In the control room of Umbrella, one operator questioned, "Has this guy lost his mind? That's a Gatling gun." His lips twitched in disbelief. "So arrogant, utterly arrogant," another operator fumed. "He must have survived because the railing shielded him from the bullets. This time, he won't be so fortunate. Indeed, the test subject will be finished. Commander, give the order. Teach him a lesson." The control personnel were incensed by Chu Xian's audacious remarks. Those seated in the room were all experts in biochemical weaponry, confident in their arsenal. And they were appalled to be so openly disdained. It was a disgrace. How intriguing, everyone. We have awaited this moment. At 1:25:24, the Valkyrie is fully operational. "Chu Xian, is it? Let us see what you are capable of," Kane declared, a smirk gracing his lips as he announced the true commencement of the Valkyrie program. Originally, he had intended to capture Chu Xian, but since he had not left the city, the encounter with the modified test subject presented the perfect opportunity for experimentation. He aimed to unleash the full might of the test subject. "Yes, command input complete. The test subject is fully activated." His subordinates hastily typed on the keyboard, lifting restrictions to prepare for an all-out assault on Chu Xian. As the permissions were released, the creature let out a tremendous roar, its single. Bloodthirsty eye fixated coldly on Chu Xian, and the Gatling gun in its grasp slowly rose. "Chu Xian, be careful. This monster is formidable," Alice cautioned, anxious that he might not grasp the creature's might. "I understand," he replied. Chu Xian nodded and stepped forward, his voice icy as he called out, "Matt, cease your actions." "What?" Alice exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "Indeed, he is the Matt we separated from," Chu Xian affirmed with certainty. Although he had not witnessed Matt being captured, the unmistakable appearance could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly Matt. Upon hearing Chu Xian's shout, the once ferocious monster's eyes quivered slightly, as if struggling against its own instincts. "I know you still possess awareness. Have you forgotten why your sister perished?" Are you truly willing to be controlled by the scoundrels of Umbrella, transformed into a machine of slaughter? Chu Xian pressed on, noticing a flicker of recognition in the monster's gaze. A guttural roar erupted from the creature, its struggle intensifying. It even set aside the Gatling gun to clutch its head, seemingly in excruciating pain. Ultimately, it released a thunderous roar that reverberated with rage and resentment, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. Umbrella. Alice ground her teeth, the sound echoing like the crack of ice. The heinous act of transforming a living being into a monster, only to command it to kill. How could such a vile and inhumane act be conceived? In the control room of Umbrella, alarms blared on the computer screens as data began to fluctuate. There's an anomaly in the data. The test subject is regaining its memories. The control personnel exclaimed in panic. Damn it! How does this creature know its original identity? Kane furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. He had not been present when they captured Matt, and could not fathom how Chu Xian had acquired knowledge of the subject's identity. It defied all logic. This is bad. The test subject appears to be attempting to break free from control. A control staff member screamed. Panic ensued among the control personnel. This was the first time they had witnessed a subject going out of control. Damn Chu Xian, thinking he can awaken him with mere words? Naive. Clear his memory and restart the vengeful entity. Kane bellowed, slamming his fist on the table in fury. In his hands, whoever he deemed a test subject would remain so. He would not permit anyone to escape his grasp. What? Directly clearing the memory? If we proceed with that, he will be left with nothing but a killing instinct. And we will lose all control over him. A nearby operator exclaimed in alarm. Matt had been infected with the crawler's virus. Once his memories were wiped, he would not turn into a mere zombie, but rather transform into a monster akin to the crawlers, driven solely by the desire to kill. If he were on the experimental table, erasing and then inputting new memories would suffice. However, with the monster outside, erasing its memories would render it nearly impossible to recapture. Such an uncontrollable beast would be deemed useless. Follow my orders, King commanded coldly. Understood, the control personnel replied helplessly, initiating the memory-clearing program. Chu Xian, you truly exceed my expectations. Let me witness your true capabilities. Sacrificing a test subject to reveal your genuine strength is worthwhile. As Kane gazed at the screen, a chill coursed through his heart. Eradicate the memory. I do not wish to be a monster. Kill me. A fragmented, hoarse voice emerged from the creature's mouth, seemingly recalling Matt and articulating a final plea. Subsequently, the creature, which had been writhing in agony, abruptly ceased its movements, its limbs hanging limply as if succumbing to unconsciousness. Matt. Alice tentatively called out upon witnessing the creature's stillness. Do not approach. Su Xian quickly intervened. The creature lifted its head once more. Yet this time its eyes betrayed an absence of any human emotion, replaced entirely by a bloodthirsty malice. In that instant of locking gazes with those ravenous eyes, Su Xian comprehended that Matt was irrevocably gone. What a pity, he thought. A fine young man who shared their conviction against the Umbrella Corporation had ultimately fallen victim to its clutches. With a thunderous roar, the creature unleashed a mighty bellow, its Gatling gun whirring into a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Su Xian. Faced with the hail of bullets, Su Xian abruptly crouched low, utilizing both hands and feet to propel himself forward with the swiftness of a wild beast. Despite the Gatling gun's relentless onslaught, it could not keep pace with Su Xian's frenzied sprint. Su Xian surged towards the creature, his feet pounding the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth caved beneath him as he leapt like a ferocious wolf, lunging at the creature. The creature's Gatling gun was swiftly raised, and just as the bullets were about to strike Su Xian, his claws sank deep into the creature's flesh. With a gaping maw, the creature attempted to bite Su Xian, but he denied it that opportunity. In mid-leap, he had already switched the laser sight to its focused mode. His eyes flared open, their pupils glowing a menacing red. Die! Su Xian shouted, unleashing a terrifying laser beam that struck the creature's head with a resounding impact. A tremendous scream erupted from the creature as it thrashed violently. Desperate to dislodge Su Xian, but with his claws embedded, it was futile. No amount of struggle could cast him off. Soon, the creature emitted its final, anguished cry as its head was completely penetrated. Its massive form collapsed, sending plumes of dust into the air, though it may seem lengthy in recounting. The moment Matt's consciousness was utterly obliterated to Su Xian's daring charge through a storm of bullets, culminating in the creature's demise, transpired in mere breaths. By the time Jill and Tyrell arrived, the creature had been thoroughly vanquished. Withdrawing his claws, Su Xian roared towards the heavens, a sound mingled with pain and frustration. Bullets were forcefully expelled from the numerous wounds in his body, scattering around him, while the injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Is it truly over? Such a formidable creature, and we merely took a detour to finish it? Terry Moores gazed at the colossal figure that had fallen, its head pierced through, utterly astonished. A visage of disbelief and shock etched upon his face. They had all witnessed the formidable strength of this creature firsthand. The African-American officer, Peyton, had dispatched it with a single volley of bullets. Even Alice, a highly skilled combatant, had been thoroughly suppressed, nearly meeting her demise at its hands. Yet, in the brief moment that Chu Xian had descended to provide assistance, they had merely taken a detour, and the battle was already over. How could it have concluded so swiftly? Such ferocity, such strength, such virility. This was the essence of true masculinity. Jill regarded Chu Xian as if he were a sovereign. Trampling the monster beneath his feet, her heart stirred and her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. She had encountered many robust men, but never had she seen one as wildly ferocious as Chu Xian. His primal, savage beauty was enough to quicken the pulse of any maiden in the bloom of youth. Was this truly the extent of his strength? His beast-like combat instinct, extraordinary recovery speed, coupled with the synergy of two extraordinary abilities, was simply unparalleled. Alice could not help but marvel internally. This creature, with its superiority in strength, speed, and weaponry, had rendered her powerless in their confrontation, whether in ranged gunfire or close-quarters combat. However, Chu Xian had managed to harmoniously integrate his two abilities, first employing Wolverine's power to control the beast by inflicting damage, thereby immobilizing it, followed by a decisive laser strike to seal its fate. Chu Xian's combat prowess was indeed astonishing. In the Umbrella control room, a group of researchers stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. No, it was impossible. That was a test subject, a fully liberated one. How could it have been defeated in a single round? What manner of creature was this? Why did its hands sprout bone claws? And that terrifying recovery speed. Having been swept by a Gatling gun, it could recover in the blink of an eye. Was this even human? What kind of technological marvel was the visor it wore, capable of emitting such potent lasers? Without an energy connection device, it was unfathomable to compress a luminescent mechanism to such a diminutive size. It must be emanating from its very eyes. Lasers shooting from its eyes, claws extending from its hands, and wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Good heavens! Just how many abilities did this being possess? Is this your true power? It was formidable, remarkably so. I must possess this aberrant entity. As he observed Chu Xian in the aftermath of the battle, Kane's eyes glimmered with excitement. He had initially thought that the ability to emit lasers from one's eyes was already formidable, but little did he know that Chu Xian possessed additional powers. And not just one, but several, each remarkably potent. To have such a multitude of abilities concentrated within a single individual, this test subject was undoubtedly a rare gem, a serendipitous find. He vowed to bring Chu Xian to the laboratory for thorough dissection and study. Chapter 32. Signing in at Raccoon City High School, a raffle to remember. I wonder how Leanne is faring. Has she managed to escape Raccoon City? As Chu Xian retracted his bone claws and closed his eyepiece, he cast a solemn gaze upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a deep sigh escaping his heart. The act of slaying a monster should have evoked a sense of triumph, yet the reality that this creature had once been a comrade rendered any joy utterly hollow. Instead, his disdain for the Umbrella Corporation only intensified. He had hoped that his arrival would alter the course of history. However, it now appeared that such a notion was far more complex. With his own changes, the enemy had undoubtedly adjusted their strategies in kind. Matt had already fallen victim to treachery, and he could only wonder if Rain would manage to escape. Nevertheless, dwelling on these thoughts bore no fruit. He had to continue striving for strength, lest he become the next subject on the experimental table. Thus, with a resolute shake of his head, Chu Xian dismissed further contemplation and stepped away. Alice cast a final glance at the corpse before following suit. The others, apprehensive that the monster might revive, chose to circumvent the area as they departed. The four quickly made their way back to the road. The school lay too far away, and if they relied on foot, dawn would likely break before they arrived. Jill checked the map and declared, "Indeed, we should find a vehicle." Chu Xian nodded in agreement as they began the search for a usable car. Numerous abandoned vehicles littered the streets, a result of the rampant outbreak that had forced many to forsake their cars in a desperate bid for survival. Thus, finding a suitable vehicle proved not to be a challenge, and they soon located one. As they piled into the car, their speed multiplied significantly compared to traveling on foot. Suddenly, as they drove onward, a man clad in garb reminiscent of a hippie dashed into the street, abruptly halting their vehicle. With a screech, Jill slammed on the brakes, drawing her handgun in a defensive posture. "Don't shoot. I'm not one of the undead," the man exclaimed, quickly raising his hands. Upon realizing that it was Jill who had drawn her weapon, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "You remember me, right? Is it you?" Jill responded, her memory flickering to life. She recalled this individual had been apprehended for solicitation, having been caught with a zombie, and she had shot the creature while they were handcuffed together. It was surprising to see him alive after leaving the precinct. "You see, I wasn't bitten," he said, pulling down his collar to demonstrate his lack of infection. "All right, get in," Jill replied. As a police officer, she could not stand idly by and let someone perish. She gestured for him to enter the vehicle. "My name is Lloyd Jefferson Wade, but you can call me LJ," he introduced himself with an easy familiarity once inside. "Chu Xian," came the calm reply from Chu Xian. "Oh, an Eastern person," Wade remarked, momentarily taken aback by the revelation. With a roar, the engine roared back to life as they resumed their journey toward the school. Before long, they finally arrived at the entrance of Raccoon City High School, which lay in utter disarray. The entrance was cluttered with numerous collided vehicles, including police cars, a testament to the sudden onslaught of zombies that had even claimed the officers as victims. However, there were no seats at the back of the vehicle. Instead, it housed several cages, seemingly for transporting animals. The wires on top had been gnawed through, and the creatures within had vanished without a trace. So, the zombie dogs originated from here. Chu Xian realized as he gazed at the cages, recalling his confusion while watching the movie, unable to comprehend how the school could harbor zombie dogs, which were even more ferocious than those in the hive. Now, it became clear that the zombie dogs that had infiltrated the school were police dogs. He turned to Alice, cautioning her, "Be careful." Alice nodded in acknowledgement. The group disembarked and swiftly passed through the gates, entering the school. Ding. Host location detected. Raccoon City High School. Would you like to check in now? Yes. Shortly after entering the school, Chu Xian heard the system's notification. Without hesitation, he decisively clicked yes. Ding. Host check-in successful. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Upon his successful check-in, a dazzling lottery machine emerged. Time was of the essence, and everyone prepared to search. Jill halted and turned to the group, saying, "All right, I'll team up with him." Terry Morales' eyes lit up as he suddenly cast his gaze toward Chu Xian. With his extraordinary combat prowess, capable of annihilating monsters, following him would surely ensure survival. Jill looked at Chu Xian. "Why are you staring at me? The task was assigned to you. We're merely passing through. You must handle this yourself." Chu Xian shrugged, firmly refusing. "What a joke. I just checked in and need to draw to become stronger. Do you expect me to go find people now? I don't have the luxury of time." "Then I will team up with her," Terry Morales said, somewhat disappointed. She reluctantly turned her attention to Alice. Despite being a woman, Alice was the most formidable among them, second only to Chu Xian. Teaming up with her for the search would be a solid choice. "Wherever Chu Xian goes, I go," Alice resolutely declined. She was following Chu Xian, with no obligation to assist them in their search. "No, I absolutely refuse to go alone." After being rejected twice, Terry Morales felt on the verge of tears. This was Raccoon City, teeming with zombies. Who knew how many lurked within the school? "I can accompany you in the search," Wade suggested, observing the situation. Although he was unsure why these women were so eager to team up with Chu Xian. He was taller and felt that accompanying him would be safer than tagging along with Chu Xian. "You searched the first floor." With the group in disagreement, Jill directly assigned Wade a task. Terry Morales glanced at Wade. Although he seemed somewhat unreliable, he was still a man, and following him was certainly better than being alone. She prepared to search the first floor as well. "You search the second floor, I'll search the basement." Just as Terry Morales was about to follow Wade, Jill handed her a handgun. Ivy never fired a gun. Terry Morris gazed at the pistol, searching for justifications. It was simple. Aim, pull the trigger, and shoot them in the head. After speaking, Jill switched on her flashlight and turned to leave, while Wade headed in another direction. Terry Morris found herself trembling as she ascended to the second floor. Watching Jill vanish at the end of the corridor, Alice turned to Chu Xian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "What? Are you truly going to let her go alone?" "What nonsense. We are not acquainted, and I have pressing matters to attend to," Chu Xian replied, settling into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in the system interface. "Could it be that I am overthinking?" Observing Chu Xuan's unwillingness to assist Jill, even preferring to sit in silence, Alice began to doubt herself. Given that Chu Xian had shielded Jill from bullets on that overpass, she presumed he harbored some affection for her. She initially thought Chu Xuan's offer to accompany her was merely an excuse to get closer to Jill. Yet now she was perplexed by his apparent indifference. Was she mistaken? Was there truly nothing between them? At last, it was time for the fourth lottery draw, and a thrill coursed through her. The first draw yielded a laser eye, the second a laser eyepiece, and the third the genes of Wolverine. What would the fourth reveal? With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Chu Xian clicked to begin the draw, and the lottery machine vibrated as the pointer began to spin wildly. After a considerable duration, The pointer gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. It then magnified, revealing a line of text, Eadman Metal Skeleton. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an Eadman Alloy Skeleton, which can replace your entire skeletal structure. Chapter 33, Molecular Teleportation and Steel Bones. Crisis for Teammates Eadman Alloy. Wasn't he that a unique amalgam of extraterrestrial metal and vibranium? It was a perfect match for my bones. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Xian could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his breath quickening in exhilaration, startling Alice beside him. He felt that the Wolverine's abilities were insufficiently exhilarating, particularly during his confrontation with Matt, when he took a long time to recover from gunfire. The ordinary hardness of his bones rendered them vulnerable to damage under a hail of bullets, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Once shattered, it would be easy for enemies to seize the opportunity to control him. With a few doses of tranquilizers, he would likely find himself helplessly lying on an operating table, becoming a subject of study. However, with the acquisition of this Eadman alloy, the situation would be entirely different. This alloy, forged from extraterrestrial meteoric iron and the universe's strongest metal, vibranium, would be nearly indestructible once cooled and formed. It surpassed vibranium in hardness, boasting exceptional resistance to corrosion and wear, remaining intact even at temperatures of 500,000 degrees. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the strongest alloy in the universe. With such resilient bones, even if subjected to cannon fire, he would remain unscathed, capable of rapid recovery as long as his entire flesh was not obliterated along with his skeletal structure. This nearly grants him an indestructible form. What is the matter? Is there a monster? Alice, upon noticing Xian's sudden alarm, sat up in shock, fearing the presence of a creature, and hurriedly scanned her surroundings, yet found no trace of any beast. It's nothing. Xian waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Taking a deep breath, he quickly regained his composure and inquired of the system. System, if I merge with the adamantium skeletal structure, how long can my body withstand its toxicity? Every benefit carries its drawbacks. While the adamantium rendered him impervious, the metal also bore toxins. Initially unnoticeable, prolonged exposure would lead to gradual chronic poisoning. Wolverine's uncle suffered precisely this fate, resulting in diminished bodily functions and ultimately the complete loss of his regenerative abilities. Despite possessing formidable strength, life itself remained paramount. Currently, Wolverine's body, though composed of ordinary bones, could thrive indefinitely as long as it wasn't reduced to rubble. However, should he transition to the more potent adamantium, his lifespan could be reduced to a mere 20 years, akin to Uncle's predicament, which would be rather unfortunate. As Xian's words faded, the system's emotionless mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Rest assured, host, the toxic substances have been eliminated during the synthesis of the skeletal structure, and it will not impact your existing functions in any way. What? No side effects? Why hesitate any longer? System, I wish to replace my skeletal structure with adamantium. Xian's heart surged with elation. His previous hesitation stemmed from concerns over potential side effects. With the assurance of the system that the toxins had been eradicated, he felt emboldened and decisively initiated the replacement. Ding. Detection confirms host consent for replacement. The process begins. Replacing the skeleton requires molecular positioning. The system will stabilize a portion of space-time. Please prepare yourself, host. As the system's prompt echoed, a wave of distortion rapidly spread outward. The night breeze that had stirred the test papers gradually slowed, eventually freezing midair. Alice's beautiful eyes slowly closed, and in that moment of closure, she became as motionless as a statue, rendering even Xian himself incapable of the slightest movement. Ding. Molecular positioning successful. Transmission commencing. As the adamantium skeletal structure materialized and the positioning completed, the system initiated molecular transmission. His flesh began to vanish swiftly, while tissue rapidly grew upon the opposing skeleton. This direct transmission of flesh should theoretically have caused him immense suffering. However, due to the stasis of time and space, even the detachment of nerve cells could not relay sensations back to his brain, thus Xian felt no pain. On the contrary, as his brain cells began to transmit into the skeleton, his consciousness gradually blurred. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the molecular transmission concluded, and Xian finally regained awareness. What greeted his eyes was a pristine white skeleton devoid of flesh. Is this truly my original skeletal structure? The sensation of locking eyes with his own bones felt exceedingly peculiar. Gazing upon his former skeleton, Xian experienced a distinct and profound feeling. He had initially believed that replacing his bones would be akin to the process experienced by Wolverine, requiring the injection of a high-temperature liquefied alloy into his entire skeletal structure, which would then cool and solidify. However, he was astonished to discover the system's remarkable capabilities. It performed molecular localization, seamlessly transferring his flesh and blood onto the new skeleton. This astonishing micro-wormhole technology was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host. The replacement with adamantium skeletal structure has been successfully completed. We wish you a delightful experience. As the bone replacement concluded, the surrounding frozen space-time gradually returned to normal. The examination papers fluttered away, landing on the ground, and Alice returned to her usual self, her eyes slowly opening. With a resounding crash, the bones of Chu Xian, stripped of flesh and support, collapsed under the force of gravity, scattering in all directions. What is happening? Chu Xian, how did you teleport? What are all these bones? Alice gazed at him, bewildered. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Chu Xian standing where the current bones lay, yet in the blink of an eye, he had mysteriously teleported, leaving behind a pile of white bones. This bizarre scene was utterly incomprehensible to her. It's nothing to worry about. I simply upgraded my skeleton. Consider it another evolution. There's no need for alarm. Chu Xian swiftly gestured for Alice to remain calm. Ah, evolution? Are you saying those are your bones? Alice was left utterly flabbergasted, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Disbelief etched across her face. She had heard of the term rebirth, but it was merely a metaphor for a change in one's appearance. However, in Chu Xian's case, while she was uncertain about the rebirth aspect, the literal bone replacement was undeniable. This was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Indeed, I now possess a new skeletal structure. Chu Xian suddenly clenched his fist, and with a mere thought, metallic spikes emerged from his arm. The cold gleam and sharp exterior exuded an aura of extreme danger. With a swift motion, he slashed his hand, and the steel claws effortlessly sliced through the metal railing of a nearby window. To Alice's astonishment, the steel bars, seemingly as fragile as tofu, were severed instantly, clattering to the ground with a resounding chime. Is this what an evolved skeleton is like? So sharp, so sturdy. It cuts through steel as if it were butter. Alice stepped closer, examining the railing and Chu Xian's steel claws, her eyes widening in shock. The cut was perfectly smooth, akin to a polished mirror, and astonishingly, there were no signs of damage on the claws, not even a scratch remained. Such sharpness and resilience were truly astonishing. Just then, a loud gasp echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of gunfire from the basement. It's Tali Morales. You go check upstairs, I'll head to the basement. From the sound, Chu Xian discerned that the one who screamed was the radio host, and the direction from which the gunfire emanated was the same as that of Jill's departure. Upon recalling the cages that had been bitten open on the police cars at the entrance, Chu Xian realized they were encountering zombie dogs. He promptly decided to split up with Alice. All right. Alice nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Chu Xian hastened towards the direction Jill had taken. Chapter 34. The laser shockwave and the steel claw slay the zombie dogs in the school cafeteria. Jill positioned herself protectively behind a girl, facing the snarling zombie dog. Step back, she commanded. With a furious growl, the zombie dog lunged at Jill. Bang, bang, bang. Jill raised her handgun and fired repeatedly. However, the creature's speed was astonishing, and it was upon her in an instant, rendering her aim ineffective. With a powerful leap, the zombie dog collided with Jill, whose formidable strength could not withstand the impact, and was sent crashing against the table, her handgun lost in the chaos. The zombie dog bared its bloodthirsty maw once more, charging at Jill. With no other option, she seized a nearby chair to defend herself. At that critical moment, gunfire erupted from the entrance, a volley of bullets raining down. The advancing zombie dog was abruptly brought down by the onslaught. Jill turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a soldier clad in tactical gear, clearly the one responsible for vanquishing the zombie dog. In her moment of distraction, another zombie lunged at her from behind. Bang! The soldier swiftly raised his weapon again, dispatching the creature with a shot to the head. Bang! 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 The soldier did not relent, continuously shifting his aim, methodically eliminating the surrounding zombies, each shot finding its mark. Before long, the cafeteria was nearly cleared of threats. Are you with Umbrella Corporation? Jill inquired, her brow furrowing as she recognized the insignia on his uniform. Don't be mistaken, they are not benevolent. Just because they saved you does not mean you should feel grateful. I used to think that way, but now they have abandoned us here to perish. Therefore, I am free now. Sergeant Nikolai at your service. It is a pleasure, the soldier declared, saluting Jill with a flourish. Such a beautiful woman is a rare sight. Having just played the hero, she would surely regard him with newfound respect. However, unbeknownst to him, the lurking zombie dog would not allow this moment to pass unchallenged, suddenly pouncing and attempting to sink its teeth into his neck. Run! The girl behind them, witnessing Nikolai being taken down, wasted no time and turned to flee. Wait, Angela! Jill called out, wishing to stop her, but the girl had witnessed too many instances of people turning back to save others, none of whom had survived, and continued her escape without a glance back. Go find that girl. I will deal with this beast. Nicholas, a true soldier, demonstrated remarkable resilience even when pinned down by a zombie hound. He firmly grasped the creature, wrestling with it as he called out to Jill. As a former member of the Soviet Special Forces, his extensive combat experience earned him the title of a warrior par excellence. A mere zombie hound could not bring him down. However, the girl was their key to escape and must not be lost. Jill glanced at the downed Nicholas and then at Angie, who had fled into the kitchen, and without hesitation, pursued her. The two zombie hounds, witnessing this, swiftly followed in Jill's wake. Little pup, you're done for, Nicholas exclaimed, grinning at the zombie police dog before preparing to flip it over. Just then, a cacophony of barks erupted from another direction. Nicholas turned to see yet another zombie hound charging toward him. Oh damn, he cursed, realizing to his dismay that more of these beasts were present, and regretted having declined Jill's assistance. As a former Soviet Special Forces operative turned mercenary, he felt humiliated to potentially meet his end at the jaws of two wretched creatures. With his combat prowess, had he not been ambushed, these two would have stood no chance against him. Had he known of the additional threat, he would never have allowed Jill to depart. Such was the price of pride. Just as Nicholas braced for a grim fate, a flash of red light streaked across the scene, piercing through the zombie hound's body and creating a gaping hole. The creature collapsed, emitting dark smoke as it fell. Yes, Nicholas seized the opportunity to retaliate, twisting the hound's neck with remarkable force. Only then did he turn his attention to the slain beast, and upon witnessing its gruesome state, he shuddered, looking at the newcomer, Chu Xian, in astonishment. What kind of weapon is that? Its power is extraordinary. As a seasoned soldier with vast experience and familiarity with various armaments, he had never encountered a device like the laser apparatus that Chu Xian wore on his face, resembling a monocle in both shape and size, yet capable of emitting lethal beams. Without elaborating, Chu Xian inquired directly about the two women. They were chased into the kitchen by the police dogs. Nicholas discarded the zombie hound's corpse, but to his surprise, the creature, despite having its neck snapped, still writhed in motion. He quickly drew his pistol and delivered a finishing shot before standing to explain to Chu Xian. Understood. Chu Xian nodded, stepping towards the kitchen. Wait, I'll join you. Nicholas hastily grabbed his weapon and followed suit. They found themselves blocked. Gil quickly located Angie in the kitchen, only to find the back door blocked. What to do? Angie glanced at the kitchen door and saw two zombie dogs pushing their heads through, which sent her shivering beneath the table. It's all right. Do you see that knife? Keep an eye on them while I go for it. Gil was anxious as well, but her gun had been knocked away by the zombie dogs, leaving her defenseless against the two creatures. Fortunately, as she crouched down, she spotted a kitchen knife that had fallen beneath a nearby cage. If she could just retrieve the knife, there might be a chance for retaliation. Okay, Angie obediently lowered her head, focusing intently on the shadow of one of the zombie dogs on the other side. Gil reached for the knife beneath the cage, her fingers inching closer, almost within grasp. However, at that moment, a chef zombie crawled out from beneath a nearby cabinet, reaching for Gil, who was entirely unaware of the danger. Angie, watching the zombie dogs inching closer, grew increasingly anxious. She turned to see if Gil had managed to grab the knife, but her sudden movement startled her. She wanted to warn Gil, but was afraid of alarming the two zombie dogs, leaving her in a state of utter panic. Just as the chef zombie was about to grasp Gil, she finally heard the commotion behind her and spun around. With a roar, the zombie lunged, mouth agape, ready to bite Gil. With no other option, Gil abandoned the knife in favor of grappling with the zombie, forcefully twisting its neck until it snapped. Exhaling deeply, Gil prepared to retrieve the kitchen knife. Yet, as she turned back, she was startled to see the zombie dog, which Angie had been watching, had somehow reached her side and lunged for her. Fortunately, a metal cage stood between Gil and the creature, preventing it from biting her. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly turned the gas mask and pulled Angie along as they fled. Though unarmed, she carried matches, which might prove useful for igniting the gas and eliminating the threat. However, just as they turned, a zombie dog leaped at her from another direction, aiming for her face. Gil instinctively shielded Angie in her embrace, while Angie let out a panicked scream. In a critical moment, three shining blades sliced through the air, instantly dismembering the lunging zombie dog. As the creature collapsed to the ground, a figure emerged behind it. Chu Xian, you're here, Gil exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him. She had suspected he was not the heartless type who would stand idly by while they were in peril. Indeed, despite claiming he wouldn't help, he had come through. It seemed he truly cared for them. Steel claws. Angie gazed at the steel claws on Chu Xian's hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. utterly bewildered by how a person could possess such formidable appendages. Who is this individual? Not only does he possess a laser visor, but he also sprouts steel claws. Just then, Nicola, who had entered the kitchen, witnessed the scene where Chu Xian dispatched a zombie dog with a single swipe of his claw. His eyes widened in astonishment. Mouth agape, utterly taken aback. He could comprehend the laser-emitting visor, but the emergence of steel claws from his hands was bewildering. Could it be that he, too, is some sort of monster? Chapter 35. The beauty's affection made Nicola envious to tears. At that moment, the last remaining zombie dog maneuvered around Chu Xian's table and came into Nicola's view. Instinctively, he reached for his gun, but upon noticing that the zombie dog was fixated on Chu Xian, he lowered it. If the creature were to attack Jill, he would undoubtedly intervene. A hero coming to the rescue. However, should it target Chu Xian, the situation would differ entirely. Should the zombie dog manage to overpower Chu Xian, he would seize the opportunity to fire, thus repaying the debt of gratitude for Chu Xian's earlier assistance, while simultaneously showcasing his prowess before Jill. A twofold gain. Roar. Indeed. Just as the crowd exhaled in relief, the final zombie dog lunged, viciously aiming for Chu Xian's neck. The onlookers gasped in horror, their voices raised in alarm. Bang. Just as the zombie dog was about to sink its teeth into Chu Xian, Nicola prepared to raise his gun to rectify the situation. When a gunshot rang out from the doorway, a bullet shot forth at breakneck speed, grazing Nicola's cheek and striking the zombie dog squarely in the head. Thud. The zombie dog's head jerked at an unnatural angle, a spray of crimson erupting, and it howled before collapsing to the ground. Nicola's hand, poised to shoot, froze in midair, fury surging within him, a murderous intent igniting. Who has thwarted my plan? However, upon turning around, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman standing at the doorway. Gun raised. It was evident that the shot had been fired by her. From such proximity, with him in between, this woman had managed to deliver a precise headshot on the zombie dog, her marksmanship rivaling his own. My apologies, there was a bit of trouble upstairs. I'm late. Alice said, her face illuminated by a smile as she stepped toward the group. Phew. The crowd collectively sighed in relief upon seeing Alice. I am Nicola, he introduced himself. But the once furious Nicola found his anger dissipating upon realizing that the one who had fired the shot was yet another breathtaking beauty. And he hastily extended his hand in greeting. Yet, Alice bypassed him entirely, approaching Chu Xian instead, her expression filled with concern as she inspected him, exclaiming, Are you all right? Did you get bitten? Nicola, observing Alice's attention towards Chu Xian, felt a wave of frustration almost leading him to spit blood. After all, he was a military king. Such disregard for him was intolerable. I'm fine, just a mere crawler, it can't harm me. By the way, what happened to the broadcaster? Chu Xian shook his head, indicating his well-being, and countered with a question. According to the original plot, the radio host, Terry Morales, would meet her demise upstairs. But Alice's assent to provide support left him curious about the outcome. Didn't he expect you to be quite concerned about me? Terry Morris peeked through the door, her face alight with joy. Earlier, when Chu Xian had declined her offer to team up, she feared he had abandoned her entirely. However, it now appeared that she still had a chance. A group of enchanting women were all smitten with Chu Xian, leaving Nicola consumed with envy and frustration, yet powerless to act. Alice's nose twitched as if she had caught a whiff of something, and she furrowed her brow in inquiry. Right, it was the gas. I lost my weapon and was just about to blow them up. Jill quickly realized and rushed back to turn off the gas, feeling slightly embarrassed. Her initial intention was to use the gas to eliminate the zombie dogs, but now that the threat was resolved, it was prudent to extinguish the gas. Wow, we must be fortunate, Alice remarked, feeling a twinge of fear. She had not anticipated the presence of gas in the room. Fortunately, her position for firing was by the door, and the gas had not yet dispersed. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Let us leave. We can discuss matters outside, Chu Xian suggested, unwilling to converse in a gas-filled environment. Alice and Jill nodded, stepping out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Angie, her curiosity piqued, gazed at Chu Xian and asked, Are you a robot? A robot? Alice exchanged glances with Jill, unable to suppress their laughter. It seemed even Chu Xian could be perceived as a monster, and a robotic one at that. What are you laughing at? Angie inquired, puzzled. With those steel claws and that advanced visor, you look like a Terminator from the future, and yet you claim you are not a robot? I am not a robot. I am a mutant, Chu Xian replied, crouching down to pinch Angie's cheek as he explained. A mutant? Angie's expression was one of confusion. Well, it refers to individuals with genetic mutations, Chu Xian attempted to clarify for the child. Oh, like this big sister? Angie seemed to comprehend, glancing at Alice with newfound understanding. But soon her brow furrowed again. Then why can I sense that she has been infected? while I cannot sense anything from you. As a severe T-virus carrier, Angie could detect the T-virus within Alice, yet she felt nothing from Chu Xian. What? You have been infected too? Why did you not tell us? Jill exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. I have been traveling with an infected person for so long. Terry Morris was equally startled. Whoa, an infected person. Nicola immediately stepped back, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Though he appreciated the beauty of women, he had no interest in one who could potentially transform into a zombie at any moment. Do not be alarmed. There are many circumstances surrounding T-virus infection. Most individuals succumb to the virus and become zombies, while some undergo mutations, becoming monsters. I, however, have formed a symbiotic relationship with the virus, acquiring superpowers without being contagious. Alice explained, observing the group's tension. Superpowers? Jill, Telemerize, and Nicola all turned their gazes toward Alice. Even Angie exhibited a look of curiosity. Although she was indeed a severe infectee, she had not acquired any superpowers. Her condition merely afforded her the opportunity to walk again, which was a privilege she did not take lightly. She was utterly unaware that the T-virus could bestow extraordinary abilities. After a day of recuperation, Alice had regained some strength, and with a mere thought, the chair beside her began to levitate. Telekinesis. My heavens, this is indeed a superpower, Jill exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Chu Xian could shoot lasers from his eyes. It was, after all, an enhancement from the T-virus. Telemerize mused in realization. His lasers emanate from his eyes? How could that be possible? Nicola, overhearing this, was left in a state of disbelief, gazing at Chu Xian with wide eyes. He had assumed the lasers were emitted through Chu Xian's goggles, not from his very eyes. As shock enveloped him, he began to ponder how he might acquire similar powers. As a soldier, he was confident that he would surpass Chu Xian if he could attain such abilities. Unfazed by the misconceptions surrounding him, Chu Xian chose not to clarify. The T-virus was merely a means to induce genetic mutation, an uncontrollable method. Unlike his gene serum, which yielded predictable mutations, the T-virus led to unpredictable transformations. Allow me to see, Alice said, intrigued by why Angie was a severe infectee. Angie hesitated, her eyes betraying uncertainty. Do not worry, I shall not harm you, Alice reassured her gently. After a moment's contemplation, Angie nodded in agreement. Alice rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm riddled with injection marks, indicating that her infection stemmed from a different source than a zombie bite. So, the means of acquiring abilities was through injections? Nicola squinted, contemplating the implications. It appeared that with the right knowledge, he too could become a formidable force. Alice opened her backpack, revealing not books, but a metal box. She unlatched it to reveal several vials of serum neatly arranged within. This is an antidote. It can cure the T-virus. How did you come by this? She inquired in astonishment. My father created it. He fell ill and could only sit in a wheelchair. He told me that one day, I too would become like him. And he merely wished to put an end to it all. When I was younger, I could only walk with crutches, and the doctor said my condition would only worsen. Hence, he sought a way to enable me to stand. The T-virus. But one day, those people took away his invention. He is not a bad person, Angie confessed, revealing the truth she knew. Guilt weighed heavily on her regarding the catastrophe that had befallen Raccoon City. Although her father had invented the T-virus, his intentions were solely to help her stand, and it was the Umbrella Corporation that had seized his work, leading to the disaster of today. It's all right, Alice replied soothingly. Alice did not blame Angela. Rather, she recognized that the true culprits were those in the Umbrella Corporation's upper echelons, driven by greed and the exploitation of the T-virus experiments. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open, and another Special Forces soldier burst in. In an instant, Alice and Nicola raised their weapons toward the entrance. However, upon seeing Nicola among the crowd, the soldier exclaimed in surprise, Nicola. It was Carlos. Sighing with relief, Nicola instructed. Don't shoot. He is one of us, another recruit from the doctor. Wade followed the Special Forces soldier and, sensing the tension, quickly clarified, we came together. Nicola lowered his weapon, and seeing this, Alice did the same. All right, it's about time. We must leave this place, Chu Xian remarked, noting that he had completed his sign-in and that Angela had found Jill. Now that everyone was gathered, it saved them the time of regrouping as he stepped toward the door. Jill, Alice, hurry up and bring Angela along. The others exchanged glances and began to move toward the exit. The school was hardly a safe haven, and the sooner they departed, the better. Their primary objective was to escort Angela out and secure tickets to leave Raccoon City. Chapter 36. Alice's jealousy as the group proceeded. They soon arrived at the school entrance. Just then, the public phone at the door rang. Jill stepped forward to answer it. After a brief conversation, she called Angela over to speak before hanging up. Returning to the group, Jill announced, the deal is struck. There's a helicopter waiting at the municipal building, set to depart in an hour. It will be the last flight before the nuclear detonation. Dr. Ashford is quite impressive, Carlos remarked, surprised that arrangements had been made for them. That helicopter wasn't prepared for us. Fortunately, there are no guards, Jill clarified. Let us not underestimate this. Dr. Ashford's actions will likely draw the attention of Umbrella's personnel, who will ambush us with a large force. You all must remain vigilant. Chu Xian recalled that in the original storyline, Dr. Ashford was captured shortly after his call, leading to a swift ambush by an officer named Kane at the municipal building, resulting in their downfall. Thankfully, he had resolved the situation under the overpass, and with Jill's current resources, they should be able to secure the helicopter even if ambushed. Still, he felt it necessary to caution her to avoid falling into a trap. What is there to fear? With me around, not only will our plan remain undisclosed, but even if it were to be revealed, I could counter their moves, Nikola replied confidently. As a former Soviet Special Forces operative, he had undertaken high-risk covert missions worldwide during the Cold War, accumulating extensive urban combat experience and excelling at utilizing traps and strategies to eliminate enemies. Do not claim that the plan has been exposed. Even if it were, given the current situation in Raccoon City, the higher-ups would likely only dispatch a small team for ambush. Does this former Soviet Special Forces operative truly fear them? It would be a simple task to subdue them. Chu Xian, are you not coming along? Jill inquired, sensing something amiss. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Alice, let us depart. Chu Xian replied, shaking his head before calling Alice to exit. Wait, you're really leaving? Do you truly harbor no feelings for me at all? Jill was taken aback as she watched Chu Xian walk away. She had assumed that he had some interest in her, which is why he had been so attentive in escorting her to find Angie. Yet, she never anticipated that upon the completion of their task, he would simply depart, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Well done, young man, well done. Nikolai felt a surge of excitement as he observed Chu Xian's departure. He had taken an immediate liking to Jill, but it seemed she cared more for Chu Xian. With him around, Nikolai's chances of success appeared slim, especially since Chu Xian possessed the abilities of laser and steel claws. During any confrontation, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, leaving no opportunity for Nikolai to shine. However, with Chu Xian's voluntary exit, and given Nikolai's extensive war experience, if he approached the municipal building without conflict, any ensuing skirmish would surely elevate him to the role of leader. Controlling the team, displaying prowess, and winning the heart of a fair maiden would merely be a matter of time. Wait, don't go. What will we do if we encounter danger again? Terry Morales lamented as she watched Chu Xian leave, nearly in tears. He was a pillar of strength, and without him, she felt a profound sense of insecurity. All right. I'm coming, Alice exclaimed joyfully, hastening to follow him. Initially, she had harbored doubts about Chu Xian's interest in Jill, which had stirred feelings of competition within her. However, with his sudden departure, those worries dissipated, leaving her in high spirits. Take care, big brother. Angie waved her small hand in farewell to Chu Xian. Shortly after their separation, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Ding. Host has left Raccoon City High School. New sign-in location activated. Finally, the next sign-in has commenced. How wonderful. I wonder where it will be. Chu Xian's spirits soared at the sound of the notification, eagerly anticipating the next sign-in point. Sign-in location, municipal building. Sign-in reward, 1 chance for a lottery draw. What? The municipal center? Isn't that precisely where Jill and the others were headed? Chu Xian was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that assisting Jill in locating Angie would lead him to sign in at the classic police station, offering him a chance to see the legendary first beauty agent, Ada Wong. Instead, the system had designated the municipal building as the sign-in point. It appeared there was insufficient time for him to pursue Claire's route. The system had instead arranged for him to reach the final station and prepare for his exit. Chu Xian, where shall we embark on our next adventure? Leaving Jill behind, Alice felt a surge of exhilaration. Chu Xian was finally hers alone, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to explore the skies with him. Ahem. Well, Alice, I have some matters to attend to at the municipal building, Chu Xian replied, turning back with a hint of embarrassment. You scoundrel. I knew you couldn't let her go. A mere policewoman has bewitched you so. Alice's smile faltered at his words, and she pinched him sharply, complaining, What do you take me for? Do you think I am the type to be so easily swayed by beauty? Though she is indeed stunning, I have you now, so trust me when I say I truly have urgent business to attend to. Chu Xian hastily explained. I believe you as much as I believe in fairy tales, Alice retorted with a disdainful glance, her heart heavy with doubt. She recalled how he had previously claimed to have business at the Raccoon City High School, only to dash off at the first hint of Jill in danger. Now, with their paths diverged, he was once again headed to the municipal building, spouting the same old excuses. Surely, he couldn't let go of that little minx Jill. If he has feelings for her, why not just admit it instead of fabricating reasons? Chu Xian, sensing her frustration, felt a twinge of helplessness. Yet he knew that completing his sign-in was crucial for his strength, and regardless of Alice's feelings, he had to proceed. The pair then found another vehicle and made their way toward the municipal building. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jill and her companions accelerated toward their destination, soon arriving near the municipal building to begin their reconnaissance. There seems to be a discrepancy with what Dr. Ashford stated. The defenses are far more formidable than anticipated. If only Chu Xian were here, Jill remarked, returning the binoculars to Carlos with a sigh. Dr. Ashford had claimed there were no guards, yet Jill had spotted over a dozen, making the task of overcoming them exceedingly challenging, which only deepened her longing for Chu Xian. Just over a dozen guards? I can handle that, Nicola declared confidently as he loaded his weapon. He then took formation with Carlos, stealthily advancing toward the helicopter's direction. You all stay put while I assist. Jill instructed the others to hide, unholstering her pistol as she followed suit. Gunfire erupted, accompanied by the cacophony of combat. Nicola proved himself to be a master marksman, dispatching the so-called guards as if they were mere chaff. Boom. With a swift motion, Nicola extracted a dagger from the last guard, wiping it clean before turning to Jill with a grin. What do you think, Miss Jill? A dozen guards dealt with in a single sweep. How does my prowess compare to Chu Xuan's? Chu Xian warned us of potential ambushes. We must leave this place promptly, Jill recalled his caution, hastily signaling for those in hiding to emerge and prepare for departure. Nonsense. If he says there's an ambush, then where is it? Come out. Nicholas initially believed that subduing more than a dozen guards would earn Jill's admiration. To his dismay, she repeatedly mentioned Chu Xian, provoking his ire. With a mocking tone, he exclaimed, swish, swish, clack, clack. Just as his words faded, soldiers suddenly emerged from the surrounding buildings and lawns, their weapons ominously trained upon them. Not good. It's a trap. Stay hidden, Jill thought in alarm, rushing to warn Ty Morales and the others in their hiding place. However, it was too late. Angela, Ty Morales, and Wade were promptly apprehended by a squad of soldiers emerging from their concealment. Jill, I'm so sorry, Angela expressed regret, realizing they had been captured long before. They had merely refrained from alerting anyone due to the guns aimed at them. Aren't you the Soldier King? Can you fight your way out? Jill inquired, looking at Nicholas. Nicholas surveyed the scene, observing the soldiers equipped with rifles, submachine guns, Gatling guns, and even rocket launchers, with several snipers lying in wait atop the buildings. His face fell, resembling a bitter melon, and he fell silent. Surely, the Umbrella Corporation had overestimated his capabilities by deploying 2 platoons of firepower against him. While he was indeed a Soldier King, he was no Superman. The firepower arrayed against him was sufficient not only to guard an aircraft, but could also sustain a localized conflict. To expect him to engage single-handedly was absurd. Chapter 37. Villains betraying each other soon. Jill, Ty Morales, Wade, Carlos, and Nicholas found themselves handcuffed. With a wave of his hand, Kane signaled for a wheelchair to be brought forth. Dad, Angela exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man being wheeled in, rushing towards him. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair was none other than her father, Dr. Ashford. Angela. Dr. Ashford opened his arms wide to embrace his daughter. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Angela said, her voice tinged with tears. Of course not, Dr. Ashford replied with resolute determination. You are the leader, aren't you? Speak. Where's Chu Xian? Kane coldly demanded, his gaze fixed on Jill. He had long been aware of Chu Xian's formidable prowess through Matt's visual transmissions, which is why he had arranged for such a significant ambush, his intention being to capture Chu Xian for research. The entire squad had been ensnared, yet the most crucial target, Chu Xian, remained elusive, leaving him unsatisfied. I don't know, Jill replied, shaking her head resolutely. In that moment, she felt grateful that Chu Xian had not been captured alongside them. She merely hoped he could escape as far as possible. I'll ask you once more. Where's Chu Xian? Kane questioned, drawing a pistol from his side, his gaze icy as he pressed for an answer. Don't waste your efforts. Even if I knew, I would never reveal it to you, Jill declared defiantly, lifting her chin in the face of death's threat. The officer approached, relentlessly interrogating about the whereabouts of Chu Xian, clearly with malicious intent. It was evident that if he discovered Chu Xian's location, peril would ensue. Chu Xian had saved her more than once. She would never divulge his whereabouts, even at the cost of her life. Kane, a man of ruthless disposition, after failing to extract the desired information through repeated inquiries, raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and Dr. Ashford, seated in his wheelchair, collapsed in response. Father, Angela cried as she rushed to her father, embracing him in a torrent of grief. The others present trembled in fear at the sight. I care not for any of you, All I seek is him. Reveal his location or face death, Kane declared, his demeanor unsettlingly calm despite Angela's heart-wrenching sorrow. The entire population of Raccoon City, numbering in the tens of thousands, could be sacrificed for the sake of bioweapon experiments. How much less did he regard those gathered here? If Jill remained silent, he would execute them one by one until she spoke. What are you doing? Are you mad? I truly do not know where he is, Jill protested, struggling against her restraints, powerless to intervene as she helplessly watched Dr. Ashford's life ebb away. Still unwilling to speak? Kane queried, noting Jill's obstinacy. He shifted the gun's aim, causing all present to tremble in dread. Finally, the weapon pointed at Nicola. Wait, I know where he went, Nicola exclaimed, eager to distance himself from the threat of death for his romantic rival. Oh, see, there are still some clever ones among you, Kane remarked, a smile breaking across his face. I told you, it is impossible for anyone in this world to be entirely fearless. Even those who seem unafraid must harbor some concern for their lives. Why are you doing this, Nicola? Carlos gasped, shocked that Nicola would betray them at such a critical moment. Although he was not intimately acquainted with Chu Xian, he harbored no affection for the Umbrella Corporation that had abandoned them to their fates. It was the corporation's bioweapon experiments that had led to the demise of their entire team, save for him and Nicola. How could he aid them now? Apologies, everyone. But they seek that brat Chu Xian, and I will not sacrifice myself for him, Nicola proclaimed with conviction. Well said. Just tell me where Chu Xian is, and I shall release you immediately, Kane replied, his smile concealing a chilling mockery within. The Umbrella Corporation's exploitation of Raccoon City for bioweapon experimentation, if revealed, would invite a storm of public outrage against them, prompting their decision to obliterate everything with a nuclear strike, leaving nothing but ashes, ensuring that no one would escape from this place. As long as Nikolai reveals Chu Xuan's whereabouts, he will not hesitate to order the execution of everyone present, including himself. I can disclose Chu Xuan's location, but you must agree to one condition. Nikolai fixed his gaze on Kane. Huh. He has no idea where Chu Xian is, nor does anyone here. Jill scoffed at Nikolai's eagerness to negotiate with Umbrella. Chu Xian had mentioned leaving, but his destination remained unknown, making it impossible for anyone present to know where he had gone. What condition? Kane, unfazed by Jill's mockery, inquired. As long as you are willing to speak, feel free to propose any condition. Once Nikolai reveals Chu Xuan's whereabouts, I'll send him on his way without needing to fulfill any promise. I want the virus, the original strain that hasn't infected humans, Nikolai replied with a smile. Oh, what? Do you plan to sell it on the black market? Kane frowned at Nikolai's words. If Chu Xian and Alice can gain superpowers through the virus, so can I. Just provide me with the untainted virus, and I will tell you where Chu Xian is. Nikolai's lips curled into a wicked smile. He initially intended to be the hero who saves the damsel and wins Jill's heart, but Chu Xuan's abilities constantly overshadowed him. Confident in his own physical prowess, he believed he would not be inferior to Chu Xian if given the chance to inject the virus. Alice possesses superpowers? Kane exclaimed in surprise. Although Jill had fought against the monstrous Matt, she had not yet regained her mental strength at that time and had not used telekinesis, leaving Kane unaware of Alice's abilities. He had thought only Chu Xian had gained powers post-infection, but if true, that meant another subject for research. Indeed, she can manipulate objects with her mind. I witnessed it myself. Nikolai affirmed. Very well, I agree. With Nikolai's confirmation, Kane nodded decisively and gestured for his subordinates to come forward and cut the ropes binding Nikolai. If Nikolai intended to exploit the virus for profit, he would not bother to pretend and would be eliminated immediately. However, if it meant injecting himself, he would be more than eager. Someone so foolish as to experiment on himself would provide even more data for Kane. Sir, are we really giving him the T-virus? One of the researchers stepped forward to inquire. Give him the new strain we developed. Kane emphasized the word new. The researcher gasped upon hearing this. You mean the latest one, the G-virus? That is even more unstable than the T-virus. While the T-virus may grant powers if injected successfully, the G-virus will not merely turn one into a zombie. It will transform them into a monster. The officer was excessively ruthless. Just do as instructed and stop questioning. Kane shot a piercing glare at his subordinate and snorted coldly. He had witnessed Nikolai's prowess in combat against the guards, and it would be no exaggeration to call him a warrior of unparalleled skill. His curiosity was piqued. He wondered what transformation such a man would undergo after being injected with the G-virus. With no other option, the subordinate descended and soon returned with a vial of the serum, presenting it to Nikolai. Is this the uncontaminated T-virus? Ha! At last, I too shall acquire superhuman abilities. Just like Chu Xian. Chu Xian, await my rise. I shall surpass you. As for the rest of you, he chuckled. Who knows where that brat has gone after his departure? Once I attain my powers, who among you could hope to stand against me? Nikolai's eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the vial of the viral serum, his mind enveloped in visions of conquering the world with newfound strength. With superhuman abilities, he was certain he could outshine Chu Xian. Even the Umbrella personnel present would find it arduous to eliminate him. He was confident in his ability to break free. Fool, do you truly believe you can gain superpowers? Once I discover Chu Xian's whereabouts and collect the experimental data on the G virus, I shall send you on your way. Cain mused inwardly, smirking at Nikolai's fixation on the serum, though his expression remained amicable as he inquired, now that you have the virus in hand, can we speak freely? Both parties were ensnared in a web of intrigue, each wary of the other's intentions. Cain discreetly scanned the periphery, assessing the situation while tightening his grip on the vial, preparing to inject himself and make a swift escape. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the direction of the entrance. Nikolai, poised to inject the virus, froze momentarily. Cain redirected his attention, questioning his subordinate. What is happening? Report, sir. Chu Xian is advancing towards us. A subordinate hastily approached, having set down the communication device to relay the news. Chapter 38. Terrifying recovery panics surged through the ranks as they beheld the oncoming assault team. What? He is coming here willingly? Excellent. Cain exclaimed with delight, his initial surprise giving way to elation. Order the first and second assault teams to engage. If possible, persuade him to surrender. If not, incapacitate him but do not take his life. I want him alive. Cain's heart raced. He had anticipated a more arduous search for Chu Xian. Yet the young man had delivered himself right into their grasp. This fortuitous turn of events spared him the trouble of seeking him out. Capturing Chu Xian alive would unveil the secrets behind his mutated laser and bone claws. Such a bioweapon would surely entice nations far and wide. The prospect of an avalanche of wealth was irresistible. Yes, sir, the subordinate acknowledged, hastening to convey the orders. At the municipal gate, with a resounding crash, Chu Xian kicked the heavy iron door off its hinges, sending it crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Chu Xian, are we being a tad too brazen? What if there truly is an ambush? Alice voiced her concerns, her brow furrowed with worry. Although they encountered few enemies upon entering, it was evident that something was amiss. Despite Jill and the others arriving first, there were still guards from Umbrella stationed at the entrance. This situation could be interpreted in two ways. One possibility was that Jill and her companions had faced delays on their journey, thus arriving later and resulting in the absence of any clearance of the guards. The other scenario suggested that they had indeed arrived first but had been apprehended, explaining the presence of the guards. The first possibility was somewhat manageable, but if it were the latter, they would be in a precarious situation. Never mind. I do not regard such a minor ambush with any concern, Chu Xian responded calmly. His demeanor was not one of arrogance nor a reckless desire to walk into a trap. Rather, it was a necessity to proceed. As a traveler of realms, he was acutely aware from the outset that an ambush was inevitable. But what of it? He was not a special forces operative, and given his stealth skills, he would likely be detected before even breaching the entrance. The notion of meticulously scouting the area to ascertain the enemy's troop deployment and seeking a way to exploit vulnerabilities was utterly impractical. The countdown to the nuclear explosion was alarmingly close, and by the time he carefully assessed the enemy forces, dawn would likely break. Thus, the most prudent course of action was a direct assault, forcing the enemy into a clustered formation for easier engagement. Clatter, 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 outside the municipal building. A battalion of fully armed soldiers emerged, their assault rifles aimed squarely at Chu Xian. This is bad. Indeed, there is an ambush. We are in trouble, Alice gasped, startled by the sight of dozens of soldiers lining up with their ominous gun barrels. Had she known of the extensive guard concealed within, she would have vehemently opposed Chu Xian's reckless advance. Chu Xian, our commander has taken a liking to your unique abilities. If you surrender without resistance, we can spare your life, the lead captain warned, directing his threat at Chu Xian. Oh, so they are targeting me. It appears they have indeed reviewed my combat through the Vengeful Goddess program. It is unlikely that this is all the forces they possess. Jill and the others are probably not just delayed. They may have already been captured. Upon hearing the captain's threat, Chu Xian quickly gleaned valuable information from his words and turned to Alice, instructing, I will draw their fire. You ascend the building and locate the sniper, ascertain their position. At this juncture, you still think of that woman? With so many soldiers, can you handle it alone? Alice expressed her discontent. Have faith. You know my resilience. A mere 2 squads of soldiers cannot harm me. Hurry, Chu Xian urged, his concern for Jill's safety palpable. Be careful. If it becomes too dangerous, retreat. I shall proceed. Alice said, offering her final words of caution before swiftly darting towards another tall building. "Stop her," the lead captain ordered, noticing Alice attempting to enter the building. With a wave of his hand, a portion of his soldiers rushed towards her. "Your adversary is me," Chu Xian retorted with a cold snort. Pressing a button on his laser sight, a beam of laser energy surged forth, striking directly at the soldiers charging towards the building's entrance. The terrifying power of Chu Xian's laser weapon was beyond comprehension. Before the two soldiers could grasp the situation, they were instantaneously pierced through. The soldiers behind them were taken aback, instinctively halting their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Alice executed a swift roll and vanished into the building. "Damn it! Open fire! Open fire!" The commanding officer, witnessing the chaos, wasted no time in issuing the order. Bang! 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 Rat-tat-tat! With the command given, the soldiers on both sides disregarded Alice and raised their weapons, unleashing a furious barrage towards Chu Xian. Bullets rained down upon him like a tempest, creating a flurry of crimson splatters. Under orders to capture him alive, they deliberately avoided targeting his head. Yet, even with such overwhelming firepower, it was inevitable that Chu Xian would be brought down. Once subdued, they could swiftly approach and restrain him. At that juncture, regardless of his regenerative abilities, he would be at their mercy. Their strategy seemed sound, yet they had overlooked one critical detail. After departing from the overpass, Chu Xian had signed in at Raccoon City High, replacing his entire skeletal structure with an adamantium framework. Inflicting serious harm upon him was an impossibility. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" As it became apparent that Chu Xian's body was riddled with bullet holes, the commanding officer urgently commanded his troops to halt their assault. Kane had stipulated that they could incapacitate him, but must never allow him to die. Should he perish, they would be in deep trouble. "You lot, move in and restrain him," the commanding officer called out to a few soldiers nearby. "Sir, something feels off." As several soldiers approached with handcuffs in hand, they sensed something was amiss. If Chu Xian were indeed subdued, he would surely have fallen to the ground. Yet, in spite of the numerous bullet wounds, he remained standing. This did not align with being controlled. Indeed, as their words faded, Chu Xian's muscles began to tremble, and one by one, the bullets were expelled from his wounds, clattering onto the concrete floor. Astonishingly, his injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared as good as new. What is happening? Why hasn't he fallen? Look, his muscles seem to be contracting. Something is being pushed out. It's the bullets. My God, the bullets are being expelled. Not only that, but his wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. How is it possible for a human to possess such terrifying regenerative speed? The soldiers, who had been firing at him, had never witnessed such an extraordinary ability to heal, leaving them in a state of shock, disbelief, and utter astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. These soldiers hailed from various nations, elite mercenaries selected by Umbrella, each a cut above the rest. Many had faced unimaginable horrors in real combat. What enemy had they not encountered? However, the enemies, who had been struck down like a hornet's nest, were able to recover within mere moments, something they had never witnessed before. Can you truly tell them this is humanity? No, it is impossible. How could their recovery speed be so astonishing? "Open fire, continue firing." The captain, the first to regain his composure, sensed the impending danger and ordered the assault once more. Yet, it was already too late. "Die!" Chu Xian bellowed, and a terrifying laser beam surged forth from his eyes, converging through the laser scope into a more potent laser blade that swept across the battlefield. The beam sliced through a line of soldiers. Those soldiers, finally snapping out of their shock, looked down in disbelief. They could see their bodies had been bisected, and more horrifically, even the weapons they held had been severed. The intense heat had melted the metal at the cut, causing it to drip onto the ground with a hissing sound. Chapter 39, Steel and Iron, Bearing Shells. Laser beams sweep in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A whole line of soldiers collapsed, leaving debris scattered across the ground. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence, everyone stunned, gazing at Chu Xian with expressions of shock and incredulity. That was a small squad of elite commandos. How could they not withstand the power of a single glance from Chu Xian? How could such a formidable being exist in this world? After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Impossible. They were elite soldiers from various nations. How could they perish so easily? What kind of ray was this? So sharp that it could sever weapons? What sort of monster was this individual? Indestructible, yet capable of inflicting such devastation. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Another team of commandos felt a chill run through their bodies as they looked at Chu Xian, their eyes filled with fear, instinctively retreating. No retreat. He is merely a test subject. What is there to fear? Use the rocket launcher and obliterate him. The captain, noticing his soldiers' terror, coldly reprimanded them, and gestured toward the soldiers behind. Two soldiers hurriedly lifted the rocket launcher and aimed it at Chu Xian. The captain was deploying the rocket launcher. This kid may have formidable regenerative abilities, but his defenses were not invulnerable. A rocket launch would surely seal his fate. Indeed, they would reduce him to nothing, leaving no chance for regeneration. Let us finish him off, avenge our brothers. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing their captain calling upon the ultimate weapon, felt a surge of exhilaration, convinced that Chu Xian was doomed. Though endowed with remarkable recovery abilities, he could not withstand bullets, let alone the more powerful rocket launcher. Once a shot was fired, even the strongest regeneration would be obliterated. Captain, didn't they say to capture him alive? Are we really going to shoot? Although the rocket soldier had aimed at Chu Xian, he hesitated to fire, voicing his concern. Their orders had been to capture him alive. What would happen if they launched a direct strike? As Chu Xian finished firing his laser and switched to visual mode, he began to survey the battlefield. His eyes immediately landed on the rocket soldiers aiming at him, causing his brow to furrow. Why were they still concerned about his life at this juncture? If they could not study the living, they should at least examine the remains. Did they truly wish to perish here? The commanding officer, upon noticing Chu Xian's gaze, cursed him directly. The true terror of Chu Xian could only be comprehended through direct confrontation. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly dispatched an entire squad of commandos with a mere glance. Another strike, and they would surely meet the same fate. At such a critical moment, capturing him alive was tantamount to seeking death. Without hesitation, the rocket soldiers received their orders and pulled the trigger. A rocket, trailing a blazing tail, soared toward Chu Xian with a piercing whistle. This was dire. Recognizing the imminent danger, Chu Xian inwardly lamented his predicament. The distance was too short, and as he was not an agile mutant, evasion was impossible. In a moment of crisis, he instinctively covered his head and turned his back, bracing himself for the impact of the rocket. The explosion reverberated violently across the area, sending shockwaves that staggered the surrounding soldiers several steps back before finally subsiding. Chu Xian was engulfed in a sea of flames. Had they succeeded? Surely they had. He had just witnessed him being blown to bits. He must be dead. That monster is finally vanquished, the captain proclaimed with a sense of triumph. The soldiers surrounding him exhaled in relief upon seeing Chu Xian struck by the rocket, many convinced that his flesh had been obliterated in the blast. Damn it, a rocket wasted, and the specimen destroyed. Surely there would be consequences upon returning. Quickly, they needed to find a fire extinguisher and see if they could salvage any of the experimental subjects. The commanding officer cursed under his breath and hurriedly instructed his subordinates to prepare to recover some of Chu Xian's remains, hoping that this might redeem him and allow him to escape punishment. However, as he issued his orders, his subordinates remained frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief, transfixed on the center of the explosion. What are you all doing? What does that expression mean? Is it possible he could come back to life? The commanding officer, noticing their odd demeanor, turned to scold them, but before he could finish his sentence, his body trembled, his eyes widened in utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. For as the flames subsided and the smoke cleared, there emerged a figure of iron and steel. Even more horrifying was the sight of charred flesh rapidly sloughing off and regenerating anew. Good heavens, that was a rocket. How could he possibly still be alive? This is inconceivable. A soldier swallowed hard, unable to contain his astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that anyone in this world could survive a rocket strike. It was akin to witnessing a supernatural phenomenon. Not only was he alive, but not a single bone in his body was broken. The soldier beside him stood agape, sweat beading on his forehead, trembling in disbelief. Surviving is already terrifying enough. The absurdity of it all is compounded by the fact that no bones were broken. That object, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Are you telling me that's a bone? Another soldier was on the verge of tears. He had witnessed bones before, yet never had he encountered one that shimmered like metal. If it weren't for the unmistakable shape resembling bone, he might have believed it was steel. Could this creature possibly be a robot? Some soldiers were so frightened they lost control, thinking they were battling a human, only to confront a metallic skeleton. This entity was undeniably not human, and they would have believed it to be a machine. No, that's impossible, even if its bones were made of metal. It couldn't withstand the impact of a rocket without suffering damage. Hurry, bombard it. Do not give it a chance to recover. The commanding officer's eyes widened, mouth agape in shock and disbelief. He simply could not comprehend how a human could endure the onslaught of a rocket. As he watched Chu Xian's flesh rapidly regenerate, he urgently ordered his soldiers to continue firing. Alas, it was too late. You are inflicting great pain upon me. Chu Xian suddenly turned, his face a mask of fury. With his roar, the rocket soldier, who was just about to aim at Chu Xian, was met with a terrifying laser beam shooting forth from Chu Xian's eyes, striking him down. The poor rocket soldier had yet to launch his missile when it detonated on sight, reducing him to mere fragments, while his comrades were sent flying by the blast. Monster! Monster! I can't fight anymore. This being is not human. Help! A monster! The remaining soldiers, devoid of courage to face Chu Xian, discarded their weapons and fled, wishing they had been born with extra legs to run faster. No retreat. You are not allowed to retreat. The commanding officer, astonishingly alive, staggered up from the explosion, coughing up blood as he furiously berated the fleeing soldiers. However, upon witnessing Chu Xian's eyes glow red once more, he quickly added, "If you retreat, take me with you, you fools. Die." Chu Xian's gaze turned icy as he switched to laser mode once again. Swish! The terrifying beams shot forth, targeting the fleeing mercenaries. Unrelenting against these unscrupulous umbrella mercenaries, Chu Xian showed no mercy, his eyes sweeping relentlessly over the retreating foes. His gaze transformed into a sword of light. Everything in sight, be it man, vehicle, or even walls and statues, was sliced apart. Boom. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions and screams reverberating throughout the municipal building, turning the entrance into a hellish scene where no carbon-based life form could withstand the onslaught of the laser beams, all reduced to dust. Chapter 40. Reports of the battle returned, leaving everyone astonished as the standoff paused for a sniper's strike. On the helipad, Jill was anxious, her heart racing, especially upon hearing the intense gunfire from the other side, glancing repeatedly towards the entrance. There is no need to look any further. My people have already moved in. Capturing Chu Xian is merely a matter of time. He cannot escape. Observing Jill's anxiety, Kane maintained an air of calm. He relished the sight of others in despair, remarking, "Weren't you quite defiant just now? Once my subordinates bring back Chu Xian, we shall see how steadfast you remain." With a derisive chuckle, Jill countered, "Chu Xian possesses two extraordinary abilities. Do you truly believe your soldiers can capture him? It is utterly impossible." At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the entrance. Indeed, he possesses some skill to compel the assault team to resort to rocket launchers. This Chu Xian is somewhat formidable, but that is where it ends. No carbon-based life form can withstand a single rocket. If there are any who can, then they shall receive another. Regrettably, the use of a rocket launcher likely means Chu Xian will either be dead or severely incapacitated, diminishing his research value considerably. Kane, upon hearing the explosions, realized it was his men employing the rocket launchers, and he shook his head in resignation. He had witnessed the battle between Chu Xian and Mad, and understood that conventional firearms would not easily subdue him. He had not anticipated his subordinates would resort to heavy weaponry so swiftly. This significantly reduced the probability of capturing him alive, which was not ideal for the experiment. Yet it was unavoidable. "You bastard, I will fight you." Jill's heart sank at his words, and with a sudden surge of energy, she charged at Kane, determined to bite him even if it meant her demise. However, the guards swiftly subdued her. "Even bound, you still possess such fervor. Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for that monster? Do you think to provoke me into killing you? How naive. Your life is still of value. As long as you are here, even if he has the means to escape, he will be compelled to come forward to meet his end." Kane clenched his fists, exuding confidence as he laughed heartily. From the moment Chu Xian shielded Jill from bullets on the overpass, he had recognized the extraordinary bond between them. Now that he held Jill captive, he believed he had seized Chu Xian's lifeline, asserting control over the situation. There was no way for Chu Xian to evade his grasp. Report. At that moment, his subordinate rushed back. "Did you manage to capture Chu Xian? Is he dead or injured?" Kane inquired eagerly. In his mind, given that they had even deployed rocket launchers, evidently 2 rounds, the destructive power of such weaponry meant that 1 shot could obliterate a person. 2 shots were beyond the endurance of any carbon-based life form. Thus, there were only 2 possibilities for Chu Xian, either dead or severely injured. There were no other options. "It's over. If even Chu Xian has fallen victim, we are utterly doomed," Talia Morales lamented, her head hung low, embodying despair. She had initially thought that Chu Xian would come to their rescue, only to realize that the Umbrella Corporation had orchestrated this trap with the intent of capturing him. With heavy weaponry prepared, they had given Chu Xian no chance to resist. "This is dire. Once they capture Chu Xian, we are all finished," Carlos sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Kane did not issue an immediate command to eliminate them, believing there might be a glimmer of hope for survival. Little did he realize that he was using them as bait. Having previously worked for the Umbrella Corporation, he understood all too well that once the prey was within reach, the bait was no longer needed. They were likely doomed to perish here. Brother Chu Xian, and she looked anxiously towards the doorway. Oh, Chu Xian. It is my fault that you are in this predicament. Jill sighed helplessly. With Chu Xian's capabilities and his unwavering desire to escape, it would not be easy for the Umbrella Corporation to capture him. Yet now, she had unwittingly become his Achilles heel, filling her with profound guilt. Fortunately, I cast my vote early. Otherwise, I would be facing death alongside you all, Nikolai thought to himself, relieved by his earlier decision. Just as Cain believed victory was within grasp, and everyone presumed Chu Xian had been ensnared, Nikolai's relief turned to alarm when one of his subordinates rushed in, panic-stricken. No, it's bad news. Chu Xian has annihilated both assault teams 1 and 2. What? That was my most elite unit. How could he possibly defeat them? Cain exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. He possesses laser beams of immense power. Encountering them means certain death. Even if we riddled him with bullets, he would quickly recover. He is simply too resilient. His subordinate explained hastily. It was not that they lacked effort. It was that Chu Xian was overwhelmingly powerful. They could turn him into a sieve, yet he would restore himself in an instant, leaving no scars behind, like an indestructible cockroach. As if that were not enough, he could unleash laser beams, rendering them utterly helpless. You worthless fools. You cannot even handle a single test subject. Did I not provide you with rocket launchers? Cain scolded in dismay. That's an RPG. A benevolent Gatling gun. An RPG for the equality of all beings. And yet, you still cannot subdue Chu Xian? That is simply unacceptable. He can withstand bullets, but can he withstand a rocket launcher? That man is made of steel. Even a rocket launcher cannot breach his defenses. Coupled with his terrifying regenerative abilities, you can blast his flesh apart, and it will grow back in the blink of an eye. His subordinate lamented, despondent. They genuinely exerted themselves. The fault lay solely in Chu Xian's abnormality. Not only could he kill with his gaze, his bones could withstand rocket fire, and his flesh could regenerate rapidly. The combination of these traits rendered even a battalion ineffective against him. What? Impossible. How could bones be made of steel? Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Cain's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized his subordinate by the collar, bellowing in outrage. He could not fathom that his subordinate was speaking the truth. Was this man truly a robot? Indeed, not just teams 1 and 2, but teams 3 and 4 are being crushed as we speak. They will not hold out much longer. The subordinate continued to report, cursing under his breath. Cain couldn't help but express his astonishment. He never anticipated that Chu Xian would be so formidable, having single-handedly defeated 2 of his squads. And now even the 3rd and 4th were in jeopardy. The sounds of battle soon ceased, and Chu Xian approached the landing pad with a steady gait, unfazed by the chaos behind him, where countless bodies lay strewn across the ground. It was indeed Chu Xian. He had truly challenged an entire mercenary force and emerged victorious. Could it be true? Was he not seeing things? Tyree M.O. Lacey gazed at the striking figure of Chu Xian in awe, exclaiming in delight. She was aware of his prowess, but never imagined he could be this powerful, overpowering for assault squads with ease. Was this the might of an extraordinary being? How formidable and terrifying. Nicholas felt a surge of emotion as he observed Chu Xian. Having witnessed him vanquish zombie hounds, he knew the extraordinary was powerful, yet he had not anticipated such strength against an army. His yearning for supernatural abilities intensified. Brother Chu Xian, that vile villain killed my father. You must avenge him. Angie directed a gaze filled with hatred towards Cain. I never thought you would truly return for me. Such a profound debt. How can I ever repay you? Jill was mesmerized by Chu Xian's figure, deeply moved by his willingness to risk himself for her sake. The countless lives he had saved left her in a debt that could only be repaid with her very being. Your subordinates are no longer capable. Release them. Chu Xian halted before Cain, calling out defiantly. Huh? Do you truly believe victory is yours? I came prepared for this encounter. The stronger you become, the more exhilarated I feel. Let me be frank. As soon as you set foot on this landing pad, my sniper had already locked onto you. At my command, your blood will spill right here. Not even your hardened body can save you. Cain, an astute officer, quickly regained his composure after his initial shock. His voice dripping with malice. He conceded that Chu Xian was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. But what of it? He had already positioned the sniper with a Barrett rifle, a weapon powerful enough to pierce through steel. In this game, he was the true victor. Chapter 41. I apologize. I predicted your prediction, ha. Truly commendable. Commander, your arrangements are impeccable. The adjutant beside him rejoiced, showering praise. Kid, we acknowledge that your defense is impressive. But against a Barrett capable of penetrating even steel plates, you will inevitably meet your end, one of the guards scoffed. They acknowledged that while Chu Xian was indeed a formidable opponent, being difficult did not equate to being invincible. Had he not fallen into their trap? No one could withstand the lethal precision of a Barrett sniper. Even if Chu Xian were a machine, his fate would be sealed. You have slain so many of us. Now you shall face the consequences. A wounded soldier, fortunate to have survived, glared at Chu Xian with palpable hatred. Brothers who have worked together for many years have been utterly annihilated in an instant. The enmity between him and Chu Xian is irreconcilable, and at last, he shall witness the manner of his demise. Now, if he surrenders obediently, he may become a subject of experimentation within the company, surviving for a while longer. Should he dare to resist, the researcher coldly threatened, the study of his corpse would suffice. Extracting his DNA would still enable continued experimentation. He had prepared for live sampling. And if Chu Xian refused to cooperate, even after a fatal shot, preserving his corpse for future analysis would not be insurmountable, albeit troublesome. This is dire, Carlos thought grimly. As a former Special Forces operative employed by Umbrella, he possessed profound knowledge of weaponry. The Barrett sniper rifle is notorious for its formidable power and penetrating capability, capable of killing even through walls. Even if Chu Xian's bones were forged of iron, they would be of little use. As Kane had stated, they were finished. How could this happen? You despicable scoundrels, if you have the guts, confront us head-on. Resorting to treachery from behind is the act of a coward. Tyree Morales exclaimed furiously. Initially, they had believed that with Chu Xian's arrival, their victory was assured, only to discover that the Umbrella personnel were so treacherous. Having even laid an ambush with a sniper, truly detestable. Big brother. Angel turned to Chu Xian with a worried expression. Though she did not know what a Barrett was, she could see the confidence on the faces of the Umbrella agents and understood from everyone's anxious demeanor that the situation was unfavorable for them, leading her to fret over Chu Xian's safety. Yet, as a mere girl, there was little she could do to assist. It's over. I underestimated their backup plan. This is troublesome. Jill's heart sank once more as she anxiously called out to Chu Xian. Chu Xian, forget about us. Just flee. Flee. Where to? Your little girlfriend is in my grasp. If you dare to escape, I shall kill her. Kane coldly mocked as he drew his pistol, aiming it at Jill with a chilling threat. With Jill in his possession, he had no worries that Chu Xian would not comply. Despicable. Jill retorted vehemently. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. It is your honor to serve as my bargaining chip. Once I seize him and unravel the secrets of his abilities, who would dare to object? Kane sneered. You talk too much. I have no interest in becoming your experimental subject. If you intend to kill me, shoot. Aim here. If you can kill me, then I shall concede defeat. Facing the triumphant Kane, who seemed to hold all the cards, Chu Xian pointed at his own head in mockery. As a traveler, how could he be unaware of the sniper? He had already sent Alice to locate one before entering. Even if she failed, with his indomitable alloy skeletal structure, that so-called Barrett sniper rifle could not claim his life, and thus he felt no fear for his safety. Seeking death, then. Since Kane perceived Chu Xian's blatant disregard for his authority, he became enraged and commanded through the intercom. Eliminate him. On the rooftop. Understood. As Kane issued the order, the sniper aimed his rifle directly at Chu Xian's head, poised to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, the scope was enveloped in darkness, rendering it utterly useless. The sniper, perplexed, looked up to find Alice smiling at him triumphantly. In the blink of an eye, her fist grew larger, smashing into his face. On the tarmac, after Kane had finished giving orders, he waited in vain for the sound of gunfire. Chu Xian remained unharmed, his expression one of confusion. He pressed the intercom again, asking, Did you not hear my command? I instructed you to fire. Apologies, but I only heed Chu Xian's commands, came Alice's melodious voice through the intercom. What? You traitor. Kane immediately sensed trouble upon hearing her voice. He had long felt that something was amiss within Chu Xian's team. It dawned on him that aside from Chu Xian, there was another, Alice, who had once protected the Umbrella Corporation's hive security, and now he understood her whereabouts. Suddenly, a body was hurled from the rooftop, plummeting to the ground and splattering into a gruesome mess. It was the sniper. The fact that the sniper had been killed was unfathomable. When had he arranged for someone to ascend? This man had anticipated the commander's every move, a terrifying prospect. The surrounding personnel of Umbrella were taken aback by the unexpected fall of the sniper's corpse, gasping in shock. Their fear towards Chu Xian intensified. They had believed that with the sniper in control, the situation was secured. Little did they know that Chu Xian had a contingency plan all along. This individual not only possessed formidable resilience and devastating laser vision, but also exhibited remarkable cunning, an adversary unlike any they had encountered, sending chills down their spines. It's Sister Alice. She has come to rescue us. Angel exclaimed with excitement. With the sniper's demise, no threat remained for Chu Xian. Jill exhaled deeply, finally at ease. The fact that the woman had single-handedly dispatched a sniper was indeed surprising. Carlos was astonished, realizing that the seemingly delicate Alice possessed such capabilities. Truly, Chu Xian is meticulous. We are saved, exclaimed Terry Morales in delight. Impossible. How did you know I had arranged for a sniper, and that you were aware of his position? Kane, witnessing his carefully laid plans being effortlessly dismantled by Chu Xian, felt his triumphant smile evaporate, replaced by disbelief as he roared his inquiry. It was one thing for Chu Xian to know of the sniper. It was another entirely for him to be cognizant of the sniper's precise location. This defied logic. Could there be a traitor among his ranks? I know not just about your sniper, but also about your armed helicopter. You might as well summon it too. I'm pressed for time, Chu Xian replied calmly. In Kane's eyes, Chu Xian was a dangerously unpredictable experiment, but to Chu Xian, Kane was merely an obstacle to be cleared. He still needs to sign in, and there is no time to waste with him. What? How could you possibly know? At the moment he heard Chu Xian's words, Kane's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice breaking in disbelief. If the sniper in ambush could be attributed to a traitor among his subordinates, the armed helicopter, which he had summoned alone, was a matter known only to him. How could Chu Xian possibly be aware of it? How on earth did he accomplish this? We are adversaries. Is there any need for an explanation? Chu Xian sneered. He is a traveler, privy to the unfolding narrative in advance. Does he really need to report that to you? If he didn't know your trump card, he might as well give up. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side of the building, two armed helicopters roared to life, their menacing gun barrels locking onto Chu Xian at an acute angle. Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Open fire, Kane ordered without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the gunners in both helicopters pulled their triggers almost simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon Chu Xian, as if they bore no cost. Chu Xian swiftly raised his hands to shield his visor. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck him, piercing his flesh, yet they failed to penetrate his skeletal frame. Not only did they not breach it, but they could not even leave a scratch upon it. However, the power of the machine guns was indeed formidable. Even with his body of steel, the tremendous impact forced him to retreat continuously until he was pressed against the wall, with the surrounding walls riddled by gunfire. Seeking death, Chu Xian snorted coldly, swiftly switching to laser mode, a crimson glow igniting as he withdrew his hands from shielding his visor. Whoosh! A terrifying laser beam erupted from his eyes, transforming into a dazzling blade of light that swept toward the two armed helicopters. Chapter 42, A Sweep Against Armed Forces. Virus Fusion G-Awakens. What the hell is that? The pilot of the armed helicopter was taken aback, hastily ascending to narrowly evade the laser, which sliced beneath the helicopter, obliterating its landing gear. The other helicopter was not so fortunate, as the laser cleanly severed its cockpit. Impossible, this is bulletproof. The pilot looked down in horror at his severed body and the control panel, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that, while sheltered within a bulletproof armed helicopter, he would be bisected in one blow by Chu Xian, along with the helicopter itself. Rumble. Before he could finish his words, the helicopter exploded in a tremendous fireball, engulfing him in its terrifying flames. This is no human. It's a monster. The pilot of the surviving helicopter, having narrowly escaped disaster, was gripped by terror and quickly turned the helicopter to flee. Damn it, why are you running? As he initiated the assault, his vision was obscured, yet he seized the opportunity to continue the attack. Witnessing his ace pilot retreat in the heat of battle, Kane roared in fury. Indeed, Chu Xian's laser was formidable, but not without its vulnerabilities. Having missed his strike, he was compelled to cease the laser fire and observe before launching another attack. Such a splendid opportunity squandered by his inept subordinate was utterly foolish. Inside the armed helicopter, the pilot's face darkened upon hearing Kane's thunderous outburst over the intercom. Attack while you can? Easy for you to say. This man was as resilient as steel. Even two armed helicopters firing simultaneously had failed to eliminate him. Now, with only one helicopter left, what difference would it make if Chu Xian couldn't see? The laser could slice through bulletproof steel. Remaining stationary meant certain death. Attempting to flee? It was too late. As the armed helicopter ascended to escape, Chu Xian had already switched back to visual mode, targeting the fleeing helicopter with another laser strike. No matter how swift the helicopter, it could never outpace light. Its tail was obliterated in an instant. Without a tail rotor, the helicopter lost all control, veering wildly amidst plumes of black smoke, ultimately crashing into a distant skyscraper. The explosion erupted like a brilliant firework, dazzling in the night sky, leaving all onlookers spellbound. Incredible. Well done, exclaimed Jill, her eyes sparkling with delight. You see, you shouldn't have tried to deceive us. Chu Xian's prowess in dispatching two armed helicopters was immensely satisfying. Truly impressive, Chu Xian. If only my hands weren't tied, I could have recorded that, lamented Tammy Morales. My goodness, those were two helicopters. Battle helicopters, no less. Destroyed so effortlessly. It's nothing short of miraculous. Wade gasped in astonishment. Having joined the group later and separated in school, he had never witnessed Chu Xian in action until now. His jaw dropping in disbelief. Is this what they call a mutant? Terrifying. Carlos, who had joined even later, was equally awestruck, experiencing his first encounter with Chu Xian's might. As a soldier, he was innately drawn to violence, and such a terrifying display of power left him shaken, struggling to contain his emotions. Brother Chu Xian is amazing. Just like that, defeat those wicked villains. Angel, whose father had been murdered, harbored a deep-seated hatred for these Umbrella Corporation agents. Seeing the helicopter explode, she clapped in approval. It can't be. Our battle helicopters are not that fragile. They shouldn't be destroyed with just a sweep. One of the Umbrella guards exclaimed in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. How could a helicopter, typically renowned for its overwhelming firepower and exceptional defense, be so easily annihilated? It was simply surreal. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have presumed that the combat helicopter was merely a flimsy imitation crafted from paper. Weak? It was an armored helicopter impervious to bullets. Its strength was undeniable, merely overshadowed by the overwhelming power of its laser. Nearby, an injured soldier wore a despondent expression, his face a canvas of anguish, as despair enveloped him. It seemed their chosen path was indeed correct. The T-virus could indeed usher humanity into evolution. The researchers, upon observing the destruction of the two helicopters, first experienced shock, which swiftly transformed into euphoric exhilaration. For researchers of their ilk, to toil away in uncertainty was a torment. Chu Xian's display of superhuman abilities was their greatest validation. Of course, had they known that Chu Xian's powers did not stem from the T-virus, their reactions would have been unfathomable. Was this the result of the T-virus fusion? Truly magnificent. Nicola gazed upon the carnage wrought by Chu Xian, his eyes gleaming with fervor, yearning to inject himself immediately. Useless fools, unable to even manage a test subject, Kane seethed in anger. These imbeciles, had they heeded his command and not fled, they might have had a chance to fight. Now, they had failed to escape and perished instead. The pilot was nothing short of a simpleton, worthless and inept. Well, the facts speak for themselves. Your armed helicopter could not save you. Release Jill, and I might spare your life, Chu Xian declared, unfazed by the explosions behind him, retracting his laser and approaching Kane with measured steps. Had he not been concerned for Jill's safety, he would have already dispatched him with a single beam. Who knows who will kill whom? Nicola, your public betrayal leaves you believing he would let you go? Still hesitating to act? Kane suddenly turned his gaze toward Nicola, exclaiming, Nicola? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian furrowed his brow, following Kane's gaze to Nicola. He had sensed something amiss upon his arrival. How was it that everyone else was bound? Yet Nicola remained free? It appeared that during his absence, other events had transpired here. Cursing inwardly as Chu Xian's gaze fell upon him, Nicola silently condemned Kane's entire lineage. The conflict had always been between Chu Xian and the Umbrella Corporation. Chu Xian had scarcely regarded him, even as Nicola attempted to betray his allies. However, Kane's words had effectively tethered him to Umbrella's side. With everyone else restrained, he alone was unbound, and no amount of explanation would suffice. Gritting his teeth, he peeled back the cap of the virus vial and plunged it into his arm with determination. Regardless of the outcome, he would first inject himself with the T-virus to gain superhuman abilities, should Chu Xian dismiss his attempts at explanation and seek his demise. Possessing powers would at least afford him a chance to flee. The virus coursed through his veins, swiftly altering his genetic makeup. Nicola felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, particularly in his right arm, where the muscles swelled rapidly and his nails began to extend, growing increasingly sharp. More ominously, his shoulder bulged, revealing a grotesque, enormous eye that suddenly opened, coldly surveying its surroundings as if it had discovered a new realm. Drink! Nicola bellowed, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, debris scattering in every direction as a terrifying gust of wind erupted. When the dust settled, a massive crater had formed in the spot where he stood. Chapter 43. Anger ignited Nicola, consumed by exhilaration, erupted into laughter. Relishing this newfound sensation of power, he reveled in the experience of wielding a strength beyond human limitations, feeling capable of shattering a small car with a single blow if he so desired. Such formidable strength was beyond what he had ever dared to imagine in the past. With this power, combined with his combat skills, he felt confident in his ability to contend with Chu Xian. While Nicola brimmed with confidence, Chu Xian received a system notification. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the municipal building. Would you like to check in now? Yes, at that moment. A sound of a zip line sliding echoed from the rooftop. Chu Xian looked up to see Alice descending swiftly from the top, utilizing the sniper's zip line. I'm back, Alice announced as she joined Chu Xian. Well done. You've worked hard. I promise to reward you well after we leave Raccoon City, Chu Xian praised, giving her a thumbs up. Without Alice, dealing with that sniper would have been significantly more troublesome. It was nothing, just a sniper, Alice replied, her heart swelling with pride at Chu Xian's compliment. Curiosity piqued at the thought of his promised reward. She asked, but how will you reward me? Chu Xian appraised Alice, noticing the numerous tears in her red dress. It dawned on him that it was time to take her shopping for something new. How about we indulge in some activities that women enjoy? He suggested. Activities that women enjoy? Alice immediately recalled the passionate night they had shared, her face flushing with embarrassment. How shameless. Chu Xian, puzzled by Alice's sudden blush and her accusation of shamelessness, wondered what was inappropriate about taking his woman shopping for a new dress. Meanwhile, Nicola, who had been reveling in the spotlight, turned to find Chu Xian entirely engrossed in playful banter with Alice, igniting a surge of fury within him. Enough, Chu Xian. At a time like this, you dare to indulge in such frivolity? Don't you see that I have evolved too? I possess superpowers now, combined with my combat skills. I could take you down like a dog. As he was still an ordinary person, Chu Xian had never paid much attention to him. Now that he had mutated, his indifference was simply intolerable. How dare he disregard him so brazenly? It was infuriating. He was determined to eliminate this scoundrel. What is going on with him? Alice, disturbed by the commotion, furrowed her brows and inquired. She had just stepped downstairs, and how was it that Nikolai had already mutated? I don't know. It seems he betrayed Jill and returned to Umbrella. I have pressing matters to attend to, so you will have to occupy him for now. Chu Xian swiftly deduced from the enormous eye on Nikolai's shoulder that he had injected the G-virus. Those infected with the G-virus invariably transformed into tyrants, manifesting multiple formidable forms that were difficult to kill. As for Jill, she was under Kane's watchful eye, leaving him no opportunity to rescue her. Now that he could accumulate rewards, he could only rely on Alice to stall for time until he grew stronger. All right, leave it to me. Alice nodded resolutely and stepped forward, while Chu Xian withdrew from the battlefield, seeking a cleaner spot to settle down and immerse himself in the system interface. Commencing sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Damn those lunatics, how dare they insult me? While Chu Xian busied himself with the sign-in, Nikolai could not remain still. Enraged, he roared and clenched his fists, launching a brutal attack towards Chu Xian, vowing to obliterate him. As a former Soviet Special Forces soldier, he was seasoned in combat and exceptionally skilled. To call him a king of soldiers would not be an exaggeration. Now awakened with superpowers, he was further incensed that Chu Xian had not even regarded him with a glance. Instead, he chose to sit idly and send Alice to fight him, treating him with such contempt as if he were nothing more than a mere insect. If he could endure such humiliation, he would no longer be Nikolai. Bang! Unfortunately for him, with Alice in the way, there was no chance for Nikolai to breach her defenses and reach Chu Xian. She swiftly positioned herself in front of him, blocking Nikolai's punch, and countered with a powerful spinning kick to his chest, sending him staggering backward. Your opponent is me, Alice stated coldly. This woman possessed astonishing speed and strength. Nikolai stumbled back several paces before regaining his footing, regarding Alice with a mix of caution and shock. He had known about her telekinetic abilities, but he had not anticipated her speed and power to be so formidable. Were it not for his viral fusion, that kick could have severely injured him. No wonder the sniper on the rooftop had been thrown off so easily. This woman was no ordinary foe. Her strength likely rivaled his own. Chu Xian is so overconfident. If I can manage to capture his little lover, I wonder how he would contend with me? Seeing Chu Xian withdraw and send Alice into battle, Kane's eyes narrowed with a cold smirk forming within. He was troubled by his inability to control Chu Xian when unexpectedly, Chu Xian presented another vital opportunity. This latest G-virus was far more terrifying than the T-virus. Should he capture Alice, it would provide yet another leverage to dominate Chu Xian. With this thought in mind, Kane commanded without hesitation, take her alive. Alive? This fool still could not discern the disparity in their strengths. Nicholas, upon hearing this, inwardly cursed Kane's ignorance, but understood that capturing Alice was crucial for controlling Chu Xian. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze quickly fell upon the shattered rotor blades of a nearby helicopter. He rushed forward, tore one off, and wielded it as a weapon. Charging toward Alice once more, He could not afford to disappoint Chu Xian. He needed a swift resolution. Alice, noticing his approach, drew her twin pistols and fired. With her graceful physique and agile movements, supplemented by the dual handguns, her combat prowess doubled, allowing her to maintain distance and seize opportunities to shoot, causing Nicholas to suffer numerous minor injuries. However, Nicholas, infused with the G virus, boasted terrifying regenerative capabilities and formidable defenses. His massive hands consistently shielded his head, and with the helicopter blade as a weapon, Alice found herself needing to evade as they closed in. The battle raged on, evenly matched. While Alice fought fiercely against Nicholas, Chu Xian seized the moment to activate the lottery machine and commence the draw. Ding ding ding, as Chu Xian clicked to confirm. The pointer on the lottery machine began to spin wildly. Soon, its speed began to wane. Finally, it came to a complete halt, and the pointer magnified, revealing the text it pointed to, Nightwalker gene. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Nightwalker gene serum. Upon fusion, the ability to teleport as a mutant Nightwalker will be granted. Chapter 44. Fusion of Nightwalker. Instant kill of G3. Wow. The Nightwalker gene, this is simply exhilarating. Upon seeing the lottery result, Chu Xian felt an immediate surge of excitement. Now, he possessed defense, regenerative abilities, and offensive power, yet his agility was lacking. He was constantly pressured by various machine guns. Every encounter with firearms left him to endure the pain. Although he did not die, the agony was unbearable. A rocket launcher blast left him a bloody mess, and being riddled by a Gatling gun was a torment no one could withstand. However, possessing the Nightwalker ability would change everything. He could teleport instantly, going wherever his gaze fell. More terrifyingly, this teleportation capability could even transport others alongside him. It was nothing short of a divine skill. With this power, no machine gun would be able to strike him, and even rocket fire would become inconsequential. If Kane dared to threaten him with Jill again, he would learn the true meaning of being elusive and in control. With this thought, Chu Xian wasted no time. He seized the Nightwalker gene serum from the system's reward, twisted off the cap, and poured it into his mouth. With a swift gulp, Chu Xian consumed the genetic serum in one go. TSK, TSK. He smacked his lips, lamenting, the taste remains as dreadful as ever. If only they could infuse a hint of apple flavor or something similar. Fortunately, the system lacked human emotions, otherwise, it would surely chastise him for such remarks. This was a genetic serum, designed to harness superpowers, something others could only dream of obtaining. Yet here he was, merely signing in for a chance to win it. And still complaining about the flavor, as if seeking trouble. What is that fellow up to? Though Kane was concerned about the unfolding battle, his attention was primarily on Chu Xian. Observing him suddenly produce a vial and swallow its contents, Kane narrowed his eyes in skepticism, perplexed by Chu Xian's intentions. However, remembering that Jill was still in his grasp, he refrained from further speculation. After all, it was just a vial of serum, even if it were to enhance his strength. It mattered little. Kane had him under control. Once Alice was captured again, Chu Xian would have no option but to comply with whatever he commanded. Before long, a comforting warmth began to rise from Chu Xian's chest, spreading throughout his limbs. His cells commenced the fusion with the new genes. What a delightful sensation. Relishing the extraordinary feeling of his pores opening up, Chu Xian could not help but let out a sigh of contentment, leaning back against the railing and closing his eyes. At that moment, he yearned for a soft, plush bed on which to recline comfortably. The railing was hardly an ideal resting place. Why is Chu Xian lying down? Terry Morris observed him with a puzzled expression. I'm not sure. Perhaps he is simply fatigued? Jill could only speculate, equally bewildered by the situation. Fatigued? The one fighting was not him. Why would he feel tired? Wade found Jill's explanation both amusing and exasperating. It was Alice who was engaged in battle, while he sat idly behind. Surely, he wouldn't complain of fatigue. Had he always been so dismissive? This was a matter of life and death for them all. Carlos felt like crying. In their eyes, the battle between Alice and Nicola was a matter of survival for everyone present, warranting their utmost focus. Yet, here was Chu Xian, leaving the fighting to Alice and retreating to sleep. Brother, I know you won't die, but we might. They pleaded, desperate for him to take things seriously. This fellow, so confident in their inability to harm him, was growing increasingly arrogant. Kane's expression darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. He had initially thought Chu Xian was serious upon swallowing the serum, only to see him drift off to sleep, an utter disregard for their plight. This was nothing short of a mockery, exploiting the fact that they lacked the means to defeat him. It infuriated him beyond measure. Meanwhile, Nicola, locked in an intense battle with Jill, caught a glimpse of Chu Xian nonchalantly closing his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Alice seized the opportunity and delivered a swift kick, sending the propeller blade flying from his grasp. before unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon him, forcing him to stagger backward. "How dare you!" Nikolai exclaimed, his chest heaving violently as he turned to Chu Xian with a furious roar. His lungs felt as if they might burst from the sheer anger. He was, after all, a king of special forces, having undergone viral mutations. Yet, Chu Xian had deemed him too weak to engage in combat, and had not only refused to fight, but had also chosen to disregard him entirely, even falling asleep. This utter lack of respect for a formidable opponent was nothing short of an affront, a profound insult indeed. As Nikolai's furious bellow echoed, the colossal eye upon his shoulders suddenly constricted, and his muscles began to tremble violently, rapidly growing in size. An entity resembling a head sprouted from his back, pushing his original head aside. More terrifyingly, the nails on his hands expanded exponentially, transforming into 5 gleaming, metallic claws. Oh no, Alice thought, realizing that he was about to evolve once more. Grabbing a half-section of aircraft debris severed by Chu Xian's laser, she summoned her strength and hurled it forcefully towards Nikolai. Although it was merely a fragment, it was part of an armed combat helicopter, substantial enough to rival the size of a small car, and heavily fortified with metal. If it struck, even a crawling creature would be crushed to pulp in an instant. Nikolai let out a beastly roar. "Die!" he bellowed, swinging his claw-like blades with ferocity towards the incoming debris. To Alice's astonishment, the anticipated scene of Nikolai being flattened did not transpire. Instead, the robust helicopter wreckage was cleaved open, revealing Alice behind it. The claws continued their relentless advance, aiming directly for Alice's face with terrifying ferocity. Alice attempted to evade, but it was too late. The metallic sheen of the claws, capable of slicing through the helicopter debris, promised a fate of utter dismemberment should they make contact with her. Jill and the others watched in horror, their hearts racing with concern. In that critical moment, Alice dared not hold back any longer. Her beautiful eyes widened in determination. A surge of terrifying telekinetic energy erupted from her gaze, hurtling towards Nikolai. Caught off guard, Nikolai had not anticipated that Alice would unleash her powers at such a crucial juncture, and the sheer magnitude of her ability struck him unprepared. This force, capable of obliterating even the most resilient foes, slammed into his face. "No, this cannot be. Your telekinesis cannot possibly be this formidable. I refuse to accept it." Nikolai cried out in agony, racked by the overwhelming force, his wails echoing in despair. He was aware of Alice's abilities, but had believed them limited to merely levitating objects. How could she wield such extraordinary power? With a resounding explosion, poor Nikola's words were abruptly silenced as his head was obliterated, his body flung backward to crash violently against the wall of the building. The sturdy structure could not withstand the impact and collapsed, burying him beneath a cascade of bricks. Meanwhile, Alice found herself overwhelmed by the exertion of her supernatural abilities. Collapsing to one knee as she gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. It was evident that such a potent telekinetic assault had taken a severe toll on her body. To annihilate Nikola's head from a distance, was this the essence of telekinesis? Kane's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard from Nikola about Alice's telekinetic powers, but had never witnessed them firsthand. He had assumed her abilities were limited to levitating chairs. He was utterly unprepared for the explosive destruction she had wrought upon Nikola's skull. A wave of realization washed over him. Extraordinary powers indeed. The research on the T-virus was undeniably on the right track. This was the key to humanity's future. The researchers gazed at Alice with fervent admiration. Initially considering Chu Xian merely an aberration born of T-virus experimentation, they now recognized Alice as another possessor of extraordinary abilities, suggesting that such powers might not be isolated phenomena, but potentially reproducible. How could they not be exhilarated? Yet, not all shared their optimism. The soldiers, pale and trembling, understood the dire implications. The mere presence of one extraordinary individual like Chu Xian had already cost them numerous lives, and now, facing another telekinetically adept being, they felt their chances of survival evaporate. Regret washed over them for having aligned with Umbrella. Alice had triumphed. Terry Morales exclaimed in delight. "Huh, Kane, your plans have crumbled. Forget about Chu Xian, you can't even contend with Alice. You should release us at once." Jill turned to Kane, her voice laced with menace. With Umbrella's combat force nearly decimated and Chu Xian yet to make a move, any action they might take would be futile. Indeed, you have already lost before Chu Xian has even intervened. Should he choose to act, your demise is assured. Wade, typically timid, now spoke with newfound bravado. "Brother Chu Xian will not spare you," Angel added vehemently. Damn it, Nikola was truly useless. He merged with the G-virus and was defeated by a woman. Fortunately, I still possess hostages, Kane thought, his gaze shifting toward Terry Morales, Carlos, Wade, and Angel. If Jill could leverage them to coerce Chu Xian, perhaps the others could deter Alice as well. Yet, he wondered if their presence would be enough to compel surrender from either Chu Xian or Alice. Just as Jill and the others felt a surge of hope, and Kane remained apprehensive, Alice had regained her composure and prepared to confront Kane. Suddenly, the ruins trembled violently, and from the debris emerged a monstrous creature, its skeletal head and 4 arms breaking through the rubble. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal monstrosity unleashed a deafening howl into the sky. A terrifying sonic wave erupted, violently propelling the surrounding bricks into the air. This dreadful shockwave swept in all directions, raising a massive cloud of dust. Behind it, 2 colossal arms extended, each tipped with claws resembling sharpened blades. When fully unfurled, they appeared akin to a pair of wings, exuding an aura of extreme terror. Chapter 45. G3 loses control on the tarmac. Instantaneous rescue of the fair maiden. To the shock of all goodness, she is still alive. Hurry, we must assist her. Kane, upon seeing that Nikolai had survived, felt a surge of elation and hastily commanded his team. However, before he could finish his sentence, the creature suddenly turned its head, coldly fixating its gaze upon him. The bloodthirsty eyes revealed an undeniable intent to kill and an insatiable desire to consume. In that moment, it seemed as if Nikolai had ceased to exist. He had lost all semblance of his former self and had become the embodiment of G, a being driven by an unquenchable thirst for slaughter. Kane felt a chill race down his spine, forcing him to swallow back the words he had intended to utter. He sensed that if he continued speaking, the next instant, this monstrosity would lunge forward and tear him apart. Yet even without his words, the creature was drawn to the crowd, its body slowly descending as its legs coiled with sudden ferocity. Boom! The monster transformed into a streak of crimson, leaping towards the throng of people. During its charge, its 4 arms unfurled, poised to seize its prey. Should it succeed in this assault, not only would Kane perish, but those around him, researchers, soldiers, and even the bound Jill, Terry, and Morales, would find themselves in mortal peril. The transport aircraft too could fall victim to the creature's rampage. Without the aircraft to facilitate escape, all would be trapped within Raccoon City, awaiting the impending nuclear catastrophe. This is dire. Alice, realizing the gravity of the situation, cast aside her fatigue, disregarding the potential for her attack to harm allies, and fixed her beautiful eyes upon the airborne beast with renewed intensity. Buzz! Her formidable psychic energy surged forth once more, crashing down upon the airborne monstrosity with overwhelming force. As it descended, numerous bricks from the ground were swept away, stripped clean, and ultimately, just before the creature could pounce upon the crowd, it was hurled back by her assault. Rumbling, the creature's arm shattered under the tremendous impact, crashing into a nearby building and obliterating its wall once again. Huff, huff, huff. Alice's spirit waned instantly, and she began to breathe heavily. That last attack had been her utmost effort, depleting her entirely of mental energy. She felt waves of dizziness wash over her. Had it not been for the dire need to remain standing, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness. What just transpired? Wasn't he on our side? Why would he attack us? The guards, still reeling from the monster's violent expulsion, were gripped by fear. In that fleeting moment, they had sensed an overwhelming threat of death. Nikolai had undoubtedly aimed to annihilate them all. I warned you that the G-virus was unstable, yet you insisted on proceeding with the experiment. Now look what you've unleashed. He is no longer Nikolai, but rather a manifestation of the G-virus strain. The technician trembled, so frightened that he nearly lost control of himself. Look at the abomination you've created. Jill, regaining her composure, exclaimed in outrage. What good is it to discuss this now? Everyone, prepare to evacuate. Kane understood that this experiment had spiraled out of control. Individuals like Chu Xian and Alice, who possessed mutated abilities, still retained their human emotions. Even if their combat prowess was formidable, he felt he could still manage them. However, the current Nikola had irrevocably transformed into an uncontrollable monstrosity. Bang! Debris was violently hurled away as the creature rose once more. Its twisted arm merely quivered before it fully restored itself, and the gashes across its body healed at a visibly astonishing rate, vanishing as though it had never been wounded at all. In an instant, those who were poised to flee suddenly found themselves frozen in place. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they held their breath, terrified of making a sound that might draw the creature's attention. Just moments ago, it was Kane's words that had caught its notice, nearly leading to their demise. Gurgle, gurgle. The creature's enormous eye on its shoulder spun incessantly, ultimately fixing its gaze on the feeble Alice. A chilling, rusted laugh echoed from the beast, reminiscent of grinding metal. Boom! The monster crouched and stomped again, shattering the concrete beneath its weight as it lunged toward Alice. Alice, watch out. Jill exclaimed in alarm. Yet her warning proved futile. Faced with such a terrifying creature charging at breakneck speed, Alice, whose mental fortitude was utterly depleted, had no hope of evasion. She could do nothing but watch as the creature's claws loomed larger, poised to strike her face. She could even see the creature's jagged fangs glistening ominously. Ah! The surrounding spectators gasped, cries escaping their lips. What a pity, such a remarkable specimen. Kane lamented the loss, turning to make his escape. Alice was an exceptionally perfect subject for T-virus experimentation. Studying her could yield immeasurable breakthroughs. Alas, she was destined to perish at the hands of Nicola in his G3 form. Just as the monster believed victory was assured and Kane prepared to flee, and as the crowd gasped in horror at the prospect of Alice being slain, the seemingly half-reclined Chu Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear beside Alice, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. Boom! The creature's razor-sharp claws slashed through Alice's form. However, she seemed to exist in a realm beyond its grasp. As the claws tore through her afterimage and struck the ground where she had stood, in a heartbeat, the ground exploded, fissures radiating outward with ferocity. And Chu Xian somehow returned to his original position. Had it not been for the presence of Alice beside him, no one would have known he had ever moved. Did Alice vanish? Talia Morales murmured in astonishment. No, she did not disappear. Look over there. Jill gestured toward the direction where Chu Xian had been resting. Is that Chu Xian? When did she run over to Chu Xian's side? Terry Moray quickly glanced over, only to find Alice standing beside Chu Xian, utterly astonished. Her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Alice was already exhausted and could not possibly evade. Could it be that Chu Xian had rushed over to pull her back? Wade was equally bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the events that had just transpired. It was inconceivable, such a vast distance, traversed in an instant. With his formidable physique, how could he possibly explode with such speed? Carlos shook his head, dismissing Wade's conjecture. Chu Xian must possess the ability to teleport. He swiftly rescued Sister Alice in a flash. And she, with her vivid imagination, dared to think and say anything, calling out directly. Impossible. He already possesses two extraordinary abilities. How could he have more? The injured soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head, unwilling to accept that Chu Xian had yet another trump card. The earlier scene of Chu Xian charging into the assault team and wreaking havoc was too terrifying. His extraordinary healing ability, unbreakable steel-like body, and the devastating laser that could annihilate everything in its path were already enough to instill despair. If he could indeed teleport, what manner of being was he? How could they possibly contend with such a foe? Three abilities combined into one. What kind of monster was this? Could the T-virus truly achieve such feats? Even the experimenters began to harbor doubts about Chu Xian. The T-virus could grant extraordinary powers, but possessing three at once seemed utterly absurd. Far beyond what a single T-virus could accomplish. A monster, he was nothing less than a true monster. The surrounding guards retreated in fear, their gazes fixed on Chu Xian. Their expressions filled with terror. Impossible. How could he still teleport? This was absolutely inconceivable. Kane's eyes widened, his body trembling in shock, repeatedly shaking his head, unwilling to believe that Chu Xian possessed the ability to teleport. For if Chu Xian truly had the power of teleportation, could he still threaten him with Jill? He couldn't help but question himself. Chapter 46, a comprehensive overwhelm, shocking the entire arena. Am I unharmed? Alice, after a long while without feeling any pain, cautiously opened her eyes, only to discover that she was perfectly fine, a look of confusion crossing her face. Upon realizing Chu Xian was behind her, she exclaimed in delight. Chu Xian, are you done with your tasks? Of course, if I hadn't finished, you would have been in trouble. Chu Xian nodded, glancing at the now unrecognizable form of Nicola, frowning as he inquired. What happened? Wasn't I just supposed to have you play with him? Why did you actually engage him and even reach the third stage? His intention had merely been for Alice to stall Nicola, allowing himself time to integrate a new ability. He never anticipated that Alice, in her confusion, would inadvertently trigger the third stage of the G-virus. How ruthless. So you meant I only needed to hold him off? Alice was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment as she questioned him. She had thought that Chu Xian deemed Nicola too weak to bother with and had sent her to handle it. It seems that she misunderstood Chu Xian's intentions. Oh, what a surprise. Next time, please be less forceful. If you get hurt, my heart will ache. This G-virus has 5 forms, and unless it is obliterated in one strike, it is virtually impossible to prevent its mutation, Chu Xian said with irritation. I will heed your advice. I shall be more cautious next time, Alice replied, her heart warming despite the reprimand. Although Chu Xian was scolding her, she could sense his concern and affection within his words. That's more like it. Come on. Chu Xian extended his hand as he saw Alice nod obediently. Where are we going? Alice grasped his hand, puzzled. To seek revenge, Chu Xian declared coldly, his demeanor radiating authority. How dare that little Nikolai bully his wife? He would be the first to object and ensure his demise. With that, he grasped Alice's hand and strode toward Nikolai. Alice gazed at the imposing Chu Xian, her heart racing. Is this truly her man? Confident, arrogant, and commanding. Each trait held an irresistible allure for her, and the combination of all three left her entranced. In that moment, even if Nikolai were formidable, she felt no sense of danger. As long as she held Chu Xian's hand, she would always be safe. Yes. Alice nodded vigorously, allowing Chu Xian to hold her hand as she leaned against his shoulder. The monster lunged but missed, its body pausing in confusion, bewildered by Alice's sudden disappearance. The colossal eye on its shoulder spun wildly, searching for her. When it spotted Alice by Chu Xian's side, a cruel smile spread across its face as it charged forward. Facing this onslaught, Chu Xian exhibited no fear. He calmly held Alice's hand, as if they were merely strolling. As the creature drew near, with a mere thought, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had evaded the monster's attack and stood behind it. So, you dare to bully my girlfriend? Chu Xian's voice was icy as his eyes glowed red. A beam of crimson laser surged from his gaze, coalescing into a blade of light. In an instant, the monster's arms were severed. Roaring in pain, it turned abruptly, its remaining 2 limbs transforming into 10 deadly strikes aimed at Chu Xian. However, before it could land a blow, Chu Xian and Alice vanished again, reappearing in front of the creature. Arms are impressive, are they? With his words, another terrifying laser erupted, and the monster's remaining limbs were severed, drifting through the air. The monster let out a wretched howl, its eyes burning with murderous intent, as its chest opened to reveal a jagged maw that lunged toward Chu Xian. Most would never conceive that the monster would attempt to bite not with its mouth, but with its chest. Alas, it had encountered Chu Xian, who had traversed dimensions. Chu Xian was entirely cognizant of its method of attack. With a mere thought, he effortlessly vanished, accompanied by Alice, only to reappear behind the creature. So you dare to bite? Chu Xian's gaze turned frigid, a crimson glow igniting within him. With a swift toss of his head, a laser beam followed the motion, sweeping through the air. In a mere instant, the unfortunate monster, still bewildered by the unfolding events, found its body severed in 2 by the laser from behind. Its massive upper half collapsed with a thunderous crash, rolling several times before coming to a halt. This time, Chu Xian did not bring Alice along. He vanished alone, re-emerging atop the creature's back. With an icy demeanor, he crushed the monster's skull beneath his foot, declaring, "You dared to lay a hand on my woman." In stark contrast to its previous ferocity, the creature's enormous eyes desperately attempted to turn backward, gazing upward at Chu Xian with evident fear. It seemed as though a fragment of Nikola's consciousness lingered within, recognizing the terror that was Chu Xian, regretting its offense, and yearning to escape. Alas, with its limbs severed, the creature was rendered incapable of flight, forced to witness as Chu Xian's eyes radiated a menacing red light. A terrifying laser beam erupted forth, magnifying upon its eyeball. With a resounding explosion, the eyeball, being the creature's most vital yet fragile organ, could not withstand the onslaught of Chu Xian's laser, bursting spectacularly and splattering slime all over him. This was precisely why Chu Xian had chosen not to involve Alice for the final strike. In the instant the creature's eye shattered, a profound silence enveloped the scene. As all eyes fixed upon the merciless Chu Xian, their faces etched with shock. Only when the monster was utterly dismembered did the crowd come to their senses. Erupting in disbelief. The monster is dead? Surrounding guards displayed expressions of astonishment and incredulity. My heavens, that was the G-Virus. It had evolved twice. They marveled at how effortlessly he had dismantled it. Researchers widened their eyes in shock, struggling to comprehend that a creature which even Alice's telekinesis could not vanquish was so easily dispatched by Chu Xian, who never even granted it a chance to retaliate. The disparity in power was staggering, akin to an insurmountable chasm. The G-Virus paled in comparison to the true monstrosity that was Chu Xian. Injured soldiers trembled uncontrollably, instinctively retreating in fear. Faced with Chu Xian, they felt no vestige of fighting spirit. Was this truly the extent of Chu Xian's formidable prowess? He annihilated such a terrifying creature with the grace of a leisurely stroll. Carlos's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in disbelief, utterly unaware of his astonishment. He had believed Alice to be formidable, yet the fusion of Nikola with the G-Virus proved even more powerful. He had thought the G-Virus invincible, only for Chu Xian to dispatch it as if on a casual promenade, effortlessly dismembering it with the grace of a dance, accompanied by a beautiful companion. Such prowess could only be described as divine. My God, am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? How can there exist a human of such unparalleled strength? Or is he one of our own? Wade spiraled into a frenzy, exhilaration coursing through his veins. I have encountered many remarkable individuals, yet none compare to Chu Xian. How extraordinarily handsome he is. Mo Lao's gazed at Chu Xian, utterly mesmerized. His earnest demeanor radiated a striking charm that was simply out of this world, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. How splendid it would be if I were the one by his side at this very moment. Jill cast a glance at Alice, her eyes brimming with envy. However, unlike Mo Lao's, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, chiding herself internally. How could I entertain such notions? Damn it. This guy has been concealing his true abilities from the very beginning. He is toying with me. That scoundrel. A surge of indignation ignited within Kane amidst his astonishment. He had thought he understood Chu Xian thoroughly, believing he could easily manipulate him. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this individual had been hiding his strength. No wonder Alice had intervened. He clearly deemed Nikolai beneath his notice. Kane, is it? It is time we settle our accounts. Chu Xian, having dealt with the monster, abruptly turned to Kane, his voice icy and resolute. Chapter 47. Kane's threat backfires. Retreat from the raccoon nuclear explosion. Do not approach. Surrender at once, or I shall slay your beloved. Kane felt a chill run down his spine as Chu Xian's gaze pierced through him, hastily raising his weapon to threaten Jill coldly. Huh? Are you certain she is my lover? Chu Xian scoffed, retorting at Kane's threat. He had merely traveled alongside Jill for a brief period. How absurd for this fool to consider her as leverage. Is that not the case? Kane furrowed his brow. If there were no relationship between them, how could Chu Xian withstand the onslaught of the vengeful goddess's machine gun for her sake? Meanwhile, Carlos, kneeling as a special forces operative, sensed something amiss. Swiftly utilizing the distraction surrounding Chu Xian to cut through the restraints binding his hands. I have merely accompanied her for a short while. Feel free to inquire with her. Chu Xian stated dismissively. Could I have miscalculated? Kane was taken aback that his bargaining chip proved ineffective, instinctively turning his gaze toward Jill. In that instant, as Kane turned, Chu Xian activated his teleportation ability, appearing directly before Kane. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Kane hurriedly aimed his weapon at Chu Xian. With a swift flash, Chu Xian's steel claws severed Kane's gun and arm, sending them flying. A chilling scream escaped Kane's lips as he, in a fit of rage, commanded, "Kill them." At that moment, he no longer cared about the relationship between these individuals and Chu Xian. If Chu Xian sought to end his life, he would take others down with him. Following Kane's orders, the surrounding guards swiftly raised their weapons, preparing to comply. However, at that very moment, Carlos finally managed to sever his bindings and charged at the nearest guard. Meanwhile, the other guards immediately sought to provide support. However, in the next instant, Chu Xian had teleported to his back, piercing him with a steel claw that chilled him to the core. The injured soldier raised his gun in an attempt to assist. But Jill, with her hands bound, dispatched him with a swift kick. The soldier, still intent on retrieving his weapon, was suddenly pinned down by Wade, who squatted heavily upon his back. Seizing the opportunity, Jill rose and delivered a decisive kick that rendered him unconscious. I am Commander Kane, initiating the launch sequence. Kane, recognizing the dire circumstances, dashed toward the transport aircraft while activating his earpiece to issue orders. Acknowledged, missiles have been launched, set to detonate in 5 minutes. The aircraft circling the outskirts of Raccoon City received the command and promptly pressed the red button. The cabin opened, and a missile descended, its tail flame igniting as it thundered toward the city. Boom. After dispatching the guards, Chu Xian spotted Kane attempting to flee and instantly blocked his path with another teleportation. You have lost, Chu Xian stated icily. Haha, is that so? I have ordered the nuclear detonation. The missile will soon strike the city center, and everyone here will perish. You included. Kane, ever the warmonger, did not forget to drag others down with him even in his moment of impending doom. While he acknowledged Chu Xian's formidable strength, powerful enough to instill despair, he believed that a nuclear bomb, the most potent weapon devised by humanity, could obliterate an entire city. And no creature could survive its wrath, not even someone as resilient as Chu Xian. Roars. The chaos had already attracted a horde of zombies from several nearby streets, who converged upon the municipal gates, swiftly advancing toward the helipad. The nuclear explosion is imminent. Everyone, board the aircraft. Chu Xian commanded the group. At his directive, the others hastily boarded the aircraft to prepare for evacuation. As for you, Chu Xian turned his gaze to Kane. Why waste words with him? I could simply put a bullet through his head, Jill interjected, having freed herself and aiming her gun directly at Kane. This scoundrel had nearly cost them their lives and was the mastermind behind the bioweapon crisis. Failing to execute him would not quell the public's fury. Wait, Chu Xian. I admit you have won, but you cannot kill me. Do you remember the Special Forces female soldier who came out with you? Kane exclaimed, sensing Jill's intent to fire. At the mention of her name, Chu Xian raised a hand to halt Jill, frowning as he inquired, Lian? Yes, that's her. She has been captured, Kane confirmed, continuing with a sense of smugness. As a high-ranking member of Umbrella Corporation, he would never allow himself to be cornered. He doubted that Chu Xian would disregard the safety of his comrade. You bastard, tell me where you sent her. Alice, who shared a close bond with Lian, surged forward, seizing Kane by the collar and demanding answers with palpable anger. She has been taken to a secret location for experimentation. Only I know her whereabouts, Kane declared, recognizing Alice's anxious demeanor and feeling a sense of triumph in his threat. He believed that even if Chu Xian remained indifferent, Alice would certainly care. And since Alice was Chu Xuan's woman, to gain control over her was tantamount to exerting indirect control over Chu Xian himself. This time, he would not escape death. It was Isaac. Chu Xian fixed his gaze upon Kane and inquired with an air of calmness. What? How do you know? Kane's smile instantly faltered. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock. They had only captured 2 individuals from the hive, one being Matt and the other, Rain. Both were commendable subjects for experimentation. He had taken Matt, while Dr. Isaac had taken Kane. Only he and Dr. Isaac were privy to this information, so how could Chu Xian possibly know? My guess was indeed correct. It truly was him. Observing Kane's reaction, Chu Xian immediately discerned that he had hit the mark, confirming that Rain had indeed been taken by Dr. Isaac. Knowing into whose hands she had fallen made her retrieval far less daunting. You despicable bastard, you deceived me. Kane realized in an instant that he had been tricked. This fellow had no idea where Rain had ended up, and his earlier inquiries had merely been a test. Yet, he had inadvertently revealed the whereabouts of Rain, igniting within him a mix of shame and fury. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the transport aircraft's engines roared to life, gently lifting into the sky. And what of deceiving you? Must I maintain my credibility when dealing with scum like you? You shall be handed over to them. Chu Xian gestured and turned to enter the interior of the transport craft. No, you cannot hand me over to them. I am the highest commander of the Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City. You cannot treat me this way. Realizing the gravity of the situation as Chu Xian departed, Kane urgently called out. However, Chu Xian paid him no heed. Click. Jill swiftly chambered a bullet and coldly asked, will you descend willingly, or shall I assist you? She would not allow the one who had threatened them to leave unscathed. Kane understood that with the aircraft now airborne, forcing him to jump would mean his demise. He quickly pleaded, you are a police officer, right? The nuclear missile has been launched and will arrive shortly. You cannot leave me here. Bang. Before Kane could finish his sentence, Alice delivered a swift kick, sending him plummeting downwards. This guy talks too much, she remarked with a shrug as she closed the hatch. What missile? Was it not you who ordered the launch? In that case, go and taste the fruits of your own command. Ah, Kane screamed as he fell, landing abruptly on the helipad. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a fatal impact, he miraculously survived. I'm not dead, I'm actually alive. Haha. Wait, why does the ground feel soft? Kane exclaimed in astonishment, only to quickly sense something amiss. Looking down, he was taken aback to find himself atop several zombies. Realizing the perilous situation, he hastily glanced upward. Roar! A throng of zombies surrounded him, their gaping maws agape, ready to pounce. No, damn it, Chu Xian. I shall not spare you even in death. Kane was swiftly engulfed by the horde of corpses, emitting a wretched scream. As the transport aircraft receded into the distance, the restless throng of the undead finally came to a halt. Kane, whose body was in tatters from gnawing, abruptly opened his ashen eyes and staggered to his feet. Yet, before this newly transformed zombie could seek sustenance, a missile, traveling at an astonishing speed, descended from the sky, ultimately detonating above his head. This missile was equipped with a nuclear warhead, and the force of its explosion could only be described as apocalyptic. The terrifying blast erupted, causing the entire skyscraper to collapse instantaneously, and poor Kane, who had yet to savor the experience of becoming a zombie, was swept away by the horrific shockwave, reduced to nothingness. As the explosion reverberated, everyone braced themselves. Observing the terrifying explosion rise from the center of Raccoon City, Chu Xian understood that their final ordeal in departing the city was imminent, and he hastily shouted a warning. Chapter 48. Accidentally Kissing Jill. Boom. The terrifying shockwave swept directly past the transport aircraft. Even the high-performance plane was nearly overturned by the force, shaking violently in the air. The steel panel on the aircraft was violently dislodged, hurtling toward Angel sitting in her seat. Watch out. Jill instinctively unfastened her seatbelt to shield her. The panel was hurtling towards her at a perilous speed. If it struck, it would pierce her to the core. Just as Jill braced for the impact, Chu Xian summoned his will and instantly teleported in front of her. Clang! The steel panel collided with Chu Xian's back, instantly breaking the skin. Yet it could not penetrate further, halted by the adamantium framework within. Chu Xian! Jill exclaimed in shock at seeing him injured while saving her. I'm fine. Just a minor abrasion, Chu Xian said as he attempted to pull the panel from his back, but it was lodged too deep for him to reach. Let me help you, Jill said, quickly reaching towards his back. However, at that moment, the aircraft was jolted by turbulence, causing it to suddenly ascend. Chu Xian instinctively leaned back. Ah! Jill gasped, losing her balance and tumbling forward. This unintentional fall landed her right in Chu Xian's embrace. As he felt the warmth and fragrance enveloping him, his heart raced, and he quickly clarified, that was not intentional. I understand, Jill replied, acknowledging that it was not Chu Xian's fault. It was her own instability that led her to fall into his arms. Just bear with it. Jill, seizing the steel panel embedded in Chu Xian's back, pulled it out with a sudden force. Oh! Chu Xian grunted in pain, yet before he could finish his sentence, the aircraft, still affected by the turbulence, suddenly descended. Chu Xian lost his footing and fell forward, inadvertently pressing his lips against Jill's. His muffled groan swiftly transformed into a soft whimper as their lips met. He unexpectedly kissed me. At that moment, Jill's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her mind reverberating as she gazed at the astonished Chu Xian, her heart racing uncontrollably with intense anxiety. She never anticipated that the plane would suddenly ascend and then plummet. Nor did she foresee that Chu Xian would unexpectedly seize her lips. As a police officer, she was perpetually busy, particularly as a strong woman like herself, with no time for romance. Moreover, she held little interest in the suitors who pursued her, remaining single despite their numerous advances. To her astonishment, she had bestowed her first kiss upon Chu Xian in such a bewildering manner. Her entire face flushed crimson, extending to the roots of her neck. This was a complete disaster. There was no way to explain it now. Not only was Jill flabbergasted, but Chu Xian was equally bewildered. At that moment, his back ached terribly. Yet the sensations in front of him were overwhelming. He was at a loss as to whether to express his pain or his pleasure. To make matters worse, he had previously convinced Jill that an earlier accident was indeed an accident, but could she believe him again after this latest unforeseen event? This was dire. The pilot was dead. At that moment, Wade, in the co-pilot seat, turned and shouted. He struggled to grasp the control stick, attempting to stabilize the aircraft. However, the force of the recent explosion had distorted the transport plane's propeller blades, with one blade even snapping cleanly. In such a scenario, merely avoiding immediate disaster was already a miracle. There was no hope of regaining altitude. This was catastrophic. The propeller had fallen. Carlos's gaze caught the sight of the falling propeller outside the window, and his heart plummeted. The propeller was crucial for helicopter flight. Without it, the aircraft was doomed. We're finished. We're doomed. Tali Morales clung tightly to her seat, too terrified to even open her eyes, her voice trembling with fear. What should we do? Jill's expression mirrored her anxiety. Everyone, unbuckle your seatbelts. Chu Xian understood that if they continued on this path, the plane would inevitably crash, so he urgently advised. Unbuckle our seatbelts? The others were momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard. This was a plane crash. Weren't seatbelts supposed to save lives? Wouldn't unbuckling them lead to swifter demise? Unbuckle. Although Alice was unsure of Chu Xian's intentions, she chose to trust him unconditionally and was the first to release her seatbelt. Seeing this, the others hesitated briefly but, with no alternative, followed suit and unbuckled their seatbelts as well. Jill instinctively tried to distance herself from Chu Xian, but he suddenly pulled her close. What are you doing? She instinctively struggled. She could understand the earlier kiss as an accident, but now, his proactive embrace felt excessive. Don't move, hold on to me. Sensing Jill's restlessness in his grasp, Chu Xian quickly commanded, shouting to the others, grab hold of me. Heeding his command, the others disregarded their doubts, treating this desperate situation as a last resort, and grasped one another tightly. At that moment, the second propeller finally snapped. The plane was utterly out of control, spiraling wildly through the air. With a collective gasp, everyone fell silent, and Jill clung tightly to Chu Xian, refusing to let go. In an instant, all those connected to Chu Xian vanished. A thunderous crash reverberated as the aircraft plowed into the forest, resulting in a colossal explosion, flames leaping skyward, and dark smoke visible from miles away. On a mountaintop not far from the crash site, several figures suddenly materialized. None other than Chu Xian, Jill, Alice, Telemorius, Carlos, Wade, and Anshi, who had instantaneously teleported from the plane. "Oh, we're unharmed?" Telemorius exclaimed, having screamed for an eternity. Cautiously opening her eyes to find they had returned to solid ground, her voice filled with astonishment. It's teleportation, Chu Xian's extraordinary ability, Wade realized. Finally grasping why Chu Xian had insisted they hold hands, it was to channel his power. Such a capability to teleport a group is incredibly formidable. Carlos couldn't help but express his admiration. While Alice had also utilized her abilities, she had only managed it twice before succumbing to exhaustion. In contrast, Chu Xian seemed unfazed, having used his powers multiple times, a testament to his strength. "Brother Chu Xian is the greatest," Anchi exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Jill internally marveled at Chu Xian's resilience, thinking how remarkable he was to have endured so many uses of his powers without consequence. "Hey, you two, have you embraced long enough?" Just as the group reveled in their miraculous escape, Alice's expression darkened, her voice laced with annoyance. Chu Xian, upon hearing her, suddenly realized that Jill was still wrapped around him. Hastily, Jill released her grip, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze, stealing glances at Chu Xian's reaction. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several helicopters swiftly approached from the distance. "It's Umbrella Corporation's aircraft," Alice called out, squinting at the helicopters emblazoned with the Umbrella logo, her brow furrowing. "We must leave this place." With that, Chu Xian led the way into the forest. "All right," Alice nodded and followed, with the others quickly disappearing into the thicket. Chapter 49. A twist of fate. Jill's affection, a dewy romance comes to an end having evaded the nuclear explosion. Chu Xian and his companions soon emerged from the outskirts of Raccoon City, traversing the Arclay Mountains. Despite their unity within Raccoon City, their ideologies diverged once they left its confines. Jill, Carlos, and Telemorius leaned towards exposing the Umbrella Corporation's crimes, while Anchi yearned to reconnect with relatives and lead a normal life. As for Chu Xian, he was disinterested in the so-called exposure of Umbrella's misdeeds. His primary concern was locating Dr. Isaac to rescue Rain. As a person from another world, he understood that a corporation like Umbrella could not operate in isolation, possessing nuclear capabilities, and that it undoubtedly had the backing of the government, rendering any attempts at exposure futile amid the collusion of officials and business interests. After all, one cannot expect a criminal serving as a judge to impartially adjudicate their own transgressions. Such an expectation is inherently futile. Nevertheless, Gil and her companions aspired to make at least a modest effort to enlighten the general populace about the truths of Raccoon City. With the conversation having reached this point, Chu Xian felt it inappropriate to interject further and chose instead to respect their convictions. Soon after, the group arrived at a quaint little town and took refuge in a hotel for the night. Following a series of arduous battles, Chu Xian found himself quite fatigued, not in body, but in spirit. After securing a room with Alice, he removed his laser goggles and stepped into the bathroom, preparing to cleanse himself of the grime accumulated. As the warm water cascaded over him, a profound sense of relaxation enveloped Chu Xian, easing the tension that had gripped his mind. Listening to the gentle sound of water within, he noticed the tattered clothes discarded at the bathroom door. Alice, shaking her head in resignation, recalled the clothing store they had passed on their journey. Calling out to Chu Xian, she said, "I'll go buy you a new outfit." "That would be troublesome," he replied, eyes still closed. With trust in Chu Xian's abilities, Alice did not bother to lock the door as she stepped outside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hotel, Gil instructed her companions, "You all prepare, I'll be back shortly," before turning and departing. Carlos and Wade exchanged knowing glances, understanding without words who she intended to meet, and continued with their tasks. Gil soon arrived at Chu Xian's door. Glancing at the new clothes she had purchased for him, and then at the door itself, she reached out to knock, only to find it ajar. Taken aback, she murmured, "How careless," leaving the door unlocked. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside and closed it behind her. Chu Xian, she called softly as she entered, intending to bid him farewell. However, to her surprise, the room was empty. Had he already departed? The sight of the vacant room, combined with the unlocked door, led Gil to believe that Chu Xian had slipped away without a word, filling her with a sense of disappointment. Though they held differing ideologies, she felt it only fair to exchange at least a parting word. Leaving in silence was a bitter pill to swallow. Just as she resolved to turn and exit, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Chu Xian clad only in a towel. The sight of his robust physique, exuding a distinctly masculine aura, left her momentarily speechless. Seizing a nearby black cloth, he covered his eyes, finally allowing himself to open them and discover Gil, who stood there in astonishment, clutching a bag. Mistaking her for Alice, he exclaimed, "Back so soon?" Jill regained her senses, hesitant to meet Chu Xian's gaze. She quickly lowered her head, raising the bag in her hand, ready to hand it over to him. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "This clothing, whatever it is, can wait. All I desire now is you." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian scooped Jill into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. After a long day, they finally had a moment to themselves. And the notion of clothing was trivial. Pleasure took precedence. Bouncing softly on the plush bed, Jill stared in bewilderment as Chu Xian approached her. She had never anticipated that delivering a piece of clothing and bidding farewell would culminate in such an unexpected embrace, let alone being thrown onto the bed. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Chu Xian silenced her with a kiss. This scoundrel was truly taking liberties. Jill seethed with anger, instinctively reaching for her gun. However, upon gazing at Chu Xian's captivating face and recalling how he had risked his life to save her time and again, her heart softened, and she ultimately relinquished her weapon. Very well, consider this a repayment for your life-saving deeds, Jill thought to herself, choosing not to resist any further. Curiously, she noted that his physique seemed somewhat different. Although she ceased her struggles, Chu Xian found himself perplexed, pondering this change. Yet, considering that Alice had awakened her abilities and had been in slumber for a day, perhaps it was a side effect of the T-virus. He dismissed it without much thought. Half an hour later, satisfied, Chu Xian turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Jill, pulling back the covers, rose to dress, gazing at the sleeping figure of Chu Xian with a whirlwind of emotions. Chu Xian, I am aware of your connection with Alice, and I do not wish to disrupt your life. Let us part ways here. I hope fate will allow us to meet again. She approached the bedside and gently kissed his forehead before resolutely turning to leave. As Jill departed, the door soon swung open once more. I'm back. Huh, why is he lying down? Alice returned with a bag in hand, surprised to find Chu Xian already asleep. Dismissing the thought, she placed the clothing down and entered the bathroom to bathe. Before long, the fragrant Alice emerged, sidling up to Chu Xian and embracing him with a playful grin. Chu Xian, I want you. Didn't I just give you that? Chu Xian, still dazed, furrowed his brow at Alice's words. Internally, he questioned, how could this woman be so insatiable? You must be dreaming. I don't care. I still want more. Alice replied, her expression one of confusion, unaware of when exactly Chu Xian had given her anything. Assuming he was merely mumbling in his sleep, she held him closer. With no other option, Chu Xian resigned himself to fulfilling her request once more. A night of indulgence followed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a blinding glow upon him. Chu Xian stirred, groping for his glasses to restore his vision. Upon noticing two bags placed beside the bed, he quickly deduced that they were garments purchased by Alice for herself. Eagerly, he opened one, only to be left utterly astonished. Turning to Alice, who lay on the bed, he inquired with confusion, why did you buy two identical outfits? What two outfits? I only bought one. Are your eyes deceiving you? Alice replied, still in a deep slumber, her words escaping her lips with casual indifference. Only one. Chu Xian was taken aback, his mind racing. It made no sense. If Alice had indeed purchased just one, how could there be two? Was it possible there were two Alices? No, something was amiss. Chu Xian quickly threw back the covers and, to his shock, spotted a hint of crimson. His body trembled involuntarily, leaving him frozen in place. Alice had entrusted her body to him in Raccoon City. How could this possibly be her first time? It was utterly unfathomable, unless... Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pivoted sharply, hastening towards the door. What's with all the commotion so early in the morning? Alice grumbled, pulling the covers back over herself to resume her rest. Meanwhile, Chu Xian raced through the corridors. Swiftly arriving at Jill's door, he knocked fervently. Knock, knock, knock. What are you banging on about? The door swung open, but it was not Jill who stood before him. Instead, it was a cleaning lady, who shot him a disapproving glare and scolded him. Where are the people who reside here? Chu Xian had assumed it was Jill, but was taken aback when he realized the occupant of the room was not who he expected. They left early. The cleaning lady replied matter-of-factly. What? Chu Xian's heart sank. He dashed out, but there was no sign of Jill and the others. Young man, don't chase after them. They departed in the middle of the night. Didn't you know? The cleaning lady, recognizing him as someone who had previously accompanied the departing guests, stepped outside to offer a warning. They left last night. How could this be? Which direction did they take? Chu Xian's heart plummeted further as he pressed for information, desperate to ascertain whether the woman who had been with him was indeed Alice. I'm not certain, perhaps that way? The cleaning lady gestured towards a direction, following her to Shang. Chu Xian's gaze fell upon a sign indicating, ahead, Haverfield Industrial City. Chapter 50, Chaos Approaches. Lumberjack, activate check-in at the airport. Chu Xian soon returned to his room. By now, Alice had awakened and was watching the news on television. Do you see the reddened sky behind me? That is the aftermath of the military launching missiles in Raccoon City, with thick smoke billowing for miles, a reporter announced, gesturing towards the distant burning city. The news depicted a nighttime view of Raccoon City engulfed in flames, with smoke rising ominously. In the foreground, barricades were set up, while a large crowd of onlookers gathered behind them. Alice casually switched to another channel. The launch of missiles from Raccoon City is deemed equivalent to an atomic bomb. Should this be true, the city, with its population of 100,000, would face total annihilation. Alice switched the radio station again. Mr. President, what connection does the Umbrella Corporation have with this incident? Is there a relationship between the missile launch and them? Could you clarify? The reporters clamored with questions. However, the president simply stated that he had no comment before departing the stage. You're back. Where did you rush off to? Alice inquired, turning off the television upon seeing Chu Xian return. It's nothing, Chu Xian replied, unsure of how to answer Alice's query. Could he confess that he mistook another for her last night? Such words were unutterable. Even now, he could not be entirely certain that the woman from last night was indeed Jill, and that left matters even more complicated. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Chu Xian ultimately decided to set the matter aside for the time being, intending to seek clarification from Jill when next they met. By the way, you were the head of security at the Umbrella Corporation. Do you know the location of their recent base? Chu Xian thought of Lian and posed the question. The closest base should be in Harvardville Industrial City. However, given the magnitude of recent events, I wonder if they will relocate her, Alice contemplated aloud, her voice tinged with worry. After all, Lian's capture occurred a few days prior, when Raccoon City had not yet fallen. With the current turmoil, Umbrella would surely retreat into a period of low profile. It was uncertain whether Lian remained there. Let us go see for ourselves. Harvardville Industrial City, is it? I hope she is still there, Chu Xian said, feeling helpless yet resolved to take things as they came. As fate would have it, the direction in which Jill and her companions had departed was also towards that very place, so perhaps he might find her and clarify the events of the previous night. The following day, the two checked out of their accommodation and secured a ride straight to Harvardville Industrial City. The distance from Raccoon City was not excessive, yet it lay in a different direction. Now that Raccoon City had been bombed, reaching their destination required a considerable detour, while it was somewhat inconvenient. It posed no significant hindrance. As they journeyed onward, they finally arrived at Harvardville Industrial City by evening. Upon entering the urban area, the driver, having strayed off course, unceremoniously dropped Chu Xian and Alice at an intersection. Although this city boasted a resident population of only 100,000, it was still sizable. In the vast sea of humanity, locating a single person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. How would they even begin? Gazing at the sprawling metropolis, Chu Xian thought of Jill and could not help but exclaim, how daunting this city is. Fear not, Alice reassured him. Though I manage security for the hive, I am also aware of the base locations here. Her capture has not been long. She is likely still there. Alice was pleasantly surprised to see Chu Xian's evident concern for Lian. Indeed, he proved to be a man of compassion and loyalty. Certainly, if she were aware that the individual mentioned by Chu Xian was Jill, it would be uncertain whether she could still offer her praises. The two chose an inn as their temporary refuge, taking a moment to recuperate before setting off. However, upon arriving at the Umbrella Medical Research Facility, they were left utterly astonished, for the place was eerily deserted. Not a single soul was in sight, let alone Dr. Isaac. How could this be? Alice wore an expression of confusion. This was the closest base of Umbrella to Raccoon City. With Raccoon City now gone, where else could Rain have her located? Moreover, Umbrella's actions were alarmingly swift. Did they possess foreknowledge of their visit? Yet, with Kane deceased, it seemed implausible that Umbrella was aware of their survival. Why would they abruptly shutter the research facility? Perhaps something untoward had transpired, speculated Chu Xian. It was indeed possible. Alice nodded in agreement. The two swiftly departed the Umbrella Medical Research Facility and returned to the inn. Chu Xian stepped out to procure some dinner, and upon his return, Alice urgently called out, "Quick, look at the news." News, Chu Xian replied, perplexed, as he turned to gaze at the television screen. There was a new report regarding the calamity in Raccoon City, featuring shocking footage captured by Tyler of Raccoon Channel 7. The report revealed that the T-virus developed by Umbrella had leaked, infecting the entire city and resulting in the deaths of countless innocent civilians. The footage broadcasted was precisely what Tali Morales had recorded, exposing the entirety of the events that transpired in Raccoon City. In that moment, Chu Xian finally comprehended why the Umbrella Research Facility was devoid of personnel. Following this news, public outcry would undoubtedly compel Umbrella to retreat into the shadows. Locating Dr. Isaac would thus become increasingly difficult. He hadn't anticipated their response would be so rapid, directly delivering the video to the news station. It appeared Umbrella's downfall was imminent. Alice exclaimed in delight as she observed the news report. Regardless of a company's vastness, it could not withstand the overwhelming tide of national scrutiny. However, Chu Xian shook his head, suggesting it wouldn't be so straightforward. The influence of Umbrella was immense, capable of wielding nuclear weapons. The notion that they lacked official protection was simply implausible. This matter would likely be suppressed swiftly. Indeed, within a few days, the narrative took another unexpected turn. The news outlets performed a complete reversal. Yesterday, the broadcaster Tali Morales was hailed as a hero for exposing Umbrella's malfeasance, yet today she was branded a villain. Major news networks hastily altered their stance. New evidence had invalidated the previous reports. It was clear that the prior revelations were nothing more than a cruel jest. To exploit the tragedy of Raccoon City for amusement was utterly reprehensible. According to official disclosures, the true cause was a significant incident at the nuclear power plant, marking the largest nuclear leak since Chernobyl. The governor expressed gratitude towards the Umbrella Corporation for their swift handling of the aftermath. The prankster host, Terry Morales, has been detained by the police for questioning. Jill and Carlos, masquerading as law enforcement, infiltrated the precinct and abducted Terry Morales, who has since vanished without a trace. The police are making every effort to locate them, urging vigilant citizens to report any sightings. This situation has escalated further. Chu Xian, observing the news report, felt a sense of helplessness. He had hoped to find Jill for clarification, but now they had all become fugitives, leaving him with no means to pursue them. Although there were higher-ups intervening to quell the situation, public opinion had indeed shifted, yet investors were not naive. Regardless of whether the Umbrella Corporation had experimented with the T-virus, the disappearance of Raccoon City was an undeniable fact that could not be dismissed. Overnight, Umbrella's stock plummeted, and anxious citizens began to question the official ties to the corporation. Then, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. In a bid to protect the nation's reputation, the government shifted all blame onto the Umbrella Corporation, causing their stock to crash completely. Many employees within Umbrella, desperate for survival, resorted to selling the virus on the black market. Chaos ensued, and the frequency of bioweapon attacks began to rise. Where there were losses, new entities emerged. A pharmaceutical company named Weller Pharma came into existence, establishing a research center in Haverhill Industrial City with the support of Senator Davis. As time passed, years slipped by. Jill remained undiscovered, and there was no word from Rain. Meanwhile, Chu Xian's system appeared to have fallen silent, no longer offering any responses. He could only find temporary refuge as a lumberjack on the outskirts of the city, in a location that required no identification and where few were willing to work. Blessed with formidable strength, he excelled in his tasks, and with the company of beautiful women each night, his life was relatively comfortable. Until one day, news broke that Senator Davis, a special advisor for Weller Pharma, would be arriving at Haverhill Industrial City. The airport was swarmed with demonstrators protesting at the entrance. At that moment, the long-dormant system within Chu Xian's mind suddenly reactivated. Ding! A bioweapon crisis is imminent. The sign-in location has been activated. Sign-in location, airport. Successful sign-in will grant a chance to draw a lottery. Please sign in at the airport within 24 hours, or the opportunity will be forfeited. Finally, he could sign in once more. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Xian's body jolted with excitement, his eyes gleaming with determination. After all these years, he had thought the system was defunct, only to discover it had been reactivated. He cast aside his axe and prepared to descend the mountain. Hey, brother, you haven't finished cutting today's wood. Where are you going? The boss will dock your pay. A fellow lumberjack called out as he noticed Chu Xian's departure. Let him dock it. I'm done, Chu Xian retorted, heading straight for his old pickup truck. All can sign in to become stronger. I refuse to chop down trees any longer and will resign immediately. Chapter 51, Leon's Assault Rescue, Chu Xian's Instant Movement. As Chu Xian drove, the night had already fallen by the time he reached the airport. The entire airport was besieged, with a considerable military presence surrounding it. As if preparing to confront a formidable terrorist threat, Chu Xian slowed his vehicle and rolled down the window. He could see reporters conducting live coverage nearby. The local police had imposed a complete lockdown on the airport, sealing all entrances. Up until now, the authorities had not disclosed detailed information. Our current knowledge is exceedingly limited. Rumors suggested that a horrific biochemical attack had occurred within one of the airport's waiting halls. Senator Davis was also stranded inside the airport, and his situation was precarious. A biochemical attack? It seems I have arrived at the right place, though perhaps a tad late. Hearing the reporter's broadcast, Chu Xian realized he had indeed come to the correct location. This airport was the designated spot. However, it appeared he had arrived too late. Hey, the area is fully secured. Non-essential personnel, Please evacuate immediately. Just then, a police officer noticed Chu Xian's pickup and strode forward, admonishing him. I understand. I will leave right away. Chu Xian replied hastily, eager to avoid a confrontation with the officer, and drove away down the road. After a short distance, he parked his vehicle by the roadside. Removing his sunglasses, he donned a pair of goggles and then opened the car door. Walking around the airport until he reached an unoccupied area. Before him stood a barrier that would typically be impenetrable to ordinary individuals. However, Chu Xian was no ordinary person. With merely a thought, he instantly teleported into the restricted zone and continued onward. The military seemed focused on guarding the airport's interior, resulting in a less stringent perimeter. Even when a doctor passed by and spotted Chu Xian, they paid him no heed. Before long, Chu Xian observed a large number of patrolling troops not far ahead, prompting him to halt and gaze at the airport building from a distance. With over 100 meters separating them, teleportation was feasible, though the darkness posed a challenge in controlling variables. Chu Xian contemplated the ominous airport structure before him. If it were daytime, he could teleport in an instant. Yet now, shrouded in night and suffering from power outages, visibility was poor. If he teleported recklessly, he might end up amidst a pile of corpses or crash into a wall, which would be quite embarrassing. Just as Chu Xian pondered how to ascertain the situation inside the airport building, a helicopter roared overhead. Inside were 2 special forces operatives and an agent. The leader, a dashing agent with a center part named Leon, had been dispatched to address this biochemical crisis. Accompanying him were Angela, the captain of the SRT Special Response Team, and her team member, Greg. Those infected with the virus will indiscriminately attack others. Anyone, without exception, who is bitten will succumb to the infection and subsequently become an aggressor. The only way to halt the spread of the virus is to obliterate the infected individual's brain. Leon, with a grave demeanor, methodically organized his weaponry while elucidating essential precautions to the new recruits. Destroy their brains? Angela inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Aim for their heads, Leon affirmed decisively. Greg exchanged peculiar glances with Angela, both sensing that the agent dispatched from above seemed somewhat unhinged, spouting nonsensical claims. We have arrived, Leon remarked, glancing down to see the aircraft had reached the rooftop. Without hesitation, he descended the rope to the summit, raising his handgun in a state of alert. Angela and Greg swiftly followed suit. Fully armed, the trio cautiously entered the building. Soon, Angela heard a raspy hissing emanating from the depths of the corridor, reminiscent of someone in distress. Ignoring Leon and Greg, she hastened towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Xian noticed a flashlight illuminating a room. A splendid opportunity. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as he had been yearning to glimpse the interior. With someone actively providing light, it was the perfect moment to ascertain their position. With a mere thought, he vanished from sight. Who goes there? At the instant Chu Xian disappeared, a beam of light illuminated his previous location, followed by the shouts of patrolling soldiers, clearly having detected his presence. Unfortunately, their discovery was too late. By the time they reached his former position, Chu Xian had already eluded them. Where did he go? The soldiers searched the area where Chu Xian had stood, yet found nothing. What is happening? A squad of patrolling soldiers hurried over, their leader questioning the situation with confusion. There was someone standing right here, and then poof. They vanished, a soldier reported earnestly. Someone breached the restricted area. Yes, and then suddenly disappeared right before your eyes. So, that person can teleport? Perhaps. The soldier himself was baffled by the circumstances and could only nod blankly. Ha. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. This place is so tightly secured that not even a fly could enter. How could anyone possibly infiltrate? And teleportation? Such absurdity could only be believed by a fool. We are not fools, hence no one would trust this nonsense. I swear it's true. Someone was here just moments ago. I saw it with my own eyes. The soldier, now frantic, insisted he had indeed witnessed someone, as the flashlight had illuminated the individual unmistakably. Brother, you're exhausted. You must be hallucinating. How about you visit the medical room for a checkup? Just take something to calm your nerves and refrain from speaking such nonsense. The squad leader hastily directed him to the medical room, hoping he could obtain some sedatives to quell his erratic claims. The soldier, resigned to his fate, could only mutter something before departing. The others continued their patrol. In the airport office, Angela, hearing what seemed to be muffled groans from within the room, hastily burst through the door. As she swung the door open with a resounding bang, the beam of her flashlight pierced through the window, illuminating the room just as a figure suddenly collided with the light fixture and fell at her feet. Are you all right? Just relax. Help is on the way, Angela exclaimed. Initially startled, then swiftly holstered her weapon and rushed forward to assist. At that moment, Leon finally arrived. seeing Angela supporting a bloodied individual. He was taken aback and quickly grabbed her by the back, yanking her away. "What are you doing?" Angela protested, turning back to Leon with discontent. "You arrogant fellow sent by the higher-ups, allowing only a few of them to come as one thing, but preventing help at such a critical moment is utterly unreasonable." "Of course I'm trying to save you. He's a zombie," Leon warned, his expression grim. "What zombie?" "You're the zombie. Your whole family is a bunch of zombies." Chu Xian, having teleported to the light source, was caught off guard by the light fixture above, colliding with it just as Angela helped him up, only to be cruelly thrown back down and labeled a zombie. How could he tolerate such indignity? He sprang to his feet to retort. A human?" Leon was momentarily stunned upon hearing Chu Xian's voice. He was among the few survivors who had managed to escape Raccoon City, and he was certain he had not misheard the low groan that had drawn Angela over. It had to be a zombie without a doubt. How could this be a normal human? It defied logic. Chapter 52. A glimpse into the zombie horde that left Leon stunned. Suddenly, a cacophony of raspy voices enveloped the surroundings, resembling the eerie sound of rusty iron scraping against one another, sending shivers down one's spine. Leon immediately became alert, raising his flashlight to scan the area. Indeed, stiff figures were shambling toward them, each with bulging veins, milky white pupils, and claws bared, unmistakably not of this world. Clearly, he had not been mistaken. The sounds he had heard were indeed those of zombies, but they were not emitted by Chu Xian, but rather by the horde surrounding them. A zombie lunged forward, aiming directly for Leon. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and the zombie fell with a thud. Yet, more zombies staggered forth, undeterred by death. Leon, undaunted, continued to fire. Bang! 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 As expected of a seasoned agent, Leon's marksmanship was exceptional. Though his rate of fire was not particularly rapid, every shot found its mark, striking the zombies squarely in the head. Damn it, despite all calculations, I've still stumbled into a horde of corpses. We'll settle the score later. As Chu Xian surveyed the surrounding chaos of zombies, he grasped the gravity of the situation and chose not to dwell on his grievances with Leon. He reached up and extracted the shard of glass embedded in his forehead, discarding it onto the ground. As the glass was removed, the wound began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate, soon vanishing entirely. However, Leon was engrossed in the relentless task of shooting the zombies and remained oblivious to Chu Xian's peculiar condition. Meanwhile, a female employee approached, her mouth agape as she staggered toward Angela with a grotesque, unsettling laugh. "Don't move, or I will shoot." Angela, despite her naivety, recognized the stark difference between these individuals and Chu Xian. Their stiff, jerky movements and chilling howls were unmistakably inhuman, prompting her to issue a stern warning. Yet, the female employee was impervious to her commands. In her eyes, there existed only an insatiable hunger for flesh, as she continued to lurch forward, intent on overpowering Angela. Angela's expression revealed her inner turmoil. Ultimately, she refrained from aiming for the head, instead firing a warning shot at the employee's leg. However, her warning fell on deaf ears. The employee, undeterred by the bullet that struck her thigh, crawled toward Angela as if the shot had struck another. Angela fired again, but still, the employee pressed on, relentless in her pursuit. "This is impossible," Angela thought, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the fallen employee. She had initially dismissed Leon's tales of zombies as mere exaggeration, but the reality was now undeniable. A flicker of relief washed over her. She was fortunate to have been supporting Chu Xian and not a zombie, for otherwise, she might have already been bitten. Surrounded by a relentless horde of zombies encroaching upon them, filling nearly half of the office, Angela heard Greg's voice calling from the doorway. Angela, turning her head, she saw him waving, signaling for them to retreat from the room. Without hesitation, the trio quickly backed away. Once outside, Greg unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the office, targeting the advancing zombies with his submachine gun. The sound of gunfire echoed, bullets flying as if they were free, riddling the surrounding zombies with countless holes. "Enough! Stop! You won't kill them this way," Leon interjected, urgently trying to halt Greg's reckless expenditure of ammunition. They had just entered the building. If they exhausted their bullets now, how could they rescue the hostages or evacuate the airport? Moreover, such attacks proved almost futile against the undead. "Oh, please. What do you mean they can't be killed? They're already dead. Just a bunch of worthless trash." Greg scoffed at Leon's admonishment. With the bullets from his magazine unleashed, he was convinced they had all collapsed. How could they possibly still be alive? Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, the previously downed zombies began to rise once more, seemingly unfazed. "This can't be happening. I clearly hit them. Why are they still standing?" Greg was utterly bewildered, his expression one of profound confusion. Regardless of whatever substances these individuals had ingested, surely being struck should lead to demise. How could they still be standing after being shot to pieces? This defied all logic. With a thunderous roar, a horde of zombies surged towards the group once more. Witnessing this, Greg felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and hurriedly attempted to change his magazine. Yet, his anxiety caused him to fumble, and the magazine clattered to the ground. Retreat, we must retreat. Leon understood that the sheer number of zombies was insurmountable. If they lingered too long, additional hordes from other areas might converge upon them, resulting in their inevitable doom. He swiftly commanded a withdrawal. Understood. Angela, upon hearing Leon's words, grasped Greg, who was still intent on retrieving his magazine, and prepared to flee. Just as Greg and Angela wore expressions of sheer terror, and Leon ready to escape, Chu Xian stepped forward, calmly declaring, "There is no need for alarm. Merely a few zombies. I shall handle this." What? What did you say? Merely a few zombies? Angela was rendered speechless by Chu Xian's assertion, staring at him in disbelief, convinced she had misheard. There were dozens of zombies, densely packed, seemingly endless. How could he reduce them to mere trifles? Had he never learned to count? Kid, have you lost your mind? Come back. These monsters cannot even be felled by automatic rifles. Do not court death. Greg shouted in a panic. He had unleashed a barrage from his rifle for an extended period, yet had failed to take down a single zombie. Chu Xian, armed with nothing but his bare hands, was practically delivering himself as a meal. Such a reckless approach to death was foolish. Leon, having endured numerous bioweapon crises, had long since grown numb to fear, observing Chu Xian charge forth. He merely regarded him as a fool, devoid of any intention to assist. The zombies, too, became frenzied. They had not expected one of the fleeing humans to return, and their excitement was palpable. They howled in delight, baring their gaping maws as they lunged at Chu Xian, as though fearing that their opportunity for a feast might slip away. Just as the others believed Chu Xian had succumbed to madness and was to meet his end in the jaws of the undead, he pressed a button on his visor, switching to laser mode. In an instant, his eyes gleamed crimson, and a terrifying laser beam erupted forth, coalescing into a massive blade of light that sliced through the air. The power of the laser was formidable beyond measure. How could mere zombies withstand such might? In a blink, they were incinerated by the lethal beam. But the spectacle did not end there. Chu Xian twisted his neck, and the fearsome laser followed his movements, akin to a razor-sharp light sword, slashing horizontally in a vicious arc. The poor zombies, still oblivious to the calamity befalling them, were reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. After what felt like an eternity, the laser subsided, leaving the scene devoid of any standing zombies. All had been rendered immobile, stripped of their capacity for action. Even if one is still alive, they can only open their mouths in anguish and despair, unable to pose a threat to anyone. Have the groaning zombies all perished? Greg gazed at the scattered limbs and remnants on the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Those were zombies, creatures impervious even to automatic rifles. To think they could be vanquished with a mere glare from Chu Xian, who would dare believe such a thing? They must be immobile, if not dead. Where did he acquire such a terrifying laser weapon? Angela's beautiful eyes also widened in shock. As the captain of the SRT, she had witnessed a myriad of weapons. Yet this was her first encounter with a laser device of such formidable power. Who are you truly, to possess such a fearsome laser activation mechanism? Leon, too, was taken aback by Chu Xian's terrifying laser, instinctively gripping his handgun, his gaze fixed on Chu Xian, anxiety etched across his face as he inquired. He had initially thought Chu Xian was a fool courting death, but it turned out he was a high-tech prodigy. With a single laser sight, he had dispatched an entire horde of zombies. If such a figure wished to leave the airport, it would surely be a simple matter. Why then was he lingering here? I'm just a lumberjack, Chu Xian replied candidly. What? A lumberjack? Angela and Greg were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief, as though they had misheard. Yet, upon closer inspection of Chu Xian's attire, it was indeed workwear, particularly the vest emblazoned with Harvardville Lumber Company, suggesting he was not fabricating his identity. They exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the notion that even a lumberjack could wield such extraordinary prowess, with weaponry surpassing that of elite response teams. It was utterly astonishing. Do you expect me to believe you? A lumberjack possessing such a powerful laser sight? Leon scowled. Did he take him for a fool? To integrate such a powerful laser device into a sight, one would require extraordinary technology. It was inconceivable for a lumberjack to possess such equipment. You are mistaken. This is merely a standard sight. It does not emit lasers. Chu Xian clarified as he noticed their misunderstanding. The laser emanated from his eyes, unrelated to the sight, which merely served to regulate his ability. Allowing the laser to be controlled Without it, his power would remain unaffected. Oh, you truly think us fools? We just witnessed the laser being emitted. And now you wish to deny it? Are you lying with your eyes wide open? Angela rolled her eyes in disbelief. It is indeed my eyes, Chu Xian affirmed with certainty. Huh, you must think us simpletons. If your eyes could emit lasers, I, Greg, would walk backward out of here. Greg's temperament was fiery. Witnessing Sue conceal the efficacy of the eyepiece, he brazenly lied without a flicker of hesitation, claiming that his eyes could emit lasers. This was undoubtedly the most absurd fabrication he had ever encountered. Just then, a man's startled exclamation echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. It's a survivor. Angela exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the sound. Let us go. Leon understood that this was not the moment to dwell on whether Sue's eyes or the eyepiece could emit lasers. He gestured, raised his weapon, and cautiously advanced towards the source of the noise. Although rescuing others was paramount, ensuring their own safety was essential to effectively aid those in peril. Reckless dashes could lead them straight into a heap of corpses. Angela and Greg hastily followed suit, coordinating their search and rescue efforts with Leon. Sue, having not received the system's sign-in notification, realized he had yet to reach a suitable position. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to tag along. At the far end of the corridor, within the VIP lounge, gunfire erupted. The flight attendant gasped in alarm. They've sent in a rescue team. We can leave this place. A beautiful woman cradling a small girl exclaimed joyfully. You should all be grateful to me. Had it not been for my presence here, they would have ignored your plight. The rotund Senator Davis declared with an air of self-satisfaction. Consider the fact that your secretary abandoned you here to face death. How can you still feel good about yourself? The beautiful woman retorted sharply. Humph, Davis fell silent. Suddenly, another man's terrified scream reverberated through the corridor. What was that? The little girl, frightened, nestled deeper into the woman's embrace. Someone is in danger. We must help, the woman asserted resolutely. Are you joking? I refuse to go. Davis hastily shook his head, insisting he would not offer assistance. As a senator, his life was far more valuable than that of an ordinary person. How could he possibly risk himself to save another? If you choose to go, I will follow you, the flight attendant declared, though fear flickered in her eyes. She agreed with the woman's stance. During the disaster, she had faced peril herself. Had Claire harbored the same thoughts as Davis, she would not have survived. No, Claire, don't go. My father said the same thing when he left. He claimed he was going to help my mother, and neither of them returned. If you go, you won't come back either. The little girl clutched the woman's arm fiercely, refusing to let go. Everything will be fine, Ronnie. I promise I will return, Claire assured her. Really? Ronnie asked, skepticism evident in her gaze. I swear, Claire affirmed confidently, then turned to the flight attendant and inquired. Is there anything here that can serve as a weapon? The flight attendant glanced around and eventually produced an umbrella, awkwardly handing it to Claire. This is an airport VIP lounge meant for relaxation. There are truly no weapons here. Seeing this, Claire felt helpless but accepted the umbrella, steeling her courage as she prepared to step outside. The flight attendant chose to remain with the child, ultimately deciding not to venture outside. As the door to the compartment slowly closed, Claire took a deep breath, her gaze steadily firming as she brandished her umbrella and strode purposefully into the corridor. As a member of the TerraSave organization, her mission was to protect those afflicted by biohazard attacks. Now that someone was in peril, she could not stand idly by. Meanwhile, Leon, accompanied by Angela and Greg, quickly located a surviving individual who was surrounded by a horde of zombies. Chu Xian, observing that there were merely a few zombies, opted to remain outside in the corridor. Is anyone there? At that moment, Chu Xian heard a cautious whisper emanating from the other end of the corridor. A woman? He was taken aback to discover another survivor and promptly moved toward the source of the voice. The absence of a response, however, was an ominous sign. Claire listened intently but received no reply, her heart sinking. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the other side of the corridor, accompanied by the low moans of zombies, prompting her to become alert. She gripped her umbrella tightly, hiding around the corner, prepared to strike. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, he had unwittingly been mistaken for a zombie, wandering aimlessly in search of the voice he had just heard. Suddenly, as he rounded the corner, an umbrella came crashing down upon his head. Claire, understanding the horror of zombies, struck without hesitation. Unfortunately, her weapon proved inadequate. Despite her best efforts, it lacked any real lethality, bending and twisting upon impact. What are you doing? Chu Xian, about to retaliate, was taken aback to see a woman wielding the umbrella. His expression darkened as he questioned her intentions. His skull, composed of Edelman alloy, could withstand far greater force than a mere umbrella. What was she thinking? A human? Claire halted abruptly, astonished. She had just called out, received no response, and heard the moans of zombies. How could this be a normal person? Otherwise, Chu Xian replied, bemused. Did he really resemble a zombie so closely? This was the second time in a day he had been mistaken. Hee. My name is Claire. What shall I call you? Claire quickly hid the umbrella behind her back, offering him an awkward yet polite smile as she introduced herself. Chu Xian, he replied candidly. My apologies, Mr. Chu Xian. I called out, received no response, and then heard zombie moans. I assumed you were one of them, Claire said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. You heard correctly. They are indeed zombies. Chu Xian nodded towards their surroundings. Claire's expression shifted to confusion as she quickly scanned the vicinity. In the darkness, a multitude of zombies had inexplicably appeared, swaying as they advanced toward them. No, it's zombies. I will hold them off. You must flee. Claire believed that Chu Xian was the man in distress. As the zombies closed in, Chu Xian stood defenseless, prompting Claire to grip her twisted umbrella tightly and shield him. Claire, one of the few survivors of Raccoon City, possessed an intimate understanding of the undead. Even with merely an umbrella in hand, she adeptly utilized the zombie sluggishness to delay their advance. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the fierce protectiveness of this beautiful woman. Despite his formidable physique and multiple abilities, he found it peculiar to be shielded by a girl. For reasons unknown, witnessing Claire's determination to fend off the zombies with her fragile form struck him as endearing, almost charming. He figured he should distance himself further, but Claire thought she had bought enough time for him to escape and turned to run. Yet, in an instant, she was astonished to find that the survivor she had risked her life to protect had not fled. Instead, he was watching her with keen interest. In a surge of frustration, she demanded, Why are you still here? I haven't left. Where would I go? Chu Xian replied, perplexed. Claire had initially intended to scold him, but the realization that he stayed behind because of her stirred a sense of gratitude within her. As a survivor of Raccoon City, she had a profound understanding of human nature. Had it been Senator Davis, he would have likely abandoned her without hesitation. The sound of approaching zombies filled the air. Stay close to me. I will carve a path, Claire urged, grasping Chu Xian's hand as they charged forward. She swung her umbrella at the zombies, but it was ultimately an inadequate weapon, soon seized by one of the undead. Although the zombies were not fast, their grip was unnaturally strong, and Claire's attempts to reclaim her umbrella failed, forcing her to abandon it and continue fleeing. However, they had scarcely moved when another wave of zombies emerged, blocking their path. I told you to run ahead. Now it's too late. We will perish here. Claire's heart sank as she surveyed the encircling horde, realizing that despite her formidable combat skills, her lack of weaponry left her vulnerable. She never imagined that after battling zombies, confronting the G-virus, infiltrating research facilities, and even escaping from a prison, she would find herself trapped by a throng of the undead. A sense of unwillingness consumed her. If only she had a firearm, even the most basic handgun, she would be confident in her ability to fight her way out. Unfortunately, they were in an airport, devoid of any weapons. Even her fragile umbrella had been lost. Now, all she could do was await her grim fate. All right, you've protected me. Now it's my turn. As Chu Xian surveyed the horde of zombies surrounding them, realizing there was no escape, his hands transformed into formidable steel claws, lunging directly at the undead. Chapter 54. Wolf Claw Slaughter. A zombie charged at Chu Xian. What are you doing? Don't go in. Claire was taken aback, not expecting Chu Xian to recklessly confront the swarm of corpses with bare hands, and quickly try to warn him. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was left speechless as she watched Chu Xian swing his fist, landing a powerful blow to the zombie's head. With a sickening thud, Chu Xian's fist, adorned with steel claws, struck the zombie's jaw, as if piercing through tofu, instantly obliterating its skull. Are those claws? How does he have steel claws? Claire rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yet the sight remained unchanged. Chu Xian's hands indeed bore 3 glistening steel claws. Another 2 zombies lunged forward. With a swift motion, Chu Xian unleashed his claws, and in an instant, the 2 approaching zombies ceased their movements, their heads tilting unnaturally before plummeting to the ground. More zombies surged towards Chu Xian, but with his razor-sharp claws forged from indestructible adamantium, he dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Each claw strike was a swift execution, leaving behind a trail of vanquished foes. In a mere moment, the horde was decimated. Over 20 zombies, just like that? This is too quick. Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. As a woman who had endured the Raccoon City biohazard, she had witnessed countless battles. Yet she had never seen a single individual wielding steel claws against a swarm. She had neither seen nor heard of such prowess. It was beyond her comprehension. What do you mean they're gone? Chu Xian, reveling in the thrill of the slaughter, suddenly found himself swinging at empty air, bewildered and grumbling. After years of dormancy, he finally had zombies to contend with, only to finish them off so quickly, it left him wanting for more. Recalling that Claire had something to say earlier, he turned to ask, "What were you going to say?" "What could I possibly say?" Claire was both amused and exasperated by Chu Xian's inquiry. "I was going to tell you not to go in. But now that the zombies are all gone, what can I say?" She could only respond with resignation. "You're so formidable. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" The realization that she had treated Chu Xian as a mere novice to protect made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Clearly, her extensive experiences with biohazards had led her to underestimate such a powerful ally. "You never asked." Chu Xian shrugged innocently. "What is going on? What happened?" At this moment, Leon, who had successfully rescued the trapped man, heard the commotion and rushed over. As he rounded the corner, he was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Claire? Leon, what are you doing here?" Claire was equally astonished to see him. "I was just about to ask you the same." Leon's expression mirrored her confusion. They had once faced the crisis in Raccoon City together, although at that time, Claire was merely a young girl, whereas Leon was an inexperienced rookie cop, now transformed into a capable presidential agent. The unexpected reunion after so many years was indeed poignant. "Wait, did you kill all these zombies?" Leon quickly noticed the numerous corpses sprawled on the ground and inquired with curiosity. Given his knowledge of Claire, although she was an adept shot, she wasn't armed at that moment. How had she managed to dispatch so many undead? "It wasn't me," Claire humbly replied, stepping aside to reveal Chu Xian behind her. "Hey everyone, it seems we managed to rescue him." Chu Xian, having retracted his steel claws, greeted the approaching group, which now included an unfamiliar man. "It's you, Chu Xian." Leon was taken aback upon seeing him. Just moments ago, while they were on their mission to save the man, Chu Xian had vanished. He had initially suspected him to be a lurking terrorist, only to discover he was there to save lives. And the person he rescued was none other than his old acquaintance, Claire. It was no surprise that Chu Xian, equipped with a laser-emitting visor, could eliminate so many zombies. "These wounds don't appear to be from laser cuts. They resemble those made by a blade," Angela observed attentively, crouching down to inspect the corpses. If these were inflicted by Chu Xian, given the high temperature of his laser, there should be signs of charring. Yet, after thorough examination, there isn't a single burnt mark. Only claw marks akin to those made by a dagger. Even more bizarrely, such cuts could only be made by 3 daggers used in unison. This is exceedingly strange. This doesn't add up. Did he really do this? Greg questioned, sensing something amiss. Of course, he just used his steel claws, didn't he? Claire was about to clarify, only to realize that Chu Xian's claws had inexplicably vanished. She hurriedly grasped his hand, scrutinizing it intently, yet no claws were to be found, as if the earlier scene of Chu Xian wielding them was merely a figment of her imagination. "They have been retracted," Chu Xian stated calmly. "Wait, are you saying he used those steel claws to kill these zombies?" Greg sought clarity. "Yes," Claire affirmed. "And now those claws are back inside his fists?" Greg pressed further. "Yes, they are embedded in his fists," Claire nodded vigorously. As the steel claws extended, would they not pierce through his skin? Greg posed the most pressing question. They had witnessed Chu Xian eliminate zombies with laser fire, so it was not astonishing that he could use the steel claws for the same purpose. However, the notion that he could conceal claws within his flesh was utterly preposterous. "What do you think he is? The Terminator?" Angela could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Chu Xian claiming he could shoot lasers from his eyes was already outrageous enough, but now encountering Claire, who astonishingly believed that he could hide knives within his bones, had the world gone mad. "Truly, I have seen it with my own eyes," Claire attempted to explain. Leon interrupted her, saying, "All right, let us set this matter aside for now. Where is Senator Davis?" Although Leon had not seen Chu Xian's claws, he placed great faith in Claire, doubting she would fabricate such nonsense. Nevertheless, their primary mission was to rescue Senator Davis. Inquiries regarding Chu Xian could wait until they were safely out. "Follow me." Claire, with no alternative, led the way. It was not long before they returned to the VIP lounge. "Claire!" Lanny exclaimed joyfully upon Claire's return, rushing into her embrace. She had genuinely feared that Claire might meet the same fate as her parents, leaving and never returning. "Is this all there is?" Senator Davis's smile faded as he noted that only Leon, Angela, and Greg had come to rescue him. "Indeed," Leon affirmed. "Where are the reinforcements?" Davis inquired hopefully. "There are none. We must rely on ourselves to escape," Leon replied. "You intend to exit directly through the hall? Are you out of your mind? It is swarming with monsters." The once festive atmosphere quickly descended into discord. Uninterested in the commotion, Chu Xian sought out a sofa and reclined upon it. At that moment, the system's notification finally resonated in his mind. Ding. Host's current location detected. Airport. Sign-in requirements met. Would you like to sign in now? Yes, without hesitation. Chu Xian decisively clicked yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received one lottery draw opportunity. As the system's notification sounded, a splendid virtual lottery machine materialized before him. The large, inviting start button seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling him to click it. Chu Xian pressed it without delay. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the lottery machine whirred to life, its enormous pointer beginning to spin. After so many years, he could finally draw again. He wondered what fortune awaited him this time. As he gazed at the continuously revolving lottery machine, he found himself too engrossed to even glance at the ongoing argument outside. His entire focus fixated on the spinning pointer. For the first time, he acquired the gene for laser vision. On the second occasion, he obtained the laser lens. The third time brought him the Wolverine gene. The fourth gifted him with an adamantium skeletal structure. And the fifth time, he received the Nightcrawler gene. Each lottery draw yielded either a remarkable genetic ability or an essential item, all of which were desperately needed by him. Now, as he approached the sixth draw, a sense of trepidation enveloped him, and he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild regarding the potential reward. As time elapsed, the pointer began to slow, ultimately coming to a complete halt. The pointer magnified, revealing a line of text at its tip, Angel Gene. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a vial of Angel Gene serum. Using it will grant you mutant angel wings. Chapter 55. The Angel Gene bestows dual wings, soaring at breakneck speed. This is splendid. I can fly now. Upon witnessing this newfound ability, Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with joy. Currently, he possessed a body of steel and iron, exceptional healing capabilities, and was unbeatable in close combat. Coupled with his teleportation and laser vision, he held his own in ranged attacks against any foe. However, that was only on the ground. Should he encounter an enemy piloting a warplane, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, frequently venturing into perilous bioweapon sites posed significant risks. One careless moment could result in a zombie ambush, which would be quite dangerous. But with wings, everything changed. In the face of danger, he could ascend directly into the sky, utilizing the safety of that ecological niche to unleash his laser vision. To his adversaries, it would be a devastating dimensional strike. Besides, who hasn't harbored a dream of flight? To soar with one's own wings would be nothing short of exhilarating. Perhaps in the future, he could even evolve further, developing metallic wings that harmonized with his steel-like body. Truly a spectacle of coolness, handsomeness, and unparalleled prowess. Chu Xian, Chu Xian. While he was lost in dreams of the future, a voice called out to him. Huh, what is the matter? Chu Xian inquired, looking at the others with confusion. We need to break through. You possess laser capabilities, and I hope you can pave the way for us, Leon said, his gaze fixed on Chu Xian. Though he held doubts about Chu Xian's ability to emit laser beams, he understood that even if the laser emerged from the lens, it would not diminish its terrifying lethality. With Chu Xian present, they needn't worry about being overwhelmed by zombies. You have those formidable steel claws. Surely, you can lead us to safety, Claire said, cradling Lanny with a hopeful expression. She had witnessed Chu Xian's combat prowess firsthand, and with him in their ranks, breaking through was not an impossible feat. Wow. This big brother can shoot lasers and has long claws? That is so cool. Lanny, being a child, gazed at Chu Xian with wide-eyed curiosity, her innocence radiating charm. Huh. With Chu Xian's laser, no monster could dare approach, Greg remarked excitedly, looking at Chu Xian. Though Angela remained silent, the glimmer in her eyes clearly indicated her agreement with Leon's suggestion. Wait. Are you all out of your minds? What nonsense are you spouting? Laser vision? Steel claws? Just him? If he truly possessed such capabilities, how could he possibly be trapped here? Senator Davis, observing that everyone was placing their hopes of escape solely on Chu Xian, scoffed with derision, uttering absurdities. The crowd fell silent, at a loss for how to counter his remarks. Indeed, they had witnessed Chu Xian's formidable strength, yet they remained utterly ignorant of the reasons behind his current predicament, leaving them unable to retort. I apologize, but I fear I may disappoint you. I have pressing matters to attend to and do not intend to leave just yet. If you are not in a hurry, you may wait until I have completed my tasks before we all depart together, Chu Xian stated, shaking his head in response to their hopeful gazes. Having just acquired the angelic gene, it was inconceivable for him to leave at this moment. He needed to complete the fusion first. Should he venture outside and the military turn against him, it would be prudent to have an additional means of self-preservation. You cannot possibly mean that your important matters consist of merely sitting on the sofa and daydreaming. Greg's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a frown as he inquired. Since entering this place, he had not witnessed Chu Xian engage in any activity other than staring blankly. Now that they required his assistance, he claimed to have vital matters to attend to. Was he jesting? Do you truly appear to be engaged in something important? Please, Chu Xian, Claire implored. Were it not for the responsibility of accompanying a child, she could likely escape on her own, given her skills. After all, zombies moved sluggishly. And as long as they were not surrounded, there would be no issue. However, the group comprised not just women, but also injured senators and children. The difficulty of breaking through their current predicament was considerable. They needed Chu Xian's strength. Unfortunately, I genuinely have important matters that require my presence here. Chu Xian replied with raised hands, exuding a sense of helplessness. His journey to become stronger never paused. He seized opportunities to enhance his abilities. The fusion of the angelic gene was already set in motion, and while he was willing to assist, it was contingent upon completing the process first. You cat, can you not display even a modicum of compassion? Angela could no longer restrain herself, seizing Chu Xian's collar and chastising him furiously. Were it not for their desire to rescue survivors, they would never have ventured into this place. Now, with Chu Xian evidently possessing the capability to escape with ease, he intended to abandon these survivors. How heartless, devoid of any pity. I have already stated that there is no urgency to leave. Is that a problem? Chu Xian retorted, looking at Angela with exasperation. Are you in such a rush to meet your demise? The fusion will not take long. What harm is there in waiting? When he wished to enter, he had to wait for you all to illuminate the room before he could teleport inside. Now, you wish to hitch a ride and find it unreasonable to wait a moment longer? Angela, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to punch Chu Xian in the face. If you are unwilling to help, then simply say so. To claim you will assist once your important matters are concluded, when you have merely been sitting there wasting time, is nothing more than a mockery. Enough. As Leon observed Angela preparing to strike, he grasped the formidable menace presented by Chu Xuan's gaze. He understood that should a confrontation ensue, none would emerge unscathed. Hastily, he interjected, addressing the assembly, since Mr. Chu is unwilling, we shall forge our own path. From the outset of his mission to rescue, Leon had never anticipated the necessity of a pathfinder wielding a laser. Now, without Chu Xuan's involvement, he remained resolute in executing the rescue plan. Determined to escort the surviving souls to safety, Claire cast a disappointed glance at Chu Xian, having initially perceived him as a benevolent figure. However, it became evident that he was merely a self-serving individual, and she realized she had misjudged his character. Soon, Leon led the group away from the VIP box. With a click, Chu Xian deftly locked the door behind them. What a scoundrel! A coward! The others, witnessing Chu Xuan's immediate locking of the door upon their exit, regarded him with disdain, as if he feared an imminent zombie assault. Even the secretary, who had abandoned the senator to save herself, considered her previous cowardice braver than Chu Xuan's actions. Unaware of their reactions, Chu Xian remained indifferent. He had stated that they would complete their mission before departing. It was their insistence on leaving prematurely that left him with no alternative. With Alice absent, he deemed it prudent to secure the door. The risk of zombies infiltrating during the fusion process was too great. There was no shame in fortifying their defenses. Chu Xian returned to the center of the box, consuming the angelic gene serum in swift gulps before carelessly discarding the empty vial. Almost instantaneously, a warm surge coursed through his chest, radiating to his extremities as the genes within him rapidly merged with the angelic essence contained in the serum. Behind him, two prominent bulges began to form on Chu Xuan's back, as if something were poised to break forth from within. Meanwhile, Leon, armed with a pistol, assumed the role of vanguard, clearing the path ahead. Zombies emerged from the shadows, each one dispatched with precision by his gunfire. Angela, positioned to ensure safety on other fronts, was quick to eliminate any approaching undead, her aim refined by previous encounters, preventing any from breaching their defenses. Claire guided Lonnie, the flight attendant, and the secretary through the center of the group. Bringing up the rear was Greg, who supported Senator Davis, struggling due to his girth and a twisted back, lagging behind even the young Lonnie. The group pressed onward from the VIP box towards the main hall, where the throngs of the airport revealed a veritable horde of zombies. Each step forward necessitated a fierce skirmish against the relentless undead. Without a skilled fighter like Leon leading the charge, they would scarcely have managed to traverse even half the distance. As the battle intensified, compounded by the senator's hindrance, the group found it increasingly challenging to evade the pursuing zombies. Soon, the relentless horde began to close in. What are you standing there for? Hurry and lend me a hand. As Davis observed the increasing horde of zombies behind him, he realized that the previously safest refuge was no longer secure. He urgently called out to the secretary ahead. Yes. The secretary promptly returned to assist Davis. Freed from Davis's burden, Greg finally exhaled in relief, turning to confront the zombies, firing his weapon to provide cover for Davis's escape. Yet, while Davis managed to find safety, Greg found himself in peril. As he fought valiantly against the advancing undead, a zombie suddenly lunged from the shadows, seizing his arm and sinking its teeth into him. Ah! Greg let out a heart-wrenching scream. A true man, he gritted his teeth against the pain and shot the zombie dead with his handgun. He had been bitten. Damn it. He was going to turn into a zombie. Davis showed no regard for Greg's efforts to support him, nor did he acknowledge that Greg had been bitten while protecting him. He simply shouted for everyone to distance themselves from Greg, as if fearing that he would transform into a zombie at any moment. Greg, Angela gasped in shock, preparing to rush forward to assist. Step back, Greg commanded, extending his hand to push Angela away. You all need to leave. Understanding his fate, Greg accepted that he would become a zombie if he exited, and he resolutely gestured for everyone to escape, choosing to stay behind and hold off the pursuing undead. Greg, are you sure? Leon called out to Greg's retreating figure. In agony, Greg could barely respond, merely waving his hand insistently for them to flee. He was beyond saving, and didn't he want to endanger the others? With the zombies closing in, his only option now was to protect his comrades from the relentless horde in his final moments. Greg, no? Greg, Angela, unable to bear leaving her companion behind, attempted to pull him along, but Leon and the others restrained her. With a click, Greg changed his magazine, glancing back at the vanishing group with a heavy sigh. You must survive. Come on, you bastards, don't you want a taste of your granddaddy? He taunted, raising his still-functioning left hand to aim his submachine gun at the mass of corpses, initiating a self-sacrificial attack. Boom. As the battle between the others and the zombies intensified, a sudden rupture occurred behind Chu Xian, and a pair of pristine angelic wings unfurled, gently flapping. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Xian's body began to levitate. Huh! Chu Xian shouted, and with a powerful flap of his wings, the massive door of the booth was blown away by the fierce gust created. Subsequently, with rapid wing beats, he transformed into a streak of white light, soaring above the heads of the zombies. Roars echoed as the zombies attempted to bite him, but alas, they could not fly. Even with only a short distance separating them, they could only gaze upward, drooling, unable to savor Chu Xian's essence. Ha! This is the angelic gene. Is this the sensation of flight? It is truly exhilarating. Chu Xian felt the rushing air around him and his body suspended in midair. An indescribable exhilaration coursing through him as he forcefully flapped his wings behind him, sending a horde of zombies flying, and accelerated into the void. Chapter 56. The gale sweeps the zombie horde. Angels stir the heart. Greg continued firing at the surrounding zombies, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. No matter how he shot, he could not eradicate them completely. Even as he depleted his ammunition, the count of zombies showed little change. Instead, the gunfire attracted even more. Damn it, Angela, you must escape. As he watched his bullets run dry and the zombies staggeringly close, despair flickered in Greg's eyes as he slowly closed them, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Yet, just as the zombies surrounded Greg, ready to feast, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the end of the corridor. A brilliant white light surged forth, conjuring a tremendous storm. A horde of zombies was scattered in all directions by the fierce wind. Greg was also caught in the gale, unable to open his eyes. After some time, the tempest subsided, and Greg finally dared to open his eyes. However, the moment he did, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, Chu Xian. There, hovering before him, was a man with wings, and the zombies that had once besieged him were now blown away. This winged figure was none other than Chu Xian, the one they had mocked for his cold demeanor. Where is everyone else? Have they all been devoured by the zombies? Greg questioned, perplexed to see Chu Xian alone. No, not at all. I was bitten by a zombie and stayed behind to buy them some time, Greg quickly clarified, sensing Chu Xian's misunderstanding. Oh, I see. You all should have waited. There was no need to rush out. Chu Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. Are those wings on your back? What exactly are you? A god? Greg asked, parched as he gazed at the wings on Chu Xian's back, certain they resembled the legendary wings of an angel. Could it be that Chu Xian was an angel descended from the heavens? But were angels not always depicted as Westerners? Could there truly be an angel with an Eastern face? This notion felt unsettlingly beyond his previous beliefs. Cough, what god? They are merely a pair of angelic wings. It's not that extraordinary, Chu Xian responded calmly. To him, possessing numerous abilities made the angelic wings merely a mutant power, far removed from the divine beings of legend. A pair of angelic wings, and that is all. Greg nearly wept at those words, feeling as though this extraordinary ability was regarded as commonplace by Chu Xian. This was simply preposterous. At this moment, the previously toppled zombies around had risen once more, staggering towards this direction. Let's go? Chu Xian urged Greg as he observed the zombies getting back on their feet. No, you go ahead. I have been bitten by a zombie and will soon become one of them. Following you will only bring danger. Greg resolutely declined Chu Xian's assistance. Despite Chu Xian saving his life moments ago, he was already doomed to transform into a zombie. He preferred to perish here rather than pose a threat to his companions after his inevitable transformation. Isn't it merely an infection of the T-virus? It's not a big deal. Here is the antidote for the T-virus. Just inject it, and you will be fine, Chu Xian said, taken aback as he retrieved a vial of T-virus antidote from his pocket. He himself emerged from Raccoon City, having given away most of what he had to Mark. He was unsure if the remaining vials had fallen back into the hands of the Umbrella Corporation, but 2 vials still remained with him. Alice, with her innate T-virus fusion genes, did not require it, and he rather liked Greg's character, so he saw no harm in gifting him one. What? An antidote for the T-virus? How could you possess such a remedy? Is the virus in this place? Greg, straightforward and candid, expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Upon seeing that Chu Xian had an antidote, his first instinct was to suspect that the virus might have been disseminated by him. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. If Chu Xian were indeed the architect of the virus, why would he offer him the antidote? It would be folly to assume the worst of him. Don't overthink it. I was one of the survivors from Raccoon City. I obtained this from the Umbrella's hive. If you don't want it, so be it, Chu Xian said, preparing to retract the antidote. Wait. Give it to me. I want it. Greg hurriedly snatched the T-virus antidote from Chu Xian's hands. What a joke. Who would wish for death when there was a chance to live? Aware that infection meant certain death, he had chosen to stay behind. But now that he knew there was an antidote, he was unwilling to meet his demise. He eagerly injected himself with the antidote. By the way, I have no idea if the T-virus here has been altered, or if this antidote will still be effective. Chu Xian was cautious, unable to guarantee that his antidote would work perfectly. After all, Umbrella had ostensibly collapsed, and it was likely that the current T-virus originated from former employees selling it on the black market, with no way to ascertain if it had been tampered with. No matter if it works or not, I will remember this favor, and should you ever require assistance, I, Greg, will not hesitate to face any peril. Greg, displaying his generous spirit, patted his chest in promise. Although he understood that, with Chu Xian's capabilities, he might never need his help in a lifetime. The matter of whether Chu Xian would call upon him was his own affair. A favor was a favor, and it would remain etched in his memory. A zombie lunged at Chu Xian from behind, its gaping maw aimed at his neck. Chu Xian suddenly turned around, and a flash of cold light passed by. The zombie was decapitated by his adamantium claws. These were indeed steel claws, as Claire had claimed. It was true that he could extend his wolf-like claws to slay his foes. Witnessing Chu Xian's formidable claws, Greg was once again astounded. He had previously heard Claire's assertions, but had not believed that anyone could possess a fist capable of extending into steel claws. However, now that he had witnessed it firsthand, he was utterly convinced. With angelic wings and adamantium claws, who exactly was Chu Xian? Let us go. Chu Xian retracted his wings and charged toward the hall. The previous encounter with the zombies had not satisfied his thirst for battle, and this time he was determined to unleash a massacre. Greg nodded vigorously, eager to follow closely behind. The sound of roaring and slashing filled the air as Chu Xian's adamantium claws proved to be incredibly sharp, far beyond the capacity of these zombies to withstand. With him leading the charge, it was as if a ferocious wolf had stormed into a sheepfold, leaving a path strewn with corpses and bloodshed. No zombie could stand against him. Greg, watching from behind, felt immense admiration and envy, wishing to become Chu Xian's subordinate, ready to obey his every command from that moment on. In the hall, the wreckage of a massive commercial airplane lay across the area, dividing it into 2 sides. Judging by the state of the aircraft, it seemed to have crashed into the hall after a failed emergency landing. To escape, they would need to climb over the wing. Are you all right? Claire reached out to help Davis onto the wing, inquiring with concern. Damn it, do I look like I'm fine? Davis just pulled up, shrugged off Claire's hand in annoyance, and hobbled forward. However, upon catching sight of the swarm of zombies moving about on the other side of the hall, his eyes filled with terror as he trembled, asking, "We have to go through here?" Chapter 57. Claire in danger. Chu Xian's lightning rescue. We have analyzed this thoroughly. Crossing here will lead directly to the exit. Everyone needs to run for their lives and get out as quickly as possible. Angela, cover me, Leon said, climbing onto the wing with a serious expression. He immediately raised his pistol, aiming at the zombies below in the hall, and began to clear them out. Understood. Angela took a deep breath, setting aside her sorrow over the loss of her teammate Greg, and raised her gun to assist in the shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The two worked in tandem, shooting from their elevated position. The zombies in the hall were continuously struck down, and it appeared that, barring any unforeseen incidents, they would soon clear a path to escape. Despite their efforts, the rotund Senator Davis remained dissatisfied, incessantly urging them on with complaints. "Can't you go any faster?" Ignoring Davis's incessant prompts, Leon continued to shoot at his own pace. "They're starting to gather over here," Claire remarked, glancing around and noticing that a large number of zombies, attracted by the gunfire, were rapidly converging on their location. She quickly warned her companions. The zombies in the front had not yet been completely eradicated when more emerged from the side, rendering their previous efforts futile. "We can't escape, can we?" Davis asked, his face etched with terror. The situation was indeed becoming increasingly dire. Immediate action was imperative. Leon, recognizing the gravity of their predicament, understood that they could no longer afford to clear the area before making their exit. They had to break through at once. Just as Leon prepared to lead the charge into the hall, a flight attendant suddenly let out a piercing scream. The group turned in unison to locate the source of the commotion. To their horror, a gaping breach had appeared in the wing, and the interior zombies, alerted by the gunfire, surged through the opening, staggering towards the crowd. The flight attendant, being closest to the breach, was the first to be targeted by the ravenous undead. Overcome by fear, she found herself paralyzed, unable to move. Bang! Leon quickly fired his weapon, providing her a momentary reprieve. She scrambled back into the safety of the group, barely escaping with her life. However, more zombies continued to pour forth, relentlessly advancing upon them. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed as Leon and Angela had no choice but to turn and confront the zombies spilling out from the breach in the wing. Davis, his eyes wide with fear, glanced back at the hall that remained incompletely cleared, then at the zombies poised to invade. With a determined resolve, he shoved aside his secretary and Lanny. The secretary, being an adult, managed to regain her balance, but Lanny was not so fortunate. She was unceremoniously knocked off the wing. Davis, heedless of Lanny's plight, leapt from the wing, tumbling and scrambling toward the entrance. If he could run fast enough, he might just evade the encroaching zombies and have a chance at survival. He was determined to live. However, tragedy befell Lanny as the relentless tide of zombies began to close in on her. She struggled to rise from the ground, and upon witnessing the advancing horde, she emitted a high-pitched scream. Claire, hearing the cry, turned to find Lanny had fallen from the wing, while Davis had already made his way into the hall. Racing toward the exit, Lanny, without hesitation, Claire jumped down from the wing, enveloping Lanny in her arms. The sound of the little girl's scream redirected the zombies, who had initially aimed to pursue Davis, now converging upon Lanny. This was disastrous. Not only were the side zombies intent on devouring the young girl, but the remaining zombies in the hall were also closing in. The surrounding undead seemed to have unanimously decided that Lanny was their prime target. Claire found herself trapped, helplessly watching as the encircling mass of bloodthirsty zombies drew ever closer. Seeing this, Leon turned back, intent on providing support. However, just as he turned around, he was overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. On the other side, Angela was similarly ensnared by several undead, unable to fend for herself. "Am I destined to perish here?" Claire clutched Ronnie tightly, yet she refused to relinquish her hope for survival, her gaze flitting about, seeking any possible avenue for escape. To her left loomed an aircraft. To her rear were the elevated wings. Ahead lay the relentless zombies, and to her right, a mass of corpses. There seemed to be no possible sanctuary. Even the thought of crawling back to the wing was futile. It appeared her only option was to meet her demise alongside Ronnie. "Claire, are we going to die here?" Ronnie wept, looking at Claire. "It's all right. We will surely find a way to live," Claire reassured her. If only Su Chuan were here. Faced with impending doom, Claire could not help but conjure the image of Su Chuan, his formidable stature casting a shadow over her thoughts. How could she be thinking of him at such a moment? That scoundrel, though undeniably strong, had refused to assist her. He was nothing but a selfish wretch. Claire found it absurd that such thoughts had crossed her mind, and quickly shook off Su Chuan's image. Previously, when they had pleaded together, he had remained unmoved, ultimately hiding away in his compartment. What possibility was there that he would come to her aid now? Claire catch. Leon, seeing Claire in peril, cast aside all hesitation and prepared to toss his handgun to her. Yet, at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. A beam of white light cleaved through the darkness, racing down the corridor and crashing before Jill and Ronnie. With a thud, the left wing of pristine feathers suddenly flared. A terrifying gale erupted, sweeping away all the zombies that had encroached upon the hall. With another flap of the right wing, the zombies attempting to close in from the side were also sent sprawling. In just 2 powerful beats of wings, the surrounding undead were entirely cleared away, revealing a safe haven amidst what had seemed an inescapable predicament. "Claire, look, it's an angel. An angel has come to save us," Ronnie exclaimed in delight at the sight of the radiant wings. An angel? Is there truly a deity in this world? Yet, why does this silhouette feel so familiar? It seems I have seen that lumberyard uniform before. Could it be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That selfish wretch could not possibly embody the purity of an angel. Claire gazed at the tall figure ahead, the striking angelic wings causing her heart to race, her eyes widening in disbelief. Having endured the hellish nightmare of Raccoon City, she had long since lost faith in any divine being. Yet, this suddenly manifested angelic presence felt so vividly real that she could not help but believe. Nonetheless, she could not shake the feeling that this angelic figure was hauntingly familiar, as if she had encountered it before, particularly that familiar lumberjack attire. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xian. Yet, was not Chu Xian the very person who refused to assist children, women, and the injured, even in the face of death? How could such a cad possibly be an angel? Moreover, are angels not typically of Western descent? The disparity in ethnicity made it utterly preposterous to connect the two. It was madness. Just as Claire's heart was engulfed in a tumult of shock and complexity, the angel suddenly turned, revealing Chu Xian's handsome Eastern visage, greeting her with a smile. How are you? Have you missed me? Chapter 58. The extraordinary abilities of the corpse slayer. The crowd provides cover for departure from the airport. Chu Xian. At the moment he turned, Claire was rendered speechless, her expression one of utter astonishment. She never anticipated that, in this dire situation, the person she deemed selfish and self-serving would be the one to save her. Wasn't he the coward who dared not even step beyond the confines of his room? How could it possibly be him? The secretary shook her head in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. She had assumed that Chu Xian was inferior to him, yet unexpectedly, he had transformed into a figure of authority. Previously devoid of wings, he now sported a pair. Could it be that he truly was an angel? Angela, with a face full of shock, exclaimed, "An angel? Does that not imply a deity?" The flight attendant expressed her disbelief. No, not a deity. He resembles more a mutation resulting from a viral injection. He mentioned waiting for a crucial moment. Perhaps it was to cultivate these wings through the viral infusion? Leon, dispatching a zombie that lunged at him with a swift shot, glanced at Chu Xian, his eyes narrowing with apprehension, pondering the implications. If Chu Xian had possessed angelic wings from the outset, he would not have confined himself to his quarters. This left only one possibility. These angelic wings were acquired post their departure. Such rapid growth could only be attributed to the power of the virus. He could conceive of no other explanation. He had witnessed Dr. Williams' rapid mutations following the G-virus injection. If a virus could grant additional limbs, sprouting wings was hardly astonishing. However, was not the mutation of the G-virus uncontrollable? Why had Chu Xian been able to mutate only his back, while the rest of his body remained unchanged? What manner of virus was this? Who exactly was this individual? So it was a viral mutation. I had thought he was truly an angel. The secretary, upon hearing this revelation, experienced an epiphany. Her reverence for the powerful evaporated, replaced by disdain. Roar. The surrounding zombies, akin to tireless perpetual motion machines, quickly regained their footing and continued their relentless charge. Big brother, the monsters are coming again. Ronnie cried out as she observed the advancing horde. Fear not. It is merely a handful of zombies. I shall swiftly deal with them, Chu Xian replied with a smile, then turned coldly to regard the fearless zombies charging toward him. Was he about to employ that technique once more? Angela's heart raced as she recalled the moment when Chu Xian effortlessly decimated a horde of zombies in the office area. What technique is that? Claire asked, bewildered, unable to comprehend what other offensive capabilities Chu Xian possessed aside from the claws reminiscent of Wolverine sprouting from his hands. Mr. Chu, be cautious of the pillars. This structure cannot withstand the power of your laser. Lion urgently warned, realizing the precariousness of the situation. While Chu Xuan's laser was indeed formidable, its sheer strength rendered it perilous. The office building remained intact, but this location was different. A plane had crashed into the edifice, and its stability was questionable. Deploying a laser here could lead to unknown consequences. He was uncertain whether the zombies would perish, but the airport might very well collapse, burying them alive. What a show of theatrics. How powerful can a laser truly be? What is there to fear? Scoffed the secretary, utterly dismissing Lion and Angela's apprehension. He had encountered lasers before, which were typically employed as aids in daily life. How potent could the laser emitted from Chu Xuan's small eyepiece possibly be? What power could a device the size of an eyepiece wield? At best, it could merely cut through crystalline substances or assist with eyesight correction. What was there to fear? Did he intend to use the laser to lure the zombies away? But zombies were not cats. Such a tactic would surely be futile. The flight attendant shared a similar confusion, questioning what purpose Chu Xuan's laser could serve against the undead. Suddenly, as the group remained anxious and perplexed, Chu Xuan's wings unfurled gracefully behind him, lifting his body into the air. A brilliant beam of laser erupted from his eyes, converging through the eyepiece into a lethal blade that struck the surrounding horde of zombies. The laser's terrifying power was beyond the capacity of mere flesh and blood to withstand. In an instant, it pierced through the bodies of the zombies. However, due to Chushuan's angelic wings and his elevated position, the angle of fire was directed downward. Consequently, instead of penetrating walls as it typically would, the laser merely scorched a pit into the marble floor below. With a slight flap of one wing, Chushin spun gracefully, his gaze sweeping across the area as his laser followed suit. The unfortunate zombies, caught off guard, were swiftly sliced down before they even grasped what was happening. More zombies surged forth, yet they possessed no means of resistance against Chushuan's laser, falling one after another under its diagonal onslaught. In no time, the once-infested hall was cleared of the undead. Remarkably, despite the chaos unleashed, the structurally precarious hall remained unscathed, marking the lowest level of destruction since Chushin had acquired his laser vision. My goodness, the cutting capability of that laser is astounding. And those were zombies. It was astonishingly effortless, akin to slicing through tofu. The disdain on the secretary's face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment as she gasped in disbelief. Is this the power of an angel? He is simply breathtaking. The flight attendant's eyes were filled with adoration. Who would have thought that lasers could be employed in such a manner? It was utterly remarkable. Angela's lovely eyes sparkled with wonder, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It seems my concerns were unfounded. Although the laser remained unchanged, when combined with the angel's wings, it achieved such precise cutting that this individual had grown even stronger. Leon too could not help but admire Chushin's transformation. Indeed, the angel's wings and laser were a perfect match. There would be no risk of causing the entire structure to collapse with just a few bursts. The elder brother is truly impressive, with just a few swift motions. He dispatched all the zombies. Lanny clenched her little fists, jumping up in excitement, her gaze fixed on Chushin with admiration. Just how many secrets does this fellow possess that we remain unaware of? The more Claire observed Chushin, the more he appeared to her as a profound abyss. Whenever she thought she had seen through him, he would unleash capabilities beyond her imagination. It sparked an insatiable curiosity within her. Who exactly is he? At last, I have caught up. Allow me to assist. Just as everyone was immersed in astonishment at Chushin's prowess, Greg burst forth from the passageway, ready to lend a hand. However, upon witnessing the scene around him, he was momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Had he really been separated from Chushin for such a brief moment that, upon his arrival, the battle had already concluded? The zombies had been entirely eradicated by Chushin? Surely this was a jest. What an extraordinary level of efficiency. Is this something humanity is capable of achieving? Greg, you're alive, Angela exclaimed with excitement as she rushed forward, her surprise palpable. Just moments ago, she had mourned the loss of her comrade, and now, to her astonishment, he had returned. It was beyond her expectations. I was almost done for, but thankfully I encountered Chushin. He saved me, Greg explained. It's you. How have you returned? Weren't you bitten by a zombie? Please, do not come near me. I wish to avoid infection. The senator's secretary, inherently timid, would not have abandoned Davis alone during a bioweapon crisis had he been otherwise. Upon seeing Greg's return, rather than feeling joy, fear compelled her to retreat. Greg had indeed been bitten by a zombie. Who could predict when he might transform and pose a threat? His apprehension spread to the nearby flight attendant, who regarded Greg with trepidation. Hey, that is quite excessive. He was injured while protecting you. Is this how you repay him? Angela's face flushed with anger at the survivor's reaction. If it weren't for Greg sacrificing himself to hold off the zombies, they might never have reached this point. Now, having returned safely, he was not only met with indifference, but was treated like a pariah, causing her heart to ache. As I spoke, the urge to strike the secretary surged within me. Yet, I cautioned myself, it was only natural for them to fear the zombie virus. Leon swiftly restrained Angela, urging her to reconsider. With a huff, Angela refrained from further aggression and turned to Greg with unwavering resolve, declaring, no matter what you become, you remain my dear friend and steadfast comrade. I shall never abandon you. Never. Ah, what are you talking about? I have already been injected with Chushin's antidote. I feel perfectly fine. Not a thing wrong with me, Greg reassured the anxious crowd, patting his chest with a hearty laugh. What? There's an antidote for the virus? This is truly marvelous. We need not fear becoming zombies any longer. The group was left astounded, unable to fathom that Chushin could possess the antidote for the T-virus, their joy palpable. Joyful? Why? He is so formidable yet trapped here. Doesn't that seem odd? Perhaps this zombie virus was his doing. The secretary sneered with skepticism. Before the secretary could finish his words, Greg delivered a powerful blow to his face, leaving him dazed and with a lost tooth. The doubts he was about to voice abruptly silenced. Greg glared at the secretary, seething with rage. You wretched creature. I have tolerated you and that senator for far too long. We have protected you, yet you treat us like dogs. Mr. Chu is a survivor of Raccoon City. How dare you slander him? And no, I wouldn't dare. I misspoke. The secretary, seeing the senator absent and Greg's imposing stature, quickly backtracked and apologized. Survivor of Raccoon City. Leon and Claire shuddered in unison. No one understood the horrors of Raccoon City better than they did. They had both endured near-death experiences to escape, and even years later, nightmares still plagued them. It was astounding to realize that Chu Xian had also emerged alive from that hellish place. His extraordinary abilities now made sense. His experiences must have been even more harrowing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have undergone such a transformation. What are you all whispering about? The zombies have been dealt with. Let us proceed. Chu Xian descended from the air and inquired of the group. Yes. Claire nodded obediently, her gaze toward Chu Xian tinged with newfound empathy. When had she become so compliant? Chu Xian pondered, bewildered by Claire's shift in demeanor. Here, Leon removed his jacket and tossed it to Chu Xian. In your current state, you might be mistaken for a test subject by the military. At the very least, you should cover up. I will do my utmost to create an opportunity for your escape once we are outside, Angela assured him, patting Chu Xian's shoulder with determination. As for the matter of Mr. Chu's wings, should anyone dare to speak of it, I, Greg, will be the first to take action against them. Greg warned the secretary and the flight attendant with a chilling glare. Yes, we promise we won't say a word, they hastily assured him. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude from this group. While he could comprehend Greg's willingness to assist him, the fact that Angela and the others were also eager to shield him left him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, given their offer of help, he felt it inappropriate to decline. He understood that venturing out with wings would indeed be inconvenient, likely leading to an immediate interception by the military upon reaching the entrance. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging their efforts. After a brief period of organization, the group proceeded towards the hall's entrance. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by a considerable number of fully armed soldiers stationed at the entrance. However, thanks to the concealing coats and the cover provided by the others, Chu Xian managed to exit without attracting the attention of the military. He was promptly granted passage, guided by a medical officer towards the quarantine zone. It was customary for all individuals exiting to undergo isolation and blood tests to ensure there were no health issues before leaving the airport. Yet, for Chu Xian, passing such a test was an impossibility. Fortunately, he had no intention of submitting to a blood test. As they moved forward, Lion, Greg, and Angela exchanged knowing glances, each deliberately positioning themselves to obstruct the medical officer's view, preparing to create an opportunity for Chu Xian to escape. Seizing the moment, Chu Xian focused intently on the pickup truck outside the quarantine wall, ready to make his move while the soldiers were distracted. At that moment, within the adjacent medical tent, a soldier was assured by a medical officer, "Do not worry. It is merely a common hallucination. A shot and some medication will suffice." After a few reassuring words, the officer allowed the soldier to leave. Yes, it was indeed a hallucination. I will make sure to take my medication properly. The soldier nodded repeatedly as he emerged from the tent. Now was the moment. Chu Xian seized the opportunity. His mind surged with intent, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the pickup truck outside the quarantine wall. There he is. Look, that's the person. He is trying to escape. The soldier who had just exited the tent exclaimed, spotting Chu Xian's instantaneous departure. Panic ensued as Lion, Greg, Angela, and Claire were startled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they had not anticipated Chu Xian's identity being exposed so swiftly. Which one? The nearby medical officer inquired, confused. That one by the yellow pickup outside the quarantine wall, the one in the leather jacket. The soldier hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lion, Greg, Angela, and Claire were taken aback, quickly turning around only to find that Chu Xian had vanished, having made it to the other side of the quarantine wall. What on earth had just transpired? He moved with astonishing speed. Are you certain? The medical officer pressed. Absolutely. He was just among those people. And then, whoosh, he teleported away. Hey, why are you grabbing me? He truly vanished. I'm not ill, I swear. The soldier protested, but was swiftly seized by several medical officers and dragged back into the tent. Clearly, the hallucination had not been resolved. It seemed the dosage needed to be increased. Wait, has someone gone missing? As they escorted Lion, a soldier among them seemed to have noticed something amiss within the group. The secretary realized that Chu Xian had fled and, upon hearing this, felt a wave of panic wash over him, hesitating on whether to divulge the truth. Beside him, Greg abruptly placed a heavy hand on the secretary's shoulder, exerting pressure and asserting, Is that so? No, absolutely not. We left with the same number of people. You must be imagining things. Yes, yes, we are indeed all here. Not a soul less. Beads of sweat formed on the secretary's forehead as he hurriedly agreed. That shouldn't be the case. The soldier frowned. Yet upon hearing the agonizing screams from within the tent, shivered. You are right. I must have misremembered. There are indeed no fewer of us. Chapter 59, Alice's Sudden Call. While building sign-in open, Chu Xian waved his hand in a gesture of farewell before opening the car door and taking a seat. The engine roared to life, and the pickup truck soon began to move, gradually departing from the airport under the watchful eyes of Lion, Claire, and the others, ultimately vanishing from their sight. As the vehicle reached the outskirts of the airport, a sudden honking echoed ahead. Several trucks sped towards the airport. Chu Xian turned his head to see the emblem of Wolf Pharmaceuticals emblazoned on the trucks, evidently en route to deliver vaccines. Given the magnitude of the biohazard incident at the airport, which had claimed numerous lives and left many infected, it was hardly surprising that Wolf Pharma, being the leading company in T-virus vaccine research following Umbrella, would seize such an opportunity for publicity. Chu Xian paid little mind to this and continued driving onward. Before long, his phone rang. Hello, darling, have you returned home yet? Alice's sultry voice resonated through the receiver as Chu Xian answered the call. Just about to head back. What is up? He inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. Just that I've uncovered some leads regarding Umbrella Corporation. I've arranged to meet someone who has come out from the underground Umbrella. I'm afraid I won't have time to cook for you. There's food in the fridge. If you get hungry, just heat it up in the microwave. Alice cautioned. Someone from Umbrella Corporation? Do you need my assistance? Chu Xian's alertness was piqued at her words. Umbrella specialized in studying biological viruses, and anyone emerging from there was unlikely to be benign, causing him concern. No need. He.S. just an ordinary person. You know my abilities, right? I can handle him easily. Besides, I'm meeting him as a client, so there's no risk, Alice replied, shaking her head, declining Chu Xian's offer of help. As a T-virus hybrid, she was more than capable of defending herself, unless she encountered a tyrant. Even against military forces, she would have a chance to escape. A mere former Umbrella member was hardly a threat to her. Very well. Just be careful, keep your phone on, and if anything arises, call me. I will come as swiftly as I can. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian felt he had overthought the matter. With the aid of his angelic wings, his theoretical flying speed could reach an astonishing 241 kilometers per hour. Even accounting for the weight of his skeletal structure, he would still be moving at a remarkable pace. As long as Alice remained within the vicinity of Haverfield Industrial City, he could reach her in the swiftest manner possible, alleviating any concerns he had. And thus he chose not to linger on the matter. All right, darling moi. Alice blew a kiss to Chu Xian from afar before ending the call. After their conversation, Chu Xian felt no urgency to return home. With no one to prepare a meal, he decided to dine out instead. Before long, he discovered a restaurant. May I take your order? A polite waitress inquired upon his entrance, her gaze subtly drawn to the bulge beneath his jacket. She recognized the garment, but was puzzled by what lay concealed beneath it. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further, respecting him as a customer. I would like a steak, a chicken leg burger, and a cola, please, Chu Xian replied after glancing at the menu. Certainly, one steak, one chicken leg burger, and one cola, the waitress noted before preparing to leave. Oh, and the steak should be medium rare, he added after a moment's thought. The locals favored their steaks rare. Yet having lived here for several years, he could not bring himself to indulge in such a sanguinary culinary practice. Ah, understood, the waitress responded, her expression slightly bemused. But upon noticing Chu Xian's Eastern features, she comprehended his preference and relayed the order to the kitchen. Soon, the steak arrived, and after a long day, Chu Xian was eager to feast. He savored every bite, ultimately guzzling down the cola with delight, exclaiming, refreshing. Having finished his dinner, Chu Xian prepared to head home, when suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! New sign-in location activated. We're Pharmaceuticals headquarters. Sign-in successful. You have earned one lottery chance. Sign-in time limit, 6 hours. Ah, another sign-in opportunity. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing a late-night treat was in store. He could hardly believe he had the chance to sign in once more. It was exhilarating. With a decisive slam of the car door, he started the engine and drove towards Weir Pharmaceuticals. Weir Pharmaceuticals was the largest enterprise in Haverfield Industrial City, and locating it was not a challenge. Chu Xian arrived swiftly at the company's exterior. However, just as he was about to enter, a tremendous explosion erupted from within the building. Interestingly, the exterior showed no signs of damage, suggesting the explosion originated from inside. Was there an incident? Chu Xian squinted his eyes and, with a surge of determination, accelerated, crashing through the barrier and driving into the premises. Upon disembarking, Chu Xian stood before the imposing structure of the Wire Pharmaceutical Building, the tallest edifice in Havel Industrial City. Though the building loomed grandly, its interior was shrouded in darkness, and he could even discern the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. It was evident that a calamity had transpired within. As the system's sign-in alert had yet to sound, it suggested that further exploration was warranted. The door was unlatched. With a gentle push, he entered the building, only to be greeted by a blaring alarm echoing through the lobby. Attention all personnel, a system error has occurred. Please cease all activities and evacuate immediately until safety measures are restored. Clearly, due to an explosion within, the building's control system had automatically unlocked the exits for employee evacuation, allowing him unobstructed access. Regrettably, he encountered no one. It appeared that the disaster was far more severe than anticipated. Continuing onward, a circular display flickered to life, revealing a map of the laboratories. The experimental building was designed in a circular format, divided into 5 distinct zones. The lowest was the LV0 area, while the highest was LV4. Each zone was marked by a different color. The LV0 was white, followed by green, dark green, blue, and culminating in red. From the hues alone, Chu Xian surmised that the LV4 zone likely harbored nothing benign, with the epicenter of the explosion indicated by the ominous red area. However, this bore little relevance to him. Based on his previous sign-in experiences, the probability of successful sign-in was highest in the central region of the building. Thus, he pressed on, selecting a passage that led directly to the central plaza. Before long, he beheld, in the dimness of the office area ahead, a solitary employee crouched upon the floor, weeping with her back turned to him, cradling a man in her arms, presumably a victim of the explosion, mourning his loss. The building's main power had been obliterated. The lights were extinguished, with only the flickering of emergency lights providing a meager illumination, casting a disquieting and oppressive atmosphere. Madam, what has happened here? Noticing a survivor, Chu Xian stepped forward, softly calling out. He had no qualms about offering assistance. The woman ceased her sobbing upon hearing his voice, but did not turn around. She remained hunched over, gnawing on something. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Chu Xian. Clenching his fists, he unleashed his sharp claws, glinting with a chilling luminescence. As the lights flickered, he discerned that the woman was not merely mourning but was, in fact, devouring the man. Roar! Seemingly sensing his presence, the woman abruptly released her grasp on the man and lunged at Chu Xian with her gaping maw. In an instant, he swung his claws, severing her head from her body. Yet, even with her head detached, she continued to emit ghastly hissing sounds directed at him. Evidently, she had transformed into a zombie. As long as the brain remained intact, even if only a head remained, she was not truly dead. What a shocking sight. Chu Xian observed the head on the ground, still yearning for his own, and a look of disgust crossed his face as he crushed it beneath his foot. It was needless to say, this was yet another laboratory conducting experiments on the T-virus. Whether this virus was the result of an unfortunate accident or a deliberate act remained a mystery. The man who had been bitten trembled momentarily before beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Soon, he staggered to his feet. With a roar, the male zombie lunged at Chu Xian, baring its teeth and claws. Get lost. Chu Xian swiftly dispatched the male zombie with a single strike. However, before he could revel in his victory, dark figures began to rise in the corridor ahead. Very well. It seemed work was about to commence once more. Realizing he could indulge in some gratifying slaughter, Chu Xian charged towards the horde of corpses with a fierce shout. At the entrance, 2 figures, a man and a woman, entered. The man, handsome and armed with a pistol, and the woman, exuding a military demeanor, were none other than Leon and Angela. Of course, their arrival was not in tandem with Chu Xian, rather, after parting ways. The vaccine from Wolpharma had been transported to the airport, only to be destroyed in an explosion before it could be utilized. As everyone was left in uncertainty, Claire recalled that prior to the outbreak of the biohazard at the airport, a terrorist named Curtis had been present at the scene. Coincidentally, Angela's brother was named Curtis. In an effort to clear her brother's name, she had returned home with Leon to investigate. Meanwhile, Claire suspected that there were issues within Wolpharma, prompting her to request a tour of the Wolpharma laboratory from Frederick, the chief researcher. Typically, such pharmaceutical companies would deny access to outsiders. But Claire was at the forefront of protests against Wolpharma's T-virus research, which had hindered the vaccine from passing legislation for market release. In a bid to alter TerraSafe's perception of the company, Frederick acquiesced to her request and personally led her on a tour. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Xian was obliviously enjoying steak at that moment. Upon returning home, Angela discovered her house had been burned and Curtis was missing. At that time, Claire learned that Wolpharma was harboring the dangerous G virus, prompting her to contact the 2 of them. An unexpected explosion ensued, hastening their arrival at the scene. "This place is quite expansive," Leon remarked, furrowing his brow as he studied the map. "Let us split up and regroup in the inner courtyard." Angela understood that if they remained clustered together, locating the missing Claire within such a vast laboratory would prove challenging, and she proposed her own plan. "All right, let's proceed as you suggest." Leon was also concerned about Claire's well-being. Every second of delay increased her peril, and he readily agreed to Angela's proposal. The two parted ways at the entrance, each taking a different path. Soon after, Angela stumbled upon a lifeless body on the ground, causing her to gasp in shock as she rushed forward to inspect it. Were those claw marks? Could the assailant of the laboratory have been him? As she examined the claw marks on the bodies, her heart plummeted, revealing her inner turmoil. She was all too familiar with the distinct marks that could only be made by 3 blades combined. Aside from Chu Xian, no one else possessed such weaponry. This realization compelled her to question whether this horrific attack was connected to Chu Xian. Had they inadvertently aided the wrong person? Although Chu Xian was a survivor of Raccoon City, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the government, leading him to join a terrorist organization. Did this mean they had become adversaries? If it were indeed Chu Xian responsible for this atrocity, what should she do? Eliminate him? She hoped this was merely a misunderstanding. Otherwise, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she reassured herself and continued forward, gun in hand. At that moment, Chu Xian remained oblivious to the fact that the zombies he had slain would lead to misunderstandings. After passing through the office area, he swiftly arrived at Central Park. Yet, the park had been reduced to ruins, with debris scattered all around. The only solace was that some overhead lights still flickered, preventing the central area from being engulfed in darkness. As he stepped into the center, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host location detected. Wolf Pharmaceutical Headquarters. Would you like to check in now? Yes. Without hesitation, Chu Xian confirmed. The system responded promptly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have earned 1 lottery draw opportunity. It seemed that this check-in posed no difficulty whatsoever. He had accomplished it so effortlessly, ecstatic at completing the task. Chu Xian prepared to summon the lottery machine. Bang! Just then, a disheveled man emerged from the rubble beside him. "Are you here to capture me?" he exclaimed, clutching a metal box tightly and regarding Chu Xian with suspicion. "Capture you? For what purpose?" Chu Xian replied, bewildered by the man's accusation. They were strangers, and he was not a police officer. "That's a relief. You should leave quickly. It's dangerous here," the man warned. Noticing Chu Xian's Asian features and concluding he was unlikely to be law enforcement, "It's evident," Chu Xian remarked nonchalantly, encountering zombies upon entering. The place could hardly be deemed safe. Yet, perilous locales often presented opportunities. As long as he could check in and draw from the lottery, he would grow stronger. Having ventured into far more treacherous territories, he was undeterred by this minor danger. Without hesitation, he summoned the lottery machine and decisively clicked to begin. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, the needle on the lottery machine began to spin rapidly. The speed increased exponentially, and just as it reached its peak, it began to slow down. Uncertain of what treasures the lottery might bestow, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Chu Xian as his emotions swayed with the spinning pointer. His heart brimmed with hopeful expectations. The formidable abilities of laser vision, adamantium-infused skeletal structure, Wolverine genetics, Nightcrawler's teleportation, and angelic wings had already converged within him. He pondered the surprises the upcoming draw might unveil, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Soon, the pointer on the lottery machine began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a complete halt. The indicator grew larger, and the small text it pointed to gradually became legible. 1 dose of mutant gene enhancement serum. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 dose of the mutant gene enhancement serum. Utilizing this will allow you to induce a secondary mutation in your designated genetic abilities. The nature of the mutation strength will depend on the genetic traits. Please use it judiciously. In disbelief, Chu Xian exclaimed internally, "Is this even possible? Incredible! My abilities can be upgraded?" The prospect thrilled him. His existing laser vision was already formidable, capable of collapsing skyscrapers with a full-force blast, if it were to be enhanced. The possibilities became exhilarating. He envisioned himself unleashing a piercing laser at the moon, obliterating it in a spectacular explosion, a vision that filled him with exhilaration. However, a fleeting thought of glancing at the earth below reminded him of the potential consequences, prompting him to dismiss that notion. While possessing immense power was desirable, becoming excessively powerful could lead to precarious situations. With that realization, he redirected his focus to the Wolverine genetics. Perhaps, with an enhancement, his claws could extend to 1/2 meter, making them far more effective against zombies. As for the Nightcrawler gene, An increase in teleportation range might allow him to traverse the globe in an instant, or even reach the moon, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. Regarding the angelic gene, if strengthened, he might transform into an archangel, with metallic wings impervious to harm, capable of launching razor-sharp, feathered projectiles, thus transforming his auxiliary abilities into a formidable offensive and defensive arsenal, considering he already possessed a body of steel and iron. The synergy of these powers painted a striking image in his mind, an embodiment of strength and elegance, exhilarating to contemplate. The dilemma of which ability to enhance weighed heavily on him: to explode planets, strengthen his claws, achieve global teleportation, or enhance his steel-like synergy. Chu Xian found himself ensnared in a delightful quandary. Chapter 61. A seductive and commanding figure. The Marine Corps redirects their wrath. Is he truly a fool? Mused the disheveled man, observing Chu Xian's vacant smile. He had initially believed Chu Xian to be a reasonable individual, but upon witnessing his foolishness, he decided there was no need for further engagement. The disheveled man would not jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans for the sake of saving a fool. He placed the box on the ground, extracted the serum, filled a syringe, and rolled up his sleeve, preparing for self-injection. Meanwhile, on the street, a vehicle awaited. A sharply dressed man observes everything transpiring within the laboratory through surveillance footage. Should Claire be present at this moment, she would be astounded to discover that this individual is none other than Frederick, the chief researcher at Wolf Pharmaceuticals, who had previously led her into the laboratory to disclose information regarding the G-virus, only to be subsequently killed by explosives within the facility. This disheveled terrorist was deliberately introduced into the laboratory with the intent of having him inject the G-virus, so that Frederick could record the experimental data and subsequently sell it for a handsome profit on the black market. As he witnesses the untidy man preparing to administer the injection, Frederick's heart swells with delight, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Inject it. Inject it. After so much planning, I can finally obtain the experimental data on the G-virus. Just as Frederick eagerly anticipates the man's injection, on the other side, Chu Xian, contemplating which mutant ability to enhance, inadvertently catches sight of the vial in the disheveled man's hand, the letter G emblazoned upon it causing him to gasp in surprise. He furrows his brow and inquires, "Is that the G-virus? How do you know?" The untidy man, startled by Chu Xian's words, immediately becomes vigilant. The existence of the G-virus is known to very few, even outside the laboratory. If Chu Xian were truly a fool, how could he recognize it so easily? Indeed, it is the G-virus. Observing the man's reaction, Chu Xian comprehends that he has hit the nail on the head. There is not only the T-virus present here, but also the more formidable G-virus. You truly have come to capture me. The disheveled man glares at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with malice and hatred. What are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. Why would I want to capture you? Chu Xian responds, somewhat exasperated. Don't deny it. The insignia on your clothing has already betrayed you. The untidy man retorts coldly. Clothing? Chu Xian glances down to find himself draped in Leon's coat, and he cannot help but shake his head and chuckle wryly, saying, "Do you believe me if I claim it's someone else's? Keep pretending. Once I inject the G-virus, we'll see how long you can maintain your facade." The disheveled man, seeing that Chu Xian refuses to admit his identity, decides to ignore him altogether and prepares to inject himself. Regardless of what Chu Xian is feigning, once he transforms into a monster, his true self will inevitably be revealed, unless he wishes to perish within these walls. I say, my friend, do you comprehend the terror of the G-virus? Once injected, it will lead to an irreversible mutation, ultimately transforming you into a monster. Chu Xian urges, hastily attempting to dissuade the man from proceeding with the injection. He harbors no grudge against this man. Is it truly worth it to become a monster just to confront him? Has he lost his mind? Even if he wishes to die, he should not drag others down with him. Ha! Are you afraid? Finally dropping the act, aren't you, presidential agent? In your attempt to conceal the truth behind the Raccoon incident, you bombed Raccoon City, believing that by obliterating the evidence, you could rewrite history at will. Oblivious to the fact that there are still survivors emerging from Raccoon City. From the moment I grasped the truth, I vowed that regardless of the cost, I would unveil it to the world. This very night marks the revelation of that truth. The disheveled man laughed maniacally, his face a mask of madness, as he unleashed the grievances and torment he had endured. He had meticulously planned for years and finally acquired the G-virus. Today, no one would thwart his intention to expose the truth. As he transformed into a monster and unleashed chaos within the laboratory, even venturing onto the streets for the masses to witness, fearful and trembling, they would come to understand the extent of the cover-up by the authorities. With that, the disheveled man plunged the syringe into his arm, preparing to inject the virus into his body. What? He is a presidential agent? No. He is indeed a presidential agent. But who is Leon? Frederick, monitoring the laboratory situation from a vehicle on the street, was taken aback by Curtis's words. He glanced at the surveillance, where Leon was now in contact with Claire, and then at Chu Xian in Central Park, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events in the laboratory. As far as he knew, Leon was the presidential agent. How could it now be Chu Xian? Were there multiple agents? Stop, stop, stop. I understand your pain. But could you please let me leave before you inject that? Seeing the man's stubbornness, Chu Xian decided to refrain from further persuasion and planned to exit first. After all, he had already signed in successfully, and leaving Wu Ti hinder his reward. If the man wished to die, so be it. Once he was gone, the man could inject himself however he pleased, even if it meant turning into a monster or a ghost. You understand my pain? On what grounds do you claim to understand my suffering? My wife, my children, they all perished in Raccoon City. How dare you say you understand my agony? The disheveled man was utterly incensed by Chu Xian's words, forgetting even to inject himself as he unleashed a hoarse roar directed at him. He had once been an ordinary man with a wife, children, and a happy family. All had fallen victim to the T-virus unleashed by Umbrella Corporation. And now, the damned authorities had resorted to nuclear annihilation to obliterate the evidence. He was determined to bring the truth back into the light. Yet Chu Xian had the audacity to claim he understood his suffering. What a farce that was. Ah, I see. No one believes me regardless of what I say. Chu Xian sighed, opting not to elaborate further. No matter what he said, the man would perceive him as a presidential agent. So there was no point in continuing to explain. Prepare for battle. I believe in you. Just as Chu Xian thought that no one would believe him, a resolute voice rang out from behind him. Angela. Turning at the sound, Chu Xian was momentarily stunned to see the newcomer. He was perplexed. Wasn't Angela at the airport? How had she arrived here? Brother. The disheveled man was also taken aback, exclaiming in surprise. You two are siblings? Upon hearing the man refer to Angela as his sister, Chu Xian was somewhat taken aback. Angela was known for her kindness and strength, so how could she have a brother who seemed oblivious to reason? Yes, he is my brother, Curtis, Angela admitted with calm assurance. Very well. Since he is your brother, you can persuade him, Chu Xian replied helplessly. Stepping aside to allow Angela a chance to reason with her brother, hoping to dissuade him from injecting the G-virus. Even if he insisted on doing so, it would be best to wait until after he departed. Then, he could do as he wished without consequence. Just don't provoke him. Are you here to stop me as well? Curtis asked, his brow furrowing. He had only one sister and wished to protect her. Yet the truth behind the Umbrella Corporation and the government must be revealed. He would not compromise on this matter. I'm sorry. Just as Chu Xian was about to step aside, Angela suddenly whispered an apology in his ear and then yanked at his coat. With a swift motion, the coat was torn away, revealing a pair of pristine white wings. What is that? Curtis, initially agitated, was rendered speechless upon seeing the wings sprouting from Chu Xian's back, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Wait, the presidential agent is a birdman? Frederick, monitoring from a car outside, was equally astonished, staring at Chu Xian's wings in disbelief. The fact that an Eastern individual could become a presidential agent was already absurd, but now he had wings? This had to be a joke. What are you doing? Chu Xian himself was taken aback, his expression darkening. Why are you undressing him? Mr. Chu, to save my brother. I must implore you to make a sacrifice, Angela said, noticing the discontent on Chu Xian's face. Once I have convinced my brother, I will grant you any reward you desire. Are you sure? Anything at all? Chu Xian inquired, scrutinizing Angela from head to toe. With her golden hair and striking blue eyes, she was not as beautiful as Alice, yet her figure was undeniably captivating, a true gem among mature women. Yes, anything, Angela affirmed confidently. She believed that someone of Chu Xian's stature would not make any unreasonable demands. Very well. Given that you assisted me in escaping the airport, do as you wish. Chu Xian relented, wishing to avoid further entanglement with the G-virus. Angela shot him a grateful glance before turning to Curtis. To be candid, Mr. Chu is a survivor of Raccoon City. Who here has more authority on the matter than he, having personally endured the crisis and subsequently been infected with the G-virus? So you are a victim of the Raccoon incident. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You can indeed comprehend my suffering. No, you probably understand it even better than I do, Curtis replied, shaken and enlightened, finally grasping why Chu Xian had previously claimed to understand his pain. He has merely lost his wife and daughter, while Chu Xian has personally endured the entire Raccoon incident, emerging from that hell on earth. How could he even doubt him as a presidential agent? What? Survivors infected with the G-virus from the Raccoon incident are still alive? Upon hearing this, Frederick, watching the car's surveillance, was utterly stunned, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. As a former Umbrella employee, he had escaped Raccoon City with the T and G viruses after the biological crisis erupted, dedicating these years to researching the G virus. To his knowledge, no one infected with the G virus had survived. They all eventually transformed into monstrosities. Yet, not only had Chu Xian been infected with the G virus, but he had also mutated and lived for so many years. This was nothing short of a miracle in virology. How did he accomplish this? I was infected with the G virus? How could I not know? Chu Xian found the situation both amusing and exasperating, feeling speechless within. He leaned towards Angela and whispered, I asked you to persuade your brother, not to deceive him outright. Your story is far-fetched. Who told you I was infected with the G virus? Leon. What? ISNT your mutation the G virus? Angela replied, her face a picture of disbelief. What fabricated story? She was speaking the truth. Were you not a survivor of Raccoon City who lived after being infected with the G virus? Chu Xian was left speechless. Indeed, they were siblings, a perfect match. Even in their thought processes, no explanation would suffice today. He decided to cease the clarifications and said to Curtis, Brother, your approach is utterly futile. This nation is rife with corruption. Don't even mention your attacks on the airport and laboratories. Even if you transformed into a monster and rampaged through the streets, it would be in vain. A few friends I escaped Raccoon City with recorded everything that transpired, and as soon as it was broadcasted, they were labeled as terrorists. To this day, their fates remain unknown. If you inject the G virus now, you'll die in vain. Nothing will change. The footage, it's them. You are Jill's friend. Curtis exclaimed, astonished and exhilarated. The reason he knew the truth was due to Talia Morales' report. He never expected that Chu Xian had escaped alongside them. Jill and her companions were fighters against the authorities, so Chu Xian must be a fighter too. He was determined to stand with Chu Xian and overthrow the entire regime. Angela sighed with relief as she saw her brother finally letting go of the G virus. Although he had not relinquished his hatred, as long as he did not become a monster, there was still hope. What? After all these years of planning, now you're not going to inject it? Frederick fumed from within the car on the street, rage evident in his voice. It is said that cutting off someone's financial avenues is akin to killing their parents. Chu Xian's refusal to allow Curtis to inject the G virus meant he would not obtain combat data, causing the virus to fetch a poor price on the black market, a fate more unbearable than death itself. This vendetta must be avenged. Let us depart from here first. Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, his inadvertent actions had inadvertently disrupted a carefully orchestrated scheme by a powerful protector. He turned to leave. Bang. However, at the very moment Chu Xian pivoted, a gunshot rang out from behind, a bullet hurtling toward him with alarming velocity, striking him directly in the chest. As Chu Xian turned back, he beheld a squad of Marines that had stormed in, their weapons trained menacingly upon him. Fire! Fire! We have orders to eliminate on sight, commanded the leading officer with a decisive wave of his hand. They had received intelligence that terrorists were attacking the research facility, and with Chu Xian's wings, he was undoubtedly deemed one of them. The moment they eliminated him, they could return to claim their accolades. Damn it! Are they seeking death? Chu Xian seethed, fury surging within him as he gazed at the soldiers. He had refrained from retaliating against Curtis, considering him to be Angela's brother. Yet these soldiers dared to open fire upon him, an act tantamount to suicide. Today, they would witness his unbridled wrath. Chapter 62. The Angel evolves into Archangel. Iron Wings astonish the world, do not shoot. He is not the enemy. Angela, aware only of Chu Xian's offensive steel claws, was oblivious to his Edmund alloy skeleton and formidable regenerative abilities. Upon witnessing Chu Xian being shot, she rushed forward to shield him. But the orders had already been issued. Her authority was insufficient to override them, especially as she belonged to a separate division from the Marines. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of weapons discharged nearly simultaneously, an uncountable hail of bullets hurtling toward Angela. It was over. As she beheld the flames erupting from the gun muzzles, her heart plummeted. She could never have imagined that her unwavering dedication to her country would lead to her demise at the hands of the very military she cherished. Angela, Curtis, witnessing the scene, yearned to rush forward to save her, but time was not on his side. He could only watch helplessly as his sister faced the imminent threat of the Marines' fire. Just as Angela believed her fate was sealed, and Curtis was consumed by desperation, Chu Xian, realizing Angela was in peril, momentarily relinquished his aggression toward the soldiers. He swiftly enveloped Angela in his arms, turning to shield her. Puff, puff, puff. In that fleeting moment, a barrage of bullets struck Chu Xian's back. His bones were bulletproof, yet his wings were not. They were shredded, feathers flying. Blood splattering, a harrowing sight to behold. These bastards, I will fight you to the bitter end, Curtis declared, rage etched across his face as he seized the G-virus, preparing to inject himself. Alas, it was too late. 2 soldiers had already flanked him from behind, swiftly subduing him. Dealing with Chu Xian had been a misjudgment, but targeting Curtis was a calculated strike. He had long been branded a terrorist, and thus, they were quick to apprehend him. Chu Xian, don't worry about me. Just flee. As Angela witnessed the tragic turn of events, realizing that she not only failed to save Chu Xian, but also inadvertently caused him to be shot while protecting her, her pupils trembled with sorrow. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she urged him anxiously. Losing a pair of wings was far preferable to her demise here. They are merely a few pests. There is no need for me to escape. Chu Xian's gaze was icy as he pointed directly at the upgrade serum, causing the icon to burst forth, revealing 4 neatly arranged options: Laser Eye Gene Upgrade Serum, Wolverine Gene Upgrade Serum, Nightwalker Gene Upgrade Serum, and Angel Gene Upgrade Serum. Without hesitation, Chu Xian pressed on the last option, the Angel Gene Upgrade Serum. The system activated, and the serum swiftly solidified, falling into his hand. What is this? Angela gasped. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the vial in Chu Xian's grasp, her voice laced with confusion. Upgrade, Chu Xian commanded, twisting off the cap with determination. He tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents in 2 swift gulps. As the Angel Gene Upgrade Serum coursed through him, a mysterious power surged toward his back, fervently transforming his angelic genes. Unlike the agonizing replacement of his Edmund alloy skeleton, this conscious genetic modification was excruciatingly painful. Even someone as resilient as Chu Xian found it nearly unbearable. The glass vial slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor into a myriad of shards. With beads of sweat forming on his brow, Chu Xian emitted a muffled groan of anguish. As his pain echoed, the fragile angelic wings on his back began to rapidly metallicize, first the skeleton, then the pores, until finally, the feathers morphed into razor-sharp blades, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. Yet, this transformation was not the end. Beneath the enormous steel wings, auxiliary smaller wings sprouted, enhancing his appearance to a level of striking magnificence and formidable power. Impossible. Those wings had been severely damaged. How could they possibly regenerate? The soldiers attacking Chu Xian watched in disbelief as his wings, nearly obliterated, showed signs of revival. They believed that if they could shatter his wings, he would no longer be able to shield himself from bullets, sealing his fate. However, they were utterly astonished to witness the miraculous regeneration. They were so taken aback that they forgot to continue firing their weapons. Not only did the wings regenerate, but they also transformed into metal. Another soldier, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "This cannot be real. How could feathers become metal?" Some soldiers shook their heads, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before them, rubbing their eyes vigorously, convinced they were hallucinating. Yet, no matter how they rubbed their eyes, the truth remained unchanged. Chu Xian's wings had not only regenerated, they had indeed transformed into steel wings. Truly the mark of a resistance fighter. This is incredibly badass. Curtis, who was restrained, gazed at Chu Xian's transformation with uncontainable excitement. Is this what you call an upgrade? It's utterly marvelous. In Angela's embrace, she witnessed the transformation of Chu Xian, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She had assumed that Chu Xian was merely jesting. How could such an ability evolve simply by declaration? To her astonishment, his words proved true. He could indeed cause his wings to evolve, transforming them into remarkably cool metallic appendages. What in the world? Flesh and blood wings turned to metal. What sort of virus could accomplish this? Frederick, monitoring the battlefield from within a vehicle, was equally stunned, staring at the surveillance footage in utter incredulity. Having studied viruses for many years, he understood that they could alter flesh. Yet he had never encountered one capable of transmuting flesh into metal. This revelation shattered his previous understanding of viruses. Surely, this mutation was induced by a virus, enabling this creature to evolve. Do not relent. Fire. Keep firing. The commanding officer, witnessing Chu Xuan's further evolution, gasped in shock and urgently urged his subordinates to continue their assault, intent on eliminating him before he fully transformed. Yes, kill him. Kill him. Bang. Bang. The bewildered soldiers, snapping back to reality, resumed their frenzied gunfire. Angela, witnessing this, gasped in alarm, instinctively shrinking into Chu Xian's embrace. The weight of 2 towering mountains pressed down upon him, momentarily unsettling his composure. He could not help but admire inwardly. Truly, she was a formidable weapon, impressively fierce. Before Chu Xian could relish the moment, a barrage of bullets struck his wings. Clink, clink. However, the bullets that would have easily wounded his wings before now ricocheted off the steel appendages, propelled away by the resilient and sturdy feathers, igniting a shower of sparks. What? The bullets were deflected? The soldiers around him were rendered speechless. They had encountered monsters before, but never one that could repel bullets. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While flesh could transform into metal, this metal could also withstand gunfire. It was a cruel jest from the heavens. Die. With a powerful sweep of his wings, Chu Xian unleashed a flurry of feathers that transformed into indomitable steel-feathered projectiles, hurtling towards the surrounding soldiers. Chapter 63, A Dance of Blood. The Marines' hearts shattered. Thud, thud, thud. Several soldiers, taken by surprise, were struck by the steel-feathered missiles, sent flying back and impaled against the wall. Feathers? How could this be? Blood spewed from the soldiers' mouths as they looked down in horror at the feathers embedded in their bodies, their eyes wide with disbelief. Slowly they collapsed, seemingly unable to comprehend that they would perish beneath the onslaught of mere feathers. Fire! Fire! The lead soldier roared in frenzy, while the others raised their weapons and unleashed their fury. However, Chu Xian merely bent his wings, instantly blocking all the bullets. Once their magazines were emptied, he flicked his wrist, launching a barrage of steel feather daggers that pierced through a row of soldiers. More terrifyingly, as the steel feathers on one side were exhausted, those on the other side had astonishingly regrown. The speed of regeneration was utterly absurd. Damn it, switch to combat mode. The leading soldier finally realized that they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and issued the command without hesitation. Several soldiers quickly retrieved grenades from their belts and loaded them into the underbarrel launchers, aiming at Chu Xian. Bang, bang, bang. Several grenades whirled toward Chu Xian at high speed. Those are grenades. Get out of the way. Although Angela was not a Marine, she was the captain of the SRT Special Response Team and recognized the soldiers' weapon change, urging them to take cover. Though the grenade launchers had a slower firing rate, their power was immense. A single shot was nearly equivalent to a small RPG. Even a small car would be reduced to wreckage upon impact, let alone a human. No matter how strong Chu Xian's feather defense was, it could not withstand the explosive force of the grenades. Humph, what can mere grenades do to me? Chu Xian's gaze was icy as his iron wings suddenly folded and plunged into the ground, shielding him. If it were an RPG, he might have harbored some concern. But grenades? What could they possibly do to him? Boom, boom, boom. 3 grenades struck Chu Xian's iron wings almost simultaneously, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions. The shockwaves surged forth, shrapnel flew, and thick smoke enveloped Chu Xian entirely. It's done. The surrounding soldiers, seeing Chu Xian engulfed in flames, clenched their fists in celebration. Ha ha ha, this monster is lacking in intelligence. He didn't even dodge. One soldier mocked with laughter. Dodge. All 3 directions were blocked. How could he escape? Is he capable of dodging? A nearby soldier replied confidently. Humph. Under the grenades, how could any living being survive? This guy is undoubtedly doomed. Many soldiers were convinced that Chu Xian had been obliterated, with no chance of survival. Chu Xian, Angela. Curtis shouted loudly toward the epicenter of the explosion, struggling desperately. But 2 soldiers held him down firmly, rendering him immobile. Take him away, notify the research department. The threat must be eliminated, and prepare for the cleanup operation. The leading captain commanded, preparing to have his subordinates escort Curtis away. As for Chu Xian, he would surely not survive the recent explosion, and relevant departments would come to collect his remains. The wreckage would be studied and dissected, leaving no business for them. Captain, no, something doesn't feel right. Just as the leading captain turned, a soldier quickly grabbed him, exclaiming, Doesn't feel right? The captain turned back in confusion. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke, revealing a dark silhouette. The wings within the shadow suddenly unfurled. A colossal whirlwind abruptly tore through the smoke, revealing 2 figures within, Chu Xian and Angela. You're all right, Curtis exclaimed, releasing a breath he had not realized he was holding. Moments ago, he had genuinely believed that Chu Xian and Angela had met their demise. He was astonished to find them still alive. Was this the organic metal produced by the virus? Remarkably powerful. If only he could extract samples for research. The G-virus experiments would pale in comparison. This truly represented the pinnacle of evolution. In a car on the street, Frederick gazed at the footage, his excitement palpable. His desire for Chu Xian overwhelming. The G-virus experiments planned for this evening were surely doomed, and the G-virus in his possession would undoubtedly fetch a poor price. Yet fortune favored him, for he had stumbled upon such a potent specimen. It was akin to discovering a gold mine. Am I seeing things? How is that individual unharmed? One soldier cried out. My heavens! He withstood the onslaught of grenades. How is that even possible? Another soldier's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. What manner of wings are these, so impenetrable in their defense? How can one possibly combat such a creature? Other soldiers retreated in fear, terror etched on their faces. We're unharmed. Chu Xian, your wings are astonishingly resilient, Angela exclaimed, exhilarated to find herself unscathed. Overcome with relief, she instinctively kissed Chu Xian on the cheek. As realization struck her, her face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. What is this? I possess even harder features. Chu Xian chuckled mischievously. Just steel wings. He continued, though they are indeed robust, they still pale in comparison to an adamantium alloy framework. If not for their impressive aesthetics and regenerative capabilities, they would not stand a chance against adamantium. Harder? Angela paused, instinctively glancing downward at Chu Xian, before retorting, such vulgarity. Chu Xian, perplexed, wondered how his mention of his formidable physique could be construed as something lewd. No, it's impossible. How could you withstand grenade fire? The commanding officer quickly regained his composure, realizing that although Chu Xian's wings remained intact, the barrage had indeed crumpled some of the steel feathers. A glimmer of hope reignited within him as he issued new orders. The surrounding soldiers, heeding the command, prepared to reload their grenades for another assault. Seeking death, Chu Xian remarked, his gaze icy. Standing idly to absorb blows was not his style. Since these soldiers were courting their own demise, he would gladly oblige. With a powerful flap of his wings, several steel feathers were launched like daggers, piercing through the bodies of the grenade-launching soldiers. The soldiers screamed in agony as they collapsed. While his wings were impervious, his body remained a vulnerable target. Open fire. Suppress them with overwhelming firepower. The commanding officer promptly unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Chu Xian, simultaneously issuing loud orders. The sound of gunfire erupted. Soldiers around them frantically opened fire. A deluge of bullets pouring towards Chu Xian. Even the two soldiers who had initially subdued Curtis joined the assault on Chu Xian. Fully aware that while Curtis could be recaptured, if Chu Xian retaliated, they would all meet their demise. How naive. Chu Xian folded his wings, encompassing the two soldiers within his protective embrace. It was evident he could no longer withstand the onslaught, but he continued to fire, as others prepared grenades. The commanding officer, witnessing Chu Xian retract his iron wings once more, realized his gamble had paid off, and exclaimed with excitement. What shall we do? Angela inquired with concern. No matter. To suppress me is impossible, Chu Xian retorted disdainfully at the soldiers, yet turned to Angela with a charming smile, asking if she would grace him with a dance. A dance? Angela was momentarily taken aback. Amidst such chaos, Chu Xian still found the leisure to invite her to dance. Just as she was about to caution him against underestimating the situation, Chu Xian had already wrapped his arm around her waist and began to spin. As they twirled, they transformed into a graceful top, slicing through the surrounding soldiers. In an instant, time seemed to slow. Chu Xian twirled with Angela, his wings becoming blades that mercilessly cut through soldier after soldier. The sound of bodies falling echoed, and as the dance concluded, every soldier stood frozen, only to erupt in a shower of blood, resembling blooming flowers encircling the two dancers at the center. This blood-soaked dance reached its zenith. It was as though they had performed a brief yet magnificent symphony, and in that moment, Angela's gaze was solely fixed on Chu Xian, who was equally captivated by her allure. As their lips drew closer, Angela's heart raced, and she gently closed her eyes. Chu Xian seized the moment, leaning in for a kiss, thus concluding their fleeting and deadly dance. Chapter 64. Claire's data deletion, Chu Xian's healing touch. Impossible. What manner of monster are you? The commanding officer gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the separating bodies, blood pouring from his mouth. What he thought would be an easy target had transformed into a spinning top, cleaving through him and his bulletproof vest with terrifying sharpness. Was this man truly human? He was an abomination. No, he was a monster among monsters. With a thunderous crash, the officer fell lifeless to the ground. Thus, the entire Marine Corps was annihilated. It was over. A single individual had decimated an entire battalion. Was this the power of a warrior? It was astonishing. Curtis rose from the ground, staring in shock at the carnage surrounding him. The Marine Corps, one of the 5 independent military branches of the Eagle Country, long engaged in missions across the globe, truly deserving the title of the Eagle's elite blade. However, such a formidable force was utterly annihilated in its confrontation with Chu Xian. The sheer terror of this power is truly astonishing. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly strong. Although the G-Virus experiment has been lost, the buyers will undoubtedly be intrigued by news of this even more potent experimental subject, making my years of scheming worthwhile. Inside a vehicle on the street, Frederick closed his notebook with a sinister chuckle, starting the car and departing from Wolf Pharmaceutical. He intended to sell this information at a high price, aiming not only to recoup his investments, but to amass a fortune. At the entrance of the central control room, Claire raised her gun and dispatched 2 approaching zombies. Limping her way inside, "Let me see that Curtis Chu Xian." Claire was preparing to assist Leon in his mission to subdue Curtis, who had infiltrated Central Park to cause havoc. However, upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight on the surveillance screen. Chu Xian stood amidst a multitude of fallen soldiers, his expression one of shock. "Chu Xian, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Leon had finally separated from Claire and arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Angela, only to be surprised by the sight of Chu Xian, who was engaged in a kiss with Angela. Angela hurriedly pushed Chu Xian away, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I should be the one asking you. How did you end up here?" Chu Xian replied, picking up Leon's jacket and returning it to him, reflecting his own confusion about their unexpected presence. Leon did not conceal the truth. He briefly explained the events following Chu Xian's departure, detailing how the vaccine at Will Pharmaceutical had been destroyed and their pursuit that had led them here. "Is it him?" Curtis furrowed his brow upon hearing that Leon was investigating the airport incident. He glanced at his sister, then at Leon and Chu Xian, reluctant to put Chu Xian in a difficult position, and slowly retreated into the shadows. "By the way, Claire mentioned she witnessed Curtis entering Zone 4. Did you see him?" Leon cut straight to the chase after some pleasantries. Curtis, both Chu Xian and Angela turned their gazes toward the direction of Curtis, but the area was already deserted, devoid of any presence. "I was outside enjoying a steak when I heard the explosion and came to investigate. That's when I encountered Angela. And then this squad of soldiers suddenly burst in and opened fire on us. As you have seen," Chu Xian offered a vague excuse, reluctant to betray Curtis so soon after kissing his sister. "Is that so?" Leon narrowed his eyes, looking at Angela. "Yes, that is indeed the case." Angela hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in affirmation. Given her brother's past misdeeds, should he be captured, the consequences would likely be dire. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Since he had sought to atone for his wrongs, she felt he deserved another chance, especially after witnessing the Marine Corps indiscriminately killing everyone, including her. She had grown disheartened and contemplated retirement, choosing to keep this matter a secret. "I shall take the G virus back for destruction. You have no objections, I trust?" Leon, serving as the presidential agent, possessed remarkable insight. He cast a glance at the G virus that had fallen to the ground and surveyed the battlefield, harboring some doubts, yet he refrained from expressing them. It sufficed to discern right from wrong. One must not act too decisively. Moreover, not all actions sanctioned by the authorities can withstand scrutiny. As long as the bioweapons serve their intended purpose, the objectives will be achieved. "Do as you wish." Chu Xian displayed no interest in the G virus and readily handed it over to Leon to fulfill his mission. With this matter settled, the group proceeded towards the hall entrance. Soon, the 3 emerged into the foyer, yet Claire was nowhere to be found. Just then, the internal elevator doors opened, and Claire limped out. "Where have you been?" Leon inquired, perplexed. He and Claire had parted ways earlier, so he expected her to have returned to the entrance first. Puzzled as to why she had just now arrived. "Nothing much. I was concerned for you, so I visited the control room. I discovered someone recording the situation in the laboratory. It appears there may be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, the computer was quite outdated and malfunctioned, resulting in data loss." As Claire spoke, her gaze shifted to Chu Xian. Initially, she had intended to investigate for anything that might aid Leon, but was taken aback to find someone documenting the battle within the laboratory. This could have been pivotal in tracing the puppet master. However, considering the magnitude of Chu Xian's actions against the Marines, should an investigation ensue, he would likely become a national enemy. Reflecting on how Chu Xian had saved her on 2 occasions, she ultimately resolved to destroy the data instead. The computer at Will Pharma certainly needed repairs. Chu Xian was no fool. He cast a grateful glance at Claire, noticing the bandages wrapped around her foot, from which blood seeped continuously. "Are you injured?" "Let me see," he urged. "It's nothing, just a cut from glass during the explosion," Claire hastily explained. However, upon unwrapping the bandage, Chu Xian revealed a significant gash. It was evident that her wound was serious. "What is your blood type?" he asked. "Probably type O." "Why do you ask?" Claire responded, her expression one of confusion. "As luck would have it, I am also type O," Chu Xian replied, nodding in satisfaction. With that, he drew a blade across his palm, allowing crimson droplets to flow. He swiftly grasped Claire's foot, letting his blood merge with her wound. While his Wolverine-like regenerative abilities could not heal others, his angelic blood could, especially in its enhanced form. As long as there was life within him, he could save another. However, the caveat was clear: the blood types must match. It seemed that Claire was fortunate today, sharing his blood type. By assisting her in healing, He regarded it as a way to repay her for erasing the recordings. What are you doing? Claire was taken aback when Chu Xian suddenly touched her foot. Embarrassed and indignant, she instinctively pushed him away, voicing her discontent. Have you lost your mind? What if your blood gets into my wound? Just as Claire was about to scold him, she felt an intense itch at the sight of her injury. Looking down, she was utterly astonished. To her disbelief, her wound was healing at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had reverted to its original state. If not for the dried blood that remained, she might have thought she was hallucinating. My wound has healed. How is this possible? Claire was utterly dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. She was well aware of the size of the glass that had exploded and how it had struck her bone. Such an injury would typically require at least 10 days to 2 weeks in a hospital to heal. Yet, Chu Xian had merely touched it. And there was not even a scar left behind. It was simply outrageous. Oh my goodness. Chu Xian, are you a reincarnation of a deity? Angela, standing nearby, was equally astonished, gazing at Chu Xian with sparkling eyes. It's impossible. Can a virus heal others? Even Leon was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Chu Xian was infected with a mutated virus, but it now seemed that was not the case at all. Chu Xian was even more mysterious than he had anticipated. The fact that his blood could save lives was nothing short of incredible. What deity? It's merely an ordinary healing effect, which should only work for type O blood. Other types might not be effective, Chu Xian mused. He reflected that after the angel's upgrade, his blood had acquired the ability to heal others, but it was only beneficial for those with the same blood type. Different types would experience rejection. As an O type, he seemed not to conflict with any blood type, suggesting that it might indeed help patients of other blood types. Although he had never tested it, anyone can be saved, and yet he claims he is not a deity. Angela regarded Chu Xian with admiration gleaming in her eyes. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching their location. I think it's best I take my leave, Chu Xian said, realizing this was not a suitable place to linger, and he began to walk toward his pickup truck. Wait, Angela suddenly called out to him. What is it? Chu Xian turned back, puzzled. Can we be friends? Angela hesitated briefly before asking. Aren't we already friends? Here is my phone number. You can call me if you need anything. Otherwise, do as you see fit. You all too, I'm off. Without much thought, Chu Xian left his phone number with Angela and drove away. He had initially planned to grab a late-night snack, but it was now turning into an all-nighter. He wondered if Alice had returned home. It was getting late, and she might be worried. As he contemplated this, Angela smiled, holding on to Chu Xian's phone number. La 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 la. Upon acquiring the wings of steel, Chu Xian was in exceptionally high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he prepared to return home to his wife, which goes without saying. Meanwhile, Frederick, armed with the video footage of Chu Xian's battle against the Marine Corps recorded in the laboratory, drove towards the suburbs, ultimately halting at a secluded spot. I thought you wouldn't come. As the car came to a stop, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the shadows of the streetlight. Should Chu Xian have been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished to discover that this woman was none other than Alice. Chapter 65. Alice's Wrath and Chu Xian's Bravery. There was a little hiccup on the road. The G-Virus experimental data is lost. However, I have brought even more explosive experimental data and news that I'm sure will pique your interest. Frederick chuckled slyly, opening his notebook to showcase the video of Chu Xian's confrontation with the Marine Corps. How about this? This experimental subject is far more valuable than the G-Virus. He looked at Alice with pride, only to be met with a visage darkened as if smeared with soot. How could you, Chu Xian? I was worried about your dinner. And yet you sneak out to flirt. Alice glared at the paused image on the screen, where Chu Xian was seen kissing Angela, her eyes blazing with fury. Her silver teeth clenched, and her delicate fists making a cracking sound. Oh no. Frederick realized the gravity of the situation and turned to flee. However, in the next moment, a terrifying telekinetic force surged forth, lifting both his fleeing body and his car into the air. Tell me the whereabouts of Dr. Isaac, or face death. Alice was in an exceedingly foul mood, exceedingly so, and should anyone dare to withhold information from her, the consequences would be dire. Frederick was on the verge of tears, lamenting his dreadful luck. He had intended to exploit Curtis's hatred to profit from the G-Virus, but at a critical moment, Chu Xian had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his experiment. He had hoped to sell Chu Xian's combat data to recuperate his losses, only to find that the buyer was the very woman on the opposing side. At that moment, all he wanted to do was cry. It seemed that Chu Xian had a knack for thwarting him. Achoo! Just as Chu Xian stepped out of the car, he suddenly sneezed, muttering, "Who is bad-mouthing me? Alice. I'm back." As he spoke, he entered the cabin, calling out softly, yet the interior was enveloped in silence. Chu Xian wandered around inside, finding no one. After a casual shower, he collapsed onto the bed. However, the moment he lay down, he sensed something amiss. as the enormous metallic wings were rather uncomfortable. With a mere thought, the wings behind him swiftly softened, transforming into plush, fluffy white angel wings. Ah, this is much more comfortable. Embracing his pristine wings, Chu Xian felt immense satisfaction. This was the epitome of true velvet, pure velvet indeed. Soft and fluffy, they could easily serve as a blanket. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open. With a sudden click, the lights illuminated the room. Ah, you're back? Chu Xian opened his eyes and, through the black cloth, discerned the figure of a seductive woman standing at the foot of the bed. As she reached for the bedside table, putting on her sunglasses, it was indeed Alice. However, her expression seemed somewhat grim. Without needing to elaborate, it was clear that no useful information had been unearthed. Chu Xian, accustomed to Alice's demeanor, remarked nonchalantly, "You seem to have some clues." Alice retorted, "You have some leads. Yet you maintain that stern expression?" Chu Xian, puzzled, could not fathom why Alice was sulking despite having uncovered some information. "Do you not know why I wear this expression?" Alice shot back, her tone laced with a palpable jealousy that could be sensed from afar. "What? I haven't even been out with you. How would I know why you're upset?" Chu Xian replied, exasperated, feeling that Alice had returned in a foul mood for no apparent reason, considering he hadn't provoked her at all that night. "Take a look for yourself," Alice said, tossing a notebook onto the bed. With a head full of questions, Chu Xian opened his computer, eager to discover the cause of her distress. Upon opening the device, he found numerous video files, which only deepened his confusion. "Click it," Alice urged impatiently. "Fine, I'll click it. I've been busy all day as well," Chu Xian snapped, his anger rising. If Alice didn't provide a legitimate reason for her outburst, he intended to teach her a lesson that evening. Yet, the moment he clicked on the video, he was rendered speechless. The footage displayed surveillance recordings from the laboratory's central plaza, capturing all his activities from the previous night. As the scene of him kissing Angela played, the confidence he once held evaporated, replaced by beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Internally cursing the individual who had betrayed him, he realized that someone had maliciously delivered this footage to Alice, clearly intent on ruining him. In that moment, he understood Alice's fury. "Hear me out. It's a misunderstanding. A pure misunderstanding. The situation was urgent, and I had to embrace her to save her. This is the absolute truth." "Was that kiss also a matter of urgency?" Alice queried coldly. With that, a terrifying psychic force emanated from Alice, causing the furniture in the vicinity to levitate ominously. It was evident that she was on the brink of an explosion. If Chu Xian failed to provide a reasonable explanation, he feared the furniture in their home would require replacement once more. Under Alice's threatening gaze, the cold sweat on Chu Xian's forehead intensified, droplets cascading down like rain. In his heart, he cursed the ancestors of the traitor who had betrayed him, vowing that if he ever caught him, he would dismember him. However, faced with an imminent crisis, he had to prioritize resolving the current situation. After a moment of silence, just when Alice thought that Chu Xian was about to admit his fault and plead for mercy, the previously flustered Chu Xian surprisingly regained his composure, his panic vanishing, replaced by fury as he lashed out at Alice. "Can this be blamed on me? It's your problem." "My problem?" Alice was incredulous, pointing at herself in disbelief. After all, she was the victim. How could it possibly be her fault that Chu Xian had gone out to flirt with other women? "Yes, it is indeed your fault," Chu Xian asserted confidently. "All right, Chu Xian, you think you've grown wings today, do you? Then tell me how this is my fault. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, don't even think about climbing back into my bed. No, I'll go so far as to castrate you," Alice threatened, making a scissor gesture with her hand, her expression fierce. Chu Xian felt a chill at her words and instinctively protected himself. Surely, she wouldn't be that ruthless. He realized that no matter how reasonable his explanation might be, it would surely be turned into an unreasonable argument. Gathering his thoughts, he asked with righteous indignation, "As the saying goes, there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest is to have no descendants. After all these years, your belly has remained flat. What can I do? Do you wish for the Chu family line to end?" His words seemed to inadvertently validate his earlier accusations. Alice, initially ready to unleash her wrath, was momentarily taken aback. Though she had not heard the saying before, she understood the gist of it. She pondered for a moment and realized she had no rebuttal. They had been cohabiting for years without a child, and if this continued, it was indeed possible that the Chu family line would die out. Hence, the blame could indeed fall on her. If only she had been more fruitful, could Chu Xian have possibly sought companionship elsewhere? As this thought crossed her mind, Alice's anger dissipated, and the furniture that had been floating around them gradually settled back to the floor. Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Wait a minute. That couldn't be right. Alice was no naive fool. She wouldn't be so easily swayed. Quickly regaining her composure, she retorted, having children is a matter for both partners. How can you be so certain it's my fault? Perhaps you are the one who is inadequate. What did you just say? I am inadequate? Let me show you just how capable I am. Chu Xian exclaimed as he pulled Alice close and passionately kissed her. The poor bed creaked under the weight of their fervor, enduring their relentless assault until dawn finally broke. So, you desire a child? As she gazed at the sleeping Chu Xian, Alice's expression was complex, tinged with a hint of guilt. It seemed she would need to find a woman for Chu Xian who could bear children after all. Chapter 66, Airport Incident, Ambush, and the Hunt for Grizzly Bear's Presidential Office. Mr. President, you summoned me? Leon pushed the door open, bowed, and inquired. Do you recall the biochemical incident at the airport? The president inquired, turning his back to Leon. Yes, Leon nodded, though a sense of unease lingered within him. It had been over half a month since the event, leaving him puzzled as to why the president would suddenly bring it up. Do you have anything to add? The president turned around, fixing Leon with a serious gaze. Add. Leon furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, an ominous premonition creeping in, yet he replied, the report is quite clear. I have nothing to add. Take a look for yourself. The president abruptly tossed a document onto the table. Leon picked up the file, opening it. Upon seeing the image of Chu Xian, his eyes narrowed in realization. The matter concerning Chu Xian had ultimately not remained concealed. Mr. President, he is not a villain and has no connection to the biochemical disaster. Leon hastened to clarify. Enough. After all this time with me, do you truly believe that issues are determined solely by right and wrong? National interests supersede everything. I care not whether he is good or bad, nor his relation to the biochemical disaster. I will not permit a person with multiple extraordinary abilities to remain beyond the government's control. The president coldly interrupted Leon's explanation, rebuking him sternly. At his level, considerations transcend mere notions of right and wrong. He is a politician, not a judge. A being with wings, equipped with adamantium claws, capable of unleashing powerful lasers. Operating unchecked within his territory. How could that be tolerated? Just because he is not dealt with now does not mean he won't be swayed by others. Such individuals must either be kept under control or eliminated. There are no other options. Mr. President, Leon attempted to interject. The president waved him off. You are weary. Take a break. Had it not been for Leon's exceptional abilities and the fact that he had saved his daughter, coupled with their long-standing camaraderie, he would have been dismissed outright. Allowing him a respite was the least severe reprimand he could offer. Very well, Leon conceded, reluctantly unfastening his sidearm and placing his badge down before turning to leave. With a resounding thud, an axe cleaved a massive log in two. In front of the wooden cabin, Chu Xian tirelessly split wood, stacking it beneath the eaves, preparing it to dry for future fires. Having resigned from his logging job, he now led a secluded life, isolated from the world. Once he finished chopping the firewood, Chu Xian returned indoors. Noticing the food supplies were dwindling, he called to the inner room. We are low on meat. I'll head up the mountain to hunt some game. All right, go ahead. Alice, who was typing, nodded at his words, then recalled something and quickly cautioned. Oh, and take the shotgun. Don't rely solely on your eyesight. It could expose your abilities and attract unwanted trouble. Understood, he replied, aware that she had been investigating for half a month without success. Have you not made contact yet? Chu Xian asked as he retrieved his gun, noticing Alice still deep in thought. Not yet. This person is quite cunning and exceedingly cautious. All I know is that he is affiliated with Westgear and is still attempting to make contact. Aren't you going hunting? Why are you dawdling? Don't disturb me. I'm busy. Alice, noticing Chu Xian still lingering nearby, waved her hand in dissatisfaction, urging him to leave and not disrupt her work. Then I shall take my leave. Chu Xian replied resignedly, grasping his hunting rifle as he stepped outside. Venturing into the mountains, he soon spotted a wild deer and raised his gun to take aim. With a bang, the shot rang out, startling the deer, which let out a series of distressed cries before limping away swiftly into the depths of the forest. Damn, I missed, Chu Xian lamented, recognizing his lack of shooting prowess. Despite years of practice with the rifle, he had yet to master it. Indeed, the laser sight would have secured the deer's capture without a chance of escape. Yet, Alice had forbidden its use, leaving him no choice but to follow the blood trail quickly. Along the way, he noticed numerous claw marks on the trees. However, emboldened by his skill, he paid little heed and continued the pursuit. Soon, he spotted the injured deer resting ahead. Out of strength, are you? Let us see where you run now, he said, lifting his rifle to deliver the finishing shot. Suddenly, a massive brown bear burst forth from the side, swatting him away with a single blow. Inside the house, a phone rang urgently. What is happening? How did I forget my phone again? Alice grumbled as she entered, picking up Chu Xuan's phone to answer it. A frantic voice echoed from the other end. Leon, Chu Xian, there has been an incident at the airport. The president may send someone after you. Be extremely cautious. Just then, the front door was violently kicked open, and a squad of soldiers burst in. Alice began to react, only to feel a sharp pain in her back. A syringe had been inserted. With a thud, 2 tranquilizer darts flew in from the window, striking her and causing her to faint, her phone slipping from her grasp. Captain, the target has been secured. It appears to be Chu Xian's woman, reported a masked soldier after searching the room and confirming it was vacant. Take her away, commanded the leading officer. The soldiers apprehended Alice and led her out. The captain picked up Chu Xuan's phone, noticing the screen was shattered. Yet the name Leon on the caller ID furrowed his brow in concern. Meanwhile, Chu Xian remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble, carrying a brown bear down the mountain. Captain, there seems to be some movement over there, called one of the ambushed soldiers. The captain turned his gaze in the direction indicated, spotting a bear ambling down the mountain. He waved dismissively. It's merely a bear foraging. A single shot will suffice to drive it away. Understood, the soldiers acknowledged, preparing to relay the order. However, the captain suddenly noticed the bear's unusual gait and called out, "Wait a moment." Taking out his binoculars, he peered through them, his eyes widening in shock as he realized that a person was carrying the enormous bear. The colossal brown bear was effortlessly lifted by a man, showcasing the remarkable strength of his arms. He hastily activated the intercom to notify the teams. "Attention, everyone, the target has appeared." With that, he summoned another individual from behind, instructing, "You take a look and see if it is indeed him." The man stepped forward, revealing himself to be the secretary of the senator from the airport incident. The secretary took the binoculars, glanced through them, and confidently declared, "It is he, without a doubt. I witnessed firsthand how his goggles could emit lasers, and those wings. Not to mention the steel claws that emerged from his fists. There can be no mistake. All teams, take note. This individual holds immense research value. Capture him alive if possible. Prepare the stun batons and tranquilizer darts." The leading captain, having confirmed the identity of Chu Xian, promptly relayed the orders. The soldiers concealed in the vicinity readied themselves. "Alice, I have returned. Look what I've brought." Shortly thereafter, Chu Xian arrived at the cabin, tossing the brown bear into the courtyard and calling out towards the interior. However, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Not a sound could be heard. "Alice, my dear wife." Chu Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the door. Inside, a group of soldiers lay in ambush, holding their breath, fingers poised on the switches of their stun batons, waiting for Chu Xian to open the door to incapacitate him. Yet, as he reached the threshold, Chu Xian suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes at the footprints on the door, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Chapter 67. Overwhelming the army, causing the special forces to weep. The formidable senses of the Wolverine beast allowed Chu Xian to keenly detect the impending danger. He slowly withdrew his hand to his waist, preparing to remove his goggles. "This is bad," he has noticed. The captain, observing the battlefield from a distance, grasped the gravity of the situation and swiftly issued a command. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a squad of soldiers clad in specialized combat gear charged out, the 2 leading members brandishing stun batons directly at Chu Xian. In the face of this crisis, Chu Xian had no time to don his goggles. He unleashed his steel claws, wildly swinging at the approaching batons. Swish, swish, swish. Several glimmers of cold light sliced through the air as the batons collided with Chu Xian's body. However, he remained entirely unscathed. The soldiers frantically pressed their buttons. Yet Chu Xian showed no signs of injury. Lowering their gazes, they soon realized, unbeknownst to them, that Chu Xian's hands had sprouted wolverine claws, having severed their batons with ease. Attempting to poke him with a headless baton would yield no results. Realizing the predicament, the 2 soldiers prepared to retreat. Yet it was far too late. One does not provoke another and simply flee. Such fortune does not exist in this world. Chu Xian swung his claws, taking down one soldier after another. The unfortunate duo had barely registered what was happening before they crumpled to the ground. "Attack! Attack!" The captain, witnessing his soldiers fall, continued to issue commands. With a resounding bang, a soldier pulled the trigger, and 2 projectiles, tethered to high-voltage wires, pierced through Chu Xian's chest, crackling with arcs of electricity that coursed around him, causing his body to shudder. He had been struck. The soldier wielding the stun gun beamed with delight, believing Chu Xian would soon collapse, his expression radiating triumph. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, for Chu Xian, amidst the onslaught of electricity, grasped the 2 projectiles and yanked them free. His formidable self-healing factor endowed him with an extraordinary physique and resilience. How could a stun gun, designed for incapacitating humans, possibly affect him? It was inconceivable. Even a wild beast would succumb, yet here he stood, unscathed. The soldier was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. The stun gun unleashed a powerful current, rendering its target instantly unable to resist. It was potent enough to bring down even the mightiest of creatures. An ordinary person would falter at the first strike, yet Chu Xian not only remained unharmed, but also managed to pull the electrodes out, an absurdity. Returning the favor, Chu Xian flung the electrodes back, striking the soldier with precision. The soldier, hit by the electrodes, was immediately overwhelmed by the terrifying current, convulsing and collapsing. Foam spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Charge! The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this, surged forward, intent on subduing Chu Xian. Yet, alas, their ambush was futile. In a head-on confrontation, they stood no chance against him. With each punch, they were sent sprawling, searching for their lost teeth amidst the chaos. As Chu Xian overwhelmed the soldiers, a series of faint whistling sounds pierced the air, and several darts shot towards his back. The earlier frontal assault had merely been a diversion, akin to breaking down a door to capture Alice's attention, designed to distract Chu Xian. Indeed, he fell for the ruse. Entangled in combat with the soldiers, leaving his back exposed and vulnerable to the darts. In an instant, 3 syringes of tranquilizer were injected into his body, halting the once unstoppable Chu Xian, who slowly turned to face the source of the attack. The marksman, without hesitation, pulled the trigger again. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more tranquilizers struck his chest. "Captain, it's done. Prepare to take over." The ambushing marksman emerged from behind the pile of debris, a triumphant smile gracing his face, confidently communicating over the radio. Previously, Alice had succumbed to his tranquilizer after being struck 3 times. Thus, he had deliberately doubled the dosage for Chu Xian, firing 6 darts, equivalent to 6 times the dosage for an average person. Not even an elephant could withstand such an assault. Victory was assured. "Fool, are you blind?" However, instead of accolades, he was met with furious rebuke. The marksman was taken aback, turning to gaze at Chu Xian. In the next moment, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Chu Xian's body merely swayed slightly before he trembled, his muscles contracting with such force that the tranquilizer darts were expelled and fell to the ground. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The tranquilizer shooter, witnessing this, was struck with terror and hastily raised his weapon to continue firing. "Charge!" Chu Xian bellowed, resembling a wild beast rushing toward the shooter. 1 dart, 2 darts, 3 darts. 3 more struck the frenzied Chu Xian, yet they could not impede his movement in the slightest. With a resounding crash, Chu Xian lunged like a famished wolf, toppling his opponent and sending a cascade of debris scattering across the ground, blood splattering everywhere. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. Afterward, Chu Xian rose calmly, removing the darts from his body as he shook his head, restoring himself to normalcy. What in the world is this creature? How does it possess such extraordinary resilience? Fire! Open fire! The lead soldier, witnessing Chu Xian withstand multiple electric shocks with no effect from the tranquilizers, was astounded. Without hesitation, he immediately enacted the second plan. If capturing him alive was impossible, then they would eliminate him. At the command of the lead soldier, several teams of soldiers hidden in the woods emerged, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Chu Xian. Bullets rained down upon him as if they were free, determined to turn him into a mere pincushion. "Humph!" Chu Xian scoffed, and from his back, iron wings unfurled violently, bursting forth from his backpack. With a fierce motion, he enveloped himself within them. The bullets struck against the steel wings with a clattering sound. Although the wings did not possess the hardness of adamantium, their flexibility was unmatched. The bullets made contact, bending slightly to absorb the impact before bouncing off, creating sparks yet inflicting no harm upon Chu Xian. Are those wings? My goodness, metal wings. How is that even possible? Good heavens, the bullets were all deflected. The surrounding soldiers were left dumbfounded, mouths agape and eyes wide with shock and disbelief. They had presumed Chu Xian merely carried an ordinary backpack, only to discover it concealed a pair of wings, metallic wings at that. Were they truly sent to kill him? It felt more like they were dispatched to battle a monster. As they awaited the exhaustion of their magazines, preparing to reload, Chu Xian vigorously flapped his wings, launching steel feathers like projectiles at the surrounding soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. The attacking soldiers fell one by one, their cries of agony echoing in the air. What the hell? The wings can attack too? Soldiers cursed in disbelief. They had thought the wings were for defense, only to find they could also launch lethal feathers. What kind of feathers are these that are sharp enough to pierce through bulletproof vests? A soldier, who narrowly escaped an attack, gazed at the lifeless body of his comrade beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that a bulletproof vest, designed to withstand bullets, could prove utterly ineffective against mere feathers. What in the world are we battling? Some monstrous entity? Meanwhile, an injured soldier, paralyzed by fear and racked with pain, retreated in terror, sobbing uncontrollably. The orders had only specified dealing with one person, not a beast. Although they were elite soldiers, they were not monster hunters. From a distance, the commanding officer overseeing the battlefield witnessed his men being decimated and, in a fit of rage, slapped his secretary, demanding, "Did you not say his wings were composed of white feathers, merely for flight? How can they be iron wings capable of attacking?" The secretary, cradling his swollen face, was on the verge of tears. At the airport, he had witnessed Chu Xian's wings functioning solely for flight, appearing as normal feathers. Who could have foreseen that? After some time apart, they had transformed into wings of steel? This was entirely beyond his comprehension. "I am the commander," he declared. "It appears that the target has undergone a new mutation. Deploy the tanks and prepare the armed helicopters to ensure the enemy does not escape." He initially thought it excessive to deploy tanks against a mere human. Yet, astonishingly, they were indeed required, and so soon into the conflict. It was almost unbelievable. Chapter 68. Revenge does not wait for nightfall. The scene returns to dust. Boom, boom, boom. As the commander issued his orders, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted around them. Several tanks and armored vehicles rolled out with a resounding roar, encircling Chu Xian. The massive cannons turned, aimed directly at him, while soldiers atop the vehicles trained their machine guns on the target. Moreover, at the edge of the cliff, an armed combat helicopter slowly ascended, locking onto Chu Xian. It effectively sealed off all avenues of escape, both on land and in the sky. Was such an elaborate display truly warranted against an ordinary person? Chu Xian, having dispatched the last soldier, removed his sunglasses and donned a laser visor, surveying the overwhelming display of force around him with incredulity. He mused to himself, "I haven't truly wronged this nation. How could they mobilize the military against me, deploying heavy artillery? They must think highly of me indeed. Mr. Chu, I recognize your prowess, but remember, you are still flesh and blood. I hope you will comply and surrender peacefully so we can investigate. Once it is established that you had no involvement in the airport's terrorist attack, we will release you. Otherwise, at the sound of my command, you will face certain death." The commanding officer, seeing that the heavily armed forces had assembled, stepped boldly from the hillside, shouting through a megaphone at Chu Xian. The orders were clear: capture Chu Xian at all costs, and if necessary, eliminate him. As he prepared to launch a genuine assault, he felt compelled to grant Chu Xian an opportunity. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would be difficult to justify to the president. He believed that any rational individual, upon witnessing his formidable stance, would comprehend the futility of resistance. Ideally, he hoped that Chu Xian would surrender outright. If not, he would have no choice but to return with a corpse, which could serve as a subject for study. After all, as an officer, he presumed that the examination of the living and the deceased would yield similar insights. "Very well, I am amenable to surrendering, but I have a stipulation." Chu Xian, fully aware of the untrustworthiness of the American officials, less honorable than mere merchants, remained skeptical of his adversary's assurances. Noticing a figure lurking behind the leading officer, he recognized him as one of the survivors he had rescued at the airport. With a narrowed gaze and a slight smile, he spoke, "Oh, Mr. Chu, please feel free to articulate your demands. As long as they are not excessive, I can convey them to the president on your behalf." The leading officer's eyes gleamed at this unexpected turn of events. Initially, he had merely followed protocol in attempting to persuade Chu Xian to capitulate, never anticipating that he would make a request. This was an opportunity. If he could capture Chu Xian alive, the accolades would undoubtedly be his. "If I am not mistaken, it was that individual behind you who betrayed me," Chu Xian asserted vehemently. "On that fateful day, amidst the corpses, I saved him, yet he repays my kindness with treachery. Such a wretched being serves no purpose. Should you eliminate him, I shall consider accompanying you." Chu Xian's gaze was fixed on the senator's aide as he spoke with righteous indignation. His act of saving lives had always been a matter of course, devoid of any expectation of reward. However, the audacity of the other party to conspire against him was intolerable, and he resolved to eliminate such a person. In an instant, all the soldiers turned their attention to the man behind the leading officer. Though he was ostensibly one of their own, as soldiers, they held contempt for those who displayed ingratitude. While they remained silent, a shared disdain simmered within them. Even the leading officer cast a glance at the senator's aide, causing him to panic. "Do not heed his words. Even without his intervention, I would not have perished at the airport. He merely happened to be present when I escaped. Do not forget, without my information, how could you have located him? He is the monster. He released the virus at the airport. How can we trust a being such as him?" Quickly, Open fire and eliminate this monster. Understanding dawned upon the surrounding soldiers. Ah, so that's it. I thought the aide was merely ungrateful. It turns out he is the one who unleashed the virus, remarked one soldier. A terrorist who releases viruses is indeed not to be trusted, another soldier concurred. This fellow is cunning, attempting to sow discord among us, declared a soldier who fancied himself astute enough to see through Chu Xian's scheme. Do not assume they are mere foot soldiers who can be easily deceived. The words of a terrorist are untrustworthy. The commanding officer's gaze fell upon the face of the senator's secretary, and from his panicked expression, he discerned the truth in Su Chuan's words. However, as the leader of the troops, he could not execute one of his own based solely on Su Chuan's claims. Such an act would deter future defections. Thus, the assassination of the senator's secretary was out of the question. On the contrary, he must be safeguarded. Rest assured, your provision of information for national security is secure with me. Even if there are mistakes, no one will hold you accountable. The commanding officer reassured the senator's secretary before turning his attention to Su Chuan. Mr. Su, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your demands at this moment. Accompany me back. As long as you can prove you did not release the virus at the airport, I shall restore your innocence. This is not a negotiation. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan realized that his attempt to leverage the officer into eliminating the treacherous secretary was futile. He ceased further dialogue. Having already locked his gaze upon the senator's secretary during his conversation with the officer, with his eyes fixed, he pressed a button on his ocular device. In an instant, a crimson laser shot forth from his eyes, coalescing into a powerful beam that swiftly struck the senator's secretary. The attack was executed with such abruptness, and the speed of light in the cosmos was unmatched. The secretary had no time to react before he was struck. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly lowered his head to behold the gaping wound in his chest, a visage of shock, terror, and incredulity. It seemed inconceivable to him that Su Chuan could be so ruthless, dispatching him without a moment's hesitation, paying no heed to the surrounding tanks and machine guns. With a thud, the senator's secretary collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, the scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone stood frozen, taken aback. Who could have anticipated that Su Chuan, while ostensibly engaged in negotiation, was actually delivering a death sentence, prepared to execute with lethal swiftness, leaving no time for defense? Such mercilessness was indeed a rarity in this world. Damn it, open fire. Eliminate him. The commanding officer, now thoroughly enraged, raised his hand to command a full-scale assault. After all, he was a figure close to the president, someone who was usually accorded respect. Just moments after he had vowed to protect the senator's secretary, Su Chuan had executed him, a public humiliation he could not endure. He decisively ordered the annihilation of Su Chuan. With the officer's command, the surrounding gunners squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets directed at Su Chuan. Chapter 69, experienced true despair. Su Chuan swiftly folded his wings forward, embedding them into the ground, encasing himself within. The bullets rained upon his metallic wings, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds as sparks erupted. Although his steel wings were robust, they were made of organic metal, their hardness unable to rival that of adamantium. While they could withstand the fire of standard rifles, they were ill-equipped to endure the relentless barrage from machine guns. Soon, his steel feathers began to shatter and fall to the ground. As Chu Xian observed the steel wings shatter before him, he remained unperturbed. These wings, composed of organic metal, possessed the ability to regenerate. Having acquired such wings, it was imperative to test their resilience against impacts. Suddenly, a rocket propelled towards him, sending both Chu Xian and his steel wings hurtling into the wooden cabin. Is he dead? The surrounding soldiers, witnessing Chu Xian's crash into the cabin, wore expressions of anxiety. They had engaged in battles with soldiers from various nations, yet none had encountered a mutant like Chu Xian, which left them feeling apprehensive. With a rocket like that, there's no way he survived, sneered a soldier wielding a rocket launcher. I saw it myself. Under the relentless barrage of machine gun fire, his wings sustained considerable damage. After enduring a rocket blast, he must surely be dead, another machine gunner concurred. Ha! Let that brat be arrogant. He now understands our might. The surrounding soldiers erupted in laughter, reveling in their anticipated victory. Finally, he is dead. How dare he challenge the military's heavy artillery? It was sheer folly. You lot, go check if you can salvage any remains. The commanding officer sighed with relief, a victorious smile gracing his face as he gazed at the human-shaped indentation in the cabin. Such a degree of assault would have reduced even a battle tank to scrap, let alone a mere human like Chu Xian. Surely, that rocket must have claimed his life. The only uncertainty lay in how much debris remained after the explosion. He promptly ordered his subordinates to retrieve the body. Understood. Two soldiers, heeding the command, set down their weapons, and approached the cabin to drag Chu Xian's corpse back. However, as they drew near, the rubble suddenly erupted, and a hand emerged from the debris. Ah! The two soldiers, startled, instinctively halted, their eyes fixated on the rubble as they swallowed hard. Please don't tell me he is still alive. That was a rocket launcher, exclaimed one in disbelief. The commanding officer's triumphant grin froze at the sight of the hand breaking through the debris. His gaze locked onto the ruins, scarcely daring to breathe. All surrounding soldiers turned their attention to the wreckage, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. With a resounding crash, the ruins collapsed entirely, and Chu Xian rose from the remnants. Ah, he has come back to life. The sight of Chu Xian standing again caused the two soldiers who had approached to retrieve his body to faint in terror. How is it possible that he is not dead? One soldier gasped. Not only is he alive, but I can't see a single wound on him. Unbelievable. The rocket launcher merely damaged his wings, leaving him unharmed? What madness is this world descending into? The soldiers around him were left in a state of shock and disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Chu Xian. To my astonishment, Chu Xian's defenses proved to be nothing short of terrifying. After an extended assault, even employing a rocket launcher, he emerged with merely superficial injuries. Is this truly the extent of human defense? It is utterly ludicrous. Alas, those beautiful wings are regrettably inadequate in their protective capabilities, which is rather unfortunate. Observing his damaged wings, Chu Xian frowned and shook his head in dissatisfaction, voicing his grievances. He had hoped to ascertain whether those wings could withstand a tank shell, only to have them obliterated by a single rocket. They are like mere silver-plated weapons, impressive in appearance but lacking in utility. The soldiers surrounding him, upon hearing his complaints, were left in a state of despair. How could it be? That was a machine gun, a rocket launcher. Vehicles could be reduced to rubble, yet it merely punctured his wings. With such formidable defenses, how could he dare to claim they were inadequate? In the midst of his words, Chu Xian unfurled his wings, and the organic metal visibly began to repair itself at an astonishing rate. Look, his wings seem to be mending. My heavens, how incredibly swift. It's as if they are regenerating before our very eyes. Oh, divine. Such resilient wings can even self-repair. What manner of creature is this? The soldiers, witnessing the swift restoration of the wings they had labored to damage, were left agape, their jaws dropping in sheer disbelief. A cacophony of thoughts filled their minds, and they were overwhelmed with despair. You possess metallic wings, which is understandable. They accept that the wings have formidable defenses. But to claim that such resilient wings can also self-repair? Is there no law or justice in this world? Cursed be it. We must not allow his wings to restore fully. Fire! Fire! The commanding officer, equally shaken, bellowed his orders. Just moments ago, Chu Xian had withstood a rocket launcher that had damaged his wings. If he were to recover now, it would be impossible for them to withstand another assault. They would be in grave danger. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to strike while he was vulnerable. The tank crew, having received their orders, promptly fired. A shell hurtled from the tank's cannon, spiraling rapidly toward Chu Xian. You think to seize my life in my moment of weakness? Alas, you are mistaken. I am far from weak. As the tank fired, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Xian's lips. With a mere thought, his body vanished under the control of the Nightwalker gene. Boom. The tank shell struck the wooden structure, unleashing a terrifying explosion. The massive building could not withstand the force and erupted in a spectacular display. Splinters of wood flew in all directions. They hit him. The surrounding soldiers erupted in cheers. The entire house had been obliterated. Surely, he was doomed now. One soldier exclaimed with excitement. Yet, the tank's firepower was overwhelming. He was likely reduced to nothing but ashes. Making it difficult to explain to the president upon their return, lamented the adjutant as he gazed at the ruins. Chu Xian has perished, and his mission has reached its conclusion. However, it cannot be deemed flawless. Not only was he not captured alive, but even his body could not be retrieved, which would likely be difficult to justify. Is he truly dead? Why do I harbor an ominous premonition? In the face of the jubilant crowd, the leading officer is inexplicably plagued by a sense of foreboding. Yet, he had just witnessed Chu Xian engulfed in flames, making it implausible for him to still be alive. I see you are weary. It is now my turn to strike. Just as everyone believed that Chu Xian had been obliterated by the tank's barrage, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Chu Xian. Upon hearing the name, everyone turned in unison, their collective gasp echoing as they beheld the figure behind them. Their spines drenched in cold sweat. They could not fathom that the individual who was supposed to have perished in the explosion was not only alive, but had also materialized behind them. Terrifyingly, the wings at his back appeared to have nearly fully healed. Even more alarming was the ominous red glow emanating from his ocular lens. Chapter 70. Arrogance amidst cataclysm, take cover. The leading officer, upon seeing the red light on Chu Xian's lens, recalled the information regarding the laser, exclaiming a warning as he dropped to the ground. Yet, it was too late. Whoosh! The dreadful laser shot forth from Chu Xian's ocular lens, slicing through the air and crashing into the ranks of the army. Boom! The tanks were pierced by this terrifying laser, resulting in a massive explosion. Chu Xian's head suddenly pivoted, and the horrifying laser continued to unleash a devastating barrage. Countless unprepared soldiers and vehicles were cleaved in two. Ah! My legs! My waist! Help me! Someone save me! In an instant, the air was filled with wails of despair, and the scene transformed into a mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood, with the barely alive soldiers frantically crying for assistance. What is happening? How did he suddenly appear behind us? I don't know. Perhaps he flew out at the moment of the explosion. Impossible. How could anyone in this world move with such speed? My heavens! What kind of laser apparatus is this? Capable of emitting such terrifying beams that can penetrate tanks? What a sweeping force! What manner of monster is this? Run! Flee! The monster approaches. The fortunate survivors, trembling with fear, fled in disarray. With just a glance, he had decimated dozens of soldiers and several tanks. Such horrific power was utterly shocking. Damn it, sniper! Take out his lens immediately. The leading officer, witnessing the devastation around him, dared not rise, bellowing into his earpiece. In this battle, having suffered such heavy losses, regardless of the outcome of the mission, he would face dismissal. Yet before that could occur, he must ensure Chu Xian's demise. Chu Xian, the formidable wielder of the laser scope, rendered powerless without it, akin to a toothless tiger, no longer a source of fear. A thunderous gunshot reverberated through the valley. From the high ground above, a sniper bullet spiraled at high velocity towards Chu Xian's head. In an instant, the menacing scope was obliterated by the sniper's shot, the tremendous impact causing Chu Xian's head to tilt, inducing a momentary dizziness that compelled him to instinctively shut his eyes. The laser beam vanished without a trace. We hit him, a soldier exclaimed with delight. As the laser's disappearance was noted by others, a collective sigh of relief ensued. Ha! Our captain is indeed astute. Having anticipated this, some praised, grateful for their leader's foresight, for had Chu Xian continued to unleash his firepower, they might have suffered devastating casualties. Chu Xian, it matters not how you stealthily approached us from behind. Now that you are devoid of your laser scope, let us see how you contend with me. The commanding officer proclaimed, a triumphant grin upon his face. He had invested heavily in this mission, with the president issuing direct orders to ensure Chu Xian's capture. He is without his scope. Open fire and eliminate him. Fire, fire. Avenge our fallen comrades. Kill. The soldiers, who had previously fled in terror, halted their retreat, their expressions contorted with malice as they turned to face Chu Xian. Just moments ago, he had been their superior, prompting their flight, but now, stripped of his laser weaponry, he was left vulnerable to their assault. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down upon Chu Xian, striking his head, leaving him disoriented. He had no time to retract his wings for defense as a torrential barrage of bullets pelted his body, riddling him with countless holes. In a rush, he folded his wings to shield himself. At that moment, the tank's cannon rotated into position, locking onto Chu Xian, and fired. Boom! The terrifying shell, accompanied by a deafening roar, struck his wings. The metallic appendages, not forged from adamantium, were instantly obliterated, enveloping Chu Xian in a conflagration of terror. The colossal force propelled him violently to the ground, carving a deep trench before he finally crashed into a large tree, coming to a precarious halt. Ceasefire! Ceasefire! The commanding officer waved his hand urgently, ordering his men to stop. This fellow is finally dead. The injured soldiers around him exhaled in relief. Ha! He got what he deserved, daring to confront our special forces. What utter folly! One laughed maniacally, berating Chu Xian's audacity. Boy, weren't you so arrogant? If you have the guts, rise again and give it another go. To their astonishment, one soldier spat and stepped forward, brimming with bravado, only to be rendered speechless as Chu Xian stood once more. Despite having been reduced to a mere sieve and blasted by a tank, Chu Xian somehow staggered back to his feet, instilling terror in those around him as they recoiled in disbelief. He stumbled over a stone and fell unceremoniously to the ground. How could this be? He had been turned to shreds and struck by a tank shell, yet he still stood. His bones appeared to be made of metal. Metal bones? How is that even possible? What are we truly battling against, a robot? Is this individual even human? The surrounding soldiers gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bursting with shock. They could scarcely believe that someone could survive the onslaught of tank fire and rise again. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Chu Xian's bones were of metallic composition. It was utterly horrifying. Look, His skin is healing. They exclaimed in disbelief. How could he possibly regenerate after sustaining such damage? What manner of creature is this? It was madness, absolute madness. Either I am losing my mind, or this world has gone utterly insane. The soldiers were gripped by despair, their eyes filled with terror. The fact that he could not be killed was already alarming, but the rapid regeneration was beyond comprehension. How could one defeat such a foe? Many were so overwhelmed that they soiled themselves in fear as they retreated. Do not retreat. He has lost his visor and cannot emit lasers. He may not be dead, but he is no longer a threat. Lock him down. The commanding officer quickly regained his composure and barked orders. Though the resilience of this seemingly invincible creature was indeed astonishing, defense alone would not suffice. Without the support of his laser visor, his defenses were rendered useless. If they could restrain him, he would pose no danger. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers, following orders, hastily produced chains, preparing to subdue Chu Xian, who said I could no longer unleash lasers without my visor. The visor merely suppressed my vision. Now that you have destroyed it, you shall all perish. Facing the soldiers armed with chains, Chu Xian let out a cold, mocking laugh as his eyes widened with intensity. In an instant, terrifying beams of laser erupted from his eyes. Where there had been 1 laser with the visor, now there were 2, unleashed in full force. The horrific beams swiftly pierced through the 2 soldiers who dared to approach. The soldiers screamed in despair, their bodies disintegrating into a cloud of ash under the relentless onslaught of the lasers. With the visor no longer a limitation, Chu Xian lost all restraint. He turned his gaze toward any incoming attacks, unleashing his lasers with devastating precision. The soldiers opened fire, but he eliminated them all with a single glance. The machine gun of the armored vehicle swept across the area, yet with a mere look, Chu Xian overturned the vehicle. When the tank fired, he merely glanced at it, and it exploded. Even the sniper's distant shot was evaded with a slight turn of his head as he directed his gaze toward the mountain. The entire mountain crumbled under the sweep of his gaze. The unfortunate sniper had no chance to evade the onslaught of laser fire, being crushed to death beneath the collapsing peak. In that moment, all special forces, armored vehicles, tanks, and snipers were reduced to mere ash beneath his laser beams. Even the combat helicopters, initially poised to attack, dared not engage, hastily retreating into the sky to escape. The valley was filled with wails of despair and the sounds of explosions, as if the world itself were facing its end. Did you wish to provoke me? Your desire has been fulfilled. It is impossible, utterly inconceivable. The leading officer trembled in disbelief, shaking his head in a frenzy, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness. How could there exist a being so terrifying? It defied all logic. He urgently called to his surviving adjutant. Quick, bring that woman to me. Chu Xian had completely lost control. If this continued, the entire valley would be submerged beneath the fallen mountain, and none would escape alive. The only hope of calming Chu Xian might lie with the woman they had captured upon their arrival. One could only hope that he was a man of sentiment. Otherwise, all would truly be lost. Chapter 71. Alice's wrath annihilates the remnants. New target. East Slav soon. The unconscious Alice was hoisted from the trench by the adjutant and a guard. Chu Xian, ceasefire. The leading officer called out as he saw Alice being brought forth. However, no sooner had he spoken than Chu Xian's laser swept through the air, forcing the officer to roll on the ground to avoid the deadly beam. Had Chu Xian possessed precision in his aim, that single moment would have cost him his head. Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to sacrifice not only your life, but hers as well? The officer, drenched in cold sweat, drew his pistol, aiming it menacingly at Alice's head. Chu Xian was indeed ruthless, that much was clear, but the officer was no fool. He had maneuvered his way to the president's side for a reason. If Chu Xian cared for the woman, that was one thing. If he did not, then they would all perish together. Indeed, upon hearing the officer's words, the once mad Chu Xian finally closed his terrifying laser eyes, turning his gaze upon the leading officer. Ha ha ha. So you are a man of feeling after all. Now that I have your woman, do you think I fear your threats? I shall avenge the destruction of my forces. Seeing that Chu Xian had truly ceased his assault, the officer felt a surge of relief, a smirk forming on his lips. If you wish for her to live, surrender immediately, or do not blame my bullets for their indiscriminate nature. At last, the monster had halted his barrage. The fortunate few soldiers who had survived began to gather around the leading officer, casting fearful glances at Chu Xian. Damn it, that was terrifying. If he continues to fire recklessly, the entire valley will collapse. A soldier wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surveying the crumbling mountains around him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was indeed the wisdom of our captain that had anticipated this adversary's vulnerability, capturing his woman in advance. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. The adjutant glanced at the commanding officer, a look of relief on his face. Several tanks and numerous armored vehicles had proven ineffective against Chu Xian, who was utterly terrifying. Yet, despite his fearsome nature, he was still human, possessing his own weaknesses. Our captain had prudently prepared for this, or else we would have fallen prey to this young man. The owner of the timber factory had mentioned that this woman had been his companion for many years, their bond of love evident. Now that she was in our grasp, I was eager to see how he would respond. The fear on the faces of the nearby soldiers dissipated, replaced by expressions of triumph, as they believed they had the upper hand. "You arrogant brat, why not unleash another taunt?" One soldier jeered, pointing directly at Chu Xian. "Your woman is in our possession. Why not surrender at once? What are you waiting for?" Others shouted commands at Chu Xian, acting as if they had him completely under control. "You think I am blind to your attempts to deceive me? Do you honestly believe I would fall for your tricks?" Nevertheless, upon hearing their taunts, Chu Xian remained eerily calm, disdain evident in his cold scoff. He prepared to open his eyes once more. The surrounding soldiers, who had previously felt invincible, were suddenly struck with fear, hastily covering their heads and retreating in panic. "Wait, don't open your eyes recklessly. She truly is your woman." The once menacing commanding officer instantly turned timid, issuing another warning. He had thought that possessing Chu Xian's woman would grant him power over him. Yet he had overlooked a crucial detail. Chu Xian was blind, and opening his eyes unleashed a lethal gaze, rendering their threats ineffective. "Your words mean nothing to me. I cannot see," Chu Xian replied dismissively. "How can I trust that you are not merely using some random animal to deceive me? What are you standing there for? Hurry and awaken her." The commanding officer kicked the dazed adjutant, barking orders. "Ah, yes." The adjutant quickly rummaged through his pack, soon retrieving a vial of serum to administer to Alice. "Chu Xian, what happened to me?" Shortly after, Alice let out a soft whimper, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the bewildered Chu Xian, who stood some distance away. "What do you mean? What happened?" "You are our hostage now. Persuade your man to surrender quickly, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness," the commanding officer threatened harshly. "Our home was destroyed by you." In response to the officer's threats, Alice paid no heed. Instead, she stared vacantly at the remnants of their once cherished wooden house, now reduced to ruins. It had been their home for many years, and now it lay in shambles. There was no doubt that the one responsible for its destruction was this officer, who wielded his weapon to intimidate Chu Xian. In an instant, an uncontrollable fury surged within me. "What of your house being blown up? If you do not persuade me to surrender, I shall have your life as well." The commanding officer, oblivious to the monstrous entity he had provoked, disdainfully retorted. "He had already lost an armored division, and yet you still lament over that worthless house. Can a mere wooden shack compare to the value of his heavily armored troops? Chu Xian, have you heard? The woman in my grasp is yours. I command you not to move. You lot, go forth and bind him with chains." The enraged commanding officer issued his ultimatum to Chu Xian, then gestured for his subordinates to approach with chains to restrain him. Me, the lieutenant, upon receiving the commanding officer's gaze, felt tears welling up. That was a monster. What if Chu Xian retaliated and obliterated him? Fear not, with a hostage in hand. What is there to worry about? The commanding officer, seeing his subordinate's cowardice, kicked him and scolded him. Today, nearly the entire battalion faced annihilation. If they could not bind Chu Xian, their return would mean death. It was better to leverage Chu Xian's emotional ties to secure his surrender and redeem themselves. "I will go now." The lieutenant, though reluctant, steeled himself and picked up the fallen chains, approaching Chu Xian with the intent to bind him. "Huh, bind me? You have no idea who it is you are confronting." Hearing their intention to restrain him, Chu Xian chuckled, calmly donning a pair of sunglasses. In truth, he had recognized the truth in the commanding officer's words but feigned ignorance to provoke him, aiming to awaken Alice. Now that she had awakened, the subsequent matters would no longer concern him. "What do you mean?" The commanding officer was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Chu Xian donning sunglasses, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Years of military experience had honed his sensitivity to crises, and he immediately prepared to pull the trigger. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A surge of psychic energy erupted from Alice, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The commanding officer, in terror, discovered that his body had become immobile. Something had invaded his mind, controlling his very being. "How dare you destroy my home?" Alice suddenly lifted her head and glared fiercely. Her terrifying psychic force erupted violently, pressing down on everything around her. "Impossible. You too are a power wielder. I loathe this." The commanding officer's face contorted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend that this seemingly harmless woman was the most formidable of monsters. Had he known, he would never have spared her life, let alone awakened her to threaten Chu Xian. Yet, alas, This world offers no remedy for regret. With a horrific scream, he was crushed by the very psychic force he had underestimated. No, help. Surrounding soldiers, still clinging to life, sought mercy, yet it was too late. Their bodies became ungovernable, levitating and contorted by a terrifying mental force. Cursed be this fate. The pilot of the armed helicopter, witnessing this horror, was struck with paralyzing fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended and turned the craft, desperate to flee. Alas, it was already too late. In the next instant, a surge of psychic energy invaded his mind, distorting his features in agony as blood seeped from his orifices. The helicopter spiraled out of control, plummeting into the valley and erupting in a colossal blaze. After dispatching the last soldier, Alice collapsed, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. How careless of her to have been subdued by a handful of insignificant foes. Chu Xian approached Alice, extending his hand. She grasped it to rise, casting him an exasperated glance. "It's only because I was worried about you," she retorted. "Let us depart. This place is no longer safe." Chu Xian understood that his identity had been compromised. If these soldiers could come once, they could return a second or third time. Remaining here would mean perpetual unrest. "Where to?" Alice inquired, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. "Did you not uncover the whereabouts of one of Weskier's subordinates?" "We should seek him out for information," Chu Xian proposed thoughtfully. "That individual is exceedingly cautious. I couldn't establish contact." "All I know is that she has gone to East Slav," Alice replied, shaking her head. "Wait, East Slav? A woman?" Chu Xian paused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Weskier is one of the clandestine masterminds behind Umbrella, boasting many subordinates, but one in East Slav would be rare. Could this capable aide be her? Boom. As Chu Xian and Alice departed, an aircraft emblazoned with the Umbrella logo swiftly approached, eventually halting in the valley. Shortly thereafter, a group clad in protective suits meticulously began to freeze and encapsulate fragments of flesh, their careful demeanor suggesting they were safeguarding some precious relic. Had Chu Xian been present, he would have recognized those remnants as the very pieces of flesh blown apart during his confrontation with the military. Is this the true power of the laser eye? Remarkable. The researcher in protective gear lowered his visor, revealing a middle-aged doctor in white attire, none other than Dr. Isaac, who had encountered Chu Xian at the entrance of the hive. Observing the devastation in the valley, he exhibited no sympathy. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. At long last, he had tracked down this elusive fugitive, who had concealed himself in these remote mountains for so many years. Though he had arrived a moment too late, he believed this was not without merit. He was convinced that in time, he too would wield this apocalyptic power. Chapter 72. The first signature in East Slav, lottery for super storage space, half a month later. At the border of East Slav, 3 burly men escorted 2 young individuals to a concealed cave entrance. Brothers, beyond this tunnel lies East Slavia, a nation engulfed in turmoil. Even citizens of the Eagle Nation are hastily evacuating. It is rumored that the battlefield is teeming with wandering monstrosities. I fail to comprehend your motives for venturing here. If survival is your aim, it would be prudent to refrain from entering. The scarred man, resembling a serpent, cast a glance at Chu Xian and advised him. To be frank, many individuals are attempting to flee from this war-torn country, yet encountering someone like Chu Xian and Alice, who aim to reverse their escape, is a rarity. While citizens from various nations are preoccupied with evacuation, it is perplexing that Chu Xian and Alice insist on entering. I have pressing matters that necessitate my presence inside. Kindly lead the way. Chu Xian gestured for the scarred man to proceed. The group of burly men exchanged glances, but ultimately stepped into the tunnel. Chu Xian and Alice followed closely behind, navigating the constricted passageway, which barely allowed 2 individuals to walk side by side, creating an atmosphere of suffocating tension. Before long, as both Chu Xian and Alice began to feel increasingly agitated, the scarred man finally lifted a manhole cover and emerged into the open air. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by a landscape of shattered walls and ruins. At that moment, a notification tone echoed within Chu Xian's system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new map, East Slavia. You have received a signing reward. Would you like to check in at the new location? Wow. I had no idea exploring a new country came with rewards. This is fantastic. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised by the additional incentive for arriving in East Slavia. He promptly clicked to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. You have received 1 chance to draw a prize. Finally, the opportunity to draw a prize had arrived. Overjoyed by the system's notification, Chu Xian prepared to sign in. However, just then, the very individuals who had escorted them began to surround them with menacing expressions. The leader, the scarred man, brandished a shotgun while a rotund figure dropped a machete. And a wiry man toyed with a sharp object. all regarding Chu Xian and Alice with ill intentions. You've already received your payment. What is the meaning of this? Chu Xian furrowed his brow, questioning them. We were to be paid first, and then led. This sudden ambush is not what we agreed upon. What is your intention? Who doesn't know that East Slavia is in chaos? Yet you willingly walk into your demise. Since you seem intent on courting death, does it truly matter at whose hands it comes? Why not relinquish all your valuables to us? If we are pleased, we may even show mercy and bury you properly. I am looking out for your best interests. Dying at someone else's hands means no one will collect your remains. The scarred man, gun raised, sneered at Chu Xian. Robbery, is it? How pompous of you to justify it so eloquently. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly understood the nature of their intentions. The pretext of assisting them in smuggling belies their true intentions, which involve heinous acts of murder and trafficking. It is likely that they hesitated to act before entering the tunnel, perhaps out of concern for the disposal of corpses. Now, as they venture into this war-torn region of East Slavia, even should they commit murder, the chaos would afford them the luxury of anonymity, rendering any investigation impossible. They are indeed ruthless. Understand this well, and quickly surrender all your valuables. Do not compel my associates to take action themselves, for then you shall bear the consequences. The scarred leader, no longer concealing his malevolence, declared. Had Chu Xian not crossed the border, he might have felt some trepidation. However, having entered this conflict-riddled land, he could kill at will, unrestrained by any authority. Do I appear to be wealthy? Chu Xian spread his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Brother, why waste words on him? He has been lugging that heavy backpack the entire way, clearly attached to it. If we eliminate him, we can directly exchange his belongings for money to buy alcohol. The gaunt, rat-like bandit gazed greedily at Chu Xian's pack. From the outset, he had set his sights on it, noting that it was never unfastened, never left his side. It must surely contain something of value. Oh, so it is this that has drawn your attention to me. Chu Xian chuckled incredulously. His appearance scarcely suggested affluence, for he was not wealthy, and he was baffled by what these men found appealing. Now it became clear, they coveted his wings. Indeed, they are treasures, but I cannot surrender them. Merely possessing the pack is insufficient. That woman must accompany me as well. Such a beautiful creature would be a shame to waste in this war-torn land. I would far prefer to enjoy her. Ha ha ha. Another bandit, a stout figure wielding a machete, stroked his chin with a lascivious grin. While the gaunt bandit desired the pack, he had his sights set on the woman. You dare! Alice exclaimed, her brows furrowed in anger. How audacious of these petty robbers to harbor such intentions towards her. It was tantamount to courting death. Observing Alice's readiness to retaliate, Chu Xian placed a firm hand on her shoulder, believing it more fitting for a man to handle such violent affairs. What do we have to fear? People die here every day. Sometimes, tens of thousands perish in a single day. You are merely smuggled here. Who could trace us? Who has the energy to investigate your case? The stout bandit sneered coldly. Fatty, your methods are too brutal. They expire too quickly. Allow me to have my turn first this time. The gaunt bandit seemed intrigued by Alice, now reluctant to monopolize her, wishing instead to indulge himself after robbing her of her valuables. However, the stout bandit, being excessively depraved, insisted on going first. No, if you wish to play, it must be after me. I shall go first. I insist. The stout bandit and the gaunt bandit soon found themselves embroiled in a quarrel over who would approach Alice first. Wretches, is a single woman capable of enchanting you so? Have you forgotten the purpose of our arrival? The scarred leader reprimanded the two, dissatisfied with their squabbling. Upon hearing the words, the rotund bandit and the lean monkey suddenly realized that they were indeed robbers and not human traffickers, their faces flushed with shame. I should be the first, added the scarred snakehead. Yes, yes, the elder brother goes first, they echoed, momentarily taken aback before hastily flattering him, offering the first share to the scarred snakehead. Tell me, you bandits, are you already dividing the spoils before the robbery is even successful? Chu Xian remarked, exasperated, as he watched them discuss their intentions towards his woman right in front of him. Well, what of it? Do you intend to resist? The rotund bandit retorted coldly, brandishing his knife. Exactly. Hurry up and take out what's in your backpack, or I'll drain your blood and watch you die slowly, the lean monkey sneered. Very well. Since you desire it, I'll oblige, Chu Xian said, observing the robbers eagerly courting their own demise. He ceased his pretense. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he tore open his backpack, which suddenly unfurled into two gleaming blades that swiftly slashed across the necks of the two bandits. Clang! Their weapons slipped from their hands almost simultaneously. The rotund bandit clutched his throat in shock, staring at Chu Xian with disbelief, unable to fathom that he would meet his end at his hands. Impossible. How could there be steel wings in that backpack? The lean monkey, taller than the other, was spared a fatal blow to the neck, receiving a cut to his chest instead, allowing him to still utter words, his eyes wide with confusion. He could not comprehend how Chu Xian had sprouted wings, and of a metallic nature at that. With a thud, both fell lifelessly to the ground. The scarred snakehead, witnessing his men being swiftly dispatched, was gripped by terror, and he fired 2 shots at Chu Xian in a panic. Under normal circumstances, a person struck by a shotgun would either be dead or gravely injured, but unfortunately for him, he was up against Chu Xian, with a mere fold of his wings. Chu Xian deflected the bullets away. Monster! Monster! The scarred snakehead screamed as he turned to flee. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why Chu Xian and Alice had ventured into the East Slavic region. They were monsters, akin to the legends told here. Die! Chu Xian snapped his wings, sending several icy blades slicing through the darkness to pierce the scarred snakehead's back. He collapsed instantly. Wasting my time. I might as well see what rewards I can draw. Chu Xian effortlessly dispatched the 3 and pressed the start button on the lottery machine. Beep, 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 beep. The pointer on the lottery machine began to spin rapidly. Watching the whirling machine, Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement, eager to discover what ability he might acquire next. The lottery machine soon slowed down, finally halting amidst Chu Xian's anticipation. The pointer magnified, revealing a line of text, super large storage space, 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an ultra-large storage space, measuring 10,000 meters in length, width, and height. This space allows you to store any inanimate objects, which can be summoned at will. Chapter 73, Storage at Will, Steel Wings Inside Incredible. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Xian felt a surge of information regarding the ultra-large storage space flood his mind. With a mere thought, he found himself immersed in an expansive storage realm, stretching endlessly for 10 miles. However, as it was devoid of any stored items, it appeared barren and empty. Glancing at the shotgun that had fallen from the scarred snake's head, he tentatively pointed a finger at it. In an instant, the shotgun vanished, only to reappear a moment later within Chu Xian's storage space. He then tried to point at the machete from afar, but nothing happened. Approaching, he touched the machete, and with a swift motion, it too disappeared into the storage space. With another flicker of thought, the machete reappeared in his hand. Chu Xian grasped it once more, and it vanished again. He then waved his hand, and this time, the machete manifested beside him rather than in his grasp. How intriguing. It appears that items must be touched to be stored, while summoning allows for the selection of their placement. This is indeed convenient. After several attempts, Chu Xian grasped the fundamental workings of this storage space, and his heart brimmed with admiration for this remarkable ability. The vastness of the space made transporting items exceedingly effortless. Watching the objects continuously blink in and out of existence left Alice beside him utterly captivated, her eyes wide with curiosity. What is happening? How do they disappear and reappear so effortlessly? This is my ability. I can store items in a unique, expansive space and summon them at any time. Chu Xian replied without reservation. Wow, that must make carrying luggage so much easier. Alice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it is quite convenient, though regrettably, it can only accommodate inanimate objects. If only it could also store my wings. Chu Xian nodded, thoroughly pleased with his newfound power. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance at his gigantic metallic wings that attracted unwanted attention. Just as his hand brushed against the steel wings, contemplating their storage, they vanished instantaneously. Hurriedly, he examined the storage space and discovered that the wings had materialized within. With another thought, the steel wings slowly reappeared behind him. Delighted, Chu Xian had not anticipated such versatility from his storage space. Yet soon, confusion crept in as he pondered why his wings could also be stored. He quickly transformed into his angelic form, watching as the steel wings rapidly softened and transformed into pristine white feathered wings. Once more, he aimed to store the angelic wings, ready to invoke the storage space with a flicker of his intention. However, after waiting for a considerable time without any response, Chu Xian attempted several more times, yet still received no reaction. Suddenly enlightened, he grasped that this storage space could accommodate all inanimate objects, but not those of flesh and blood. The wings of flesh could not be stored, whereas the steel wings could be effortlessly kept away. This proved to be quite convenient. With a mere thought, Chu Xian transformed into his archangel form and casually stored the iron wings within the storage space. Wow, your wings can actually be retracted. Why have you never used them before? Alice inquired, observing the appearance and disappearance of Chu Xian's wings with curiosity. I just learned how. He replied. Hand me your luggage as well. I shall assist you in storing it. As Chu Xian spoke, he placed Alice's baggage into the storage space, thereby alleviating her burden significantly. This cleaver seems rather useless, Chu Xian remarked, playing with the cleaver he had taken from the stout man, his brow furrowing as he prepared to discard it. The blade was crooked, bending in an awkward manner, making it quite impractical. It would be better to utilize the claws of Wolverine instead. Hey, what are you doing? Alice quickly interjected. I'm tossing it. This cleaver is bent in reverse, utterly unrefined, Chu Xian replied. No, wait. Let me have a look, Alice said, reaching out to take the cleaver. As the cleaver landed in her hands, it danced gracefully, flipping and twirling with remarkable agility. Alice practiced with it a few times, growing increasingly fond of it, and cast an annoyed glance at Chu Xian, exclaiming, You truly lack discernment. This is a fine Gogoli curved knife, also known as a Nepali knife, widely recognized as the most mechanically sound curved blade in existence. How could you deem it unrefined? Regardless, it is not as useful as my Wolverine claws. If you like it, take it. Chu Xian waved his hand, gifting the bizarre cleaver to Alice. Then I shall not be polite, Alice replied, her face lighting up with delight as she clutched the cleaver tightly, also taking the stout man's sheath along with her. The unfortunate trio of bandits, who had intended to rob, found themselves thoroughly looted instead. This would surely become a local legend. Now, we must attend to more pressing matters. Let us depart, Chu Xian declared, stepping away as the matters here concluded. Indeed, Alice nodded, hastily following suit. This land of East Slavia was but a small nation, truly a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. As the two continued on their journey, they soon beheld the ancient city of Holofgrad before them. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed sporadically throughout the city, revealing the chaos that reigned within. Chu Xian and Alice exchanged glances before swiftly entering the city. Listen to the words of the elders. We have finally attained the strength we require, the power to lead us to victory. The people are gathering to fight together for independence. A hoarse voice emanated from a loudspeaker on the streets. Kill. With the sound's emergence, waves of rebels charged fervently at the government forces. Boom. Yet, before the broadcast could utter much more, it was obliterated by a cannonball, silencing the voice abruptly. Boom, boom, boom. A tank emerged onto the street, advancing towards the rebels with relentless force. Each cannon blast heralded a wave of death, and soon the charging insurgents were met with devastating casualties. Do not resist arrest. Lay down your weapons and surrender, echoed the command of a squad of soldiers accompanying the tank, who shouted through a small loudspeaker. Suddenly, a rocket propelled from the ruins, striking the tank and igniting a massive explosion. The entire street turned into a veritable meat grinder, with soldiers from both sides engaging in a brutal tug-of-war. In the midst of this chaos, Chu Xian swiftly retrieved a shotgun from his storage space and handed it to Alice. Although the Gogol curved blade was suitable for dispatching zombies, it proved ineffective against human soldiers. Despite his reluctance to become embroiled in the warfare, he understood that a necessary counterattack would be vital if they were to be assaulted. Clack. Alice accepted the shotgun, chambering around, and inquired, Where do we go now? She had only learned that Ada Wong was in the capital, yet her exact whereabouts remained a mystery. Though this nation was relatively small, locating an individual amidst the battlefield was no simple task, especially one skilled in the art of disguise. Ding. A new sign-in location has been activated, Beekeeper's parking lot. Sign-in successful. You have earned a chance to draw a lottery prize. Just as Chu Xian was about to speak, a notification chimed in his mind. A map materialized before him, its garage location marked with a triangle, clearly indicating the sign-in site. Chapter 74. Laser to lure Ada, sign-in and lottery draw the parking lot. Chu Xian stated calmly. Following the map, he and Alice made their way forward, soon arriving at the entrance of a parking lot. Surrounding streets were engulfed in conflict. Yet surprisingly, this block exuded an eerie silence. The pitch-black parking structure loomed like a bloodthirsty ancient beast, waiting for prey to approach. It felt as though something sinister lurked within, causing even the army to hesitate in its proximity. Chu Xian glanced at the delivery truck parked in front of the underground garage, adorned with a charming cartoon bee sticker. It was apparent that this was indeed the Beekeeper's parking lot. He prepared to step inside. Are you sure she's in there? Something feels off. Alice suddenly grasped Chu Xian's arm, her brow furrowed with concern. The parking lot appeared ordinary, yet it emanated a sense of danger, as if a monstrous presence awaited inside. In such a place, how could a woman possibly be present? Oh right, according to the storyline, she should be inside, Chu Xian replied, taken aback. Unsure how Alice knew that Leon would be there. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He was there to sign in. According to his understanding of the plot, an old man controlling the crawlers would engage Leon in a confrontation, leaving them free from scrutiny. Certainly, that is a narrative known only to him. However, unbeknownst to him, Leon indeed took a leave of absence. Yet due to the leakage of sensitive information regarding apprehension, he was not dispatched here when the outbreak of the bioweapon crisis occurred. At this moment, he was still indulging in his drink at a tavern. Furthermore, the time of his arrival was not the same as when Leon first came to rendezvous in the film, but rather the following day. Very well, my vision surpasses yours. I shall scout ahead, so tread carefully. Alice loaded her weapon, illuminated her flashlight, and proceeded at the forefront. Despite the absence of goggles, Chu Xian could still see. Yet wearing sunglasses at night significantly impaired his vision, making their entrance into the pitch-black underground parking lot all the more perilous. Chu Xian did not insist, and followed closely behind Alice. With caution etched on their faces, the two stepped forward and soon vanished beyond the parking lot entrance. Deep within the parking structure, a man clad in rebel attire retrieved a vial of serum from the trunk. Within this vial appeared a distorted parasite. Yet he paid it no heed, pulling back his clothing and injecting it into himself. As the virus coursed through his veins, his body began to convulse. Veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat cascading down as he emitted a deep, anguished roar. From the ceiling of the parking lot, several creatures, known as crawlers, were drawn by the sound, swiftly approaching. Upon reaching a proximity to the man, they abruptly stomped the ground, leaping towards him. At that moment, the man turned abruptly, revealing blood-red eyes that glinted with ferocity. A mere glare caused the advancing crawlers to whimper, retreating as if they were frightened children, trembling on the ground. It was as if this being was not human, but a terrifying monster, their sovereign. Elena, I shall avenge you soon. Wait for me, it will be swift. The man with blood-red eyes caressed a tattered, charred photograph, his expression softening. Hello, is anyone there? At this juncture, Alice's voice echoed from the entrance. Startled, the man with blood-red eyes snapped his head up, a fierce glint in his gaze, an aura of malevolence surrounding him. The surrounding crawlers seemed to sense his agitation, invigorated. They swiftly concealed themselves within the shadows of the parking lot. You must be mistaken, there's nothing here. Alice turned to Chu Xian, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Ignoring Alice, Chu Xian stepped forward to inspect a corpse. The body was grotesquely contorted, as if it had been brutally strangled by some horrific entity. Bones were shattered and twisted, suggesting the work of a monstrous being. However, the blood had long dried, indicating that the individual had been deceased for over a day. The creature had likely departed. Alice, noticing Chu Xian's focus on the corpse, spoke up. She had already observed the body, but due to the lengthy time since death, coupled with the multitude of fatalities in the city, she had paid it little mind. She could not comprehend why Chu Xian seemed so fixated on a lifeless form. Without uttering a word, Chu Xian searched the individual and retrieved a document, flipping it open. A CIA agent? Alice was taken aback upon seeing the information on the credential. She never anticipated that a seemingly random person in this parking lot would be an operative of the Eagle Nation SCI, yet the circumstances of his demise here raised questions. Something was amiss. The timeline did not align. Upon confirming the identity of the deceased, Chu Xian furrowed his brow. This individual was the Scarecrow, the CIA agent who was supposed to rendezvous with Leon in the original narrative, and he had perished during that encounter. Now, having been dead for a day, it implied that it was the second day within the film's timeline when Leon would make his entrance. Thus, the one waiting here could not be the elder controlling the crawlers. It was more likely to be the new resistance leader, Buddy. He quickly warned Alice. Beware of the crawler. As soon as Chu Xian's warning escaped his lips, the lurking crawler in the shadows, believing itself to be discovered, surged forward towards Alice with alarming speed. Thanks to Chu Xian's alert, Alice immediately spotted the creature and raised her weapon to fire. The gunshots rang out, and blood splattered from the charging crawler as Alice pulled the trigger. However, this monstrous being proved to be remarkably resilient. Even after being struck in the head by a shotgun, it continued its relentless assault on Alice. Unfazed, she executed a swift slide to evade, grasped her gogol curved blade, and with a sudden slash, utilized the momentum of her maneuver and the creature's own force to eviscerate the approaching crawler. What? In the darkness, the blood-eyed man gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that Alice, who appeared the least formidable among the two, could be so ruthless, dispatching the crawler in a mere moment. Who? Alice was startled by the voice and quickly turned towards the source, charging at the blood-eyed man with her gogol blade in hand. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-eyed man raised his weapon and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Alice. However, as a perfect embodiment of the T-virus, Alice executed an S-shaped maneuver at the moment he fired, her astonishing speed and agility rendering his aim futile. She swiftly closed the distance, kicking the blood-eyed man's rifle away. At that moment, a hidden crawler leaped out from beside Chu Xian, lunging directly at his face. Due to his sunglasses, Chu Xian's vision was compromised, preventing him from noticing the threat. Yet, he possessed Wolverine's primal instincts and, in a critical moment, unsheathed his claws to block the creature's surprise attack. Roar! Yet another crawler lay hidden in the darkness, seizing the opportunity to strike at Chu Xian's face. He quickly turned his head to evade, the sharp claws grazing his face and slicing through his sunglasses. With the constraint of his sunglasses gone, Chu Xian's eyes instantly turned crimson. With a swift motion, two beams of laser light erupted, piercing through the approaching crawler in an instant. The laser continued its relentless trajectory, striking the parking lot's ceiling with such force that it penetrated through, vanishing into the sky. What on earth is that? On the street, a stunning woman clad in a uniform gasped at the sight of the laser ascending above the parking lot. Narrowing her eyes, she sprinted across the rooftop in striking red high heels, her graceful figure undulating with each stride, appearing exquisitely elegant under the moonlight. Suddenly, the remaining crawlers seized the opportunity and lunged at Chu Xian, knocking him down. Meanwhile, Alice had just kicked the rifle from the hands of a man with blood-red eyes and was about to apprehend him when she heard a loud crash behind her. Spotting Chu Xian being overpowered, she swiftly abandoned her pursuit of the man to rush to his aid. The blood-eyed man, glancing at Alice's retreating figure and then at the gaping hole in the parking lot, wore a look of apprehension and vanished into the shadows without hesitation. By the time Alice reached him, Chu Xian had already clutched the crawler with both hands, unleashing a terrifying force that ripped it apart. "Are you all right?" Alice inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just caught off guard. My sunglasses are broken." "What about the attacker?" Chu Xian replied, shaking his head and tearing a strip of cloth to cover his eyes. The laser vision was indeed powerful, yet its drawbacks were evident. Without the visor, his personal mobility became exceedingly cumbersome, particularly in such dim surroundings where stealthy crawlers posed a significant threat. Not to mention that this crawler was under human command, making it nearly impossible to anticipate their moves. His keen instincts had saved him, or else he would have been successfully ambushed. Alice recalled the blood-eyed man's sudden retreat, but as she scanned the area, there was no trace of him. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "He got away." Ding. Host location detected. Beekeeper parking lot. "Would you like to check in now?" "Yes." At that moment, a notification echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Elated by the system prompt, he decided against pursuing the assailant and reassured Alice, "It's fine if he runs. I can guess who it might be. I have more pressing matters to attend to, so please guard me." With that, Chu Xian eagerly settled into a meditative position to commence his check-in. Right now? Alice found Chu Xian's inclination to enter a state of meditation rather perplexing. While others would prioritize capturing their attacker, Chu Xian seemed to regard meditation as more crucial, which was difficult to comprehend. However, recalling that every time he meditated, he gained new abilities, she chose to remain silent and stayed vigilant, shielding him from potential threats. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have earned one lottery draw opportunity. Finally, the chance to draw a prize had arrived. How delightful. He wondered what he might receive this time, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. He summoned the lottery machine, eagerly rubbing his hands together before pressing the start button. Chapter 75. The Fusion of Observation Hockey. Ida Wong battles Alice. Beep, beep, beep. The pointer on the lottery machine began to spin rapidly before quickly coming to a halt. The pointer enlarged, ultimately revealing a small line of text. Fujitora's Observation Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Fujitora's Observation Hockey. Utilizing it will grant you the ability to wield the Observation Hockey of Admiral Fujitora. Would you like to use it now? What? Observation Hockey, and specifically Fujitora's? Chu Xian was taken aback, filled with immense joy. For some time, he had been troubled by a dilemma since acquiring the laser vision. When unleashing the laser, he was unable to see his surroundings. This ability proved advantageous against slow-moving zombies. Yet he had to exercise extreme caution when confronting the swifter zombie dogs and crawlers, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Should an attack miss, his chances of survival drastically diminished without someone to assist him in observing the environment. Fortunately, he had Alice by his side, acting as his eyes. Otherwise, escaping from the hive would have been nearly impossible. Though the laser goggles allowed him to attack without sight, he could observe during the intervals after an attack. Thus, even without Alice beside him, he could still wreak havoc. However, once he lost the goggles, he became significantly disadvantaged. Although sunglasses provided an alternative, they were ultimately inadequate substitutes. In darkened spaces, observing the surroundings while wearing sunglasses proved exceedingly difficult, and upon entering the parking lot, he fell victim to a surprise attack from a crawler due to this very limitation. Now, with Fujitora's Observation Hockey, everything would change. As the saying goes, all things possess a life force. Fujitora's Observation Hockey could enhance his 5 senses, allowing him to perceive the presence of nearby beings, their emotional fluctuations, and form mental images. While he could only discern the shapes and movements of objects without identifying finer details, he could still distinguish between good and evil. More crucially, this observational ability did not rely on sight. Even if he were blind, he could utilize observation haki to perceive all living beings in his vicinity. Coupled with the unique capacity of Fujitora's haki to discern moral character, he could not only differentiate between humans and zombies, but also perceive the goodness or malevolence of individuals, an unparalleled tool for identifying allies and foes. Had he possessed this ability at the airport, the senator's secretary would never have had the chance to betray him. He would have eliminated her before she could raise the alarm, thus averting the cascade of subsequent troubles that had endangered Alice. This was, without a doubt, an essential artifact for observing enemy movements, anticipating their actions, assisting in attacks, and evading danger. How could he not be elated? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian clicked confirm. In an instant, a purple potion materialized before him. However, this time the potion was different from the previous ones. The earlier ones were administered orally, whereas this one required an injection. Chu Xian, unhesitating, seized the vial and injected himself. As the violet serum coursed through his veins, he felt something rapidly spreading throughout his body. At that very moment, a graceful figure suddenly leaped down from the gaping hole in the parking lot, which had been pierced by Chu Xian's laser. Who is it? Alice immediately became alert, raising her shotgun and coldly demanding an explanation. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "An Oriental person?" The arrival was not the monstrous creature or soldier she had anticipated, but rather a strikingly attractive Oriental woman clad in a snug uniform, donning sheer stockings and a black lace choker. Her sharply styled short hair and exquisite features, paired with her alluring long legs, ignited boundless imagination. The seemingly formal yet meticulously tailored outfit should have seemed contradictory, yet on her, it exuded an uncanny harmony, a blend of propriety and sensuality, beauty intertwined with danger, creating a captivating aesthetic that was both virtuous and wicked. Oh, a rare duo of contrasting elements, the enchanting woman mused, observing Alice and Chu Xian with mild surprise. Particularly intrigued by Chu Xian, whose eastern visage evoked an inexplicable familiarity, she found Alice, standing beside him, to be a source of significant unease. With narrowed eyes, the seductive beauty turned to Alice, smiling as she inquired, "Might you, dear lady, enlighten me about the peculiar laser that was just shot into the sky?" Although they appeared to be of similar age, the Western woman seemed more mature, making Alice appear somewhat older, though not by a wide margin. The beauty's playful remark was clearly intended as a tease. "Do I look that old?" Alice's expression darkened instantly, her demeanor turning serious as she voiced her displeasure. For reasons unknown, despite the newcomer being an ordinary individual, there was an air of danger surrounding her. It was the first time someone uninfected by the virus had made Alice, who had already merged with the T-virus, feel threatened. "I advise you to promptly disclose the source of that strange laser, otherwise." The alluring woman did not complete her sentence, yet the implied threat was unmistakable, indicating that she was not to be trifled with. "And what will you do?" Alice retorted defiantly, unafraid. "You have successfully captured my attention, but it seems I must take action." The seductive beauty flashed a faint smile, and in an instant, she lunged forward, raising her weapon to fire. Alice, unprepared for the woman's swift assault, instinctively raised her gun, but was still a fraction too slow. Her shotgun was struck and sent flying. Fortunately, the beauty's weapon was non-lethal, a grappling gun rather than one designed for harm. Although Alice's shotgun was dislodged, she emerged unscathed. It was evident that the woman intended to capture Alice alive for further questioning. "Seems I was underestimated," Alice thought, a look of dissatisfaction crossing her face. The woman audaciously sought to capture her, a reckless endeavor indeed. Did she not realize that after merging with the T-virus, her physical abilities had undergone a tremendous enhancement? However, it was precisely this arrogance that led Alice to refrain from employing her supernatural powers against her immediately. Instead, she opted to engage in a contest of skill. With that, Alice launched herself at the woman unarmed. The woman, having anticipated this, deftly sidestepped and countered with a swift knife hand strike towards Alice. Utilizing her formidable physical prowess, Alice evaded the attack and retaliated with a kick aimed at the woman. Thus, the two clashed fiercely, one a master of combat, and the other enhanced by the virus, each emerging from the shadows, vying for supremacy. As they exchanged blows, it became evident that both were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. A sudden collision caused them both to stagger back, gazing at each other with profound astonishment and caution. It seemed neither had anticipated such strength from the other, capable of holding their ground equally. "I am Alice. May I inquire who you are and why you have attacked us? With each exchange, Alice grew increasingly respectful of the woman. Although she refrained from using her powers, the enhancements she had undergone rendered her no ordinary adversary. Moreover, the woman's beauty was rivaled only by her combat prowess, a revelation that took Alice by surprise. Ada Wong, the woman replied, a smile breaking across her face, revealing her admiration for Alice. Ada Wong, you are the person we have been searching for? Alice exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. It was as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure without any effort. Chu Xian had indeed guessed correctly. Ada Wong had truly appeared before them. With her presence, the whereabouts of Dr. Isaac would soon be uncovered, and capturing him would merely be a matter of time before they located Lian. You seek me? Ada Wong inquired, momentarily bewildered. She had not anticipated that these two would be searching for her, as she was unfamiliar with them. Were they friend or foe? Just then, Chu Xian entered a heightened state of awareness, every part of his body aflame with pain, particularly his head, which felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles. A muffled groan of agony escaped his lips. In an instant, he sensed his heightened awareness and clarity of perception intensifying, allowing him to vaguely discern Ada Wong's silhouette even without opening his eyes. Attracted by the sound, Ada Wong turned her gaze to Chu Xian. Upon noticing the veins bulging on his forehead, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Her keen observation quickly connected the dots between the empty vial on the ground and the empty box left by the assailants in the garage. Coupled with Chu Xian's pained expression, her pupils constricted with realization, and she seethed, "Damn it. You have stolen and used the Resistance's parasites." With that, she abandoned her assault on Alice and directed her fury towards Chu Xian. She approached to offer her support to the rebels, intending to exploit their actions against the capital to draw attention and facilitate her own maneuvers. However, to her astonishment, two unexpected individuals appeared and seized the parasite of the rebels. While she was indifferent to Chu Xian's reckless use of this flawed parasite, she would not tolerate any disruption to her plans and would not hesitate to employ ruthless measures if provoked. In Chapter 76, the unfortunate Ada, skilled in the art of rope techniques, found herself facing a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, Alice unsheathed her gogol curved blade and struck at King Ada. Both were top-notch fighters, evenly matched in unarmed combat. In such moments, the one wielding a weapon held the advantage. Since King Ada dared to attack Chu Xian, she should not expect leniency. With a swift motion, Alice's blade transformed into a gleaming arc aimed at King Ada's back. If King Ada persisted in her assault on Chu Xian, she would undoubtedly be struck and forced to evade. Alice, wielding her curved blade with remarkable finesse, pressed the attack, compelling King Ada to retreat and create distance between them. Once King Ada withdrew, Alice refrained from pursuing her and instead positioned herself protectively beside Chu Xian. "You cannot defeat me. It would be wise to surrender now," Alice declared, her confidence bolstered by her weapon, a smile playing on her lips. "Oh, is that so? I beg to differ," King Ada replied, a smirk of cunning adorning her face as she faced Alice, blade in hand. Suddenly, Alice sensed something amiss and glanced down at King Ada's feet, realizing that she had maneuvered herself back to the vicinity of her fallen hunting rifle. This woman had executed her plans with precision, anticipating Alice's strike, deliberately attacking Chu Xian to mislead her into a rescue, while her true objective lay with the rifle. In that moment, with a single firearm present, the one who possessed it held the upper hand. This is bad, Alice thought, her instincts kicking in. Without hesitation, she charged towards King Ada. However, it was already too late. King Ada swiftly coiled the rope around her alluring foot, pulling the rifle towards her with a deft motion. In a fluid turn, she seized the rifle, chambering around and aiming it directly at Alice. With Alice just arriving, she found herself in the rifle's crosshairs and instinctively halted her advance. "Why stop? Why not continue your charge?" King Ada taunted, her rifle in hand reversing the tide and granting her the upper hand. As the first spy of the Umbrella Corporation, she believed that Alice, with her naivete, could never match her. She was unafraid to confront Alice, confident that even if their physical prowess were comparable, few could outwit her in cunning. She had anticipated this very scenario from the moment she had fired the rope at the rifle. The precision of the gunshot was remarkable, deftly dislodging the hunting rifle while simultaneously ensnaring it with a hook, prepared for any potential eventuality. She acknowledged that Alice was formidable, compelling her to utilize her carefully laid contingency plans, a feat worthy of pride. However, it was regrettable that she still held the upper hand. In this contest, she emerged as the victor. "Huh, are you so confident that you have already triumphed?" Alice, unfazed by the ominous muzzle of the gun, responded with a serene smile. What could this mean? Ada Wong furrowed her brow, her gaze flickering in confusion. How could Alice, with a gun aimed at her, still harbor hopes of a comeback. In an instant, her mind exploded with various scenarios, yet no matter how she pondered, she could not fathom the source of Alice's unwavering confidence. The weapon was undoubtedly real. The bullets intact, and there were no signs of tampering. Furthermore, Alice stood at a distance, with the gun too close for any chance of disarming her. To her, it seemed that Alice was in an inextricable predicament. With a disdainful snort, she muttered, "Stop with your theatrics." She prepared to pull the trigger, reasoning that with two adversaries, leaving one alive would suffice for interrogation. However, at the moment she squeezed the trigger, her body jolted, and her eyes widened in shock. She realized that an invisible force seemed to envelop her, rendering her immobile. No matter how she attempted to move, she remained trapped in place, even her fingers refusing to obey her commands. The triumphant smile she wore froze, and she gazed at Alice in astonishment, demanding, "What have you done to me?" "Nothing much. Merely a little superpower of mine that allows me to control everything around me from a distance." "Thus, you have lost," Alice replied, her lips curling into a smug grin. The fact that an ordinary individual could compel her to unleash her extraordinary abilities was indeed rare. However, it was unfortunate that strength prevailed. No matter how many schemes Ada Wong concocted, she ultimately succumbed to Alice's control. With that, Alice bent down to grasp the rope of the grappling gun, approaching Ada Wong, and proceeded to bind her with deft precision. "What are you doing? Stop!" Ada Wong exclaimed in alarm as she watched her body being meticulously restrained, panic setting in. Yet, shackled by the telekinetic force, she found herself powerless to resist, forced to endure Alice's binding. Before long, Alice retracted her telekinetic grip, utterly exhausted and breathless from the exertion. Maintaining a steady mental control over another was far more taxing than a sudden release of power. Fortunately, her nimble hands prevailed, and she managed to complete the binding. Otherwise, she could have found herself in a rather troublesome situation. As soon as she regained her freedom, Ada Wong began to writhe and struggle. However, Alice, having faced her in battle, understood her capabilities well, and thus the bindings were secure to the utmost degree. Even with Ada Wong's alluring and supple physique, escaping her restraints proved impossible. The exquisite contours of Ada Wong's figure, now tightly bound, only accentuated her sensuality. There was a touch of pitiable charm about her, likely igniting a desire for conquest within any man who laid eyes upon her. "What kind of ridiculous binding method is this?" Ada Wong exclaimed, her figure ensnared by the ropes, accentuating her alluring curves, her frustration palpable. "I specifically studied Eastern binding techniques," Alice chuckled. "What nonsense. You twisted ant. If I escape, I swear I will." Ada Wong's anger surged. This foolish woman had misapplied her skills, subjecting her to such indignity. This was no traditional Eastern binding method, but rather the infamous Japanese tortoiseshell style. To apply such a nefarious technique upon her was nothing short of an affront. An absolute affront. She vowed that if she managed to free herself, Alice would pay dearly. As Ada Wong continued her tirade, Alice, concerned about disturbing Chu Xian, hastily covered her mouth. Scanning the vicinity for something to silence her, Alice, in a moment of desperation, removed her black stockings and used them to gag Ada Wong. In an instant, the entire parking lot fell silent. Poor Ada Wong, the foremost spy of the Umbrella Corporation, who had toyed with so many, now found herself bound and silenced by a mere girl, a humiliation so profound that tears threatened to spill forth, leaving her to whimper helplessly. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury at Alice, as if she wished to devour her whole. At that moment, while Ada Wong was ensnared, Chu Xian, seated in meditation, finally merged with the potion, acquiring the long-awaited ability of observation hockey. His consciousness expanded, brushing past Ada Wong and Alice before extending outward through the streets. Though his eyes remained closed, everything around him came into vivid clarity, as if he had gained a divine perspective. He could even sense the movement of clouds high above, filling him with immense joy. Is this observation hockey? How exhilarating! Chu Xian thought, unable to contain his elation as he sprang to his feet. No longer constrained by his eyesight, he could wield his laser vision freely, significantly enhancing his combat control. "Chu Xian, are you all right?" Alice inquired eagerly as he finally stood. "Yes, I have successfully merged. From now on," he began, but his gaze fell upon a woman standing beside Alice. Although his observation hockey could not discern fine details, the graceful contours, seductive form, and her peculiar movements captured his attention. Particularly striking was the deep crimson hue radiating from her, exuding an aura of malice that seemed to threaten their very existence, escalating from mere hostility to an outright hatred, more intense than that of a zombie. The odd whimpering sounds prompted him to ask, "What have you brought back, a zombie?"